One final time into the breach. A week from today, it will be about closing out 2023 and the introduction of the GTP evolution. Today, the final chance for drivers to win physical hardware in the iRacing special events. It's time to go for Petit Le Mans, the final 2023 VCO Grand Slam. Hello everyone, delighted to have your company on RaceBot TV for what is bound to be an electric 10 hours of racing. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside for the first couple of hours by Joey Tebben. And boy Joey, do we both think we're in for some chaos?
It's Petit Le Mans. We always expect chaos, more so than any other endurance race of the year, but this is the final big endurance race of the year. We started with 24 hours at Daytona, 12 hours at Sebring, 24 hours at Spa, and it all finishes up with 10 hours of racing in the undulating hills just outside of Atlanta. We're going to see a lot of chaos over the next 10 hours.
Into the night, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we also have these GTP machines that a week from today will have so many contenders still up for the championship. Boy, is the real Petit going to be exciting. Today's Petit Le Mans iRacing going to be equally fun as well. Here's a look at the schedule, the final of the 4 VCO Grand Slams, but don't worry, plenty of scheduled special event action still to come. Of course, Crandon Championship next week going to be quite fun, but Fuji 8 Hours still an endurance race left to play. Ultimately, Joey, though, this calendar, this schedule, it's about diversity in motorsports and allowing some of us that maybe would not have thought about going to Braselton, Georgia, throwing a GTP around, or maybe even going with a sprint car to Knoxville, to allow drivers the opportunity to do whatever they want.
And I want to know which driver on iRacing is doing every single one of these events, because I have to imagine there's going to be a couple people who are going to go for the full Grand Slam and go for every single iRacing special event in 2023. But you've got literally every discipline of racing, from oval racing in the Daytona 500, from road racing everywhere else, dirt road racing at the Crandon Championship, and even dirt oval racing at the likes of the Chili Bowl and everywhere else. It is diversity like nowhere else in sim racing. And I couldn't tell you which event I'm more excited for. I'm definitely excited for the Chili Bowl to end out the season in December, but it's all fantastically exciting, and it's all been exciting so far.
Is maybe the most surprising thing. The Chili Bowl has become one of my favorites as someone who has never really been a part of dirt racing to commentate on every single year. Here's a look though at the past winners of an event that dates back to 2015 when it was just a two-car class race, something that we've only had happen once previously, and that was also just in 2022. I look at this and I look at some of the biggest names in sim racing, but Joey, I see only a couple of teams that have been able to repeat, and of course 2021 will stand out. Team Redline dominating in all 3 of our categories.
And they're back in full form here. We do have 2 Redline squads, or actually just 1 Redline squad in the top split here. But last year's champions, the Mahler Racing Team, they're back to defend their title. The Apex Racing Team is back in big numbers as well to defend their GT3 title. It is not going to be easy. 43 teams for 10 hours. We could very well see a first-time winner. We could see a 3-time winner. It's anybody's game.
I think we're really also expecting that with the final LMP2 race expected today in the special events. Maybe we'll just have GTP, GTD next year. It might prove to be maybe even more interesting in the Spec LMP2 class, the only class which we don't have to talk about BOP in, and that's going to be slightly refreshing because of course the GTPs have introduced the Acura ARX06 GTP as well as the Porsche 963 GTP. Boy, are those both mouthfuls to say 5 times fast. Relatively minor BOP in the GTPs. I know some of the Porsche drivers will complain plenty about how they feel about their race page. In the GTDs though, it's basically the same adjustment applied across the board, Joey.
Make sure you remember all those car names. If Arjuna or I get any of those letters and numbers wrong, be sure to hop in the chat and yell at us. We're saying AXR or ARX because I know we're going to do it. It's early in the day for you. It's about 5 a.m. in California, 8:30 here on the East Coast of the U.S. We're definitely we're gonna get some things wrong. We're gonna hear about it. But this is only possible with a recent update to iRacing, an update to allow 12 different models of car in one split. There's only 11 total models of cars. You can add them up on the screen there, but this was not possible before about a couple of months ago. Now we can have more cars and More chaos packed on the track than ever.
And what do you know, we've already got the comments complaining about BOP in the chat, as is to be expected, to be fair, in a race where the margins are so fine and therefore drivers expect the BOP needing to be quite close. A look from up above at Brazelton, Georgia, and I've got to say, Petit Le Mans, Road Atlanta, a track opened back in, what, the mid-1960s, but it wasn't until the mid-1990s, after it went through bankruptcy, when Dr. Don Panos bought it and ended up transforming it into the slice of endurance racing heaven that, Joey, it's become in the years since.
It's high speeds, high commitment, it's a driver's track. It feels absolutely insane to nail a lap of this place. It's got ridiculous elevation change. From the top of the S's to the bottom of the S's is an 80-foot drop. So think about 80 feet. You know what's 80 feet tall? The White House is 80 feet tall. Imagine falling off the roof of the White House. That's what it's like driving down through the S's at Road Atlanta. It's absolutely crazy.
And, you know, you and I, you've already teased me enough about how I'm going to talk plenty about my trip last week to the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. The corkscrew, we talk so much about it, Joey. The final corner here is more intimidating to me than the corkscrew is, just personally.
Yeah, and the corkscrew doesn't really bottle up on the exit, but the final corner at Road Atlanta, the front straight essentially becomes a bottleneck. So if there's any kind of collision, any kind of calamity at the final corner, it's very easy to get a full track blockage. How many times have we seen that in the past?
Oh,
Hopefully
boy.
we don't see that today, but that is a big danger spot at Road Atlanta.
Of course, you just had to say something, didn't you? Well, drivers are out on track for qualifying. They get 8 minutes of the track to themselves. Most importantly, there are no draft shenanigans, and with 44 machines qualifying, it would be a very busy track. Instead of riding around for qualifying and you having to get an explanation for this facility from Joey or myself, we decided, you know what, we got something better in mind. We dialed up VRS Coanda Esports. We said, you know what, you're in the Porsche 963 for the very first time here today. Let's see if we can get something special for a track guide today.
Hello guys, I am John Guven here, driving number 91 VRS Coanda Esports car for this weekend Petit Le Mans, and I will show you a lap around Road Atlanta. So yeah, out of the last chicane you need a good traction because you will carry all the speed until turn 1. So here is all flat. Just you need to be careful with inside curb here when you lap the cars, and then yeah, in the start finish line we will up the 7th gear, and then we will use the left side for carrying maximum speed out for turn 1. And then we are 6th gear, and then we are coming to the hardest corner of the track for me, where it's blind and you need to carry a lot of speed with 4th gear. And then we come to S's, where it's flat, but you need to be really careful with the curves because you can lose the car there. And also one of the most tricky part with this big curb in the race, for 10 hours it can be dangerous to spin the car. And then we coming to the next combination, where it's really important to have good exit, because you're going to have a long straight where you can overtake the GT3s without losing time, but also it's the main spot for overtaking in the race. Yeah, so we can take a little bit breath. Look our deltas, how it's going, we can look relative, where's the lap cars, and then yeah, we are coming here for last braking, 3rd gear. It's really important to cut the left side, but not too much because you will get off track, and we have the limit for the race, and yeah, then it's easy flat last 2 corners, and this is a lap around Road Atlanta. I hope you guys will enjoy these weekend races.
Always great to get a look on board, and from a perspective of a Porsche factory driver as well, Ian Guven will be racing with the VRS Coanda Esports team this coming 10 hours. It's going to be very exciting to see him. Not the first real driver that we've seen compete in this race, Max Verstappen, obviously on course and maybe becoming adding yet another world championship to his ranks. Well, he's also won this race before. You can see the time start to trickle in this qualifying session, and as BMW M Team Redline momentarily had pole in the GTPs, Owen Carroll steals it away. We'll see what the rest of the times will fare out. LMP2, lap number 1, seemingly relatively strong as well. But I think it is all going to be about lap number 2, Joey, in the GTDs, because they're doing, well, let's say slow lap times their first time around.
Yeah, burning a little bit of fuel the first time around, getting the tires set up a little bit more the first time around. The Mercedes-AMG team, Urano, they're certainly firing off pretty early, but you can see there's some big lap time differences. There's some teams and some drivers that have been holding back on lap 1, not showing their full speed, getting everything set up and then getting ready to blast off for lap number 2. And GTP, though, it's been all out. It has been a full blast the second you get out on track. Grid and go, they're going to stay P12. I think there may have been an off track there for Gabriel Stripe Matter, so that didn't count. But these prototypes, they're firing off early.
They are just trying to go as quickly as they can as well. Here we go, though, with the GTTs. Alex Dunn, the Irishman, has joined up with the Apex Racing team, and it's 1:16.994. How's it going to fare? Well, Alessandro Pico has immediately beaten it. Where's everyone else going to fare out? That ultimately is now the question that we'll be asking Daniel Lafuente in one of the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports cars. 1:17.2, so Dunn's time holds up quite well, but Pico's time, seemingly a flyer.
And it is a little bit of a dangerous strategy to kind of hold back for that long, because you basically do only get one flying lap. These teams do have time to go out for one more lap if they want to, but do they have the time to set it up and absolutely nail a second lap? But it's a very, very difficult thing to do. You don't have much time to do it. Vlad Kimichev back on track for a second run of the day in that BMW GTP. It's only going to be P9 for that Urano GTP. But he's going to get one more lap around, I think. I think it might be his final lap that counts, or he may have already used all of his 4.
But yeah, that was his final. No, he will get one more lap. There's another Urano car that is still running around and circulating. That has already completed. Got slightly confused for a moment. There is one other machine that might improve. It's the 296 GT3 of Grid and Go Sven Haase. The 001 down out of that final corner. The Earth falls away from you, and Haase's going to build his run to the line, be the final time in GTD, and it's not good enough for pole, but it's good enough for second.
That's still going to be pretty satisfying for Sven Haase. Obviously, he's going to be unhappy that he's not on pole, but that car was far deeper in the field just a couple of moments ago. It was dead last in GTD, but in the dying moments, Sven Haase puts it P2 in GTD. They're going to be pretty happy with that starting on the front row. Last lap for Vlad Kimichev, 1:05.0. Improves by a couple of tenths, but it's not going to be good enough to improve any more than 2 positions. That's how close things are in the top 10.
7 cars split by, what? Just over a tenth of a second. It is crazy to look at. LMP2, we didn't talk too much about that. Also crazy. It's tenths. Rather, hundreds and thousands through the entire field. It's Maxence Godino that will try and make it 4 in a row for the Apex Racing team there. Boy, there are so many storylines to walk our way on through, but I think the main one to talk about, at least for the time being, Joey, 10 hours, multi-class traffic, and 3 classes. We said we expect chaos. What does that actually mean from the driver's perspective?
Well, it's going to mean self-preservation, it's going to mean survival, and it's going to mean being careful, especially in that first intersection between GTP and GTD traffic, between the first intersection of GTP and LMP2 traffic as well. It's not going to come in the first couple of laps, but only after a couple of minutes. The lap time difference is so great that these intersections are going to happen quick, they're going to happen fast, you're going to have to deal with traffic all day long, and you're going to have to hope that you can be safe for 10 whole hours of racing.
We are very, very glad that for a special event, we actually have some of the drivers participating with the driver cameras. Alessandro Pico, Kenneth Gulbranson, 2 of the Williams Esports drivers, along with Daniel Pastor on the very top of your screen. You've got the Urano driver of Luca Kita with that track map of Imola over his shoulder. Always interesting to see what the drivers have around them. Daniel Lafuente, Kira Wolf, Moreno Sarica, Daniel Lorenzo, Ricardo Rico, and then at the very bottom of the screen, one of the BS competition contingent, Nicholas Bowe, in that GTP car. Always great to be able to take a look behind the scenes as we'll make our way into the nights for what is a global community here on iRacing. The final of the VCO Grand Slams is ready to rumble. Let's run you down through the starting grid for the final time this year on VCO Esports. Marcus Solholm and Owen Carroll will lead the Apex Racing team to a 1-2, but the margins are oh so fine. Arturo Melgar for the Drago Racing team, 22 thousandths off a pole, with Diogo Pinto, former Porsche Esports champion, on the outside of row number 2. The first of the Zebras, Nicholas Bowe, will be alongside the new recruit for Williams Esports in the Fanatec car, Jaden Munoz, making the switch over from Hydra Race Geodesic Racing. 7th for Vlad Kimichev in the Urano Esports BMW, a car we've seen them be very strong in the BMW M Sim Cup. New recruit over at VRS Coanda, Julian Sunnan, sees the Porsche only 3/10 off in qualifying. We'll see how they go in the race. Some curious people watching on in the chat as well. Matt Farrow for the Williams Esports Male is inside of Fraser Williamson for the Movano Racing Acura. Maxime Briant, the rock and rolling Frenchman, is inside of Dion Fiallo. Former teammates, the two of them, on row number 6. The BMW Bank car has some work to do. Streitmatter for the Grid and Go Esports car alongside with Sam Koitet for another one of the Urano Esports contingent. And then Charlie Collins, not getting a representative lap time in, will line up alongside Ian Changuven at the very back of the 15-car GTP field. In LMP2, it is, well, Maxence Godino trying to make it 4 in a row for the Apex Racing team, 21 thousandths off Moreno Sarica, and we've seen LMP2 be the wildest of the classes over the course of 2023. Benjamin Frigiero for Race Clutch inside of Peter Zuba in the Alpine Esports number 35. Dominic Gaimar from Movano's number 368 has Lassie Urainen, this time in a PGZ car on the outside of row number 3. Matthias Luchak for the Apex 101 is alongside Villa Hattinen for the Coffin Dancers number 12, who are not rocking their traditional paint, unfortunately, today. Marlon Ducek, Ricardo Rico, Jose Soria, and then Govan Keeney make up the rest of the top 12, still all within a second of pole position. Carter Hutchinson for the Red Panda Racing number 13, and Grid and Go Esports 004 will round out 14 of these LMP2 cars that get ready to go. Last but not least, another 15 GTD machine. Bit of a mix-up in terms of some of the manufacturers, because Williams Esports Chill Blast picked the Ferrari and Alessandro Bico was fastest of them all. 28 thousandths off Sven Haase, also in the Ferraris alongside. It's all Mercedes though, for a couple of cars behind that. Daniel Pastor in the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports car, and Alejandro Sanchez for company also in the Mercedes AMG Team ART, while Alexander the Irishman is inside of Reina Talvar in the first of the BMWs for the BS Turner split livery machine. The man himself, Pablo, will be lining up at the start inside of Luca Kita for Mercedes AMG Urano. Felix Quirnbach in the Mahler Racing Team BS competition-powered car is alongside Jesse Jones in a Mercedes for Falcon Sim Racing. Kurkowski and Lafuente all within half a second on the 6th row of the GTD field, with Iglesias, Nessov, and Vecchia rounding out the 15 cars. That final red line machine having some work to do. Fortunately, a full formation lap for us to blast through that grid, Joey, and for us to also get set for what is underway. 10 hours into the night, and let's not forget, with physical hardware on the line.
Feel the tension rising. We're only about a third of the way through the lap, but everybody's tense, everybody's ready, and everybody in every single class thinks they've got a chance for the next 10 hours. Everybody at home, they're putting in their bids, they're putting in their bets for who's going to win this event, but every single one of them could very well be wrong. We have no clue who could go home with the VCO Grand Slam trophy in any of the 3 classes. So much is going to go on over the next 10 hours, Arjuna. That would basically be like rolling a pair of dice.
And let's not forget that almost instantly the pace car is going to pull off and away, and we are ready to go racing. 10 hours on the clock, and it's the Apex Racing team that dive down the hill and get the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO underway. Fanning themselves out on the run, down and up now into turn number 1, storming the GTP field, runs their way through turn 3. It's a tidy start for all, which is great to see. The same can be said for the LMP2 cars, working their way through the opening corner as well, snaking through the end of the S's. GTP's very much single file for the time being. All cars and all classes start at the very same time as the Apex Racing team swap around at the front of the GTPs. The GTDs are underway.
The GTD class got a early start on the back straight, the second the green flag out. These guys were racing. No drama, but it did allow the Williams Esports Chill Blast Ferrari to pull away a little bit. They've got about a 5-car length gap over that grid and go number 001. That is a very, very comfortable thing to hold here, at least in the early stages.
Do need to be careful in these early stages to build the tires up properly. Yes, competition get past the red line car. On the run down in the chicane, top 3 somewhat separated out. Diogo Pinto loses out to Vlad Kimichev as well. The bleeding continues for the time being. Now with lap 1 complete, Kimichev on the offense and trying to get past Nicholas Bowe as well. I tell you what, lap 1's pretty frenetic, with the separation that all three classes have for the time being, Joey, all three classes starting safely as well, it's going to mean for a really feisty first interaction of traffic as LMP2s battle for the lead at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, this is the first real bite of racing. This is the appetizer for Petit Le Mans. This is you're getting your bearings. You're driving around for a couple of laps time. You have to make sure you don't make those critical mistakes early and throw it off the track when you're just racing with your own class. Because once that traffic intersection begins, things get so much more difficult. It becomes Petit Le Mans 2, and that's going to become where you win and lose the race over the next 10 hours. So stay safe for the next 5 minutes. Enjoy it for the next 5 minutes, because you're not going to get this level of calm for 10 more hours.
Yeah, I don't even really know where to look right now because there is so much going on, but it's also ultimately not much that's going to be important. Yes, those that get dropped and lose track of those that break away, those are important stories, yes. But right now you would assume that plenty of these cars have already settled into a bit of a fuel-saving rhythm. You want to be trying to save some fuel now because the later you go into the race, the more opportunities you have then to open up the fuel window. Alessandro Bico, though, is taking what I'm saying and proving that wrong. Look at the gap down the back straightaway. It's already 1.3 seconds.
Well, the thing that makes Alessandro Bico's life a little bit easier right now is that fuel saving that you mentioned. Sven Hasse in second. He's probably thinking about fuel saving right now as well. He doesn't have the draft of that Williams Esports Checkered #1 Ferrari, though. So he's got to save fuel at the head of a second pack, put himself in danger of getting passed by the other Williams Esports GTD entry right behind. It's going to be very, very difficult stuff for Sven Hasse in the next couple moments. Doesn't look like very difficult stuff, though, for the driver of the #1. He looks totally calm, and the second Williams Esports driver in third place as well. He's looking totally comfortable. Williams Esports, kind of the bread in a grid-and-go sandwich right now.
I'm glad that you put it that way, otherwise Lewis McLeod would be on your case for incorrect bread sandwich terminology. You see all the die-casts, by the way, behind Asheville. That's a pretty interesting sim room, and of course, in the Mercedes AMG, it's a bit of a different manufacturer between the Williams Esports Chilbalas car and, of course, the Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports entry. And so they obviously wouldn't be sharing setup information, but we'll have a pretty similar sense for what the strategy is going to look like. Like I said, Joey, this is remarkable. Lack of chaos so far, but I think right on cue, 5 minutes in, not even 5 minutes in, first cycle of traffic's about to happen. All 44 cars are still in their respective lines.
I was about to mention, don't speak too soon, because the Apex Racing team, they've been at the apex of the field ever since the green flag. They switched around at the start, but now this is their first real challenge. Navigating through the last couple of cars in GTD, getting by Simufy, getting by that red line Ferrari that had to start at the back. As they move forward through the train, things are going to get more and more difficult. And it's going to get at its most difficult once we get up into the S's here. It's almost impossible to run side by side through here, especially when you're running 15 seconds a lap faster than GTD traffic.
I thought for a second there was a Urano car that was on a one-way ticket to the outside of turn #1, but they all survived, scrambling down through the S's. This is where you must get single file, no matter whether you think you're a GTP that is 15 seconds a lap faster. There is one groove until you're out of turn 5. GTDs will clatter over the curb on the outside, and a Drago Racing car going very defensive. Melgar feels the pressure from Nicholas Bowe, who pushes the PGZ BMW slightly wide. Out of turn 7, it's tighter than 90 degrees. So important to get off the corner early, because now the hybrid kicks into gear and spools itself up. And, well, commentators curse. The first of the GTD victims, it's Kurakowski in the grid and go 002.
I saw that happen in the background coming through turn 10. I think he got forced off by a little bit of GTP traffic, or actually it may have been GTD on GTD warfare. We'll take a replay when we can, but he did get damaged, clattered into the concrete wall on the outside. That's going to be bad luck for Grid and Go Esports early on, but luckily for them, they've spread out a wide net here. They've got 4 cars as we're 2 wide into turn 1.
I think we've just cleared through the entirety of the GTD traffic already. But my word, that cycled through very, very quickly. You can see the VRS Coanda Esports #8 of Julian Sonnen getting through turn 3 with Jaden Munoz on the case. Matt Farrow in a Williams Esports Marla car tucked up behind. Kurakowski, for the record, has dived down to pit lane. Let's figure out why. Side by side with another Mercedes, and uncomfortable moments, and then hard into the wall.
It's very difficult to run side by side through there at the best of times, but especially early on in the race when everybody's getting exceptionally aggressive. You see the Williams Esports Mercedes and some of the GTP traffic comes through, tries to take a peek to the inside, not quite all the way there though, and Kwiatkowski is going to be very unhappy with that. The whole Grid and Go Esports team is going to be unhappy with that. Only 7 minutes into this 10-hour race, and they've already got heavy damage from concrete wall.
And so that's victim number 1, unfortunately. 43 still out there and running. Victim as well, gap at the front, or at least a semblance of draft, because Williams Esports Chill Blaster broken away. Alessandro Bico is now 2 seconds away from Sven Haase, with Alejandro Sanchez in the first of the Mercedes AMG Team ART machines now in third, because I believe we've had potentially through the traffic a slight breakaway. I got distracted there for a second, because note what the Apex Racing team have done, Joey. Do you see it?
Do I see it? I don't see it.
The red highlights around the you can tell it's early in the morning because I can't say headlights that easily. Little headlight flares there, little touches to make it slightly easier to pick apart whether it's the 99 or the 98 with the yellow little little, what do you call it, specks.
This is what we need, Arjun. We're commentators, we're kind of subhuman, we're kind of like bulls. We just need to see a color and go, oh, red, yellow, that's what we need. We can't do anything more difficult than that.
No, definitely not. I will say, by the way, that with now 8 minutes complete, I feel very, very confident in saying LMP2 should be right on the case of traffic and right on cue with 4 cars still split by under 2.5 seconds. 5 cars, in fact. Godino leads from Sarika down the hill. Now past 1, that's Team Redline's Gianni Vecchio, who's still trying to make up some ground. Now into the meat of the traffic they'll go.
Things were pretty calm for LMP2 for the first couple of minutes, but now they've said, hey guys, we're lonely. You've given too much attention to GTP, and we've got a heck of a battle on our own. Apex Racing Team in the lead in LMP2 as well at the apex of the field. Williams Esports Razor, they're on a razor's edge through turn 1, and Race Clutch Blue, ironically in a red car, they're in third in the draft, coming down the hill, getting around some GTD traffic in the worst possible place, getting through the Falcon Mercedes there, and then you've got to slot in line for a couple of moments before you can even think about getting past that Urano Mercedes.
We'll talk about some of your team affiliations, but on board with Peter Zuba, the Hungarian in the Alpine Esports number 35. That's, of course, being run out of the Race Clutch stable. So Benjamin Frigero in third as a teammate technically behind, although you have the sense that probably not going to be too many team games being played. A bit of a switch around happening as the Jasmine Resin team side by side with Govankini and the Reich Energy number 11 as we filter out of turn 7. Oh my goodness, what a shot down the back straightaway. Surely not 4 wide. Almost off into the grass and contact with a Falcon Mercedes. Oh, the first pass of traffic's always the most frenetic and then undone. Dive down the inside. Daniel Lafuente gets taken out.
It was all going so well, and now it's all gone to absolute chaos. The Falcon Mercedes around, the Williams Esports Mercedes around, and well done to that Urano Mercedes for keeping it pointed straight somehow, because we very well could have lost 3 GTD runners there. We almost just lost another one with the BS Turner BMW clipping that curve in turn 1. If you go a little bit too wide there and kind of Tony Hawk ollie over that curve, that's day over instantly.
Oh. And we're not done, are we? These two still fighting, and oh goodness, Rainer Talvar! Oh, hellacious! And straight back into the path of oncoming traffic! Oh, he doesn't get out of there in the nick of time! Simufy goes straight on to take avoiding action. Oh, where's the chaos, Joey? We asked for it.
I don't know why he waited so long to tow if he was going to tow anyway, but maybe he thought he could drive it back around. That was absolutely hellacious. There was no recovering after that. I imagine the engine's probably blown from hitting concrete at about 95 miles per hour by the time he hit that. That is a tragic way to end the race. Like I said, it's a 10-hour race. It hurts quite a bit more to have it end after only 10 minutes.
And unfortunately, there's no fast repairs available in this one. It's even with the updated damage system that we have here on iRacing, which I'll be honest, I don't have too much experience with. I have experience with crashing cars, but not with repairing them too often. I would be curious to see how many cars will head back out onto track with BS Turner and Grid and Go Esports in the pair of GTD machines confirmed as currently sitting in pit lane and waiting. Let's cycle it back because goodness. I'm not sure what you can necessarily say about this move from Drago Racing, except it was a bit aggressive.
Yeah, that was kind of the classic prototype move of getting a little bit aggressive, trying to send it 3 wide. It was already aggressive enough a little bit further back as the Josiah Racine team and a couple of others went 4 wide in GTD traffic. And then the Drago Racing LMP2 says, hey guys, you got room for 1 more here into turn 10. He does make the corner, but only makes the corner as the 2 GTDs to its outside couldn't make it. Luckily, not much damage to any of those 3 Mercedes that got into trouble at the chicane there. It's a lot more damage for some cars later on, but this was just kind of a little kerfluffle. Everybody's still good to go.
And we'll keep watching, because Rainer Talvar, I believe... Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I believe there was an off before, and that's the Alpine Esports LMP2 car that bundles the split-liveried BS tournament car wide. And up through turn 1, the Apex car also pushed it wide. And guess what's about to happen once again as we get ready to head down in towards the S's?
I laugh because Rainer Talvar, it's like he's getting shoved in a locker in middle school. He's just been bullied for the first half of this lap, got thrown off the track in the final corner, thrown off the track in turn 1, and then for good measure, why don't we just end your pain forever, Rainer Talvar? We'll throw you into the tires and the S's. Wait. That might be the worst lap of Road Atlanta that Rainer Talvar's ever had. He might have never had a worse one.
Especially given that we saw him really dominate in the BMW Sim GT Cup last year to break away even with a time penalty over the likes of Maximilian Benneker. By the way, you're not, no deja vu. 13 minutes in, second cycle of traffic for the GTPs. Oh boy, this is going to be a frenetic race without a shadow of a doubt. You've still got plenty of the GTP contenders in line. 6 of them have broken away from those behind. Joey, 6 in play. 2 Apex cars, Drago, BS Competition, Urano and Redline. Oh, it's a tasty battle at the front, and interestingly, they're all in the BMW M Hybrid that they all have so much experience in.
It seems like the car to have, but it is still very, very early days. Lots of representation in the Porsche, a little bit of representation in the Acura with the 04 team at Nivano. They've had some success in that GTP car in the past in some other leagues over the past couple of weeks. And no Cadillacs in the entire field, which is unfortunate. That's definitely a fan favorite, probably the most popular car, at least in official racing, but at the top level, the vast majority of teams have said the BMW, that's probably the car to have. That's why it's a little bit of a BMW challenge with, of course, the Coanda Porsches and the Vivano Acura, maybe looking to be the underdogs at the end of 10 hours.
And of course, the IMSA Esports Global Championship returns for its 2023 campaign on the 5th of November. You'll see all 4 of the GTPs in action, so that's going to be a lot of fun to also get to listen to them and figure out how that all works with a custom BOP in place as well. It's going to be really exciting to see how that all plays out. To front of the GTPs, we continue to keep an eye on them. By the way, all 15 of the GTPs are still out on track and now still only split by 12 seconds, realistically. Coanda, for example, in the Porsche, maybe don't feel like the car's got race pace in the BOP. Doesn't really matter in a race as long as this. It could go in any direction if it's going to be as frenetic as it's been so far. 3 cars have run away, by the way, at the front of the LMP2 class.
And speaking of things that are helpful for commentators, Arjunia, the Williams Esports Razor LMP2, I always love when Williams Esports does this. They put the bright green on the head of one of their cars. They put the bright white on the head of one of their cars, and it makes it so easy to differentiate them. Obviously, you know, LMP2 and Ferrari, it's going to be very difficult to confuse those two, but like I said, we're commentators. It's very difficult for us to differentiate objects. We don't have much object permanence. We're a little bit like babies, so change the colors, and it makes our lives so much easier.
In general, Williams Esports are one of the better teams for that. The only issue is now, of course, in that partnership with Mercedes-AMG. They do have, of course, sometimes the limitation of running a couple of white, purple, and blue cars. But yes, for the most part, you got the Razor in LMP2, Fanatec and Marla in the GTP class. So yeah, that's always trying to keep it nice and easy. And for the time being, Williams Esports still in contention in 2 of your classes. 15 minutes into what is going to be a 10-hour race. Yes, 10 hours. It's going to be a long old slog, that is for sure. Some of the Mercedes cars starting to battle. Luca Kita just behind Daniel Pastor in what is now a train for 4th position.
kind of the closest battle in GTD right now, as we've navigated through the traffic twice now. Things have separated out just a little bit, but Luca Kita's flying right now in that red Urano Mercedes, half a second faster than Daniel Pastor on the previous lap. Fell off a little bit on this lap, a tenth slower, so either Daniel's picked up the pace or Luca's fallen off the pace a little bit, but we do see Luca on the camera in the bottom right now. Interesting that he's chosen Imola as a sticker in the background, but actually not too irrelevant, Archie. Now, I would say that if you had to pick the European track that's most similar to Atlanta, Imola's a little bit like a flat road Atlanta, I think.
It's not the worst comparison.
I don't think anybody's ever said that before, but now that I think about it, it makes sense.
It's not the worst comparison that I've ever heard. I'll put it that way. In the GTD class, let's not forget that most of these cars shared a pretty similar adjustment in terms of fuel and power. So Ferrari, four Mercedes, a couple of BMWs, the only Porsche being Simi Fries, Tristan Iglesias in 11th position, and of course Talvar and Kokoski, the two retirees. I think we're finally going to see the move, aren't we? Luca Kita to the inside, and no real fight back there from Daniel Pastrol. Recognition that the margin's growing to those in front.
Still very early days. We haven't even gotten to the first pit cycle yet. We're barely even halfway through the first stint, so there's no real reason to have a ding-dong battle and throw each other off the road early on. If you see that, you know, Luca Kita's probably a little bit faster than me right now, I'll let him through, save a little bit of fuel behind him, and think about the next 9 hours and 42 minutes that are still yet to happen. It's hard to do that in endurance racing. It's hard to realize that it is a 10-hour-long race and not just the battle you're having in that moment, but these are the best in the world. They've done this so many times. They know the strategy, they know the meta, and sometimes they know when to give up and just ride in line for a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes. That's the operative word for the most part. I'm really enjoying the fact that we do get so many of these webcams. It's not normal for a special event, and as we rise up in through turn 3, look in front, in through traffic, and this time it's LMP2 and GTPs. Prototypes overlapping when the delta in lap time between the two is only about 3 seconds. That is going to be a very difficult interaction for them all to manage, Joey, and I can't wait to see how that plays out. I would assume that it's slightly easier on the power down, where the hybrid kicks in for the GTPs to get things done. Terminal velocity probably not too dissimilar across the classes.
And in the corners as well, there's a little bit less downforce on the LMP2 cars. They're a little bit slower through the corners as well. But it's frustrating being in a GTP trying to get through LMP2 traffic. It's even more frustrating when you're in LMP2 with GTPs coming up to pass you. You're just trying to survive, you're trying to run your own race, and suddenly you've got prototypes, but not your own prototypes trying to navigate your way through, and you can see how dicey things are getting here. Urano and Redline navigating through two of the most colorful LMP2s in the field, almost 3 wide out of the final corner.
Yeah, definitely some of the most colorful machines, and well, they're continuing to get involved in all sorts of shenanigans, this time invoicing for some lawnmower services down through the S's. And by the way, your eyes don't deceive you in the live pictures. That was a GTD, the Mercedes for Falcon, which means all 3 classes interacting for the very first time, and it's allowed a bit of a breakaway at the front. Owen Carroll in the Apex Racing Team 298, now out of drafting range of his teammates, still cycling through plenty of the traffic.
Right now, Owen Carroll is just kind of merrily caroling along, not really worrying about anybody behind, just worrying about his own survival, worrying about traffic, and for once in an endurance race, having a little bit of calm, having a little bit of a race to himself. It's not going to last very long, so he's going to have to enjoy it while it lasts, because his teammate Marcus Soholm isn't too far behind. The BS Competition GTP isn't far behind either, but we are, as Arjuna, you mentioned, in that sort of triple intersection point for the first time. GTD, LMP2, and GTP have all circled around to find each other for the first time. This is good practice, because this is going to happen a ton over the next 9.5 hours. You can get through it the first time, make your life so much easier the next 10 times. Won't make it any less scary, though.
Apex 1 get in front of Team PGZ for 8th position in class. Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available by heading to timing.racebot.tv. If you add timing a slash spotters guide to that, timing.racebot.tv/spotters guide, you can also get a bit of a helpful indication of the liveries for the entire event. Diogo Pinto 3 wide up the inside of turn 6, and one of the Mercedes Urano Esports cars gets shoved out a little bit wide. 3 classes overlapping is always the most scary for the slowest of the classes, the ones that have the least control over the field. and all of a sudden the gap at the front's down in the blink of an eye.
That's endurance racing. That's Road Atlanta especially. That's Petit Le Mans. It can come down in absolutely no time at all, especially through the S's when you've got to slot in line behind GTD traffic for such a long time. You can have as big as a 5-second gap, and it can come down in the space of about a lap. And Owen Carroll, who, like I said, was merrily caroling along for a couple of moments, singing to himself in the car, suddenly he's going to be looking at his teammate behind and saying, oh, I forgot you were here. You were about 3 seconds behind me about 2 minutes ago, and now suddenly we've got a Apex versus Apex battle, or at least an Apex versus Apex tweet.
Looking over the shoulder effectively of Owen Carroll last time by a 109.947. Just enjoying the shot, the body language of the car. And I do feel right now, even these two Williams Esports cars, 8th and 9th on track, about 7 seconds back, still very much in play right now, Joey. It's one of the nervous things about this type of a race, that 6 seconds, 7 seconds, that's a moment in traffic that you can lose, and like we've just seen with Owen Carroll, that's why these GTPs are being so aggressive.
I think if any fans at home want to do this at the end of this race, you could probably do a supercut of us mentioning the word 10 hours, because that's the most important part of this. It's a 10-hour race. Anything can happen. There's 11 seconds separating the GTP field right now. That's absolutely nothing. So you see the Drago Racing LMP2 off the road a little bit. But 11 seconds, that's one pit cycle. That's one wrong moment in traffic. That's one off track. Everything can change. Everybody's still in contention. It is still very, very early days. And we do also have to remember no full course yellows here. It's green flag racing for 10 whole hours. You're not going to get any help from strategy there. And you're not going to get boned by it either, but you gotta race hard for 10 hours.
That was Ricardo Rico just making the wrong decision in traffic, trying to go to the outside before they even plunge down the hill. You can see just how much the earth falls away from you. Look, a focus on the face for the Drago Racing driver, but I don't necessarily think he'll be too happy with that one moment in traffic has now got to make up for it. In a week where Drago Racing are pretty happy, Joey. Yeah. Officially, iRacing World Championship race winners after Parmislav Lemonik came out on top in the Dallara IRO1s for a fledgling team made up of very experienced sim racers. It's another step on their journey to the very top of the sim racing ladder.
Also in Ricardo Rico flavored news, him and Manuel Troncoso, winners in the GT3 class in 24 Hours Series Esports just a week ago, so things have been pretty good for Drago Racing. I'd say the scales are tipping their way. Yeah,
that's a good way to put it, and it is a similar thing with kind of what we saw with Urano Esports in 2022, culminating in them pushing Team Redline to the very end of VCO Infinity, and it'll be interesting for Drago Racing into 2024 and forward with the crew of drivers that they've clearly assembled, how they choose to play it out.
You ignored the reference to the scales.
I did, but mainly because it's still 6 in the morning here, Joey, so excuse me. I know you had a bit of a shortened night of sleep as well. I did too, but yes, I was mainly just enjoying the track guide that we had with Ian Changuven earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I was very thankful for us. He gave us his time to have given us that track guide.
Oh my goodness! No.
I'm very thankful for it.
How do I remove Joey from this broadcast?
It's so early. It's 26 minutes in, and I'm already doing unapologizable crimes.
Yes,
so I'm gonna get kicked out of the booth before I know it.
To be fair, the Iron Changuven fan club will be very happy to see that. This is the LMP2 lead, by the way. Moreno Sorica breaking away from Race Coach Blue, and Maxence Godino in the Apex Racing team car. Not quite sure what's happened there. Try and get word to the Corby crew and see if they can fill us in, but Apex on the quest to try and make it 4 in a row in these VCO Grand Slams in the LMP2 category. Got an uphill climb, at least it would seem right now, and both prototype classes are probably only around 10 or so minutes away, Joey, from owing us a trip down pit lane.
It's early days in the race, but 26 minutes in, And yeah, probably about 28 minutes in, we'll see that first pit stop. But that's going to be an interesting thing because every team, every strategist right now is counting back from the finish of the race. How many stints do we need to do? Theoretically, assuming nothing goes wrong, can we start counting back from the end of the race already and map out our entire strategy before the race even started? That's what everybody hopes they can do, but if you can't make it to that half-hour mark, if you can't split things up into even half hours, suddenly you're left with kind of a little nibble of a stint. Do you have to take a splash of fuel at the end? Will you have to do it earlier on? Or will it just be a clean half hour, 20 times until the end of the race? That sounds easy, but it's not going to be that easy.
I think we'll see drivers also in terms of weather, see what that looks like very briefly. It's not too warm. It is, of course, the fall, autumn period in Georgia, which does get quite cool, and 32 degrees Celsius on the track, only going to get cooler. And for those that have been to a Petit Le Mans, that are going to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta next weekend, pack a jacket, pack a couple of layers. It will probably get quite chilly come the end of the race. If you're just joining us and you're wondering what the BOP looks like for each of the classes, well, relatively minor adjustments in the GTP class, just a slight dash of fuel being taken away from the Acura, Cadillac gaining a little bit of weight, and the Porsche being chopped off of a bit of fuel as well. And in the GTDs, BMW, the brand new Ferrari 296, as well as the Mercedes and Porsche, all receiving slight power cuts as well as slight fuel reductions in order to get the cars balanced just that little bit closer as they all fight their way for what is one of the coolest things I feel in sim racing, because Joey, anyone can make it to the top split of an iRacing special event to a VCO Grand Slam main stage. All it takes is grinding plenty of iRating. Yes, I know that part is not so fun, but once you're in the race, every single driver that wins in this broadcasted split will be driving away with one of those trophies.
What a beautiful trophy it is. You don't see just a perfect rectangular prism of a trophy very often. I think Team Redline's going to have so many of those over the next couple years, though, Arjuna, that they can make a glass house out of all those. It could be a beautiful little house.
Yeah, they've started to accumulate them in the VCO Grand Slams, particularly here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where, of course, 2021, the first and only team so far to have swept all three classes. Battle for third, Drago Racing, well, now getting a little bit closer to those in front once more as Marcus Solholm loses a little bit of ground, lights flashing from the BMW. I think if you're wondering why there are so many BMWs, Joey, the easiest way to answer that is the fact that so many of these teams have been, as Charlie Collins gets in front of Jaden Munoz aggressively in the VRS Coanda car. So many of these drivers have been building setups for this car now for almost a full year. They have so much understanding, so much experience with it, and courtesy of the BMW M-Sim Cup, don't expect them to change cars at least too soon.
Yeah, the BMW was the first GTP car we got on iRacing. Oh, it's very, very unfamiliar stuff out of the final corner, though. The Drago Racing Porsche, or the Drago Racing BMW, rather, off the road in the final corner a little bit. Well saved there. That was dicey stuff. This is very scary stuff now. Another little interception with traffic coming into the S's. And Team Redline, the BMW M Team Redline car with Diogo Pinto behind the wheel. He sees absolute calamity in front of him, and he's just trying to make it through and chase him down, but he got held up an absolute ton there by the Apex Racing Mercedes out of the final part of the S's, and that lost him about a full second just with one bobble in the corner.
I think Diogo Pinto for a moment was like, you know what, I don't want to go anywhere before we get to turn 5, and then said, wait, I've got no choice but to go somewhere, as they're all going everywhere. It's 2x2 in through turn 6. Movano's on the outside trying to work with Jaden Munoz in that Williams Esports Fanatec car. It's Williamson that will try and get the power down. Charlie Collins has gone from the back up to 9th and has carved his way through this battle pack of traffic. But my goodness, they're not done with the fighting just yet.
Yeah, and I don't say this in a derogatory way, but this is the battle for last in GTP right now, and it's still as crazy as anything, because all of these teams have either been dealt a bad hand early on in the race, or they didn't have the qualifying they really wanted. They're all looking for ways to move forward. The 15th place starter in GTP, the VRS Coanda number 91, they're up to 9th already, but but some of these teams like Grid and Go, Team BMW Bank started 12th and 13th. They've only fallen. They're thinking right now, how do we move forward? How do we adjust this strategy? How do we get a little bit of luck so we can start moving our way forward? Because things have only fallen down so far in the first half hour.
I have to correct myself because time has really flown on by since the last of our VCO Grand Slams. But we had one of the most dramatic endings to the 6 hours of the Glen earlier this year, powered by VCO. Where for the LMP2 fight, Ate Kalpanen, Elvis Rankin were fighting along with an additional Apex Racing team entry. And ultimately, contact was made. Rankin got the worst of it, and the Williams Esports LMP2 car was able to break the stretch of 2 in a row for LMP2 victories. And so actually now, it's Williams trying to go 2 in a row and match the Apex Racing team. So keep an eye on that little storyline. Marcus Solholm really has lost ground, though, to his teammate Owen Carroll. With 30 minutes of the race complete, it's 4 seconds, the margin at the front.
The Danish driver kind of lost his teammate for a moment, caught back up to him. It was looking like the Apex Racing teammates were going to be able to work together again, find each other in the pack, and suddenly things have separated out once again. 4 seconds up at the front, and only 0.4 of a second between second and third. That's going to be the battle for them to worry about. But once again, Owen Carroll is so lonely. The first half hour of this race, he's had nobody to play with other than lap traffic. He's been absolutely perfect. He's made no mistakes. He's been the fastest driver on track. Basically everything has gone right for the Apex Racing team number 298 so far. We are only 33 minutes into the race, though, so I hope somebody doesn't clip that off and use that once something inevitably goes wrong. Because something's going to go wrong for every team in this field. It's only a matter of time of when.
And here we go, swap for second. Marcus Solholm's been losing too much time. And Nicholas Bowe dives down the inside and grabs second. Vlad Kimichev under the Fox Factory Bridge will close on that final podium spot as well. The cork in the bottle maybe now has been relieved, and we'll see if Nicholas Bowe is going to be able to close back up once more. Speaking of closing up, by the way, if you've been keeping an eye on GTD on your timing screens, you'll have noted that Sven Haase has been able to bridge that gap to Alessandro Bico at the front of the GTDs. 2 Ferrari 296s at the end of what is the 25th lap for them. Still separated now by just a couple of car lengths.
Ever since the green flag, that Williams Esports Chill Blast Ferrari, he's been having a little bit of a chill blast up at the head of the field. Alessandro Bico pulled a second before the start-finish line even came. He's just been riding and riding and riding, but you can never keep Sven Haase behind for too long. Even a 2-second gap is absolutely make-upable, as the experts say, and Sven Haase is well and truly back there, and critically, within draft range of Alessandro Bico. That's not the most important thing in GTD in terms of racing anymore with diminished draft, but it does allow you to maybe save a little bit of fuel, keep in touch on the straights, and the second-place car could be in even better position than the leader.
They are still fighting, by the way, to not be last in the GTPs. I want to keep you abreast of that, but I'm just also making sure that we're aware of the fact that Benjamin Friggero is closing on Moreno Sorica in that bright green. You're not going to miss it. Highlighter colored LMP2 leading car down out in the final corner. There's fighting everywhere that you look. 45 took the green, 43 are still running. And wait, let's go back to the GTD just to say hello, Alejandro Sanchez, also within drafting range now of the leading group.
Welcome to the party, buddy. Welcome to the party. We could see Apex Racing 2 classes in this race.
I mean,
it's 8 a.m. for me too, 9 a.m. for me too. I'm failing to see the words, but I'm also kind of dumbfounded because they've also spread their net as well, and they could very well do what Redline did 2 years ago and win multiple classes at once.
I was going to say, they still have the chance to win 3, potentially. All it takes is one moment, really, and for things to swap in their direction. Although having said that, Nicholas Bowe's already brought the gap down at the very front by a couple of tenths of a second, so pressure being built up there. Sanchez has the Apex 101 up the inside of turn 7. I mentioned it earlier, tighter than 90 degrees. Very important to turn in early and not carry too much speed into that complex. It is very easy to make a small mistake and continue to lose a bunch of time through that complex. It's losing time as well, 2.5 seconds. Nicholas Bowe has ran away from Marcus Solholm.
Things have spread it out, if that's a word, a little bit more than I expected this early on. in the GTP class, but we're in kind of the epicenter of the hurricane right now. We saw the intersection between GTP, LMP2, and GTD a little bit earlier, and now right after the most difficult thing in the world happens, you do get a little bit of calm before the next little bit of traffic comes up. There's more LMP2 traffic up the road, there's more GTD traffic coming up the road, so you got to take advantage of this little bit of calm right now. Take advantage of any position gains you can make, like the Urano Esports Heineken Media 192 did over the Drago Racing 696. And once you get into the GTD traffic again, like we see here, it's back to the old regular job.
Down through the S's. Saw some questions about which manufacturers are running where. You can see that on the left side of your screen. And again, just a reminder that the fact that these teams have so much experience in the BMW, courtesy of the BMW MSIM Cup, and just the fact that the car has been out for so much longer means that they are a lot more comfortable with the base that they have. Just cycling through traffic continually. It's now third. That continues to be the battle pack that grows, but it's 2 seconds now between the top two. Nicholas Bowe is 3 minutes away from us really entering the pit stop window. Is putting the pressure on towards Owen Carroll at the front, who comes to the end of lap 33.
Now the question is, how much further can they make it? Will they be able to make it to the 1 hour mark? I feel like that's it's possible, and that makes the team's lives a lot easier to split this race up into 10 even stints. But if you can't quite make it to that 1 hour mark in full, or if you go that little bit over on fuel, how does that change the strategy? How does that shorten the final stint? Like I said, everybody's got a strategist in the back specifically thinking right now, what do we have to do to win this race in 9 hours and 22 minutes time? I don't envy that job, Arjuna. We know commentators are famously bad at math. Imagine doing math where you have to count back from 10 hours over however many laps, probably over 200 laps at the end of this all. I don't envy that strategist's job.
It's where a lot of these teams will actually have tools built out, whether it's spreadsheets for those that prefer to live in the manual world, or various other things. There are just different ways that they find the ability to automate. That is ultimately the most important thing that teams want to do, as much of that to be automated as possible. LMP2 pit stops underway. Coffin Dancers, you're seeing Resin and Reich Energy all diving down to the lane along with the grid, and Go Car is full. Nicholas Bowe almost runs into the back of GTDs, rising up into turn number 3.
I've been thinking about this all year, Arjuna, but especially now that we have all 4 manufacturers in GTP, as Redline and Drago are side by side. Drago's been falling a little bit, but how did we live without GTP racing on iRacing? It's been so fantastic over the past couple of weeks since the most recent update to have all 4 of these cars, that I have to remember that only a year ago we had none of these cars, and I'm dumbfounded by that. How did we do it?
Oh, Joey, you missed the fun old LMP1 days as well.
I did, but
top-level prototype racing is
That's got nothing on this.
Oh, it was different. It had its own charms, because let's not forget, those cars were rocket ships. These cars are just that little bit slower, as, by the way, the entirety of the LMP2 field is now down onto pit lane, so first indications that these GTPs have just that little bit more fuel in the tank as they continue to rumble around the Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. There you can see every LMP2 car is up on the jacks, and that's one thing that differentiates IMSA and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship from many other endurance series. Fuel and tires go on at the same time.
LMP2 party. I don't know if I'm seeing things. Looks like there's a little bit of smoke in the background from one of the white LMP2s. Don't know who that is. I don't know if there's damage there, but could be trouble, or maybe it's just a little bit of engine smoke. But I'm interested in LMP2, Arjuna, because this is where we see a lot of teams that aren't necessarily the teams we see all the time. Obviously, Apex Racing Team, BS Competition, Coanda, Urano, you go on. They're in every top-level sim racing event. But in LMP2, you've got teams like Red Panda Racing. How often do we see them with the likes of Carter Hutcherson? We see the Coffin Dancers pretty often, but that's kind of a more fun-loving team than some of the other teams in the field. And Reich Energy, J-Sime Rezine, there's all sorts of names that we never say all year long, and they've all got a chance at the win today.
Williams Esports Razor are down to pit lane in the LMP2 class, so they were able to go one more lap despite also leading. That's an important note. Moreno Sorica will be happy with that strategy note that they've been able to tick off at the Williams Esports headquarters. And you want to talk about resources, there is an entire operation behind the scenes working to keep those Williams Esports cars running. And of course they've got 2 GTPs, 1 LMP2, and did I count correctly, 3 GTDs as well? So that's plenty of cars out on track, and Moreno Sorica is going to emerge back onto the track, still in the lead. From what I can see, no driver changes in the LMP2 pit stop cycle.
No driver changes just yet, just a little bit too early. I did see in the RaceSpot TV YouTube chat, Lewis McGlade is tuned in. I don't remember what you said about 40 minutes ago, Arjuna. You said I either said something that would have made Lewis very happy or something that would have made Lewis very sad.
Oh, yes, you got your sandwich terminology correctly.
That's right.
We had, what was it, Sven Haase in the Williams sandwich? Rather, Williams bread sandwich, or whatever it was.
Yeah, Williams bread sandwich.
Well, no. You said it correctly. I'm butchering it right now, but yes, don't worry. If Lewis is listening, there was correct terminology brought in behind the scenes. Let's go behind the scenes as well, because it's great to see VRS Coanda back into a special event. They were so dominant, of course, for so many years at the iRacing Daytona 24. Now, of course, partnered up with Porsche. Great to see them back, and of course, racing from that Porsche Coanda team facility. It's not the best of camera angles that we get. Ian Janguven sits in the rig, gets ready to go, watching Charlie Collins, so you can just see the feet kind of tap dancing away on the pedals. But that's the look behind the scenes in Gronau at the team facility.
If you want to feel old, you know what year Charlie Collins was born, Arjuna?
I know the answer to this, but I want to keep the suspense up. I don't know.
2004.
Yeah, it's much too young. Do you know the scarier thing? Bryn Collins' brother. Do you know when he was born?
I assume even later. I'm going to say 2008.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but much too young is the answer to that question.
It's unacceptable. That's not a real year. That's not a year that humans were born.
Exactly. Joey, you're getting older. You'll realize that once you get beyond 25.
I mean, 2000 is late enough for some people. That's a date that starts with a 2. How is that even possible?
Exactly.
I don't know how that happened to me, but there's sentient people on iRacing who were born in 2010. That makes no sense.
Beyond 25, ages are just made up. That's what I've decided.
Okay, boomer.
Exactly, right? Fake news. Vlad Kimichev has got Diogo Pinto directly behind. Marcus Solholm continues just to be a bit of a cork in the bottle for these drivers. As for the lead, it's down to 1.5 or so. Really intrigued as to the fact that LMP2s have completely finished their cycle of pit stops. But Owen Carroll, and indeed no one in your GTP class, has made a trip to pit lane just yet, and I don't think it's going to start. Carroll's looking up the inside, but more just to try and get past traffic.
It's coming down again. Nicholas Bowe, ever since he passed that second Apex Racing team, BMW, he's been flying. He's been moving forward. That was about a 5-second gap only a couple of laps ago, but Nicholas Bowe, on that previous lap alone, got a little bit luckier in traffic, 4/10 faster than Owen Carroll was.
Here we go.
Oh, but here we begin. 45 minutes in the race. Coanda's in. It's Charlie Collins.
And again, all of these BOP adjustments for the GTP cars. 1% fuel taken away from the Porsche. Maybe this is a side effect of that as Coanda make their way down to the lane and Charlie Collins sits on the jacks in that wonderful Porsche 963, which does sound quite good. But I will say that after hearing it side by side with the Porsche 919, I actually don't have a proper way to compare them, because the 919, Joey, running at Rennsport Reunion last weekend, didn't have, I'm quite sad saying this, didn't have its hybrid system turned on.
Darn. I told you this was going to happen. We're 45 minutes into the race, and the Arjuna Seika hour has already begun. So
it's 10 hours of this, by the way.
Tune in for the next 9 hours. You're getting a lot of Laguna Seca facts. You're going to learn a lot. Nicholas Bowe is in, but I'm going to learn so much about Laguna Seca tonight.
You're going to learn about Rennsport Reunion, and I can't be too biased towards Porsche through the course of this one, because, boy, amazing. Just the number of cool Porsches that they brought out there. 917s and 962s in numbers running around the track. And in anger, I believe there were 2 917s that actually hit each other. That was suboptimal, as Lewis McGlade would say. But yeah, I got to hear the fake RSR, you know, the GTLM IMSA spec RSR, when it was based off a 911 Carrera rather than a 911 Carrera GT3, as most race cars are in the Porsche family, compared against the original Porsche RSR 17 and then the Porsche RSR 19 with its updated rear diffusers. Joey, those engine noises for the 17 and the 19 are not safe for work. I can guarantee you that.
Not safe for ears, most likely.
No,
have to imagine that.
Very safe for ears.
Very safe for ears? Oh yeah, they've got the sound restrictions. I forgot about that.
Actually, it's one of the few weekends a year where the sound restrictions can get thrown out the window because you're not telling Porsche turn down your race cars, especially when they want to unveil their brand new Porsche 911 GT3 Rennsport, which there are like some 77 in the world, and it sounds amazing. We'll get away from that because I'm quite impressed. Owen Carroll is leading. There are 6 GTP contenders that have not made trips to pit lane. 4 more have dived to the lane this time by, including Solholm, Kimichev, Briant, and Williamson. We are seeing some divergence on the strategy right now.
It's kind of a wide pit window, but this is what I mentioned. When you're not getting to that clean, hour mark, that clean half-hour mark even, it's much more difficult to think about strategy 10 hours from now, 9 hours from now. So do you go that little bit longer on the first stint and shorten the final stint? Do you go that little bit shorter in the first stint and lengthen the final stint? Well, the Apex Racing Team 298 is in. I have to imagine that Redline are going to be in behind. I think the hard end of the fuel tank may be coming, but it looks like Redline's staying out. They're going to go around for one more lap and extend this first stint even longer. But can they extend it long enough to eliminate one more stop compared to the rest of the field? That's going to be the more difficult game.
Break out the yellow pen, make Joey very jealous, but you noted the lack of pit lane limiter from Owen Carroll and the usage of 7th gear. That's risking a little bit when it comes to potentially getting caught out with a speed violation, but it is ultimately the fastest way to traverse the lane, and so that is what the call would have been there. Here's Nicholas Bowe. It's a lengthy stop, let's not forget. These drivers taking 4 tires, it would seem, with fuel going into that car, and so just scampering out of turn 7. Nicholas Bowe has got Diogo Pinto yet to come down the pit lane directly behind him. One driver change taking place as Keika Shube is going to jump into the BMW bank car. Is Owen Carroll going to emerge in the net race lead, though? That's really the question.
They're going to be side by side for the race lead here. BMW M Team Redline, or actually not for the race lead rather, but for getting a lap back is Nicholas Bowe.
Why did Diogo Pinto do that when he's just had to then compromise himself to come down the pit lane? Nicholas Bowe doesn't understand it. I don't understand it either, quite frankly. Diogo, I think, is a little bit smarter than that. And it means that emerging out of pit lane, Owen Carroll sees the margin extended to 3.2 seconds. Diogo Pinto might actually have guaranteed that he's closer to the BS competition car come pit exit.
But even a 3-second gap isn't necessarily as big as it could have been. Even with getting held up through the final quarter, you saw Nicholas Bowe a little bit unhappy with that, or at least as unhappy as he could possibly be right now running in second. He's back in line, though. He's locked and loaded. He's put that beside him, not showing too much emotion. He's a machine, and he's looking forward. 3 seconds is nothing. He's brought that gap down before. He might be able to bring that gap down again. It's his first little bit of what are you doing of the race so far, but you get over those quickly, and you've got to get over those because you're going to get a lot of questionable moments over the next 9 hours. We're not even an hour into the race yet.
And let's not forget that Marla Racing Team victorious in 2022 in the LMP2 class, the then top class in this race. That was an outfit run by the Williams Esports crew, not by the BS competition team that run the Marla Racing GTD car in today's race. So there's always some drama and some storylines to talk about. And as Diogo Pinto comes out of pit lane, he comes out behind Marcus Solholm, only about 2.4 seconds back. So Solholm has dropped behind Vlad Kimichev through the pit stop cycle. Urano are going to be delighted with that one. They've been one of the strongest in this BMW M Hybrid V8 and now find themselves on the net podium spot. Williams Esports went longest of them all, though. 44 full laps. Jaden Munoz and Matt Farrow clearly thinking something on the strategy.
Dropping off the jacks now, but they're still going to be waiting for quite a while. They were able to extend it longer than anybody else to 9 minutes and 10 seconds, or 9 minutes and 9 hours and 10 minutes. I've already lost any concept of time, Arjuna. We're only 50 minutes into the race, but just going that one lap longer, that makes the math a little bit easier. You're chopping up 10-minute blocks and making an hour out of that. It's too complicated math for me to do, but you know that those Williams Esports strategists, they're very happy that they were able to take that one extra lap in the first stint.
And it's why I was talking about so much in those first couple of cycles that as long as you kept yourself in the ballpark effectively, you had a chance. Traffic has very much filtered its way around this facility now, and so very different complexion to the race that we started with. Vlad Kimichev's only half a second off of Nicholas Bowe. 3 cars split by 2.5 seconds in the GTP lead. Matt Farrow has emerged in 8th position, only 11 seconds back from Owen Carroll in the race lead. That, I think, shapes up quite nicely. The question will be in 9 and a bit hours' time how it shapes up. But that's a long way still to go.
Long way still to go, and I imagine everybody at the start of this race put in their predictions, you know, placed their bets, who's going to win. We didn't do that, Arjuna. You always put me on the spot. I'm going to put you on the spot right now. 9 hours and 8 minutes from now, who's winning this race?
No, you're not. We didn't do predictions this year rather for this race for a very good reason, because I only can do so many things at once, and I'm already at capacity today, as it turns out. Yes, predictions are always a lot of fun. Ultimately,
I already failed my predictions enough earlier on in the year. I'm never going to come back from the 24 hours of Daytona.
Well, so I was going to say that ultimately, Joey, flip a coin, throw, shake a magic 8-ball. That would probably be as accurate as actually picking a winner for this race, and I genuinely mean that.
I should have done that. I should have broken out the random number generator or gotten a pair of dice or something, and that would have been the way I picked it.
For people that don't know, Joey does this every time he goes and commentates at a super speedway, a Daytona, a Talladega in NASCAR style racing. For those of us unfamiliar with oval racing, he breaks out the random number generator and basically finds the first number that matches someone in the field and says, that's my pick to win the race.
I can't remember if I've ever been right. I think it was right once.
There you go.
I think the mystical number generator did actually get it right once, but I don't remember. I might be making that up.
I mean, that's the thing. It's probably just as accurate as picking at a track like that, a track like those. And genuinely, the field is this close, and so many of them are in similar cars as well, that I feel like you flip a coin, it can go in any direction. GTP, I mean, look at this gap that we've got right now. It's top 5 split by 7.5 seconds after an hour. No safety cars to bring it back in, but they're all in the same car. Still could go any direction. LMP2, the lead here. 2 cars split by 1.5 seconds. It still could go any way between these two, and I must say, very impressed by Race Clutch right now. Benjamin Friggero is holding Morena Sorica honest.
Well, you know the big problem here, Arjuna?
No. It's
Race
not blue.
Clutch blue.
Yeah.
Race Clutch blue.
Yeah.
It's red.
Yeah. Although, let's zoom in. Blue end plates and mirrors, but now that is also the spec for all LMP2 cars.
Yeah, they blew it.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh.
I'm sure Ben Q's happy. I'm sure they're happy with the beautiful sponsorship, and it is easy to pick out. I'll give them credit with the bright red. It's a little bit like, you know, that Jerry Harrison album, the red and the black, but it should be blue. It should be blue.
That did hurt just a little bit hearing that pun, by the way. Oh, 3 abreast almost out of the final corner. LMP2's continuing to rumble, and 2 of them that we've seen so many times. The Yassim Razine and PGZ and Reich Energy cars, 3 wide almost out of the final corner, and now stretching up in towards turn number 3. The blind crest with the BMW Bank machine of Keika Shube directly behind them. GTD machines now stopping their momentum as well. These cars, very much you could throw a blanket over the top of them, and they're going to go 3 wide, aren't they, in towards turn 6.
And that's one of the most interesting teams in the field, Arjuna, the Yassim Razine. That's not a name we see at the top level of sim racing very often. It's some drivers who tend to jump around to different teams. Jose Soria and Isaac Hayen. I feel like we see them a lot in kind of the fun teams, the mishmash of drivers just coming together to do an event. I don't know how to pronounce their team name.
No.
I don't know what it means. My research beforehand came up with nothing. But we know Jose Soria, we know Isaac Hayen. We just don't know what their team name means.
We've seen them we've seen Jose in particular in the LMP2s in a variety of different teams over the course of the Grand Slams. The Culture Racing team, of course, as well as, oh, Nicholas Bowes a little bit slow. What's happened to the Zebra? The BS competition entry has lost a bit of ground. Diogo Pinto's now the next car in line, fortunately with some separation in some lap traffic, but it came at the very top of turn number 3, a place where there is plenty of jeopardy to try and make a sort of aggressive move, and we'll have to try and figure out exactly what happened. Here's the replay, Joey, talk us through it.
GTD, LMP2, but it was none of them. It was actually the Urano BMW behind who came into contact with the BS BMW. Luckily for Nicholas Bowe, is at just the right place. It's the slowest speed part of the S's, and there is a little bit of asphalt runoff there where the club track comes up. But that was just a little bit of a punt coming through traffic from the Urano BMW. A little bit of a misjudgment of the braking zone, of the closing speeds. I don't think there's going to be any damage from that. It was a pretty delicate touch, but a scary moment for Nicholas Bowe. He's lucky to get away with that one with no damage.
Here we go, GTD pit stops. Biko in the Ferrari brings it in from the lead, followed in by Luca Kita. Of note, Daniel Lafuente in the 55 Mercedes AMG Williams Esports machine, while Williams go long in the GTPs. Williams goes short in the GTDs. Lafuente has already been on track for a full lap on a fresh set of tires and is pushing that car. Here's the race leader, though, now in class, Sven Haase, having to deal with the swarm of traffic onto the 44th lap of the run, and crucially, Alessandro Biko came in well before the top of the hour.
And that was a very smart move there from the purple LMP2 behind Daniel Lafuente. Could have sent it 3 wide, but smartly backed out of it, didn't send it into turn 10 there, and kind of preserved everybody's lives. So smart driving from the LMP2 traffic there. But Sven Haase, he's got to be coming in this time around. If he's able to go one more time around, though, that'll be pretty big, because that takes him even closer to that mythical 9-hour mark. That takes this team into a far easier strategy position of being able to split things up more cleanly. Does he take a hard right here over the Fox Factory Bridge? Does he keep going? He does have to pull it in, and I think that was a sputter. I think he ran out of fuel up over the hill, or just got a little bit of oversteer. Either way, he's coming in.
That was scary, very scary for a moment, and now let's jump on board again. Also in 6th, and trying to make sure that the fuel usage in the box is minimized as much as possible. So, everyone going to be in, it would seem, before the top of the hour, with the exception of Gianni Vecchio, that's going to be able to extend the run, but maybe not even to the 60-minute mark. We had a full pace lap as well. How does that factor into the mix? We'll potentially get word from Redline come the end of this pit stop cycle. Where is Sven Haase going to feed out, though, in comparison to Biko? Currently running down the back straightaway. Haase's off for the jacks and just waiting for the fuel to be packed into that car.
It's going to be a long wait, but remember where that red line number 71 started? Gianni Vecchio started that car dead last in GTD. Obviously, it's only the lead for a couple of moments. They still have to make a pit stop, but being able to extend that stint, like I keep mentioning, to that 1 hour mark could be very big for Redline. What started at the back of the field could very well be moving forward here very quickly. Sven Haase out of pit lane. He's going to slot in 2nd. He's actually lost quite a bit of time to that Williams Esports Chill Blast Ferrari. The slot and line up over the top of the hill. Critically, though, that number 1, he's dealing with traffic. LMP2's GTP is coming through. That's going to slow him down all the way down the hill.
They're both having to fight with traffic. It's not ideal for either of them. Did just realize that Daniel Lafuente did a short pit stop relative to the rest of the class, and so potentially it is now the case where Lafuente, with the damage from earlier in the race, now just compromised slightly for the rest of the strategy cycle. Nicholas Bowes, a mandatory pit stop visit, 13.6 seconds of repairs put on to the number 89 machine. Still technically on the leading lap, yes, but it's meant that Vlad Kimichev dropped into a fight now with Marcus Solholm for 2nd. Once again, Owen Carroll comfortable at the front of the field.
Sitting pretty. And you know how much I love the internationality of the top level of sim racing, Arjuna? You know how many nationalities in terms of drivers are in the top 10 right now?
Are we at 10?
We're not quite at 10. We're at 8 because those darn Brits, they're overstaying their welcome.
Well,
we got Owen Carroll, Farrow, and Charlie Collins, but there's 8 total.
Charlie Collins is Welsh. I mean, we can count him as, you know.
Okay, we can split it up that way.
We can go up to 9. I'm just, you know, trying to find ways to improve that number.
Is Matt Farrow's English?
I believe so. I will be honest in saying I don't really remember off the top of my head where Owen Carroll is from, and I don't want to be wrong.
Time to break out the Google. I feel like if your name is Owen, you're probably Welsh in some way, but let's look
This is where maybe the brother Reese can jump into the chat and let us know. Whether you're watching on iRacing's Twitch, VCO's channels as well, don't forget to come and join us there, because we've got plenty more racing to come throughout the rest of this year, including some exciting new things that I can't even mention just yet. Or on RaceSpot TV, maybe Reese Carroll can jump in and let us know. If you're wondering where Gianni Vecchio fed out, by the way, after the lengthy pit lane sequence, did come out after the top of the hour and has come out in 7th spot. For a car that started down the back, Gianni Vecchio is not in the worst position, you'd have to say.
No, being able to extend it that long as well, that might cut out a stop for Team Redline. That is entirely possible that in 8 hours' time, when that final stop comes around, Redline could have one more stop, everybody else could have 2 more stops. They need to take a splash of fuel. This has gone very, very well for Gianni Vecchio and Team Redline. Should we really be surprised? I don't think we should. They swept this event 2 years ago. One of the best organizations in sim racing, so I would not be surprised to see a last to first GTD. We said anybody could win it. We said it would be possible, and they might be proving us right.
I think the thing with Gianni as well is, whoa, up the inside, that's the always scary thing. You're never confident to be able to turn in through that opening corner. Gianni has struggled in the past with having to drive certain cars that maybe weren't always the preferred car in terms of BOP. Porsche 911 RSR comes to mind. And so it was quite gratifying to see him be able to grab the victory in the Porsche 24 driven by Redline entry when Redline swept the classes. And while Vecchio's been on the climb down, or step down for Daniel Pastor in some ways. Of course, started up in 3rd position, has lost 5 spots. A lot of them on the start. Seems to be a little bit calm right now. This is what you want to see, even if he's a little bit frustrated, not letting himself get too emotional just yet.
Yeah, right now, at this stage, when you do still have 9 hours left to go, you can't really afford to be too mad. You can't really be that emotional, because it's still so early. Anything can happen. If we did see drivers kind of spitting mad this early on, you'd think, oh, there's probably a problem there. We might see some more problems over the next 9 hours. But Daniel Pastor, calm, cool, collected, dare I say even chill, to quote a Williams Esports sponsor. But that's no surprise for the Williams Esports drivers. I feel like they're generally pretty calm.
Don't forget, by the way, if you are watching on the iRacing Esports Network, live on Twitch, chat is going to have a timing linked pinned. You can follow along by heading to timing.racespot.tv. If you want to follow along with a spotter's guide, just throw in a /spotter's guide at the end of that, and you can get a visual guide to all the liveries that we have out on track today. It's always great to be able to see that. On board with the Porsche 963. And of course we all, as there's a GTD car, it's Simufy, big drama through the S's, but somehow Tristan Iglesias held on to that, and I think kept it out of the wall.
Yeah, I don't see any damage on that Porsche. There's a lot of polygons on that Simufy livery, but I don't think any of them are because of damage. That is a lucky break as the Coanda Porsche was coming through, but what a... there was a little bit of wall contact on the left side. Actually, probably pretty hard wall contact with the concrete exposed wall there. Right on board with Coanda Porsche, just sending it in through there, but that's Road Atlanta for you. Not really on either of those two cars. That's just what happens sometimes at Road Atlanta. It was bound to happen eventually.
You say it was bound to happen. I say look rearwards from the Drago racing car. Light flashing does not suddenly make a hole appear, Julian.
That is true.
Newest recruit to VRS Coada Esport, and I'm always curious what the debrief will be like for teams as well. Simufy is going to have to return to the pit lane. That is unfortunate. Always curious what the debrief is like after a moment like that for some of these teams, and I'll be curious to maybe talk to Julian, maybe Charlie, Ian Chan, and see what is going to be the debrief that they have after this particular race. Let's not forget that Ian Chan Guven sitting in there, Porsche Junior Shootout winner, I believe, and of course drives alongside Lauren Heinrich in Team 75 Bernard in DTM this year, in some of the coolest liveries that I must say. Is Ian Chan currently going through trying to figure out, I think he was for a second, just looking through the replays, It's always, and now on the phone, by the way, always interesting.
Is he on iRacing Twitch on there? I couldn't see his screen.
No, he's too important for that, let's be real.
Wish.
He's got his own fan club on the VRS Coanda Twitch, or on his own Twitch. That's actually where all of his fan club probably is. But it's always cool to see behind the scenes what these drivers are doing, and now the Coanda drivers almost make contact. Oh, goodness. Sonnen, Collins up side by side through turn number 1 and finally get it sorted out.
I mean, it's good that they sorted that out in turn 1 because that looked like it could have come very much unsorted as they were 3 wide with the race clutch LMP2. Things could get spicy here as well, though. Julian Sonnen second in line, but his teammates getting held up over the top of the hill, up over the table with the giant curb on the outside. He's going to have the draft down the back straight coming into the chicane. Does he repay the favor on his teammate Charlie Collins, or does the team start to say, hey guys, this is a little bit dicey for us. We don't really want to be racing right now. We don't need to be racing right now. Try and slot back in line. Try and keep each other alive.
If you do want to get involved, use the hashtag VCO Grand Slam to stay connected with us and to stay connected to VCO Esports on social media. We want to hear how your race is going, no matter what split that you're in, because let's not forget that every split going on will be seeing plenty of close racing, and there are so many stories with which we should be talking about and celebrating. That is what these special events are all about. With more than 60 minutes now complete, first hour has been dropped from the clock. Vlad Kimichev has put that mistake behind him, and is now putting the hard work in to close up towards the front. Has there been more drama? Julian Sonnen's now dropped behind Maxime Brion.
I think he's just been horrifically held up in traffic. I think that's what happened, and maybe he's getting a little bit hot under the collar after that moment with his teammate. Maybe he's had a little bit of trouble in traffic, but here we go through turn 1. All on his own, throwing it in. Does he go too wide? Oh, he comes nearly into contact with the Apex Racing Team Mercedes. I think kind of has to get on the brakes a little bit through the corner to not get into the back of him, and that sets the car off a little bit to clip that turn 1 curb. There it is. Actually, I don't even think that had anything to do with the Apex Racing Team Mercedes coming up. He just took a little bit too much speed into the corner and looked to be missing the corner either way.
I think that was maybe also the inexperience there from Sonnen in top-level prototype racing. Just not recognizing the fact that the GTD was going to swing out wide and went for a gap that was, let's be real, never really there. And so, unfortunately, Sonnen loses a bit more ground, but that could have been a lot worse, sailing off in through what is now a modified grass in the most recent build on iRacing. Fortunate not to have lost any more ground as a result of that. Charlie Collins, or Chollins as I managed to nickname him in the heat of the moment. That does help differentiate Charlie Collins from Brain Collins.
Charlie Collins and Carly Chollins, a dynamic duo.
Chollins and Brolins. I think that's what I've decided.
Chollins and Brolins. That sounds like a
TV show.
That sounds like a BBC show
exactly.
from the 1940s that we can't show anymore.
Joey gets it. And you get the final part of that as well, because as someone who grew up in the UK watching many a BBC show, yes, many of those cannot be shown anymore. And
those were the days, watching Chollins and Brolins before you went off to school. Those were the days.
Those were the days indeed. Chollins and Brolins. I get the sense that one's going to come back and circle back towards
that's going to be a team name next year.
Oh, can you imagine that's what they call each other, or what the team name is in the Porsche Esports Super Cup next year? I could totally see that. Still fighting, by the way, to not be last, and crucially now with Nicholas Bowe's issue, these drivers find themselves in a 3-way battle for 12th, 13th, and 14th. Grid and go up the inside of Jaden Munoz, who on debut for Williams Esports is really having quite a hard task. Save a lot of fuel in what is a very top-level field of GTP action.
This is a very difficult event to make your debut in, Jaden Munoz. It's one thing to make your debut in a 24-hour race like at Daytona or even at Spa, because there's a lot of racing, there's a lot of drivers that share one car. This is a 10-hour race. There's 2 drivers. A lot more is falling on your shoulders. It's a lot more pressure. Jaden Munoz has done a good job of not really making any mistakes so far, and he's got a very difficult task of saving fuel. But look at Charlie Collins. It's Chollins flying forward while his teammates been falling off. It's been a whole new Charlie Collins. He's in the fight for the top 5 now with Arturo Melgar.
what would have happened if this car qualified decently as well, right? I mean,
Race lead right now, probably.
as much as they want to complain about BOP, yeah, with the way the traffic's played out, I genuinely feel like this car could have had a chance, although it's very early doors. We're not even 2 hours into this one, and so maybe we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves. It's the final of the VCO Grand Slams. It means that there's only one more endurance race to come after this, and it's not a trip to Suzuka with the GT3 cars this year, as has become the norm at the end of a iRacing special event calendar over the last handful of years. Instead, we've got another Japanese track on the docket, Joey. It's a trip over into the shadow of Mount Fuji. Again, with just the GT3 machines, but given how many GT3 cars we have now, that's going to be really, really exciting.
It will be exciting. It's not a race that really that we see in the real world with all GT3s at Fuji. We've got the World Endurance Championship, I believe, still yet to race there in the real world with all 3 classes. So that'll be an interesting and unique event. I did see a question in the YouTube chat, by the way, from Grid and Go. They wanted to know how many registrations total there were for this 12 p.m. GMT time slot for Petit Le Mans. I imagine that's a number you are more likely to know than me, Arjuna.
You've thrown me straight under the bus. The answer is I will ask iRacing
a lot
and get back to you, because being quite honest, there were too many other things going on at the start.
Too many people signed up too. We can't count them all.
Oh, that's on you. I can count 1, 5, 9, 7, 10, 11. I just counted.
I mean, that's
10.
close enough. I didn't even know there were numbers higher than 12 until about 13 days ago.
Oh, interesting. You see, if I had been really smart and thinking a little bit more clearly, I would have pretended to count 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21,
well, don't start doing that, because now I have to start figuring out how to say, like,
89.
Fibba, Kankapati, Nachi. I gotta figure out how to combine them.
At least you recognize where I was going with that.
I at least made it through high school math. I didn't get any further than that.
GTPs, by the way, are all still out there on track, which is why there are so many close battles to keep an eye on, not just now. For 5th position, where Arturo Melgar, is really, I feel, starting to feel the pressure. It is also up towards the front, where it is now down to almost a second. Vlad Kimichev has done the hard work, has brought the gap down, and now, as the cloud cover sets in, has the race leader in his sights.
There was actually a very scary moment in the background. I just saw the last edge of it in the background of the previous shot, but Alex Dunn in the ART 98 actually got hit off the road in the S's. Didn't hit the wall, managed to keep it pointed straight, but he had a little bit of contact with maybe Vlad Kimichev in the GTPs. No, it was the Drago Racing GTP. Quite a bit of contact, actually. There's damage to the rear end of that ART number 98 coming down the hill. There is no rear bumper on that Mercedes.
And curious as well that, by the way, that Drago machine comes out of nowhere and very similar to Julian Son and went for a gap that, quite frankly, did not exist. But yeah, I don't think that for Alex Dunn, that's going to be a healthy car, and indeed, he's had to bring it directly down to the pit lane, and that's a shame, because it's another debut for a major team. The Apex Racing team delighted to welcome the 17-year-old Irishman Alex Dunn, who currently competes in the GB3 Championship, something that Lewis McLeod commentates on in the real world, but also won the 2022 British Formula 4 Championship in the real world. Has so much experience of open wheel racing as well, and you know the scary thing, he's scary quick in the sim as well.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how much it hurts me to say this, Arjuna, that the race is Alex Dunn already.
Right click.
User has left your channel.
Yeah, kick client from server. I think that's the button that I'm looking for right now. It's okay. We've only got 45 more minutes of Joey. Oh, but then I've just realized we get more of you later. Double dose.
Yeah, double dose. And you got Reese coming up too. He'll make you he'll give you some pain as well.
He won't make me groan as much. I think that is hopefully what I'm, fingers crossed, waiting for. Race Clutch have been waiting for this moment as well. They've closed on to the back of Moreno Sorica. It's not like either driver has really dropped off in times. It's more just how the traffic's played itself out. And now Sorica, Frigiero, 6'10" splits the two of them. And again, I'll just reiterate, very impressed by Race Clutch and the performance that we're seeing out of them. Not just up here in second spot as well, but back and forth where Alpine Esports, also powered of course by Race Clutch, running fourth, so effectively second and fourth on the track right now.
It's slightly annoying actually that the Alpine Esports Race Clutch run car, it's actually the blue one. It's dark blue. I guess it's purple in a way, but that's the blue car. So now I got to do some mental math there. The Alpine Esports car is the blue one, and the Race Clutch blue one is the red one.
It's not a bad looking car,
I think I've got it. Yeah, it's a beautiful car.
And of course, we'll have the Alpine Esports Endurance Championship coming up here on RaceSpot TV shortly. What's it? Next weekend, if
next weekend
my math does do me correctly. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Early morning for those in the US, but going to be fun to have. Surely exciting field. We've got Peter Zuber in this car currently sharing the driving duties with Balaslag Remenik. Not sure who else we will see behind the wheel of that car potentially through the course of the day, but we'll keep you, of course, up to date with all of that news. Grid and Go Esports fans, Movano fans, well, rejoice. You're in a fight. Although maybe don't rejoice much longer. Alejandro Sanchez just got turfed off the road. Quick car control from the Spaniard to hold on to it.
Things are going too well for the Apex Racing team in GTP, so it's about time things went wrong for them in GTD. For the second time through the S's, they're getting bullied. A little bit of latency, a little bit of air between the two cars there, so I don't think there's going to be any real damage, and it was a good save. But I think Apex Racing team probably wishes we could skip the S's at Road Atlanta, because they have not had a good time through here so far. Today was an excellent save.
Nice little quick reaction. Could have been a lot worse. And while we were taking a look at that, Luca Keita's been able to close. It's now a 5-second margin up to second spot for the Mercedes AMG Team ART entry. Also have seen the gap open back up in the LMP2 lead, where Moreno Sarica 1.8 now seconds clear of second spot, and that Race Clutch number 15. I'm a little bit speechless right now, genuinely, Joey, about the fact that, yes, we've had 4 retirees, and somewhat predictably, they're all in the slowest class. Apex is Mercedes joining Simufy, BS Turner, and Grid and Go in DNFing from this race. However, so many cars are still split by such small margins that no team can really breathe right now.
No, there's no breathing allowed. There's not going to be any breathing allowed for the next 8 hours and 42 minutes because you never know what can happen. We're in one of those calm periods again, coincidentally, where it's just GTP versus GTP. It looks like a prototype cup right now, but all you have to do is look a little bit up the road, and you see there's more LMP2 traffic coming up, there's more GTD traffic coming up, and there's absolutely nothing between the number 298 and the number 192. They're within draft range of each other. It's suddenly a race for the lead, legitimately on track.
And don't forget that we are about to cycle back into pit stops for the LMP2 cars. We've had a handful, Coffin Dancers and the Yassim Brazin machines dive down onto the lane, but everyone else continuing just to circulate for the time being. It's closed up very much up towards the front though. Kimichev's already made contact once with the BS competition machine earlier. We'll want to make sure there's no damage to the front end, and crucially, keep your nose out of trouble for now another 8 hours and 40-ish minutes to just be there at the end. Realistically, Joey, we've got about 500-ish laps scheduled if we run at this relentless pace. Only matters who leads the final one.
It does, but I think Urano, they may be able to lead lap 71, lap 72 here in the near future because they are rapid. Vlad Kimichev behind the wheel right now. He's been pushing, and he is, again, within draft range. If he gets close enough, he could make a move if he wants to. Just needs to get a little bit luckier through the traffic here. He's not going to get lucky through turn 10 and turn 11, getting held up by the Williams Esports Mercedes. But out onto the back straight. Looking forward, looking at some moving GTD chicanes, just moving his way through the traffic, and he sees the race leader that he may be able to get by on track, and he's making his own life a little bit more difficult on the back straight.
Trying to find their own lines, and it's going to have to stay behind Jose Soria for the time being. 3 seconds or 4 seconds difference in lap time between the two prototype classes. It's not a big difference. And these are the moments. Kimichev stuck behind, loses a couple of tenths of a second, just crucial momentum being fed out onto that short pit straightaway, and suddenly the margin back up at 1 second, and now settles in once more. Settling into the pit stop rhythm for the LMP2s, and crucially now, driver changes underway, not for race clutch, as Frigero's going to stay behind the wheel, but Maxence Godino out, Stanley Deslandes in behind the wheel of the 199 for Apex.
First driver change for them. I also did a little bit of research in the last couple minutes. I've been corrected. The Josiah Racine team, they were actually here at the 12 Hours of Sebring, but they were combined with about 3 other teams in a sort of super combination team. So now they're just racing on their own for the first time. Still doesn't answer my question, though, of how do you pronounce their name and what does it actually mean? I think I need Jose Soria to come in here and tell me that once he gets out of the car.
If you believe certain commentators, Joey, commentators are always correct with the pronunciations. It's just that parents, or I guess in this case, team managers, didn't get the memo about how to pronounce their team names.
Because they're all Spanish drivers, so I imagine it's
True.
like Hasaim Racine, but those words don't mean anything. You look up those words and they don't exist.
The weird thing is, at least from the drivers out on track, I couldn't quite figure out, is there maybe an acronym of sorts being worked on?
I just figured out what it is.
Have you
maybe
just...
what it is. JAS.
Jose Soria.
Well, no, it's Jose I Soria, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, damn it, yes.
Well, I tried and I was instantly wrong.
An effort was made, and now we're instantly back to square one. Julian Sonnen's back into the middle of a really intense battle. Still not far behind the likes of Briant, Farrow, Melgar. You said earlier, Joey, you don't know how we did without the GTPs for so long. I will say, the racing that we've had in the virtual world is just as good as they've been having in the real world, where, as Williams Esports Razor on cue, by the way, down to pit lane in the LMP2, I believe it's all but like 2 cars in the GTP class in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship go into the final race of the season with a chance of walking out the champions.
And 4 manufacturers, all 4 manufacturers are in with a chance at the championship.
That's what you love to see, especially given that IMSA is ultimately, as some people like to forget at times, a manufacturer-driven series. It's where as well, let's not forget, go back 20 years or so, maybe a little bit less, 15 years, to the Grand Am days, Joey, to the terrible era, in my opinion, the terrible era of the original Daytona prototypes.
You don't like the Turtles?
Let's just say I saw the Ruby Tuesday Porsche Daytona prototype for the very first time in person, and I went, you know what, there's a good reason why these don't exist anymore.
They look a little bit like bathtubs on wheels. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy that GTP has come, that it's dominating the world of sports car racing, whether it's in IMSA or whether it's with hypercars in the World Endurance Championship. And things are only going to get better next year because Lamborghini, they're going to be ready for racing next year, in IMSA for that matter. So could we get a 5th prototype on iRacing? Maybe. Alpine, I believe, being homologated for GTP as well. And all the hypercars on the other side of the world as well, with Aston Martin recently announcing that as well.
No. Don't talk positive about Aston Martin until they've actually been on track.
I'll give them a little bit of hope, but I'm very hopeful for Lamborghini and Alpine because they're going to be racing in IMSA if everything goes right. So we could very well expand our field here on iRacing, and we will definitely expand our field in the real world.
And to be clear, we have no knowledge about future cars that might be coming. Joey in particular, because he hasn't signed an NDA with iRacing. I have, so I don't want to get in trouble. So Joey, don't get me in trouble, please.
I signed an NDA about my NDA. Oh, I just broke it.
And now we got to kill you.
Yep. I'm dead. I told them they could scan my Prius, and I shouldn't have done that. I lost my life.
You say jokingly scan the Prius, but I would not be opposed to the GT300. Prius joining the fun. Let's not forget.
First car ever on iRacing with 15 horsepower.
I mean, over in Super GT, they do have some interesting combinations for GT3s. Don't they have like a Subaru BRZ GT3 as well? Like they find a way to GT3 everything, and I am here for it, just like I'm here for what is Luca Kita now saving some fuel behind Alejandro Sanchez just midway through another fuel run for the time being. Nothing crazy between these two cars. I think it might be a bit crazier between the Movano and Alpine entries, which have swapped around on the pit stop cycle. Both have done the driver change, but Balashar Gremenik's actually lost a bit of ground and now is trying to claw his way back up into 4th.
I feel like we haven't talked much about Movano in any class in this race so far. In GTP, it hasn't quite gone their way, but in LMP2, things are looking pretty good for that number 368 up in 4th. With Riccardo Giroli behind the wheel right now. He's moved up 1 spot from his starting position, has just been completely clean and calm and collected, hasn't gotten in any trouble. We haven't said his name once, and in a race like this, that's probably a good thing, because that means you've gotten into less trouble than just about everybody else. He's about 10 seconds behind the battle for the podium, but that can come down instantly. Movano are calm, cool, and collected right now. They're in a good position.
This LMP2 class, of course, the only class where there's no BOP to worry about as well, with the Spectalara P21 chassis that we run. So as these drivers can't complain that, oh, my car didn't have X power, X fuel, etc., etc. It just means they have to push, and that's what makes the class so exciting in the real world as well. There's a bit of a rear end step out there for Giroli, bit wide out of turn 7, and you can see just how much more comfortable on power down the Alpine car is. Pulls out of the draft, but now left and right, up and down through a straight that's definitely not straight, back into the line. The 35, maybe with a bit more wing, finds its momentum petering out, but back up the inside in through 10A. Move done, Alpine back up to 4th.
That's what I get for saying anything about Movano. Right as I say that, there's the one bobble from Riccardo Giroli, and Remenek was just able to totally pounce on that, take advantage instantly. It's a long back straight, very possible to make moves there, and I feel like we may see him start to run away. There's a little bit of contact through turn 1. The Urano Mercedes, fantastic job saving that over turn 1 with a little bit of prototype contact. But that's the 15th time we've seen contact through turn 1. It's so high speed, there's no margin for error. That's what makes this so much more difficult than any other endurance race. These corners are flat out. You're fighting for your life at the best of times driving this track on your own, let alone trying to pass slower traffic.
It is definitely my favorite of the races on the VCO Grand Slam schedule. Let's take a look just from the perspective of Aaron Vasquez in the PGZ BMW, and you can just see rolls up the hill, takes advantage. Alexei Nesov, who I'm sure this year in his real-world GT3 endeavors, competed in the 24 Hours of Spa amongst a handful of other GT3 races, has probably seen plenty of similar sort of egregious things, but not necessarily from a multi-class sort of a situation. As Gabriel Streitmatter loses a bit of ground, emerges into a battle with Jaden Munoz. Lead in the LMP2 class has opened up in the pit stop window, repeating as, whoa, was that Munoz off to the grass?
It was. There was a little bit of contact on the straight, a little bit of an argument, and that was near total destruction for Jaden Munoz.
Well, it starts with the grid and go car through turn 6, getting it very, very wrong. And then let's watch the rejoin. There's Munoz in the Fanatec liveried car. To be fair, rejoin's about as safe as you could ask for. And then Hybrid spools up and traffic is in front.
And then this is just, it's very weird. It's just two drivers not really giving each other enough room and probably honestly not knowing where each other is in the middle of the road. They were lucky they were in a straight line there. It's far easier to save that, but there's a concrete wall opening there. That's where the club track comes through, the shorter layout. That could have ended far worse for Jaden Munoz than it did. That happened a couple of 100 feet later.
It's remarkable as well that they were able to lock with each other and get away without more issues than that. 7th and back in the GTPs have very much started to conga line back up, and the rock and roll and grooving Frenchman Maxime Briant has pulled to the front of the train. Now 7th in front of Melgar, Sonnen, Kashube and Williamson. All run then down to that 11th spot. The second now of the VRS Coanda cars up the inside of the Apex 1 LMP2 car and thundering up through into turn 3. Behind them, Kei Kashube slots into the line as well. we got a new feature behind the scenes here for our broadcast production where if there are cars within about a second, Joey, it gets highlighted in red on our timing screen. We're about 90 minutes in, and there's too much red for what is a normal iRacing special event, if we're being fair.
Red alert. Can we put it up? Can we see it?
No, you don't want that. Red doesn't compress very well, unfortunately.
That is true. Bad luck. I wanted to see red alert, total DEFCON here, because it's still craziness. And there's still a blanket over about 5 cars in GTP, this pan-European battle all the way to the end of the top 10. Fraser Williamson in the 04 Mivano GTP as well is trying to join the fray here. Through the final corner, Julian Sonnen gets almost destroyed by the Williams Esports Mercedes. To the outside is Keika Shube into turn 1. It's very difficult to go around the outside there. And he got very, very close to getting locked on that curb and throwing it off the road.
But, crucially, gave each other just enough room. And as one Coanda car's on the defense, it's as the others now on the offense. On the back of Diogo Pinto as well. Let's just reiterate, Charlie Collins started at the very back of the pack. Has been dicing his way on forward. 10 positions gained already so far. Is into the top 5 and has been holding pace to Owen Carroll in the second stint of the race. VRS Coanda may feel that the Porsche's not necessarily where they want in terms of the balance of performance. It may be a little bit compromised in terms of fuel, but Charlie Collins has driven a remarkable first 2 stints of the race, brings it down to the pit lane, and I think we're getting ready to maybe see Ian Chan-Guven in next.
It's a very early stop, but this is part of the strategy game that I mentioned. Coanda weren't able to make it to the full hour in GTP, so they had an extra stop to make somewhere along the line. So they've said, we're going to shorten the second stint, we're going to bring Charlie Collins in, I think we are going to put Ian Chan-Guven behind the wheel now, and this is going to be sort of the shorter stint of the race, and they should be good to make it to the end from here without needing any sort of short stints or any extra splashes of fuel if things don't go wrong. So they've gotten the majority of their strategy out of the way now. Is it going to work out for them, though, pulling this off this early?
You can definitely see that Guven's getting in, getting ready to go. Charlie Collins picked up his phone, took a quick look at the messages, and now for another 90 minutes or so we'll get a chance to relax. And 90 minutes is not a long stint by any means, but in a race as relentless as this, it's going to feel like an age compared to, well, maybe going for a quad stint at Daytona where it's, I don't want to say calmer and, more sedate in terms of traffic, but it's definitely less relentless. I think that's the best way to put it. Marcus Solholm, by the way, continuing to drop time to his Apex Racing teammate at the very front. Diego Pinto's now directly behind. It's Arturo Melgar, the next GTP, to dive down to the lane.
I wonder what Charlie Collins' messages were saying. He's probably hearing from his team, telling him good job, hearing from his friends, telling him good job, probably hearing that those guys on the iRacing Twitch channel and the VCO Twitch channel and the VCO YouTube channel and the Race Spot YouTube channel were calling him Chalens, but it's probably good news all the way around.
If you are a fan of Chalens, then you can always keep an eye out as well. Big fuel saving there from Diogo Pinto on the clutch as well, it would seem. You can always subscribe to the Porsche Twitch channel where later today in 4.5 hours time, so once we get to about 4 hours to go, we'll see the next round of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contender Series, where Julian Sonnen, by the way, is pulling double duty just in this race and that race casually. But you'll also see Charlie Collins walking you through plenty of the Porsche Coanda Esports drivers' activities alongside Zach Campbell. And so definitely would encourage you to subscribe, to follow, and to make their lives as difficult as possible moving forward on that Porsche Twitch channel, because Cholins and I don't have a name for Zach Campbell. All my nicknames for Zach Campbell are
Zollins?
No, they're not broadcastable is the problem. That guy that took Imperial units to victory lane in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, make their lives as difficult as possible. How about that?
Now I'm going to be thinking about Zach Campbell nicknames for the rest of the broadcast, because there's so many opportunities with a one-syllable name, especially one that ends in "ack." You can do anything with that.
Yes. Oh, there's plenty. Just again, maybe not appropriate for you or me to say without getting immediately.
That's race spot after dark.
Yeah, immediately removed from air. We'll save that for the after show. Zach Campbell, by the way, speak of the devil, has jumped into my DMs. That was a full fuel stint for the Porsche, by the way. So they lost. Just again to reference the balance of performance that. We have seen a couple of the teams and drivers pop into chat as well. They lost a percentage of fuel and are still amongst the shortest in terms of stint length.
That's very unfortunate. And that makes their life a lot more difficult on strategy. You can see not much changed for the BMW, or nothing changed for the BMW in terms of the BOP. The Acura, it's been given a little bit of help. Hasn't been really popular. It's not going to help them very much. They've got one representative left in GTP. But I do have to say, Arjuna, I'm glad they did that BOP to the Cadillac. It's doing a lot of good to all the Cadillacs in the GTP field here today.
We might have had one from the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing team, but unfortunately not going to play out that way. As Daniel Lafuente, early pit stop for the GTDs. Don't get too scared by that. We'll clue you in on that strategy in a few moments' time. But you can also see that GTD's pretty lockstep in terms of the adjustment to all the cars. As, again, a reminder of what they're fighting for, that beautiful VCO Grand Slam trophy. Unfortunately, Joey, I've tried, I've asked, but there's no trophies for commentators, I've been told.
Simply go out there and win, Arjuna.
I think I should get a trophy for today.
We probably should.
We should all get trophies.
Considering... What time did you wake up this morning to get set up?
Well, to get set up, I didn't go to bed until like 2 in the morning, and then I woke up at 4:45. So yeah, let's not talk too much about my lack of sleep.
You didn't sleep. You had a nap.
Yeah. Oh, you just had to put it that way, didn't you? You just had to. I mean, you had a lack of sleep as well, but you really dug the knife in.
Yeah, as if you don't have a hard enough job. Arjuna is producing and commentating for the full 10 hours of this race. Started at 5 a.m. over in California. I don't know why you put yourself through this, but you're gonna...
Oh, you know why?
Because you love this racing
because
so much,
of the GTPs! Oh, of goodness! I feel like John
I hope
Heindel.
everybody's ready.
Yeah.
8 hours time, you're going to see the fall of Arjuna. You're going to see him disintegrate like never before. It's going to be beautiful.
I feel like John Heindorf right now, in that I don't want to leave the commentary box, and that's a beautiful thing.
John, if you're listening, you got a seat in the booth, buddy. We're waiting for you.
We are always waiting for you, and we of course had him as part of our IMSA Esports Global Championship season finale last year, joining Lewis McLean and myself on the call for, indeed, a large majority of the race. John was intended to be on for about 10 minutes, but as John is, John sits down and suddenly finds himself entrenched in what's going on. So we'll see if IMSA Radio decides to call us up. But I get the sense that after being at Laguna Seca last weekend, not just John Heindorf, not just Shea Adam, but Peter Mackay as well. Just want to slide that one in there. That he's enjoying some time off before the trip to Braselton, Georgia next week. Because when I told him 2 years ago that I lived in Atlanta for 2 years and had never been to Road Atlanta, never been to Petit Le Mans, you can imagine what the look of disgust on his face would have been. You can almost imagine what the look of surprise on my face was there as the race leaders in LMP2 dipped 2 tires into the grass to go 3 wide out of the final corner.
Very scary stuff, but well done, Moreno Sorico, keeping the wheel pointed straight through the grass, not adding any unneeded motion that would have spun the car around. That's a driver who's had some experience being forced off track in multi-class racing, and he knows exactly what to do to preserve himself. But that, just add it to the list of scary moments. You're going to get a lot more of them. We're not even a 20% of the way through this race. It's both flown by and it's kind of crawled along. It's going to feel much longer because it's so intense. It is so intense for 10 full hours here at Road Atlanta. Owen Carroll in total calm right now, though, in that Apex Racing team number 298. We keep saying that because he's had no real trouble over the first 2.5 hours of this race. Patrick Wolf has gotten behind the wheel now. Is he going to be able to keep that up? I don't know. His teammate did such a good job. Will Patrick be able to stay out of trouble? He hopes.
Race Spot's own Will Chadwick, has offered to jump into an LMP2 car with me next year to get me a VCO trophy. We'll need to get my iRating up just a little bit as well. I'm at 4,500, so I'm close enough that
double mine.
it's not going to be that much work, but let's be real, it is going to be plenty of work. He's also correctly pointed out something that we've been kind of touching on slightly with this GTP class. The number of different fuel strategies going on. Patrick Wolf has now been in that car for 2 laps. Jonas Wallmeyer has been in the Urano 192, excuse me, for 4 laps now. Diogo Pinto has just come down to the pit lane and seemingly is staying behind the wheel of that M-Hybrid V8 as well. So maybe a triple, maybe a quad stint coming out of the former world champion as Paddy Wolf, a prototype ace, dives out of the final corner. Still waiting for Pinto to roll and be released.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to be an especially close blend here, but remember, red line, the number 20 car started 4th. Didn't really start at the head of the field where they wanted, fell back a little bit early on. They've been clawing it forward over the past hour or so. Going to come out in 3rd if Urano doesn't have anything to say about, or they're coming out in 5th rather, if Urano has anything to say about that. And we'll be fairly comfortable in P5, but I think they're going to be continuing to move forward. They're going to be on the podium once the 2 Williams Esports GTPs come in. And you can't count out Redline. You never can. Ever since they swept all 3 categories 3 seasons ago, they've been very comfortable at Petit Le Mans. They've got 2 very, very strong teams here in GTP and in GTD. It's good to spread your net wide. It's good to be able to take multiple wins, and I think they could very well take both of them.
As it stands right now, both the Williams Esports Smart and Fanatec cars have dived down to the lanes, and now Pinto diving back and forth, just trying to duck out of the draft. Jaden Munoz seemingly, I think, is going to stay in with that Fanatec car. Josh Ladd is going to, I think, get out of the Marla entry, and as simply as you'd like, Sam Koitet slides on past Diogo Pinto. It's now 2 Urano cars that sit on the net podium. They have been so strong in the BMW M Sim Cup here on iRacing. You can catch the next round of that coming up in just a few days' time. In fact, in 8 days' time, next Sunday. I believe it will be directly after Petit Le Mans as well, so that will be exciting for us to have seen it out in action and then see it in competition as well. But I feel right now we are seeing the strength from teams really just starting to bubble its way on forward. Danny Shivy Sharbo's into the 2nd of the Apex Racing cars. We mentioned Iron Chan Guven taking over from Charlie Collins, who's going to be joining us for a chat in a few moments' time. But it is still Paddy Wolf that leads, but only 2 seconds back to Jonas Wallmeyer.
Only 2 seconds back, and here's a little bit of a comparison for you. You know where the Apex Racing team number 298 started? They started 2nd. They took the lead on lap 1. They've been there ever since. But the Urano Esports number 192, the Heineken Media entry, started 7th. The Data Group entry for Urano started 14th. Both of those teams, both of those cars have made huge progress forward, and they're definitely going to give Apex some company up front here very, very soon. If they're able to jump that much in 2 hours, you can only imagine where that Urano Esports Data Group entry is going to be in another hour. They've been up 11 spots by my count, Arjuna. They're going to be in negative 10th. They're going to be out of contention.
I think we're really just wondering traffic, right? That's the main thing. Yes, strategy is going to play out, but we can't really control too much of that. You can control what happens. You can't control what happens in traffic as Drago and Coanda battled with the Falcon Mercedes. A loop-de-doo, almost a perfect no-scope 360 there, but Jaden Ladix lost a bunch of time.
It's a good save. It's a pretty good save at the very least. Through turn 1, well checked up. The Coanda Porsche comes through, and then there's a little bit of target fixation, I think, on the Coanda Porsche for the Drago BMW. Didn't see the Falcon Mercedes was still there. Clips the nose, loops it around, but a 360 no-scope doesn't give them enough credit. That was like a 540 no-scope. That was a pretty good save.
That wasn't bad, was it? We did get a wonderful little track guide from Iron Chan Guven in the VCO pre-show today, and we encourage you to head on to VCO Esports on social media to take a look at that if you missed it in the early parts. But the number 4 VRS Coanda Esports Porsche 963 was not started by the Turkish driver. Instead, the Welshman Charlie Collins took the reins at the start, and he jumps in to join us now. Charlie, it seemed like an interesting first stint for you, but let's start with qualifying, or maybe the lack thereof of a decent lap.
Yeah, that was a tough start to the event. Sorry if you guys, I hope you guys can hear me properly. I just had to download TeamSpeak.
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, first iRacing special event in a long time, and it didn't start off in a very good way. Yeah, just the small off-track and qualifying. But the pace wasn't really there for us in qualifying, so it wasn't the end of the world. Made my life a little harder, and yeah, it was a really tough first stint. Like I had some damage as well, which really hinders us. But it was a fun 2 hours. At least the second half was.
Yeah, it seemed like once you got through the first part of traffic, then it settled in just a little bit. Let's talk fuel, because again, lack thereof, it would seem. Slight balance of performance adjustment for this brand new 963 included taking away a percentage of the fuel, and 2 pit stop cycles down, 2 pit stop cycles where you've been the first into the lane.
Yeah, unfortunately we had that 1% reduction, which I think is hurting us a little bit here. Secondly though, the first stint I pitted early, just because I wanted to repair the damage that we had. It was only slight damage, but it was really making the high-speed stuff, like, pretty much every corner was like a near-death experience. But yeah, the second stint I saved a bit better, but it's still not looking amazing at the moment. However, though, honestly, I think as long as we keep the car on track, we have a good chance of making some positions up with how like attritional I think this is going to be.
I mean, you were up 10 positions in the first 90 minutes, so I definitely think there's some speed in the car. What's it like having Ian Guven alongside you at that Coanda hub in Gronau? A lot of people watching maybe don't understand how much work goes into a top-level sim race. You said the first time that Coanda's been doing a special event in quite a while as well. How helpful is it for you and Chan to be able to work together and talk together in the build-up and over the course of the 10 hours?
Yeah, it's awesome. I just moved over to the house actually in Germany, and so this is like my first proper race apart from the virtual Le Mans stuff. Yeah, it's really special. I can't lie. Like it's you don't really get that at home. You know, you don't really think what it's like, but when you're there in person, it really makes everything a lot easier and a lot more fun as well, I'd say. You know, you're able to watch someone race from behind their rig. You know, if you're a bit behind in one corner, you can go behind their rig and watch them like directly, and also just having fun as well or practice. It's pretty special. Of course, having Chan here is pretty cool as well, considering he's a real-life driver and a very skilled one at that, so yeah, it's pretty cool.
And of course, part of the fun of being at the hub at the team facility is that you get to on Thursdays host some of the action on the Porsche Twitch channel. How much have you been enjoying that?
Yeah, I've been enjoying the hosting more than I did the racing. I had to step in for Mac 1 week, 2 weeks ago now. Oh, sorry, no, actually 1 week ago. Oh,
yep.
Jesus. And yeah, that went a lot worse than the hosting. So I'm going to stick to the hosting. Saying that though, the qualifying shows that it's not much better on iRacing. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool, you know, watching the guys practice and also watching them race. And getting to stream on the Porsche channel. Yeah, it's really cool. And just, yeah, a lot of fun. Something that I kind of miss at home. Just as soon as you turn off the PC, that's the end of sim racing, whereas here you can kind of talk about sim racing, about racing for a lot longer.
One last question. We'll let you go and get some, I'm sure, rest, because it seems like you guys are committed to the 90-minute stint, so not much time for you guys in between. We've given you a new nickname, and we want to get your opinion of it. Cholins.
Well, how do I react to this? I've heard this one before.
Oh, you have? Good. Okay.
I've Cholins, Chugger.
That's a new one. Okay.
There's a few, but I'm a fan.
Okay, good, because it came out inadvertently and it's going to stick, especially because we get to call your brother Brawlins now, which I think is a lot more amusing than anything else.
Yeah.
Charlie, thanks for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we're talking to you a little bit more over the next 8 hours.
No worries. Thank you very much, guys.
Charlie Collins gives us a few moments of his time from the Coanda facility and giving us the nugget as well there that Joey, he's made the move. He's made the move from the UK to Germany to become a full-time member of the Coanda house.
I wonder how much Germany's picked up in the last couple of months. And what's the German equivalent of Charlie Collins? Are we going to have to make him another nickname already?
The good thing is that he doesn't mind the
changes.
nickname that we gave him.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Collins, if you're watching, I'm sorry, but your sons have new names now, so you're gonna have to change that up. Christmas is coming up. Charlie's not coming home. Challenge is coming home.
Challenge is coming home indeed. Let's jump back to the battles though, because while we were talking, not much was really happening in terms of wheel to wheel. It is in terms though of once again the gaps coming down, where in LMP2, Race Clutch have got something figured out in the second half of the stint. Williams Esports Razor that little bit quicker at the start of the run. But around lap 12 or lap 15, that's when the switch is flipped and Race Clutch seemed to find a little bit more time. Sarika lost some ground with the traffic and it's now car lengths between the two.
Just a couple of car lengths, couple of tenths, and draft range for Race Clutch. They've got a chance here if things go right with some GTP traffic coming up behind, with some GTD traffic coming up ahead. To the inside of Race Clutch, I think that's the Drago BMW is going to open up the door a little bit on the exit. That didn't go Race Clutch's way at all through turn 6 and 7. They're so close. They're within touching distance. But Benjamin Figueroa is going to be frustrated right now because he just needs the traffic to go his way once. And every single time he seems to get close to the back of that Williams Esports Razor number 2, the traffic goes wrong, and he ends up losing a couple more tenths, putting him out of range again.
And the thing with the LMP2 is you don't have that hybrid, so if you lose some ground on corner exit with the GTPs, you can spool out of the corner, whereas here you're, well, unfortunately, just a little bit more limited in power, especially given the LMP2's got a power cut to accommodate the fact that the GTPs are actually a bit slower than the LMP1s that they effectively replaced at the top of the endurance racing pyramid even. And lap times at the Circuit de la Sarthe have gone from, what, 3:10s or so to 3:30s. So former LMP2 sort of lap times across the board. Did grab a sight as well of Grid and Go Esports in the Ferrari where Sven Haase continues to lead, but haven't talked too much about GTD recently. In the meantime, Alessandro Bico has run away with things in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car.
And once again, he is having that chill blast at the head of the field. It wasn't this way for a long time. Sven Haase had closed down that gap. It was absolutely nothing about an hour ago. But since then, it's just fallen apart for Grid and Go, and it's all fallen in the way of Williams Esports Chill Blast. But the quicker things change, the quicker they might not stay the same. 11 seconds in the grand scheme of things in an endurance race is not that much, and it's all gone too right for Williams Esports Chill Blast. That's always a scary thing. When everything goes right for you for the first 2 hours, everybody in that team is thinking right now, this is too good to be true. This has gone too well so far. Something's going to go wrong here soon, and they're all sitting nervous right now, waiting for that to happen. They're hoping it doesn't happen, but they know it's Road Atlanta. Something bad is going to happen. Something is going to set them back, and they're going to have to come back from it.
And while it is two Ferraris that run 1 and 2, Mercedes are keeping them honest. The Urano, the Apex Racing Team entries, still fighting down out of the S's section within 20 seconds of your leader and clattering over the curves as well. See just how committed these drivers are and how much they are having to maximize the usage of the track. About 7 minutes to go before the top of the hour as we get ready to welcome the GTDs back down on towards pit lane. And Joey, get ready to say goodbye to you for at least a couple of hours. Opening 90 minutes were pretty frenetic, and it has definitely settled into a rhythm, I'd say.
Settled into a rhythm for the moment, but that's probably going to change soon, because we know the natural order of things, the way that that endurance racing works. You do get a little bit of a spread at this point in the race. It does spread out a little bit, but the entropy is going to reverse. You're going to find another one of those crazy intersections where it seems like every single class meets each other at the same point in the track. That will happen again. There will be clusters of traffic again. It will get crazy again. So enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy a little bit of calm, because you don't get much calm at Road Atlanta. You got to take advantage of it when you can get it.
You know what we should probably do before we let you go? It's something that we do on Tuesday nights in the Precision Racing League. It's cycle through all of our webcams.
The carousel of entertainment.
And see what entertainment we have. And so first up, Danny Chivichabo in the Apex Racing Team 297. And yes, you heard me right, a driver that we've seen in the Apex Racing Academy stepped up to the main Apex Racing team. And has partially made his bed. We'll give him some credit.
Slightly. He's gone to the Will Chadwick school of Zoom cameras. He's just got the bed in the background.
Shots fired. What did Will Chadwick do to deserve that?
He's always got he's always got the bed in the background.
Well, we'll try and get another webcam up. That was someone that decided that
he heard us dissing his bed.
No, don't worry.
That
That wasn't him, fortunately, that turned his webcam off, listening to our indignation to his bed-making ability. Here's Josh Ladd, who's got Peter Berryman, iRacing World Champion, chasing him down, and someone that's coming off a clean sweep in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship as well. Josh Ladd, I mean, have you ever been that calm in your life, Joey?
Nope, I'm not even that calm right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But I always like a guy whose name is a guy. It's like Josh Ladd, John Person. It's like if your name was Arthur Guy, you'd be pretty happy.
It's not a bad name, is it? Josh Ladd as well, one of the top-level prototype drivers that we've seen across of the, not just the GTP era, but going back to some of the LMP2 races as well. Maybe not as old in the tooth as someone like Fraser Williamson, who go back to the HPD open-wheel LMP2 days and will say that, oh, I was very strong as well. Kenneth Gulbranson wants to make sure that we know exactly which country he's from, so as any commentator would do, let's see if I get this right. That's Norway.
Correct.
Whoa! I mean, I had to make sure. Now,
gotta be safe.
Does he have? He's got 3 sets of paddles, so he's got shifters, clutch, and as technical issues interrupt us for a second, what do you think he uses the top paddles for?
I don't even know. Are they clutch paddles?
Well, when he heads off to the chicane, he's got clutch paddles below the shifters.
That's true. I'm more concerned about how much his camera is shaking. He's got his camera placed in a very, very inconvenient place. So every time he turns over a curb, every time his sim rig simulates that motion, it looks like he's flying a plane through turbulence.
It's very hard with the lighting, but you could just about see that third paddle down, and well, just plenty of technical issues right now as he comes across the LMP2 lead. That will be nervy for the two of them. Race clutch gets past without any sort of dramas. Next in line will be the LMP2 leader. As pit stops continue now for the GTD class, and importantly, Joey, all before the top of the hour, Gianni Vecchio, Sven Haase, still out there running around, but everyone else has come down to pit lane.
Yeah, if Griddengo and Redline can make it to the 8-hour mark, they're going to be in pretty good shape, because that would be another hour-long stint for them. Again, eliminating one of those extra stops, but now behind the wheel of that Williams Esports Chill Blast Ferrari, Sotomuto. You don't even have to say anything after that name. You know how fast this guy is. You know how fast he is in GTD machinery. A car that was already dominantly in the lead, it may well be even more dominantly in the lead at the end of this stint, Sotomuto's first stint.
You can hear him saving some fuel into turn 6-2, but you know what I'm curious about, Joey?
What's that pink thing on the windowsill behind him?
That is also a good question, but more importantly, I'm quite surprised that you haven't noticed the major issue that now.
Yeah, where's the entire left side of his right side of his screen is nothing.
Does he have triple screens, but he's only using the middle screen?
Maybe.
I mean, that's certainly an approach. I wouldn't recommend it, but he's gone to all that effort to get what I assume are wonderful BenQ monitors, courtesy of the partners of the fine folks at Williams Esports, and then turned off one of them. Well, let's see if maybe Carter Mick, Jake Hammond, one of the team managers, Javi Guerrera can clue us in as to the situation for Sotomuto and exactly why that decision was. I was going to say, right on cue, someone says he turns them off to save energy. I was going to say, if you don't need to look left or right, Joey, if you're at the front of the field, tough.
Yeah, I guess. And also the Griddengo 001, Nicholas Rubelar behind the wheel now, they didn't make it to the full hour mark. They didn't make it to 8. Johnny Vecchio and Redline, they're going to make it. So they're in pretty good shape. But right now, things for Griddengo look a little bit more dicey, a little bit less safe to make it to the end with one less stop than the rest of the field.
GTD's not done and dusted with the cycle, still waiting, as mentioned, for Vecchio, but while they've done their second cycle, LMP2s are finishing up their third cycle, because again, remember, these are 40-minute stints for them. Joey, it's been a fun 2 hours. How long are you off for again? Just remind me.
3 hours. I got to figure out where I'm going to go get brunch now.
That A sounds appetizing, but I am going... You put me on the spot earlier. I'm not going to throw you under the bus by any means, but we've got 39 cars out there on track right now. When you come back, how many do you think we'll have still?
37. I think we're going to lose 2.
Ooh, optimistic there from Joey Tebben. Well, that is 2 hours officially complete in the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO, the final of our VCO Grand Slams. Thank you to Joey Tebben for joining myself, Arjuna Kanki Party, for the opening 2 hours of the race. But we say goodbye to Joey and his awful puns. And Reese...
Well, Arjuna, you're not going to believe this, but the guy coming into the booth next, actually, he grows peanut butter cups in his backyard.
Well, I was going to say, Reese Gardiner, I don't know...
He's a Reese Gardiner.
Don't know if you're necessarily going to help me out too much with the puns.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can match Joey's punnage, but I'll give it a red-hot go. I did hear you mentioning that I might give you a bit of an easier time, Arjuna. I took that as a challenge.
Oh boy, of course you did. LMP2 pit stops now underway as Race Clutch, again a lap or so earlier than the Williams Esports Razor car, dive down to the lane. They're joined by Stanley Deslandes in the Apex Racing 199. Busy time on the pit lane as, that's a Mercedes AMG Williams Esports car that's decidedly more broken than it was the last time that we saw it. We'll get to it through a couple of replays, but Reese, we first got to see, that's Michael Romanidis finding out a different line through turn 6.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is pretty insane. I mean, I'm going into this pretty cold. I have been watching the race so far on the stream channels, but aside from that, this is going to be a new experience for me. This is the first iRacing special event that I've ever properly commentated on, so it's going to be a bit of a baptism of fire for me, I think.
Don't worry, they got some of the madness out in the early stages, and there's plenty more of that still to come. Vince Cusi said that we may have seen the Williams Esports issue out of the corner of our eye, or maybe it's just been that dramatic of a race that I have forgotten, but up into turn 3, I'm already a little bit scared of what's going to happen. And don't tell me this is team, oh no, oh goodness me.
Oh dear. I mean, that's something that you see often in the S's, isn't it? A little bit of a squirrely ride. Fortunately, thanks to the new grass and gravel physics, it's a bit of an easier ride than before, but my goodness, you never want to see a prototype coming up on you there.
What's rule number 1 of racing, Reese?
Don't hit your teammate.
And Moreno Sorica, I think, is going to have some an interesting debrief with Vasilios Belitsiotis after that one.
Yeah.
And, well, unfortunately, that might be another GTD car added to the pile. So Joey Tebben's now got to check one off of the cars to expect to see when he returns. That does mean, though, as the pit stop cycle comes to an end for GTDs, Gianni Vecchio, Joey did mention, Reese, able to get the red line car beyond the top of the hour once more. He's handed over to Ollie Steinbratton and only sits about 30 seconds behind the race leader.
Yeah, looking very good there for that particular car, as goodness me. Even on the exit of turn 5, you see that there's issues with traffic. I mean, Road Atlanta is a bit of an interesting circuit, isn't it? Especially for multi-class racing. It's wide enough, but sometimes you do see drivers coming together in a poor way. That's a bit of a shame.
So Oskari Rine's in that Mahler Racing Team car, which again is the lineal race winner, but that was in the LMP2 class, powered by Williams Esports. This is the GTD entry, powered by BS Competition. No, you're not getting confused. There's a love triangle going on, and it is as confusing as it sounds. But we can push that aside for the time being, because for what is seemingly the first time in about 2 hours, the lead is up for grabs. Jonas Wollmar has taken over the mantle of Vlad Kimichev, has closed up onto the back of Paddy Wolf, and now 2 cars split by 0.7 of a second.
And I saw just behind them as well, Wallmeyer going past the sister Urano car, the Mercedes of Niklas Laubisch. That was very close in turn 3. So once again, team cars having issues with each other in that section of the track. They're going to have to watch out. And now the GTD of the Grid and Go 001 lets them go nicely. But in the draft, let's see what the Urano Esports BMW can do. Patrick Wolf will have to be looking in his mirrors at the moment.
This is for the lead in the fastest of the prototype classes. What's going to happen in the second of the prototypes, though, where Ate Kauppinen has taken over now from Moreno Sarica, and Race Clutch have come back out once again, 3 seconds removed, and seems like we're going to be in for a similar sort of story to what we've seen in the first portion of the race, where the Williams car just that little bit faster in the first part of the run. That gap closes in the second part, and we'll watch for the bright green nose of Ate Kauppinen to come under fire in about 20 or so as laps time. That's a long way to go, especially given that from this point forward, we are expecting temperatures to start to come down. It is the fall in Braselton, Georgia. And as I was mentioning earlier, Reese, for people that have never been to Petit Le Mans in the real world, that are planning to make the trip over next week to this wonderful facility, pack a jacket and pack a couple of extra layers, because at night it gets chilly.
Yeah, it certainly does, and those are the kinds of conditions that drivers will be expecting at the end of this race as well. Sun's still beating down at the moment, it being about 10 to 2 p.m. in sim time, but once that sun starts going down, you're going to be seeing potentially a lot more grip available to the drivers when the tyres come up to temperature. But when you're fresh out of the pits, it's going to be a bit of a skatey ride.
Oh, and that, given that I think we're seeing basically tyres being taken every time as well. Remember, fuel and tyres can be taken simultaneously in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. That's definitely something that we need to just be keeping in mind. If you're a fan of Alpine Esports, they have unfortunately been dropping off the back of the top 3 in the LMP2. But if you're a fan of the Apex Racing team, you'd be delighted to hear that Stanley Deslanders has actually been closing back up on Kauppinen in the race-leading Williams Esports Razor car. So if you want to follow along in all these different storylines, the only place to go, timing.racebot.tv. There's too many things to keep your eye on. Because if you go down to 7th spot, we were talking about Josh Ladd just a few moments ago, there's an iRacing world champion in Peter Berryman in 8th trying to hunt him down.
Yeah, and what would he be thinking, considering all of that? I mean, when you get into the zone in an endurance race, I mean, I know you've driven endurance before, Arjuna. I have too, and you tend to have all of that fall to the back of your mind when you're in the car and you're in the rhythm. But maybe that's getting to him just a little bit. Maybe he's seeing that name and thinking, "Oh dear, okay, I'm going to have to start upping my game here."
And I think the interesting thing as well is that for the Williams Esports Marla car, they've got drivers that have maybe had a bit more experience over the course of the year that this BMW M Hybrid's been on the platform. Peter Berryman brings just the top level experience, maybe less of it in this particular car, but coming off a perfect round of the British F4 Championship, qualified on pole, grabbed the victory in race 1, grabbed the victory in race 2. Confidence sometimes at a track like this as well, where you're pushing the limits so much, can be very important. The drive-through penalty limit here, Reese, is 50 incident points, which sounds quite high. Like you'd have to make an effort to reach that, but I can tell you from personal experience that you can get an off-track every single lap of this chicane without even really trying. And because the lap times are so short here, the incident points can rack up quite quickly.
Oh yeah, it definitely stacks up here. I mean, yeah, you mentioned the chicane, turn 3 as well. You know, it's a blind entry over the top of the hill, and every time you turn in, you genuinely don't know if you're going to hit the apex or not. So that's one of the places the drivers are going to be working out for. Sam Kuhert, meanwhile, in the Urano Esports 190 has just come into the pit lane in the GTP class. That was from, I think, about 5th place in class. So let's see if there is a driver change in that one. There is. Daniel Alves Lourenco jumping into that machine.
And so the 190 drops from the podium spots, but still you'd have to say that Urano sitting in a good position. 2 different cars on 2 different strategies. 7 hours and 50 minutes to go before we'll figure out exactly how that will all converge. As mentioned in our RaceBot TV YouTube chat, Reese, it's a very important weekend in Australian motorsports. We had you on the iRacing Bathurst 1000 coverage 2 weeks ago now. Crazy how 2 weeks has flown by since that 6-hour extravaganza of speed. But this weekend, the great Australian race. What time is it for you? How are you still awake right now?
Well, I'm a bit fortunate because I'm on the west coast of Australia, not the east coast. And with daylight saving in effect over east, it means that I'm 3 hours behind Sydney. It's currently coming up to 10:53 p.m. my time. So I'll be with you guys until about 2 a.m. my time. It's usually when I go to bed anyway. So I'm feeling right and ready.
Sounds like we actually managed to plan it out not bad in the end. I must say, I've been really enjoying qualifying, because there's qualifying and then there's qualifying at Mount Panorama.
Absolutely, especially the top 10 shootout where, you know, it's one driver versus the track and you get to really strut your stuff out there. We've seen some incredible performances at Bathurst there in the past, and you know, I'm looking forward to the race. It's going to be fantastic as per usual. Also looking fantastic is this battle, which is now for the top 5, because it looks like Ian Guven has started to fall back into the clutches of Josh Ladd here. Josh dipped into the 106s on the last lap. Guven, meanwhile, 107.17, and considering he might get held up here, looks like Berryman might indeed have a chance.
Now the Turkish contingent watching along will not be thrilled to see the pressure being applied to the back end of the Porsche 963, the highest running of the non-BMWs. We only have 2 Porsches, both being entered by Coanda Esports, VRS Coanda Esports. Movano have the sole Acura in the field in their partnership with Sam Michaels and CrowdStrike Racing as well. Of course, natural to see them in the Acura colors. Very curious to see how that car gets on as well, because Fraser Williamson is on driving duties out of turn 7, tighter than 90 degrees, and Guven checked up a little bit by the BMW for PGZ as Aaron Vasquez couldn't really go anywhere. Gotta say, Josh Ladd doesn't look like he's doing almost 180 miles an hour, plunging down in towards turn 10. Looks pretty calm. Guven's gonna give him the cold shoulder. Ladd, rather going deep under the brakes, gets it stopped just in the nick of time. And I gotta say, Arjen Jan Guven could have made that a lot more difficult.
Yeah, certainly could have stayed to the inside, but maybe this is a strategic ploy here by the Coanda Esports car. You see, he's not really going for the move back. He's not trying to fight Josh Ladd at the moment. Potentially could sit behind him and save a bit of fuel and potentially work the next pit stop out nicely. Who knows at this stage? Still very early in the iRacing Petit Le Mans, but for the time being, I mean, just look at the onboard here. You can see that Josh Ladd is starting to pull away already.
I think you said it so right. Very early. We're 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and it feels like so much has happened. But again, until the end of the race, these are all just moments to set up those final couple of hours. Because let's not forget, once the sun sets, this becomes a very different type of a track. And traffic is already challenging enough as it is. It seems to take on an even more dangerous complexion. I was going to say dark complexion, but then I realized that would be literal as well as metaphorical, and decided to steer away from that one. Paddy Wolf, Jonas Warmeyer check back in up towards the front. It's been holding quite steady between the two.
Yeah, certainly has. Patrick Wolf still holding on to the lead, but for the time being, it looks like Wallmeyer took a second out of him on the last lap. I think there was traffic involved in that. Maybe down through the S's. That's the one part of the circuit where you really don't want to catch up to GT traffic because it's so difficult to find your way by. A little bit of a slipstream off the Williams Esports Ferrari should give a little bit more of an advantage to Patrick Wolf there. And, well, the next car up the road is an LMP2, so might be a little bit easier to make their way past, in some cases anyway.
Haven't really talked too much about GTD. GTP has definitely been the focus of our attention for the majority of today's race, with all 15 cars still in contention and only one car off the lead lap, and that's also by virtue of a slightly contra pit strategy that will hopefully cycle out towards the end and shake back up into the mix. But if you do talk about this class where we see so many different manufacturers jumping into the mix as well, it is still Sota Muto that leads in that Ferrari by now 12 seconds over fellow 296. Gridandgo.com have put Nicholas Rubelar in to take over from Sven Haase. But the margin to Nicholas Laubisch has been coming down slowly as the Mercedes seemingly coming on stronger as we head off to the middle part of the race. This is where BOP becomes such a hard thing to talk about, Reese, because you've got pace over one lap, you've got pace over a stint. You've got pace in the cold, you've got pace in the warm, and then you've got to try and somehow put that all together over 10 hours.
Yeah, exactly. And when it comes to balance of performance, you've also got to consider the human factor as well. You know, what are drivers going to prefer in the handling of their cars? You know, certain drivers make time in different parts of the corner. Certain cars will suit them better as a result of that. I certainly don't envy the people in charge of balance of performance in any series, real or virtual.
No. I will tell you that for the IMSA Esports Global Championship this year, we have a custom BOP process, and we were having some conversation. The drivers were having healthy conversations. Sim racing drivers and BOP race, you can imagine what that was like. But it was really funny when the contact at IMSA that we work with came over to me and said in a Discord DM, it's amazing how much more polite these drivers are being than they are in the real world. No matter where you are, in the car, in the grandstands, in the real or virtual worlds, those are three letters which you know are going to cause controversy.
Yeah, I feel a dark shadow fall over me every time I see those letters, but I think for the time being it looks like the BOP is looking pretty good between the Ferrari and the Mercedes. We also got to think about the red line Lamborghini as well. The number 71 still running in 5th in class and doing very well with Ollie Steinbraten at the wheel.
You're going to get in trouble calling a Ferrari a Lamborghini. You're not going to be allowed into Italy ever again.
Oh dear. Yes, okay. Goodness me. I'm so sorry. The coloring of that car, wow, I can't believe I made that mistake. I'm still getting used to the look of the new Ferrari.
Yes.
It looks kind of like the Gallardo.
it's the lights as well, right? The angles.
Yeah.
And I from the front, I very much appreciate that it does look like a Lamborghini. What I will say is, if this is the trend that we're going to go in, where Ford started it in some ways with a quote-unquote prototype GT, but the fact that you can change the entire rear end on this car in about 3 minutes' time, that's quite scary to be thinking about, because GT3 cars have already gotten quite expensive. I'm not sure if you've seen the bill for running one of these new 296s, but it's scary.
I'd rather not see it if that's the case. I'd like to keep my mental state. Yeah, that is a pretty scary fact. I mean, that technology was pioneered by Audi back at the 24-hour French race back with the R8. So it's good to see that that's making its way into different race cars, but GT machinery, I'm not so sure about that. It's usually supposed to be the more road relevant of the two.
That is actually the point, right? The GT cars are the ones where you look at them and you go, oh, it could be something I'd see on the road, but increasingly uncommon, I'd feel right now. There's a bit of damage on the left side of the Urano 192 that I just noticed. Not sure how long it's been on the car. Just a couple of scrapes. Probably not going to cost them too much time here and there. It's just something to keep in mind. The reality of an endurance race, no matter where it is, especially at a track like this, though, is you're going to get to the end, and it's not going to look like it just rolled out of the factory, and all the marbles, all the debris that the car picks up and accumulates on it, those are sometimes the most interesting things about it, and it's why we talked about the French countryside. I am so glad that Garage 56, one of the race car, has been preserved. It's not being ever cleaned ever again, but there are show cars that can be wheeled out to show what the car would have looked like without all of the marbles scattered over the surface.
Yeah, indeed. something that I've always appreciated about endurance racing is just how beat up the cars look by the end of the race, and it really speaks to how tough these cars are. I mean, prototypes obviously very fragile. They're effectively closed wheel, open wheel cars at this point in time, but yeah, they can really take a beating out there. And I'm looking forward to seeing just how much of the paint job is preserved on each and every one of these cars. Speaking of paint jobs, yeah, I mean, we do have a beautiful selection of liveries out there. I can't see a single car in this field that I don't like the look of.
It is a bit early in the race to start going for a livery watch, given that 44 started. We still have 39 running, but you are right. I get the sense we'll be saving that for maybe the latter part of the race. Before it gets dark and we can't see the liveries, though. So.
True.
If you're a livery connoisseur, stay tuned on RaceSpot TV. We'll get to that at some point. A lot of these teams have become very familiar with their designs as well, and so it's quite familiar. For example, the VRS Coanda paint, it's the purple and orange that everyone has come to know, and it's a purple and orange that, once again, amongst the earliest takers onto pit lane, Ian Chan-Guven releases Peter Berryman into 6th spot.
He does. Now, is there going to be a driver change in this car? If there was, then we would have noticed by now. It looks like Ian Chan-Guven is staying in for the time being. And how long has he been driving for now? Quite some time, since lap 81. So, yeah, that's a stint. I'm pretty sure going for a double isn't out of the question.
I think Coanda are maybe one of the few teams that I feel are probably going to end up doing double stints across the board. It was Charlie Collins that got out quite early. There are some drivers like Diogo Pinto, for example, that are still in that car and have been since the start of the race. So different choices from different teams, and it all comes down to, I guess, preference. A 10-hour race, it's in between, Reese. It's definitely an endurance race. It's lengthy. But it's a sprint endurance, right? Because, especially with no safety cars, no one's actually taking it easy.
No, it is 100% push all the time, and as the VRS Coanda car comes out, they've come out in quite a bit of a gaggle. They immediately had to make a pass on Daniel Lafuente in the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports car, and it looks like a bit of a pack behind them, all three classes trying to sort themselves out through the S's. That's awkward.
That's the reality, though, of what we have now. Everybody is sharing the track with every other class, and it's pretty relentless as well. Yes, there are definitely times where you won't have too much to worry about, but suboptimal. Again, to quote Lewis McLean, and to take a look at a replay for the race leader in the LMP2 class, a nervy moment up at the top of turn 3 as...
Whoa.
Was that the leader in the overall class also trying to get up the inside? Wasn't exactly sure, because Jonas Warmeyer has indeed already come off down towards the pit lane, but Reese Williams, nervy moment there.
Yeah, very much so. Fortunately, it looks like they've escaped without too much damage, is another view of it. You see that the GTP, with its extra little bit of hybrid power, makes the run up the hill very nicely, but it's always difficult when you're trying to make a move on another car here, and I think discretion the better part of Valor, the LMP2 there, just opened the steering and decided to take the tour across the grass. It's all about preserving the car. You're effectively buying a ticket to the last hour in a race like this.
Yes. Yeah, even without safety cars, it's still that same reality that keep yourself in contention, as Charlie Collins was telling us earlier as well, and you might still have the potential to have a decent finish. Ian Chan-Guven, the first of those cars to emerge from the pit lane. Jonas Warmeyer sitting there with the Michelin tires already having been changed, now with the tank of fuel being topped off. 50 seconds stationary. The German back out onto track in the Urano Esports Hiking Media colors, and unlike you mentioned for Guven, who had to deal with some traffic on that pit entry, it's worked a treat for Warmeyer to emerge into clean air.
Absolutely it has. He can use this now with the fresh tyres on the car to try and build up a little gap and try and gain some kind of track position over the Apex Racing Team 298, which is still out there at the moment. Potentially going to see them owing a pit stop very shortly. Patrick Wolf just coming down the back straight now, past the Alpine Esports machine. But let's see how that works out between these two cars, because, man, they were close before Wallmeyer decided to come in.
And here comes...
Here we go.
Paddy Wolf. And it's a tricky pit lane as well. Look at the commitment that you need. And Paddy Wolf runs through it as tidily as you'd like. These two, formerly both on Team Redline's stable, now on very different teams. Paddy Wolf's made the journey, a long journey as well, through Veloce over to the Apex Racing team. Jonas Wallmeyer's been settled over at Urano. And because these pit stops are so long, you are going one lap down by virtue of cycling down through the lane, which is why, Reese, there is so much focus going on in the team strategies right now to fuel saving.
Yeah, indeed. If you can extend that stint just a little bit longer, then you'll definitely stand less of a chance of falling behind. You know, even at this early stage of the race, you're thinking about how much fuel you can save. It's all about spending the least amount of time stationary as possible, extending the time that you're out on the track as much as possible too.
The easiest thing that you can do is minimize your time on the lane. It's much harder to go fast out on track, and that is the reality of the situation. And we are also seeing that the swap around Benjamin Frigiero handing over to Matteo Frigiero. The second half of the stint has not necessarily gone in the direction that Race Clutch would have been hoping based on the form book from the first two stints. Ate Kauppinen extending the margin. Williams Esports Razor, that distinctive green nose at the front of the LMP2 field by now almost 5 full seconds. Stanley Deslandes getting closer and closer to second spot right now. For a class that's somewhat traditionally been the craziest of the classes, this one's actually been relatively calm, all things considered. A very long pit stop, by the way, for Paddy Wolf. Not sure what happened here, but it's a good 25 seconds longer than what we saw from Urano Esports.
Indeed. That jumped out to me. I saw that the Urano Esports car was going by, and I thought, hang on a minute, surely Patrick will be rolling by now, but he wasn't. So, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe there was some kind of technical problem in the car. Maybe either of them decided not to take tyres. I'm not too sure. Look at that pit stop time there for Wallmeyer. Yeah, much, much quicker.
Confusion, I think, describes my state of mind right now. The only thing that maybe stands out is the fact that Paddy Wolf's directly in front of Peter Berryman right now. Is it a fuel mileage play? Now, this is me going very big brain and trying to almost be conspiratorial, but to Apex feel like they can cut a pit stop out and it's worth dropping back on track and trying to save the time with teammates being able to work together?
Well, the team game is a big part of it, isn't it? Especially when you have, sometimes up to 3, maybe 4 team cars in the same split, as well as split across different classes as well. I think we might see that in the later stages, potentially. Either the Urano or the Williams Esports cars trying to make things a little bit more difficult for the rival cars of their respective prototype teams. Always an option.
Word from Alex Simpson, team manager at the Apex Racing team. It didn't stop putting the fuel into Paddy Wolf's car, and so that's the source of the additional 25 seconds. Hopefully, there's not more pain to pay with additional pit stop time required the next time we see the car down in towards the box. But, it's not big brain. There's no conspiracy there. It's just losing crucial track position through no fault of their own.
And it's always heartbreaking when that happens. That's time that they're going to have to gain back. Remember, no safety cars in this race, so there isn't going to be an opportunity for the field to compress and for them to be able to, take a free pit stop or whatever and try and jet up to the back of the rival car. So it's all going to be down to what kind of pace they can extract out of that thing for the time being. Patrick Wolf and Peter Berryman lapping together at the moment, working their way through the GTD traffic. Aaron Vasquez in the Team PGZ car manages to let them through without much issue. We also see that Ayanchan Guven is right with them as well. There's potential for Guven here to get a double draft, and that might help out that car's strategy too.
Yeah, he needs to use this as a fuel-saving marker. The Porsche definitely has speed. That's the thing. We have definitely, first with Charlie Collins, then Guven, see them hold within 16 seconds of the leader after starting at the very back. No qualifying time really on the board. Porsche just seems to be a little bit more compromised in terms of the fuel window with which it's working. 3 wide into turn number 1 they will go. No major drama. They're all able to keep each other within touching distance. And while the gap now has opened up towards the front courtesy of the unfortunate pits malfunction, I guess is the only way to describe it, for the Apex Racing team number 298. Their best running of the GTD cars. In fact, they're only running now of the GTD contenders. Jimmy Antunes in the number 99 has caught back up to Nicholas Laubish, with the gap to Sotomuto holding quite steady at 20 seconds for the time being. There's a 2-lap delta between these two cars for the, at least right now. Apex have been able to extend their stints just that little bit longer. Right now it is still the battle of Ferrari versus Mercedes, but I guess right now I'm kind of questioning, Reese, which of the Mercedes is more finely placed?
Yeah, that's the question on my mind as well. It's just another one of those things that we're not really going to find out for another few hours, and I might very well be out of the comms box by then. Looks like the Williams Esports Marla car of Josh Ladd making his way through nice and cleanly in the S's, so it can be done. Just remains to be seen how much time that GTP has lost. And they've got another one coming up as well. It's the third of the Apex Racing team cars. I'm wondering here how things are going to go onto the back stretch. It's all about the run out of this corner, and it looks to me like Laubish was able to take a little bit more curb on the exit, but he might have lost some crucial traction there, because I can see Antunes just starting to creep up on him a little here.
Slowly closing, and after leaving Arnage competition, it's been a slow build for Jimmy Antunes as part of the main Apex Racing team. Curious to see how he'll go. And out of pit lane, Chris Lullum takes over for Diogo Pinto. So a triple stint from the Portuguese world champion, the 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup King. And now it's handed over to Lullum, who's net second on track. He's only 4.5 off of the race lead. Redline very much still find themselves in contention, and as Josh Ladd heads off to the lane at the very end of the pit stop window, 7 hours and 28 minutes still left to go. We're going to get a good sense after 3 pit stops how the potential for Williams, who are now 7 laps longer than Urano in the fuel window, how that will fare out for them.
Yeah, 7 laps longer. That's quite the margin, actually, all things considered. Especially at this early stage of the race, they're going to have a lot more to play with towards the end, aren't they?
That's the thing, right? It's the margin. Even if it's not cutting a pit stop out, maybe it's a pit stop cycle with the night lights bearing down on Road Atlanta, where they don't even have to change tires. Not expecting Ladd to come out in the lead, but now 50 seconds or so stationary. We should expect him to roll off and away, and maybe still inside of the top 5. Have to wait and see, as cloud cover, by the way, did get very menacingly dark for a second. Josh Ladd spat out directly in front of Danny Chivichabo.
Oh, all right. He's really been thrown into it, hasn't he? 4th place on track at the moment. I'll tell you what, a little bit of GT traffic up ahead, and relatively spaced out as well. That should give him a little bit more of a margin to work with. But it's all about getting used to the car once you come out of the pits. Remember, there's likely a fresh set of tires on that thing. The grip and the behavior of the car will be slightly different from what he was used to throughout the course of the last stint. But it looks like he's up to speed now.
That's the thing with these drivers, right? Is they have the ability to switch that flick the switch, rather. I managed to flip myself around a little bit quicker than the average person would be able to do. They understand inherently what changes the car needs, and it's maybe not so relevant in this particular car, where you're not changing as many in-car adjustments potentially as you are in something else. But going back 2 weeks, Reese, to the Bathurst 1000 that we were covering together, where you've got anti-roll bars that you are very much having to balance as the car's weight burns off and the tires fall away. If you don't reset it back to where they need to be at the start of a fresh set run, it's going to be an interesting outlap, and I think that puts it mildly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's something that I never really considered properly up until now. And you know, I've had plenty of occasions in my racing exploits where I've had things set up a certain way at the end of a stint, and then I come in and I actually forget to change them back. I spend a lap or two thinking, what's wrong with the car? It's a bit different. Oh, that's why. So, you know, I think these pro esports drivers probably have a better idea of it than a complete amateur like me. But still a possibility, still something that you have to keep tabs on.
I think we'll be keeping tabs as well on the fact that the Reese Gardner fan club seems to have been making its appearance not just into RaceBot TV's YouTube chat, but over onto the iRacing Esports network as well. I will quote, is this the co-commentator, the YouTube guy that creates beautiful videos but has actually no clue about competitive racing?
I take exception to that.
Shots fired.
Oh dear. I'd like to think I have a clue about competitive racing. It's more in the Oz NZ sim racing scene. I'm not as intimately familiar with the international scene as you and Joey are, Arjuna, but I do have an appreciation for what these guys are doing, and I certainly know that I could never match what these guys are doing in these cars.
That's the thing, right? It's that at this level, it's just racing is racing no matter what type of car it is as well. And yeah, it's really interesting that, for example, last special event we were seeing an Australian time zone, so a little bit different sort of a flavor than what we traditionally would see in these endurance special events. We wouldn't have seen, for example, Dion Fiallo getting past Ian Guven. That move happens down into the chicane. It's a swap around for 8th, and off the corner, Guven gets a better dry, but I think recognizes that the BMW is just that little bit quicker at this part of the run. But we saw drivers last week that will also, for example, the private label team hype drivers, Adam Blocker and Phil Kraus, very capable of racing in a Cadillac in this GTP class. They won the second split of the Daytona 24. There's just so much that goes on in the world of sim racing. How many splits are we at for the 2023 Petit Le Mans?
I still have the UI up. Let me count. Let's see then. I was searching through them all when I was loading into the session here. Goodness me, this is going to be a bit of a big count, isn't it? All right, give me a moment, Arjuna. I'll get back to you in a sec.
All right. Well, again, we'll probably have to check Reese's counting skills, because never trust the commentator's math. It tends to then reason that you shouldn't trust their counting skills as well. But this is an event that's just grown exponentially. I was watching last night at some of the racing that was going on, and just marveling at how cool it is. Every special event, I just get reminded, Reese, how cool it is that anyone around the world can switch on their computer and say, you know what, I want to experience what Petit Le Mans is all about.
Absolutely. And it looks like, by my count, I counted them individually, there are 24 splits running right now. That might be split across multiple time slots, yes. But yeah, it's amazing to see the sheer amount of drivers competing in events like this, and I think it's really awesome also to see, you know, the way sim racing and real life converge. You know, iRacing having the deal that they do with the manufacturers who race in the real life IMSA series, and being able to get the current cars into the sim, it really is fantastic. It just allows us to emulate that just that little bit more. And
it speaks to as well the collaboration, in particular, as that's Guven up the inside of an LMP2 car. I got very scared there for a sec. Speaks to the collaboration with, I don't want to call out certain manufacturers, but BMW, right? The M4 GT3 and this M Hybrid V8 both debuted for us before customers could buy the car in the real world and go racing with them. There's an understanding that younger audiences engage with motorsport in maybe different ways, and therefore getting the cars out into the hands of maybe a different set of people is so important. And it's why I'm also very excited about the fact that we have all 4 of the GTPs that are currently racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. As we look to add the Lamborghini next year, fingers crossed, I have no inside information, but hopefully that's not too far away either. The Alpines may be coming as well. I mean, it stands to reason, Reese, with the car limit being bumped up so high, that maybe we can throw some more into the mix.
Yeah, absolutely. You can always sort of read between the lines with those kinds of updates. I mean, I did hear you and Joey talking a little earlier about NDAs and such. I do contract work for iRacing themselves as well, so I had to sign an NDA too. But yeah, I genuinely don't know what's in the pipeline next. I'm just as in the dark as anyone else is. Really, really fantastic to see the developments though, as the Drago 696 moves past Anchan Guven. They got some GT traffic to deal with here. Team Redline 71. The Ferrari, not the Lamborghini, the Ferrari, manages to just get out of the way in time.
I'm trying to figure out what the combination of a bull and a horse would be. And that sounds like a unicorn or something. So the prancing unicorn of Team Redline, that's what I think we need to be referring to that car as once again. LMP2 pit stops have begun. The final 5 or so cars in the class have all come down, and for the majority of them, driver changes have been going on as well. And I think we might see a swap around finally for 3rd spot, because Jimmy Antunes has been patient enough, and as the Drago GTP chucks it up the inside, swap around for 3rd. Apex now stand on the GTD podium.
That they do. Got to keep an eye out, though, for Guven coming through in the GTP Porsche. Just enough room on the inside there. Looks to me like Laubish is going to try and come back at him, potentially. Doesn't have quite as much of a run as he'd want coming into turn 1, which isn't really a passing zone in your own class anyway, so might as well sit behind for a bit. Maybe, again, save a bit of fuel.
They are losing ground to Sotomuto. That Williams Esports Chill Blast entry flying at this time. Yes, the last lap, a couple of tenths loss for the number 1 machine, but since the start of the race, Alessandro Bico set the tone. Sotomuto's been keeping the foot pinned on the throat of the rest of the competition, and I've been keeping an eye, just a small glance at Chris Lullum. At one point, Danny Lorenzo had been putting the pressure on and really getting within half a tenth of Lullum at times, but now Lullum has settled into the rhythm, and on what is a very different strategy to those around him, is in a very, very strong spot.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his lap times since coming out of the pits. The fastest lap for this car was set by Diogo Pinto, 106.2, back on lap 36. But yeah, Lullum, he's been dipping into the low 107s on occasion and just keeping it nice and consistent, which is exactly what you want in a position like that.
Danny Lorenzo, the former F1 Esports driver as well. And, you know, maybe some would say that that's not necessarily a background that would set you up well to be a top-level iRacing competitor, but I feel like what that prepares you for are all those different things that go into an F1 Esports race. People will say that, oh, it's just, you know, go as quick as you like. But talk to George Simmons, who also works strategy for the Apex Racing team. There's a lot more that goes into it, understanding which tires to use when to push, when to use the hybrid. All things that now that we've got hybrids back into these GTP machines that the drivers have got to make sure they understand the system of, the ability to manage a high-speed car, thread the needle of treacherous situations with no driver aids, I feel like actually seems like a pretty decent baseline to come over and jump into prototype racing from.
Yeah, I think so. We do have to point out that the hybrid system in these GTPs, drivers can change the mode a maximum of 4 times per lap, if I'm not incorrect. So I guess it all depends on, where you are on the track, number one. Number two, probably more importantly, do you have traffic ahead of you? Can you afford to just turn the hybrid down for a few corners just to save it for a bit more of a blast at the end of the lap? I would assume that the drivers are just keeping it on the balanced setting for now, but maybe in the last few laps of the race they'll turn it up to attack, and then we can see what these cars really do.
I think maybe the only exception for them changing the settings, at least so far, would have been in the opening laps, maybe to try and just make sure they had a bit more grunt with which to fight with, and also the first cycle through of traffic, right? Because if you can build up some separation in a traffic battle, it's always a little bit easier then to keep the gap at a pretty good rate. And speaking of good rate, I tell you what, it was 0.7 of a second last time around the Diogo Pinto close. It's within 1.5, and more times being lost from Jonas Wallmeyer. In through turn 7, being checked up behind a couple of LMP2 machines, and in the blink of an eye, the traffic's taken away from the race leaders, and Chris Lulham's in drafting range.
That he is, managing to get some slipstream off those two LMP2s as Wallmeyer, a little speck in the distance, just making his way past. Did you hear that? He was fuel saving massively.
Incredible. And the way as well, how early they lift off, Reese. There's fuel saving, and then there's what they're doing out on track right now.
Yeah, that's amazing. He was full on the clutch pedal there. Engine almost going down to idle there in the braking zone. So, I mean, every milliliter of fuel saved is potentially another lap you can go on your next stint. All depends. He's going to have to save some fuel here potentially as he tries to make his way through on the LMP2 there in the middle of the S's. That's an awkward spot to do that. And of course, those LMP2s, they're not quite racing each other directly for position, but they won't appreciate the slight time loss there.
And there's a couple of different things going on in that LMP2 class. You do have Reich Energy and Team PGZ. I'm sure, boy, that's a go into Pablo's Twitch, and I'm sure the chat is boiling right now with the tension between those two outfits. We might need another beef night to squash the resulting drama from all of that. But again, remarkably, 44 saw the green, 39 are still running. Maybe somewhat predictably, the only retirees have all come from inside of the GTD class, because what do the classes all stand for, Reese? Well, I don't know if you've heard this from me. GTP stands for going to pass, LMP stands for let me pass, and GTD, I think you know where this is going to die.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I certainly don't envy the GTD runners in races like this, especially around a track like this. You know, the entire first half of this track is just pretty much a single file series of S's. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Oh, goodness me. Wallmeyer up ahead, not seeing any of this, but man, Lulham and Lorenzo, they have been going through it on the last couple of laps, and spare a thought for the LMP2s and the GTDs involved in that. They have to make split-second decisions while keeping an eye on their mirrors at all times.
I've seen enough of the LMP2 violence in previous endurance races to not have too much sympathy for them, and I feel like a lot of the GTD drivers, after experiences at the Nürburgring 24 hours earlier this year, where they were then suddenly the fastest class of all, have a new appreciation for what it's like as one of these prototype drivers, because GTDs, or GT3s as they were known in that race, were passing GR86s, which may be even more of a dramatic speed delta than what we have today. Williams Esports Razor down to the box.
Yep, class leader in LMP2, Atte Kalpinen at the wheel of that machine, and from what I can see, it looks like he's staying in that car now. He's already been in there for a stint, so it looks like he and Moreno Sirica are double stinting it all the way through. Let's see how quick this stop is for him. He's already off the jacks, but I think there's still going to be fuel going into that car. Hopefully they don't have. Hopefully they don't suffer what the Apex Racing Team car of Patrick Wolf had before, and the fuel didn't start going into the car.
I have to ask you the question: do you like fuel and tires at the same time?
I am neutral, I suppose.
Okay, very diplomatic answer. I see.
Yeah, I think it is what it is, and you work within the bounds of what you're given. I will say though that doing fuel and tires at separate times, it does open up strategy a little bit more. It can allow you to just forego tires on a stop, and if you set a car up to be really good on its tires, then you can certainly get a big advantage out of that. So yeah, I suppose that's a big mark in favor of fuel and tires being done separately, but yeah, I mean this is the rule set that we are given, and it basically means that drivers can take a fresh set of tires every single time they get into the lane.
But yeah, the only reason why you maybe wouldn't be taking tires every single time would be if we had the limited tire sets enabled, which we don't for this race, but would be an interesting thing to think about for future special events. Just keep that in mind. I would definitely be of the opinion that would be quite interesting, especially with rain. Limited dry sets, limited wet sets, how do you use them, how do you ration them? LMP2 pit stop cycle now done and dusted once more, and Reese, Williams Esports Razor, have suddenly now built up a 10-second margin, and it's, I don't think because they're necessarily going faster. I think it's more because the Race Clutch 15 has had its driver change. They're slightly slower now as a result. The Apex Racing team closing up in the fight for second, but the leader just starting to break away.
Yeah, very good pit stop cycle for the Williams Esports cars. They came in as the leaders, they come out as the leaders. So I think for Kalpinen and Sirica, they can just keep themselves in the margin and continue on as they are. They've been driving a very good race so far. But the Frigerios and the Race Clutch Blue car, it would be interesting to see what kinds of lap times they can get out of it. Matteo in the number 17, in the number 15, sorry, only having just come out of the pits a few laps ago. So I think this particular stint remains to be seen what his average pace will be.
Pretty relentless run of special events as well. 2 weeks ago, Bathurst. That came in the shadow as well of the iRacing Bristol, NASCAR iRacing Series full-length race. And, well, this coming weekend, the weekend after this, we've got the Crandon Championship, one of my favorites, the off-road short course racing, all building up to Reese, I think what was one of my personal highlights of last year, the introduction of the SCCA runoffs, the reality that sometimes slower powered vehicles produce more racing, sometimes goes over the head of some of the top level drivers. And the SCCA runoffs last year celebrated the fact that the likes of the Formula V, Skip Barbers, etc., and even some of the more oddball cars, the GT1s for example, can produce some great racing.
Absolutely they can. That's why I love events like the SCCA runoffs, and why I love official series like Production Car Challenge and the like. You know, you can go for a really hard race in cars that may not be the quickest out there, but you know, they can be easy enough to drive that you can very easily get the best out of them, and they provide fantastic racing as well. That's obviously not a knock on the racing that we've been seeing tonight. It's been fantastic to see the kind of racing that's been put on here at the Petit Le Mans, but yeah, there is something to be said for a little less power and grip.
Different style of racing, right? I think that's the thing, of course. What was it, last year or the year before? I forget off the top of my head. Real Petit Le Mans, they had the championship come down to the final lap and a dive into the chicane where Wayne Taylor Racing and Ricky Taylor slightly overcommitted, and plenty of different opinions on how different fans saw that, and the reality is it was decided on track rather than in the steward's room, which is always what you would like to see. The traffic, by the way, every time I think it's taking away from Jonas Warmeyer, seems to give a little bit more back to him. Margin back up to 3.2 seconds to Chris Lullum. But just to reiterate the fact that there is such a wild difference in the strategies going on here. The 190 in third is 37 laps into the run. The 192 that leads, 26 laps into its run. BMW M Team Redline, sitting in second, only 19 laps away from having come down pit lane.
Yeah, awesome to see the variance in strategy here. It means that, you know, we can't really predict what the teams are going to do. You know, usually if everyone's locked in on the same strategy, you can think, oh, it's lap X, Y, Z. All right, now we can look for cars to come into the pit lane, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. I'm seeing, you know, as you go further down the GTP field, there's a little bit less variance in strategy, but it's nice to see that the drivers at the top are... Oh, goodness me, that's a lot of wheel work. It's good to see that the drivers at the top are trying something different and trying to vary things here a little bit. Makes things more interesting for all of us, as there is a Ferrari coming into the lane.
Sotomuto in the Williams
Yes.
Esports Chill Blast car. Expect him to stay in. Drivers traditionally do double stints in the GTDs. But crucially, coming in 6 minutes before the top of the hour. Once again, the 001, now powered by Nicholas Rubilar's light right foot, swoops its way down. The S is still running out on track. Rubilar will go a couple of laps longer. That's not going to be the question. The question really will be Team Redline, Ole Steinbraten. Can that Ferrari make its way to the top of the hour and seemingly do what we think it's trying to do and try and cut out a pit stop?
Yeah, I love also the variance of strategy in the GTDs as well, as we're on board now with Steinbraten. You'll see a GTP come through on him right here. That is Josh Ladd in the Williams Esports car. Yeah, you know, it's been a while since I've really delved deep into what the pit strategy is like for a GTD car. Usually they last about an hour out there on track, but you know, obviously there's plenty of things that drivers can try to vary those stint lengths, fuel saving of course being one of them, and depending on, you know, where on track you are in these cars and what the traffic's like, for example right here, there's potential for Steinbraten to save a little bit of fuel himself and continue on.
And the best drivers will always recognize those situations before they're upon them and will be able to save the fuel. Jimmy Antunes comes in at the end of lap 133 for the GTD field, so that is, what, 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Still Rubilar and Steinbraten continue to run themselves around on their merry ways. Again, this is... I didn't realize that Sotomuto is known for this, but you have triple screens. You'd think that you want to use them, but no, Sota doesn't feel the need to. Turns them off to save some electricity and just uses a single screen in the center.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, you do have to think about your electricity bill a lot when you're sim racing, especially if you're running a direct drive rim, which I'm presuming he is. I could be wrong. I can't imagine driving without triple screens now. I switched to triple screens a year or two ago, and yeah, I don't think I could go back to single monitor, but apparently Sota just needs to focus on what's directly in front of him.
I guess if you're not actually fighting with anyone, that does help, but...
Yeah, it does.
The thing that I would be worried, especially in a race like this, right, is where you're in those moments where you've got... You're 3 wide, 3 different classes, and you're not sure if you're clear or not, and you're scared about if you can come across and maybe back onto the racing line. Those are the moments where being able to just glance across is so nice, and that was always one of the selling points, right? For triple screens, ultra wides, but also for virtual reality, which is something, Reese, that we don't tend to see it in top level road racing. We do see it a little bit in dirt oval, dirt road, some of the shorter, more intense races where the ability to truly move your head around is very important. But in these races, for the most part so far, drivers prefer to have just monitors, extra information, which can be overlaid in front of them, and also less sweat, which I think is probably the most important thing.
Yeah, this being an endurance race, you know, you're going to be driving for a long time regardless of if you're sharing a car with your teammate or not. And you got to think about eye fatigue as well. You know, having monitors, you know, like a foot or so at least away from your face will definitely help with how tired your eyes feel after a stint is over. Whereas, you know, if you're in VR and you've got those screens right up against your eyes, then you'd have to go outside and take a walk every time you get out of the car.
Nicholas Rubilar has come into the pit lane, so unable to get to the top of the hour in that Ferrari, but it's a crucial 2 or so laps beyond Sotomuto, as Ole Steinbraten is going to inherit the lead in the GTD class. We've got a bit of a 4-car fight right now, building for 6th. Peter Berryman leads the train, the Apex Racing Team number 3. Drago's number 696 has got Jaden Lady just in front of Dion Fiallo. and Paddy Wolf, former teammates at Veloce in their short-lived prototype program, have made their way on over to BS Competition and to the Apex Racing team respectively, and now very much inside of the top 10 as seemingly pit stop's going to begin for the GTPs as well, but it's the one car that's very, I want to say, off a cycle in terms of its strategy.
Yeah, 43 laps completed there for Daniel Lorenzo in the Urano Esports car. See how long this pit stop is and decide what goes forth from here. It looks like pit stops have been running about 50 to 51 seconds in the GTPs if everything goes smoothly. So that's what I'm expecting we're going to see from the Urano car. He falls to third last running in the field, but remember, he is going to vault back up the field when everyone else comes in for their next pit stops. I'd say starting in about 10 laps time for those drivers that are running from 5th to about 13th in the class.
That sounds about right. And it's all as we'll get ready to close out the third of the racing hours. A 10-hour dash to the line in the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. And well, if you're relatively new to the world of iRacing, these special events are open to anybody as long as you've got a D license with 4.0 safety rating. Got a couple of teammates, because you get disqualified if you try and do these races by yourself. Just jump on in and enjoy the experience, because that's what so many of these people are doing. Reese went through and counted more than 25 active splits of this Petit Le Mans going on right now, and officially 7 hours left to run, all as it's still Urano that lead in the GTP class, with Jonas Warmeyer 6 seconds clear of BMW M Team Redline, who look to try and win this race for what would be a third time in the overall category, and the first time since they swept all three classes in 2021. Williams Esports Razor currently lead in LMP2, which, of note, is defending the race win that they took last year in the Mahler Racing team colors. Similar driver lineup, very different paint scheme, 10-second margin, looking relatively healthy for the time being. And GTD still waiting to find out where Ole Steinbraten and Team Redline's strategy will feed them out, but it is Sotomuto and Williams Esports Chill Blast that currently have the net race lead. You're watching RaceSpot TV, the iRacing Esports Network, and VCO Esports, where Arjuna Kankipati is alongside with Reese Gardner for a couple more hours to get towards the halfway mark of this race. And a halfway mark, Reese, that at least for me at Petit Le Mans, reaching that point, you feel like you're in with a chance of coming out with a result.
Yep, always the best time when you see that halftime mark tick away and you're like, okay, we've already done it once, now we just have to do it again. But of course, racing is inherently chaotic. Anything can happen over the next 7 hours. So all of these drivers, what they need to do is focus on keeping it on the black stuff, focus on giving each other space where necessary, and make sure that they don't overshoot any of the braking zones or lose out. And actually, looking at the pit lane, it looks like Steinbraten has brought the Team Redline number 71 into the lane finally.
And beyond, crucially beyond the top of the hour. They are not just making enough fuel to cut out a stop, they are making enough fuel saving to go beyond the top of the hour and give themselves some leeway on the strategy. Sotomuto's already out of the final corner as Steinbraten dropped off the jacks, still waiting for the fuel to be packed into the car. Margin's probably going to be a good 30 seconds or so, because Steinbraten has a long, lengthy transit down the lane before he can release himself from the speed limit. And this is one of those calls that ultimately just comes down to the very end of this race and whether it will work out in their favor or not. Nicholas Rubelar also flies on past. Next up would be Laubish and Antunes, who have swapped around because of a, again, difference in pit stop strategy. Both Mercedes going to fly past turn number 1 and drop Redline down to 5th spot.
Yeah, but crucially, Steinbraten is close enough that he could afford to have a race with these two, especially considering they're dealing with the GTP leader and 14th place in GTP coming through on them as well. For the time being, it looks like they're keeping it clean. but now that Steinbratton has got some fresh tyres on that car, and we know that they've been able to extend those stints, let's see what he can do here versus the two Mercs.
Here the saving immediately. Recognize the
Yeah.
GTP, and that was a team GTP down the inside, was going to make the move. The risk with this strategy call becomes, as the, great shot out of turn 7, as the weather conditions drop, we've lost 2 degrees Celsius since the last time we checked in with our live weather update, it becomes harder to save fuel. You've got more grip, there's more opportunity to be on throttle, to urge the car to pick up some more speed, and therefore your economy comes down. The saving that Steinbratton and that VCO are doing right now is not the same amount of saving in terms of numbers that they'll be able to plug into their calculations for the final hour, 2, or maybe 3 hours of the race.
Yeah, and they would have factored that into their calculations as well. I think, if I was in their position, and of course I am not a pro esports driver, I'm not the manager of a pro esports team, what I would do in my uninformed mind is try and get as much of that saving done as possible in these hotter daylight conditions, and then release myself to start really putting the power down when things get dark, because the track is fastest at the end of the race, right? So that's where you've got to be fastest.
3 seconds at the front, starting to close in once again. Oh, in each of our classes there is actually some intrigue. It's just in LMP2 right now where Williams Esports Razor do seem to have their cruise control locked in, and right now continuing to pull away from the Apex Racing team, Alpine Esports, Team PGZ, Race Clutch, Movano, and the rest of those very strong names that make up a stacked LMP2 field. It'll be interesting to see if it's the final LMP2 race as well, if in 2024 for the iRacing special events, if it becomes a 2-class affair. Now, I know there were some people, Reese, that were that had their red flags up in arms for the fact that LMP3 was not introduced to the final of the VCO Grand Slams, but I think it makes sense. We had 3 VCO Grand Slams without the LMP3 car. Let's keep the same class structure for the very final event. Let's just add those new cars in. Next year, though, with LMP3 being removed from the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship as a whole, there's no need for it anyway. The question will be, do we still want LMP2 as part of the iRacing special events?
Yeah, very true indeed. I mean, I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of promotion from the community to keep LMP2 in these events, and I always do like seeing 2 prototype classes. I mean, obviously it hasn't always been the case in endurance racing throughout its history that there's been 2 prototype classes, but it's always nice to see. It's what I grew up with. I think it's a generational thing as well. Those of us who grew up seeing ALMS and all of those championships throughout the 2000s and 2010s with a big amount of classes on track, would like to see that continue in the sim world. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with the LMP2 right now. The Dallara P217 is a very popular car, and it's been an enduringly popular car is the main thing in sim racing.
That's the thing, right? We've only had the one chassis of LMP2 car, and so drivers have very much all now built memories with that car, and I think it would be interesting if there was another LMP2 car added, and identical physics, maybe a similar sort of approach to the V8 supercars, the NASCAR side of things, if people would switch away from the Dallara, given its somewhat lack of prominence in real-world racing. I know that's definitely something that I've seen commented on by a handful of people throughout of the course of some of the special events that we've seen that car in. You can still, by the way, every time we jump on board with one of these GTPs, an enormous amount of fuel saving is going on, and this is where these drivers make their money right now, these middle hours of the race where they just continue to pound in the laps. Remarkably, the last endurance event that we had with GT3 cars was the Spa 24, right? 24 hours, we finished, what was it, 150-ish laps, 160 laps. We've already done 160 laps so far today, Reese.
And I mean, of course, part of that is due to the track itself. Road Atlanta, it's a fairly conventional length of racetrack, but you go across the lap in such a short amount of time because the average speed is so high. It is amazing to see the sheer mileage getting covered in a race like this, and that's another reason why I love this track. There's barely any point around this circuit where you feel like you're going slow, even in the slowest corners.
Tell you what, let's see if we can... we had a lap on board with Ian Changuven during our VCO extended pre-show. Let's go for a live lap on board with Ian Changuven, though, and just ride around Road Atlanta. It all starts out with this final chicane where you can hear that Guven's a little bit tentative on power, trying to short shift as well, just to bring as much momentum down on towards the pit lane. There goes that plan.
Yep, it's not going to be an onboard lap. It's going to be an onboard tour through Road Atlanta's pit lane, which, of course, is pretty conventional in terms of pit lanes. You've got a slow lane, you've got a fast lane, you've got the boxes. That's pretty much all you need to know. The Coanda Esports car pulls it up nicely in the box, immediately up on the jacks.
Driver change coming because the keyboard's been pulled out, and there you go. Guven's going to get out, and Chollins, as apparently he has no problem being called, jumps into the car, who was absolutely flying in the first stage as well. You can't see Charlie Collins really on the webcam, can just about see his feet, but has moved on over to the Coanda team house and now settles into the rig for one more stint. Have you noticed, by the way, Reese?
Mm-hmm.
One of them has a triple screen setup. The other one does not.
Yes, indeed.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Really is. Like, I love seeing, what drivers prefer and how they get their pace with their different setups. That's the beauty of sim racing.
I've just realized why. That is an ultra wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not to play iRacing, unfortunately, is the problem.
I see.
Yes, Charlie Collins on one of those rigs that the Porsche Coanda team have been using regularly over the course of 2023 in their ESL endeavors. Of course, our former two-time Porsche Esports Super Cup champion Joshua Rogers leading the charge for that Porsche Coanda squad. And so Charlie Collins sits into the rig and now rolls back out onto track. Question was asked into the RaceSpot TV chat. Who's leading in GTD? This car right now, and by a healthy margin, 17 seconds. It's still Williams Esports Tour Blast. It's still Sota Muto that runs at the front.
Yeah, and still running very competitively as well. 1 minute 18s every single lap since Sota Muto got out of the pits, which is quite interesting, really. You would expect a little bit more variance with the sheer amount of prototype traffic that's been coming up on him from behind. But Muto, I think his big strength here has been consistency over everything else. He's just been able to pound out those lap times, keep that car in the lead, and keep it safe as well.
That's the most important thing, right? The fact that outside of the marbles that being picked up on the white front end of that car, so everyone can tell it's being raced, it looks factory fresh. It looks like it's just rolled out from the shop at Maranello to be shipped out to the customers around the world. And this is where, for Williams Esports in particular, right, it's always interesting to see how they approach a particular race, because of course they're partnered up with the Mercedes AMG team and run official customer cars for Mercedes in this competition. The best of them right now in 7th. Other of the Mercedes for Williams has retired. Belliziotis got tangled up with some traffic. And so when you see an additional entry, Reese, that is not in that Mercedes, you know that Williams feel they've got a setup that's very, very quick in that car.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, the Ferrari and the Mercedes seem to be the cars of choice in the GTD field. They make their pace in different ways, completely different configuration of car as well, both rear-wheel drive, but the Ferrari has the engine in the rear, the Mercedes has the engine at the front, or at the very least towards the front. I think you'd call the Mercedes a bit more of a mid-front engine car. The engine center of mass still completely behind the front axle, to my knowledge, but it changes things around with how you attack circuits like this. you've got to keep that in mind. That's something that stuck with me ever since I started taking racing games seriously. What kind of car are you driving? Where is it going to make its pace?
And being able to switch between cars is also a skill in and of itself. For example, mentioned Peter Berryman, who has handed over the keys of his Apex Racing team car back to Maxime Briant as the GTP cycle gets underway once again. Jumping out of that iRacing Formula 4 car, winning the British Formula 4 rounds on Wednesday, the perfect sweep as well, qualifying and 2 race victories. And now into this prototype. Sure, there are some similarities, yes, but for the most part, there's more differences than things in common that the drivers are all having to pick their way on through. Still waiting for the first 4 in the GTP class to come down to the pit lane. That means BMW M Team Red Lime, Williams Esports Marlow, the 2 Apex Racing team cars, and then Urano Esports Data Group 190 still technically owes us a pit stop, but that was just because it made a very early pit stop going on now 12 laps ago. For Chris Lullum, I feel like these are the laps before he comes down to the lane where he's just back on the fuel mileage game. There were a few laps where it felt like, Reese, he was trying to close the margin, but now focused on saving once more.
Yeah, especially with the amount of traffic he's dealing with right now, just passing the GTD leader who we were focusing on before, and it looks like Vlad Kimichev, 5th place running car in GTP, just behind doing the same thing as well, trying to make his way past the Coffin Dancers LMP2 with Jesse Hiliaho at the wheel of that one. Look at the aggressive change of line there. The LMP2 is searching desperately for some kind of slipstream here. Yeah, Lullum, he's currently coming up to the end of his 39th lap on this stint, and looking at that car in the past, it looks like the lap stints have been running around 43 laps to 44 laps, so expect him in soon.
They seem to be.
Looks like we've got Apex Racing team in the lane, 297 and 298.
And both doing driver changes. Marcus Solholm and Owen Carroll going to be taking back over the reins. Let's not forget the 298. Paddy Wolf had a brief technical issue in the previous pit stop that dropped them slightly back in line. Owen Carroll had been leading the charge for the vast majority of the opening 2 hours, and now back into the car after a brief rest period, and emerges crucially again in clean air. Ideal for him to be able to get back up to speed. Meanwhile, Marcus Solholm's been deposited directly behind the 3rd of the Apex Racing Team GTPs. The rock and rolling grooving Frenchman Maxime Briant is in 5th for the time being, or is net 3rd technically out on track. But the best of the Apex Racing cars is now 20 full seconds behind Vlad Kimichev for a team that always prides themselves, I think, on being able to get up to speed. The only reason that I think we're seeing that Urano gap at the front is, again, just the way that they've been able to understand this BMW M Hybrid V8. They run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in points for the BMW M Sim Cup in this class as well. It's just remarkable how one team has been able to really knuckle down, Reese, and figure out the nuances of a car that has had some changes since its introduction.
Yeah, a couple of changes indeed. Remember, the BMW M Hybrid V8 was the first GTP to be brought to the iRacing service, then the Cadillac, and then the Porsche and the Acura in the last season build. So there's plenty to think about there. And it's all about track time, I think, when you're going through events like this. If you've got a good understanding of the car, that's 90% of the work done already. And I think that's been the big strength of a lot of teams in this event, is that they have done the work. They've been able to understand the car.
And once you've done the work, it never stops. Again, iRacing is an ever-evolving platform, and changes coming all the time. Even when the Acura and Porsches were introduced, the BMWs got and Cadillacs got slight changes to a balance of performance to make the cars all somewhat a little bit more equal, but also just slightly adjusting, sometimes even setup parameters and windows with which the teams and the drivers are all working from within. Let's cycle over to GTD strategy though, because now we are again, about 10 laps into a fuel window, and maybe we can get a better sense for where Team Redline shakes up as a result of their attempts to cut out a pit stop. 30 seconds off the back of the race leaders, with not even half the race done and dusted. If a full transit down the pit lane is, what, 60 odd seconds, maybe 65, 70 seconds, not necessarily sure the math is adding up just yet.
No, not just yet. Remember, though, it is still early days. We have yet to approach that crucial halfway mark of the race. For the moment, Ole Steinbraten, I think, just driving to a number behind the Mercedes here of the Team ART, number 99. Antunes, he's probably feeling a little bit of pressure, but on the other side of the coin, Steinbraten, we've seen how much he's been saving fuel in the braking zones. I think he's perfectly comfortable just sitting behind the Mercedes here, making use of the slipstream down the back straight, and then clutching it in the braking zones, or at least trying to as much as he can, and driving that car's own race. They're not really racing hard against these cars at the moment.
I feel like maybe Redline's fight with this strategy is more for second than for first for the time being.
Yeah.
And with it's a two-driver lineup, I'm pretty sure, for most of these teams. It's going to be quite hard, I guess, given how much fuel saving is going on, how much traffic they are dealing with. Both Vecchio and Steinbraten, going to be drenched in sweat and sat in a pool of sweat come the end of their 10-hour races, but also, I think, mentally fatiguing is a bit of an understatement for the type of race that they are having to go through. Their teammate BMW Team Redline car, Chris Lolland's on to now the 43rd lap of the run, so this might be the final lap before we see them come into the lane. And you can see directly behind, that is Vlad Kimichev. The net race leader is 1 lap down. That's the cost of a pit stop here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah, once again, further to my point earlier about the high average speed of this circuit, you know, it's 4 kilometers long, but majority of that is going fast through the corners and going flat out down the straights as well. You've really got to think about it like you're in a short track oval race even. Every pit stop you make is going to cost you that much time, so you need to factor that into your calculations and work your strategy backwards from the end of the race. Well, approaching the end of the lap now for Lulham, coming up on an LMP2, and the Grid and Go Esports 001, the second place of our GTD runners, and he goes for the lane, as does the LMP2 in front of him. Gilles Hubin in the Red Panda car actually hits the wall. Oh, goodness. That could have worked out very poorly for Lulham.
Well, it definitely cost him some time there, without a shadow of a doubt. A, losing a bit of momentum off the chicane, but then also B, being a bit scared by that number 13, being a bit inauspicious in front on the entry into the lane. And now Lulham will find the box and sit there for about 50 seconds or so while the fuel, the tires all get changed and the crew goes to work. Lulham will stay in. Remember, Pinto did a triple stint. And so Lulham's now going to be onto the second stint of his potential 3-odd-hour extravaganza at this very short facility. That first stint, again, 44-odd laps. By the time he gets out of the car, 120 laps will probably have been run. Vlad Kimichev is into the final corner as we're still waiting for Chris Lulham to get the fuel finished into that car. We will see, of course, the 192 inherit the lead, but it's again just the question of, well, how close are Redline going to be?
Well, remember, pit stops run about 50 seconds in the GTPs, and it looks like he is away. Lulham just getting out of the pits now, but I think he took a couple more seconds than he wanted to get off the pit limiter. He looked a little bit slower there. Regardless, he does come out in clear air, which is very crucial indeed, but he has given up the race lead to Vlad Kimichev.
It's 5.5 seconds, so I think it's actually been equal either side of the pit stops, and now final GTP runner will make their way down on in as the LMP2 pit stop begins once again. It's going to be Josh Ladd getting out, and it's going to be Matt Farrow jumping into that machine. The Marla liveried car, that of course is technically the net lineal defending race winner, but with the Williams Esports Razor car also entered in LMP2. That technically, I guess, is the lineal car history carrying forward into that entry. Weather conditions, if you're curious, you can follow timing at timing.racebot.tv. You can't see the weather conditions. We've just passed 3 p.m. in virtual standard time, Reese. The conditions haven't really dropped off too much since the last time we've checked in on them, but with the clear skies, the sun starting to set, you can get the sense that probably from here we'll start to see the grip levels rise and the temperature start to drop.
Yeah, it's going to be slow at first, but once the sun starts dipping below the horizon, you're going to see a bit of a big drop in that track temperature, which is 34 degrees Celsius at the moment. I'm not too sure just how much of a drop there's going to be and how long it's going to take to come in, just because the track will tend to hold on to some heat after the sun finishes beating down on it. But I'm sure that the drivers are just going to be driving the track in front of them and figuring out that sort of stuff on the fly. For the sheer amount of planning that goes into a race like this, you've still got to have some wiggle room to ad-lib.
Oh, absolutely. If you don't have the flexibility to respond on the fly, yes, there are no safety cars that, for split-second decisions that change the course of the race, but you still need to be adaptable and to have the foresight to be able to shift things around. It's always helpful when you don't just rely on the drivers to be able to talk about strategy, though. Of course, we said Williams Esports, they've got their team headquarters. They'll be having plenty of resources thrown into it. Mark Tranter, Alex Simpson helping out behind the scenes for Apex, and I'm sure at the Coanda Team Hub, plenty of support from those not necessarily driving, maybe Josh Rogers, Mitchell DeYoung, Mac Backham, and a handful of others helping to keep things working nice and smoothly. We've been racing now for almost 3.5 odd hours. We've still got 3 class leaders that are starting to assert their dominance right now, but we're going to step aside briefly here on RaceSpot TV, and we're going to show you some of the latest content that's been coming the way of iRacing. You're watching some of it now, but there's still plenty to come moving forward into 2024. You're watching VCO Esports, the iRacing Esports Network, and RaceSpot TV for coverage of the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV, the iRacing Esports Network, and to VCO Esports for the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO. Delighted to have your company. Brief break for us behind the scenes as we continue with our wall-to-wall coverage on Junior Kankipati alongside with Reese Gardner as we get closer and closer to the halfway mark of the race. We've just seen Drago Racing slide in front of the Apex Racing team for 6th position in class, but at least for the time being, Reese, it's 3 dominant leaders in all 3 of our classes.
Yeah, the Orano Esports Heineken Media car with Vlad Kimichev at the wheel. 21.5 laps into their stint at the moment, and looks like they're going to be one of the first of our GTP cars to take to the pit lane at the end of this stint. In LMP2, Williams Esports Razor continuing to lead the way by some margin over Race Clutch Blue, and of course in the GTD class, it is all the Williams Esports show, with Sotomuto continuing to smash out those consistent laps in that Ferrari.
Yeah, and 22 seconds. That's a remarkable gap to have, not even halfway into the race, given that margins in qualifying between Williams Esports and Grid and Go were, what, a couple of hundredths, thousandths between the two, so it just goes to show that qualifying, race pace, it's often 2 very different things, and you can't see the whole picture from just one of them. The one thing that I think we have seen plenty of, Reese, is traffic interactions. 44 started, 5 retirees, all of them in our GTD class.
Yeah, and I think we saw a little bit of that traffic interaction in the same class with these 2 LMP2s here. Marlon Ducek in the PGZ 124 behind Govand Keeney in the Rick Energy number 14. Looks like Govand had a little bit of an adventure in the S's that time by. Fortunately, he was able to keep the car going, but yeah, they're battling for position, these 2, and they had just given way to our race overall race leader. Let's see how this battle continues from here on out, because it seems like Govand is doing everything he can to try and hold on to that position.
Well, Sven Haase, who is part of the 001 Grid and Go Esports crew, does also say there is a completely different strategy. Now, there's not that much difference between Williams Esports and Grid and Go. There's only 3 laps delta between the 2 of them. Now, maybe I'm just... commentators never really understand strategies, do we, Reese? So maybe I'm goodness. Govand Keeney almost ran directly into the back of that Mercedes, but I guess the point is strategy's still up in the air, but strategy doesn't matter if you get done in traffic.
Absolutely not. And I mean, you know, if you want to talk strategy, I'm completely the wrong person to ask. I rarely have a grip on strategy, even in races where I am the lead commentator. So, you know, don't go to me. All I can do is look at the numbers as they are and make predictions from there. I'm not exactly Nostradamus, though.
That would be great, though. Can you imagine if we actually had Nostradamus as our in-house strategy expert? I can imagine the broadcast taking a definite step up in quality. You'll note through turn 1 how they really open up the track, switch to the left, that little bit of runoff that they can take advantage of. These drivers are taking the limits wherever they can. 9th and 10th position still split by half a second as they run right now. And we've been talking a lot about fuel strategies and how different they all are across the different classes. We still think GT3's strategy is wide open, but potentially it might, we think, be a battle for second. Sven Haase might disagree with at least me on that equation, but if you look at third on back, Team Redline seems to be the only one that we think can cut out a pit stop. And Reese, they are now only 3 and a bit odd seconds away from the podium.
Yeah, still following behind Jimmy Antunes in the Mercedes-AMG Team ART number 99. Those cars were a little bit closer last time I looked at them, but potentially, you know, the ebb and flow of traffic has gotten in the way of that battle a little bit. Regardless, I think Steinbratton is close enough that he's going to be able to sit in the slipstream and save a tiny bit of fuel from there.
see that the number 92, Konstantin Scharf, is 9 seconds further back, and then you've got Pablo Arujo in the PGZ. It's a BMW for this one. It's always a interesting question, which car do some of these teams pick? Some teams now, of course, have manufacturer affiliations, so, BS Competition, you'll see them in a BMW, like you see with Oscar Rene just behind the pair that we've been watching. Apex have recently joined Urano and Williams in having a partnership with Mercedes AMG, but a lot of other teams, Redline included, despite having had BMW and Porsche partnerships in the past, do tend to see them find the best car for the task.
Yeah, and I think that's what really sets them apart, right? I mean, obviously there are brand deals in sim racing, just like there are in real-world motorsports, but teams like Redline, they very rarely have any particular affiliations. I know that Max Verstappen and Red Bull have been a major driving force in that team recently, but they'll always look for the best opportunity possible when the time comes. Rinne, meanwhile, here, taking quite a bit of curb on the way into turn 7, and I'm interested to see that. When I've been lapping around Road Atlanta, when I've raced here in the past, I've always tended to sort of stay away from that curb, but every driver in this session, I've noticed, has been all over that curb on the entry. Evidently, they've got a few tricks up their sleeve in terms of setups to keep the car stable there.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how did your car respond over those bumps?
Not well.
I still remember, what was the last Petit Le Mans that I actually ran seriously? It probably was 2019. So wow, that is 4 years ago. That is crazy for me to think about. But I still remember BMW M8 GTE. We were trying to figure out how to get it to respond better over the curves. We had it pretty decent, and it was turn 5. That was the main place that we were really trying to get it working a little bit better. We looked at data, which if anyone has built iRacing setups, you know that looking at histograms often doesn't actually produce the fastest setup. So what do? You try random clicks, and my teammate tried this one click that just worked. It clicked, literally. And I'm glad you appreciated my pun there, because boy, I've got Joey coming back in a few hours and he's going to torture me for another couple of hours. But it was that realization that sometimes the only way to find what's fast is just to drive a lot.
Yeah, exactly, and there'll be a lot of driving going on in this race going forward. There's been an awful lot of driving going on with teams practicing for this race. They put in a ridiculous amount of effort here in these top teams to get their cars optimized for this track. And further to your point about the curbs, that's something that I've always noticed about Road Atlanta. It is about how your car rides the curbs. That's the main factor to consider here, because it can net you so much time, especially in places like Turn 3 and down here in the S's as well. You're going to be riding those curbs. That's the fastest way through these corners, and you've got to try and keep it stable, especially in the braking zone here. You'll notice they just hit the curb there on the way in, and the exit of Turn 5. It's so bumpy. You have to use all of that runoff area to get the best run out. And more often than not, in most races I've seen, it ends in tears for drivers who push a little too hard there.
No, that is the thing. And going back to the setup for just a second, the thing with the dampers, the suspension, is you always have a compromise, right? What change that you make for one part of the track might adversely affect a slightly different part of the track, and so that's always going to be something to keep in mind. I will just point out that November 5th, the return of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which you'll be able to catch on the iRacing Esports Network, it's at this track, at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, so a lot of these drivers will be using this as an opportunity to win a VCO Grand Slam, but for that IMSA Esports Global Championship, partnered up, of course, with VCO once more. Be interesting to see how they all are fighting in that. There's the BS competition-powered BMW bank car, carves up the inside of former race leader Owen Carroll. It seems a bit interesting to see that maybe Owen looks quote-unquote slow, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think Dion Fiallo is just flying right now. One of the few drivers able to consistently be in the 106s, and right now, that BMW bank car is on a bit of a climb up.
It is. That the laps from that car have been stonking in the last few laps. Dion dipped into the 106s a few times earlier on in the stint, but yeah, he's been on a very consistent run these last few laps. Interesting point from ART Alex in the iRacing Twitch chat. Brute force setup building. Which team will be the first to develop AI to do it? Now, that raises a bit of an ethical question, Arjuna, because, I mean, there's a lot of ethical debate going on around AI at the moment, particularly in the art space. Will there be rules, potentially, in the future prohibiting teams from using AI to optimize their cars?
Well, maybe... The first part of this is... I guess I'm trying to figure out, to use AI, you need to be able to train AI, right? Which means AI needs to fundamentally understand what makes a faster setup, or needs to be able to drive a car in slightly different ways to get the most out of the setups that is given, right? So I think there is a lot to understand. Let's not forget, a lot of AI in racing games isn't necessarily using the physics that you're driving with. There are different physics that they have, and to make it slightly simpler, to make them behave in a fun way, right? Because AI needs to be fun ultimately. This AI that Alex Simpson is talking about is not about fun, right? This is about business. This is about trying to get your car as fast as possible. So I guess that's where my first little, as a programmer, my question becomes, okay, where do we get this data? How do we make that work? But that's where VCO comes into play, because one of the things that we love to do, Reese, is not tell the drivers what track we're at and to leave it up to social media. 24 hours before the event starts is when the vote goes up, or just before that. And then it's only an hour or so before the race that we know where we're racing at, which, let's be real, usually when the vote goes up, most people know which one's going to win, but...
Oh, fallow! Oh, goodness, sorry to cut you off there, Arjuna. That is some big contact there. Looks to me like that's involved the Urano Mercedes as well.
It was Konstantin Shah, the second Urano car, fortunately, but was that another case of three classes overlapping at the same time and it just not working out as they all stumbled over one another? Straight to the replay we'll go. You were quite right, Reese, to exclaim there, and it was the LMP2 car that I feel instigated it from the first look.
Yeah, looks like Govan Keeney, I mean, it looked like he was trying to go for a move on the GT himself, but then the GTP was coming on through, and then Govan's like, okay, where do I go from here? Split-second decision, what do you do?
The track curves back up to the left is the other thing, right? So naturally, the car wants to come to the right while Dion is trying to come to the left. One more look and we'll look from up above, because I always think this is sometimes the best way to be able to look at it, and in sim racing we get the opportunity to do so multiple times. To be fair to Govan, it's not like he left a lot of room to the left. It was maybe only half a car's width, but that was enough to do the damage.
Yeah, certainly was. Probably could have afforded to just hug the inside and let the GTP take it, because if you're in a lower class, the GTP is going to try and go for the move. But oh well, that is how things stand, and unfortunately, that really awesome run of laps from Dion Fiallo has come to an end. Back to the Team Redline Ferrari, now up into fourth in class and chasing down the ART Mercedes 99 once more. Looks like that gap has closed up just a little more again, and maybe this GTP can help things out a little.
And Túnez is almost at the end of the fuel window. Luca Kita in that Urano number 90, who I got scared for a second was the Mercedes spinning up at the top at turn 3, has fortunately not been involved there, has made his pit stop and finds himself trying to punch in some clean and tidy laps. 39.9 seconds for him, so they're not a full stop's worth of fuel, just about 2 seconds shorter stationary time. Maybe something just to keep an eye on in the case of that number 99 Mercedes AMG Team ART. I was just having a chat as well with another one of the Apex Racing Team contingent. Alex Simpson, team manager, posed the question about AI in the iRacing Esports Network chat. Mark Tranter and myself were just kind of having a chat about how traffic's played out, and the thing that we kind of agreed on is, PGZ up the inside on that 119 getting loose, and that would have scared Steinbraten a little bit. is the fact that we've not had that much attrition. Which maybe you'd look at it and go, oh, it's been a clean race, it's been perfectly fine. But the reason why I think it's been clean is on every side, and mostly on the GTD side, when there's a prototype firing up the inside, Reese, you've really got two choices. A, run your line and probably die, or B, pull aside and let the prototype do what it was going to do. And unfortunately, it feels like the GTDs have been taking a fair bit of a brunt in that regard.
Yeah, I think so. I was going to interject and say probably die is an option in both of those scenarios if you're
Fair.
a GTD. I mean, I'm sure that people who do officials will certainly be sympathetic to that remark. But yeah, it's really difficult to be driving a GTD in a race like this because you've got cars that are orders of magnitude faster than you are going around the track at the same time. They've got their own battles, they've got their own races to run, and they've got to try and make their way past you while you're sharing the track with them. Like, especially up here at turn 3, look at that! That is 2 LMP2s going through on the Team Redline car. That's in fact, they're not even racing for position, those 2 LMP2s. So, yeah, it's just so difficult, because the state of the battle can change in such a short amount of time. We see it on screen now. Jimmy Antunes is right in the clutches of Steinbratton, but here comes a GTP to break it up again.
It's a relentless give and take, and sometimes it feels like you are giving more than you are taking, but as long as you have the realization that that's probably not the case, traffic management is something that drivers have to find ways to excel at. It is in both real and virtual motorsport, top-level drivers are basically all around the same speed. You put Sebastian Jobe, Max Benecke, and Josh Rogers next to each other and put them in the same car with the same setup, and I can almost guarantee you they'll be within, if not a 10th of a second within each other, maybe even 100th of a second. It's managing in traffic, the strategies, managing tires, all those little things, Reese, that really make the difference between the good and the great.
Absolutely, and managing strategy is probably on the mind of the Mercedes AMG Team AR T99 at the moment, because Antunes has just jumped into the pits there. We saw it on screen. He's given the car to Alejandro Sanchez for the next stint. Sanchez was the driver who started the race in that car, so that releases the Team Redline Ferrari, but I don't know if that's a good thing for their strategy. Remember the amount that Ole Steinbratton was saving over the course of the last stint, and even from the very start of the race, that car has been saving fuel and extending their stints. Now they're in clear air, they've got no one to draft with, so how's that going to affect them?
And you can see in terms of the weather conditions, it is starting to just slightly tick on down. It's going to take some time to drop to around 22 degrees Celsius, where our expectations are that it will plateau, but when the track temperature drops off, the grip increases, the amount of time you can spend full throttle will increase as well. And these are all those different factors that will, without a shadow of a doubt, come into play. Let's check on in with Alejandro Sanchez. The Spaniard has spooled up out of pit lane and finds himself now just 2 seconds back from Luca Kita, who's 7 laps into the run, so there's a big difference in terms of the window between them. But yeah, crucially, the Apex Racing team still short of the top of the hour, and they know that. They recognize that. So what are they doing? Well, Reese, not a full tank of fuel going into the 99.
Yeah, okay. So they are trying to shorten this stint, probably put themselves back on a sort of even strategy going towards the end of the race. It will be interesting to see how that works out for them. They've got some prototypes coming on through as well, so Sanchez is getting a bit of a baptism of fire here. This is the first time he's driven the car since he got out after his second stint.
Conditions maybe not too dissimilar, and the benefit for Sanchez will be as well less cars on track with which to work, and plenty of them have got to make their own transits down to the lane, and so we'll keep an eye on increasing visits to pit lane. And LMP2, gaps held steady at about 10 seconds. Benjamin Frigero took over in the last cycle of pit stops and has been able to put some magic back into the number 15, pulled away from Maxence Godino, and equally has stabilized the margin up the road to Ate Kalpinen, still leading in the Williams Esports Razor car. But on the fight back, Dion Fiallo's got to try and find a way past Charlie Collins as they work their way up through traffic into turn 3.
And of course, main reason he's behind that car now is because of the incident we saw with Govind Keeney and the other Urano Mercedes just before. So he's got a lot of work to do here. The car will probably be a little bit dented up, and oh my goodness, that is awkward on the exit of turn 5. That's the Team Redline car that Collins had to make his way past, and the Grid and Go 004 LMP2 says, no thank you, I want none of this.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that there are some nerves out there from some of the drivers, but as we get through that safely, 3-wide situation navigated without too much stress. You can tell the headlights are increasingly being used as the sun continues its descent below the horizon. 0.3 the margin between the two cars. Porsche 963 up against the BMW M Hybrid V8. You kind of get the sense in the sim, if you have driven these cars, of just how compressed, how compact the cockpits really are. But Reese, I had the pleasure of being able to see inside of the cockpit of one of these cars last weekend, and it's still quite remarkable to think about how quickly the drivers are able to get in and out of the cars during pit stops, but also just how claustrophobic it must feel for them.
Oh no! There we go! Charlie Collins spun around. He had already been losing it on the exit of 5.
And damage!
Yeah, damage. Dion Fiallo went right into the back of him. The rear end of that Porsche 963 is in no fun state right now.
Now that is a car that's going to head straight down to the pit lane, and you'd assume sit there for a lengthy chunk of repairs, and that would still be a question mark about whether it's going to be fit to return to the track. Still limping down the back straightaway is Collins, but as he does so, let's turn our attention to the onboard with Dion Fiallo and Reese. Just a brief moment over the curbs, sent the rear end skating around, and Dion had no time to check up.
No, he'd already committed to corner exit at that stage. It was really impossible to avoid that incident there. This is the onboard from Collins, and you can see that just coming into the corner, he loses the rear end just slightly, but that was enough to lose the momentum at the wrong possible moment. That car is now in the lane, and like you said, we expect him to be in there for a while.
That's a shame as well. Ian Changuven, Charlie Collins, a charge from the very back of the field up into the top 5 on occasion. That comes to a close for the time being, and I do not think we will see that car out again. The second VRS Coanda car has Pash Gerges behind the wheel. They're 2 laps down. Actually, maybe the damage won't be too bad for Collins. I always have to remind myself now, Reese, that iRacing have made a sweeping set of updates, not just the damage model itself, but to how endurance damage repairs end up working, and potentially for that number 4 car, maybe it won't be too long at the end of the day.
Well, here's hoping. I mean, we can't see the readouts in the Coanda hub. We don't know how long that damage is going to take to repair. What I can tell you is that Charlie Collins has jumped out of the car. So I get the feeling that that is a lot of damage that they have to work out. It looks like he's reviewing the incident there. Yeah, you can see him looking from Fiallo's perspective for just a moment, just trying to figure out what's going on.
This is the racing driver thing as well, right? Trying to use the hands to describe the pitch of the car and whatnot. I don't think there's any blame going on right now. This is just a understanding for a team that, again, as Charlie Collins mentioned when we talked to him, has not actually done very many special events as of late. And so returning to iRacing competition maybe a little bit as well. There's some learnings going on, and I have no doubt that the next time we see the VRS Coanda crew out in competition, that they'll be pushing as ever to try and be the best that they can. They are amongst the best to have ever done it here on iRacing in particular. So, pit stops underway, not just for damage, but for fuel as well. The Apex Racing team and Maxime Briant have just made their transit down the lane and have stopped up for the fuel. But we're still waiting to see how the strategy is going to play out between Urano and BMW M Team Redline. Haven't really talked about it too much this fuel stint as we come to the end of 4 hours of racing, but Reese, the gap's gone from what, 5 and a bit seconds at one point to now just under 10.
And it's going to be nothing in just a moment because Kimichev has just gone into the lane.
Boom. Perfect timing.
Lovely stuff. So, Urano Esports into the lane then. It looks like Redline will resume the race lead. That is a 43-lap stint completed again there for Vlad Kimichev. I would suspect that Lullum is about 9 or 10 laps away from pitting himself.
I have a feeling as well that when it comes to Chris Lullum, this middle stint has maybe been a little bit more about the fuel than any of the other ones because of that track temperature dropping. It's been 20-odd seconds or so for Vlad Kimichev to be sitting stationary. He's clearly, I think, going to be staying in the car. Same can be said for the likes of Nicholas Bowe, Jaden Munoz, the other cars that are currently sitting on pit lane, just waiting for the instructions to be released. And, well, as we've come to the top of another hour, it means that Team Redline, once again, by virtue of the long stop cycle that they are on, have once again re-inherited the lead. Somewhere Max Verstappen will be smiling on as Gianni Vecchio and Ole Steinbraten now pace themselves down in towards the chicane. Biko's taken over from Sotomuto. That's an important point as well, because now we'll get to see what the relative pace as the temperature drops is between Sotomuto and Alessandro Biko. Every driver at this level is pretty good, Reese, as I was saying earlier, but even between in a certain team, maybe one driver prefers the setup, one driver prefers the car, the track itself. There'll be little differences, and you'll know that you'll have one driver you can rely on maybe a little bit more when the pressure's on.
Yeah, and that's something that I contend with all the time when I'm commentating on V8 Enduros in the AusNZ scene, is, you know, you have an A driver and a B driver mostly. There are some super teams that have 2 A drivers in the car, and they can certainly both get the best out of the machine, but, you know, talent does vary, approaches to the track vary, as well as how you respond to the changing of conditions out on the track. That's what you got to do when you're looking at getting your driver roster sorted. And, you know, I don't know how much planning goes into who's going to be driving when in an event like this. Fact is, you genuinely don't know what's coming throughout the course of a race like the Petit Le Mans. So sometimes you got to do a bit of adjusting on the fly.
And adjusting on the fly, I don't think is going to be possible for the VRS Commander number 4. I think Charlie Collins and Einchan Guven have called it a day in the 963 because they are currently waiting to see, I think, just how bad the damage is truly. 297 comes in the GTP cars. That's Marcus Solholm bringing in another one of the 3 Apex Racing Team machines. And it'll be next up for Owen Carroll in the 298, who's been able to extend it the longest of them all. But once again, it's BMW M Team Redline and Williams Esports Marla that find themselves still pushing the strategy just that little bit longer. As much as and I think plenty of people, Reese, are focusing on Redline as the focus of the counter strategy, Williams are only 9 seconds back. It's not a lot of time to make back up in the next 6 or so hours.
Yeah, we've got to remember as well relative laps pitting for these cars as well. The Redline car is on its 38th lap. Matt Farrow here has just started his 37th lap, so not much of a difference between the two cars, but hey, if Farrow can save a little bit more and extend his stint a bit further, that could work out well for the Williams Esports car towards the end. Or, alternatively, they might just be going hell for leather and pushing as hard as they can out on the racetrack while the sun shines, in a literal sense as well as a figurative one.
I think that is going to be the key thing. How do they decide they want to play the ends of the strategies? Because I think that's where we're probably going to see a little bit more intrigue. Owen Carroll's down onto the lane as expected, brings in a 298 from 3rd position. Now, Kimichev will cycle back around to inherit the net race lead. And we'll wait for the strategy cycle to resume once more. Check back in with GTDs with the pit stop cycle complete. Gianni Vecchio's taken on over from Ole Steinbraten in the Redline. I was about to say Lamborghini, Reese. You almost tricked me yourself there. The Redline Ferrari. But in terms of the gap, it's opened back up to both Alejandro Sanchez and to Luca Kita.
Yeah, it has. It's worked out okay for Redline. I thought that they would be in trouble considering what I'd seen from them so far with their fuel saving and now having no one to race with. But it's been nice and stable for Gianni Vecchio, who has just taken over there from Ole Steinbraten. And that car, now we will see whether or not they can extract a little bit more pace out of it as time goes on. They're definitely playing the long game here.
That is, I think, the thing that everyone has to be keeping in mind. It's a long race still left to go. I said it's a 10-hour sprint before, but it almost feels like you package it up into individual sprints either side of the pit stops, and that's kind of what we're seeing right now. We haven't talked too much about the LMP2s lately, and so we give some love to the race leader, Ate Kalpanen, and the distinctive bright green front end of the Razor liveried machine. Frigerio's back into the 15 for another double stint as we expected, so has just come into pit lane. We'll probably see Kalpanen in a couple of laps' time, but at least for the time being, it does feel as though Williams have managed the tempo of this race quite well, and the car is looking as clean as you'd hope for.
Yeah, very much so. Remember, at the last pit stop, they had a huge lead, and they came out in that lead. I would expect more of the same here, unless, of course, something drastic happens out on track, which is not entirely out of the question. We've already seen it happen a few times already. You can see with this onboard just how hard he is working. I know that you have to slide the LMP2 a tiny bit to get the best out of it, but I'm amazed at how much force is going through that steering wheel. I'm amazed his wrists haven't broken.
The good thing is this is a car with power steering, as opposed to, well, there are a handful of cars that unfortunately here on the sim do not have that same benefit and are a little bit more weighty with which to manage, as you can imagine for long endurance stints. That's not ideal, and so that's why these cars do tend to have a little bit of assistance. They also, when we talk about GTPs, not such a thing when it comes to these LMP2s, but the brakes, that's such a key part, right? Because you're not just slowing the car down, that's obvious, but you're also regenerating some of the energy into that hybrid system, and so you've got some tools to manage how the braking phase of the car effectively works, Reese. I got myself very confused for a second because I thought I was calling...
That is indeed my name.
I thought I was calling Owen Carroll Reese because it's, you know, Reese Carroll, brother, and I got very scared for a second. I got myself very confused. But that means that you need to, A, maximize the braking potential, how quickly you can slow the car down, but at the same time, understand how much energy you're recharging at the same time.
Yeah, and one of the little nuances of these cars when it comes to that regenerative braking is... you know, these cars are rear-wheel drive, and they remain rear-wheel drive on the power. They're not four-wheel drive on acceleration like the old LMP1s were. So when you're dealing with the regenerative braking and changing that setting for how much regenerative braking is applied, you're also technically changing the brake bias. The more regenerative braking you put on the car, the further rearward the brake bias is, because you know, there's a motor that slows the wheels down, and that is how the power is generated. So you have to think about that. You know, in the heavy braking zones, you stand a chance potentially of spinning under brakes if you have the regenerative braking set too high.
And that was something we saw a lot of at the start, I feel, of the GTP sort of era. Of course, first the BMW was the very first car that we got to see. Since then, drivers have become a lot more accustomed to it, of course, but we still see on occasion them be a bit too aggressive, force the setup into a place that maybe it doesn't necessarily need to be. And that can tend to be a little bit of an issue. 10 minutes past the end of another hour, by the way. Really is flying on past. 4 hours and 10 minutes complete. Want to follow along with your favorite team and driver? Timing.racespot.tv, and if you want to see a helpful little spotters guide, just add /spotters guide to that to be able to follow along and pick apart which of these fabulous liveries you love the most, because we did tease that at some point we'd have a livery watch, and Reese, I know your time in the comms booth has starting to come to a close. So I think it's only fitting that maybe we start a bit of a run-through of the field.
Absolutely. We're starting, of course, with the overall race leader, the number 20, Chris Lullum, driving the BMW Team Redline machine. And, of course, their partnership with Red Bull showing in its full glory on that machine. And, I know that there's been some criticism from fans about Red Bull and F1 keeping their car livery the same year on year, but I think they've built a very solid brand identity. When you look at one of their cars, you know it's a Red Bull.
And I think the other thing with maybe the complaints, right, is that when you have a distinct brand identity, I think a lot of people don't realize that there are certain constraints that you then have to work within. And you don't have free reign. And so what I like with this Redline car is that they adapted the previous Redline, lineage of paints, added some, let's say, modern flair with a lot of those new designs and whatnot, and of course now not black anymore, but that bluish Red Bull tinge that slightly sets it apart from, well, we'll skip the Williams Esports Marla car for just a second, because let's look at another black and red car. At least there's not black and red, it's blue and red now for Redline.
Yeah, of course, black and red belonging to Urano Esports, and I do like the way they've dealt with the lines in the livery. I've always liked that sort of, I don't know what it is, it's sort of like a cross between dashed lines and stripes that some teams put on their liveries. I think it's worked really well in the case of the Urano car.
I do quite like the Urano livery, and again, we tease a lot of them for, having the traditional black and red, which maybe is a bit overused. Chris Lullum, by the way, is down onto the lane, but it does work quite well, let's be honest, for motorsports. Williams Esports always get a good mark in my book just because of how distinctive their various liveries are. Yes, they've got the base towards the back, which you can recognize, and then they'll mix up the front. So this is Marla. You know it's Marla. You also know that this is Fanatec.
Absolutely, logo emblazoned across the front of the car, and you've got those shades of Williams blue towards the rear of the cars. It's a nice identifying marker. I always love seeing how teams put variations on a livery. Lovely to see.
And of course that carries over as well. If we jump out of the GTPs for a second, Williams Esports Razor, I'm just going to highlight them because that's nice and easy to pick apart as well. We'll stop livery watch for just a second because Vlad Kimichev's had a moment, the race leader, and I was also noting the other Urano car, but this is at turn number 1.
Yeah, not the race leader at the moment, was running in third at the time, but is the effective overall race leader, or was anyway. That was a huge incident for them down into turn 1. Looks like contact with an LMP2, Mateusz Luczek, in the Apex 101 car.
So let's grab a look at it and take a look at what happened. Lights flash, but again, lights flashing doesn't entitle you to go for the move. Spins himself around and then fortunately doesn't hit the barrier too hard.
Yeah, I alluded earlier on to turn 1 not quite being a passing zone. I mean, there's a lot of speed deficit that the LMP2 has, but still, yeah, there wasn't any chance of that move being made. Probably should have waited until the exit.
And how much time has that cost them? Well, Chris Lullum's come out of pit lane and is now the race leader because Matt Farrow is on the box. And a car that we thought was going to have to wait till the end to see its strategy cycle it towards the front leads for the very first time. BMW M Team Redline take advantage of Kimichev's mistake.
Yeah, that's endurance racing. You just got to keep it stable, keep it smooth, and sometimes your rivals can make a mistake or get involved in an incident and the race just falls into your lap. That's just happened for BMW M Team Redline. So now I think their focus is changing a little bit.
We will see when these drivers find themselves interlocked once again, but with just 2.4 seconds the margin, I think we can reasonably expect the Urano car to close on up. The question will just be, how much damage is there potentially on that car? From a cursory look, it seems okay, but is there something on the underside where there is also some crucial aero that keeps the car stuck to the ground?
Yeah, that's something that always comes into play when it comes to prototypes. These things use ground effect. They have sculpted floors. They've got diffusers at the front and the rear. So any damage that happens to the floor of the car can massively affect your pace. It's not just about how the air flows over the car. It's about how it flows under the car as well. For the time being, it looks like Kimichev has recovered nicely. His last lap was a 106.7, so still very much on the pace when it comes to the GTP class. So maybe they just got away with that.
I think that's what they're going to be hoping, but fingers crossed. And I think nervous moments if you are watching on in the Urano Esports headquarters as to, well, a dramatic moment to say the very least. It's not a Petit Le Mans without some sort of drama. Diogo Pinto and Max Verstappen were sharing a car when they ran themselves out of the final corner and unfortunately found themselves into the wall. All it takes is one little moment like that, and see if Kimichev's able to put that behind him, because the other thing to keep in mind is if you let yourself be affected by making a mistake like that, sometimes it seeps into your driving. You make more mistakes, and, well, for a situation like this, maybe more importantly, Reese, you end up losing some crucial tenths of a second.
Yeah, and those tenths of a second can make all the difference right at the end. I know that in my personal experience, I've done plenty of endurance racing in the past, and when I've made a mistake, especially early on in my career, I've been cursing myself and just being really negative about myself after an incident, and that's usually led to another incident further down the line. I think, though, Vlad Kimichev, very mentally strong, as you have to be when you're racing at the top flight of sim racing, looks like he's just focused on getting right back into the rhythm. It was a little blip, it's fine, the car's straight, he can keep going from here.
It's been really interesting as well how just been remembering some of the action that we had in the first part of the race and how it's still pretty close between so many of them. They were pretty closely matched heading into the first couple of rounds of traffic. Then they did start to get split up slightly. It is definitely concertinaed back together in the stages since then, and with the field still pretty populated, only 37 cars running out of the 44 that started. There is still plenty of traffic to keep in mind. VCO Esports as well as Reich Energy now confirmed as DNFs in today's race, joining the number 53 Mercedes AMG Williams Esports car, the number 98 Mercedes AMG Apex car, Simufy, BS Turner, and Grid & Go. All of those cars are in the GTDs. Our first retirees coming in our two prototype classes. Still 2 seconds the gap between Redline and Urano. It's holding pretty steady for the time being, with Redline now having track position advantage. How important is that, Reese, when it comes to the strategy they've been running as well?
Well, my gut reaction is they're going to have to change it up from here. Like, they were the ones chasing. They were the ones trying to go off strategy to everyone else to try and work something out towards the end. Now they're in the lead. Now they're the ones who can afford to control the pace of the race, control the strategy. I'm looking at the lap times for Lulham at the moment. It doesn't seem like there's been too much of a change as things stand, but you never know. Over the next couple of stints, we might see them try and implement some other way of approaching these last 5 hours.
Last 5 hours, boy, they're going to fly on past, aren't they? Especially because I don't think we're too far away from sunset. It's ticks past 4 p.m. in the virtual Brazelton, Georgia, virtual standard time. Track temperature about to dip below 30 degrees Celsius. And now I start to ask the questions. Who has built a setup that works better in the warmer conditions? Who's built a setup that's more optimized for now, when the track starts to cool, and when in those final five hours, we'll see the drivers starting to push that little bit more as well.
It's an interesting dichotomy, isn't it? The race starts in broad daylight and finishes in the night time, but it spends a bit more time light than it does dark. And general philosophy when setting up a car is that you want it to be its fastest at the end of the race. That's at night here. So, logically you'd say, oh, I'll set up the car to be quicker in the cooler conditions, but not necessarily. The majority of this race is with the sun beating down on the track. So that's the question you've got to ask. That's the dilemma that these teams have had to contend with. Do you set the car up to run better in the daytime or the nighttime?
And going back to the question about AI, I almost wonder as if maybe AI comes in to help you try and understand stints. Maybe that's where it can help, right? Once you've got your setup, maybe you just tell it, go and drive like this for 3 stints without changing tires, and we'll see what the tires like. We'll see what the times are like. There's plenty of ethical questions about this conversation, Reese, but I can feel like that. Teams spend hours and hours and hours preparing for these races. That would certainly be an advantage.
Yeah, it'll certainly speed things up. It'll allow them, to get their setups done a little bit quicker, be able to focus more on actually driving the car as opposed to thinking about, what setting can we change to induce this behavior in the car. But yeah, I'm more thinking about the legal technicalities of it. If teams do start using AI to bolster their running, we might see some rules come in that either limit the amount of time teams can use running an AI program, or maybe even just banning it altogether. But how would you police that?
I like the idea of limiting time. That's very F1-like, right? With the wind tunnel restrictions that they put on.
That was my thinking.
How would you enforce that? Because I don't even know how Formula 1 enforces that, to be fair, because that does seem like a bit of an honor system thing, right? Where, sir, yes, I only ran my wind tunnel for 4 hours today. The extra electricity that you saw was just me playing my my console, or my iRacing rig was taking a lot of power. My direct drive wheel.
Yeah, it was the microwave in the break room. Jim was microwaving some fish or something like that,
Yeah. I'm really now curious about that. I almost wonder if the way to think about this is we're going to have to end up limiting practice in some ways. And I mean this in the only way I can realistically see to enforce it is like what we were talking about earlier, where you leave the choice up to social media. The drivers don't get too much notice, which also bridges the gap, Reese, between full-time sim racers. You have time to drive hours and hours and hours if they're only given 24 hours, for example, to practice a track, versus someone who works a job full-time but is also very, very fast.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big can of worms. There's so many questions to ask about that. You could make an entire podcast series out of it. It is such an interesting line of questioning, isn't it?
I get the sense that our opinions aren't going to matter so much here. It's probably going to be the team's opinions that probably come into play, as they well should, because the teams are going to be the ones most impacted by whatever regulation comes in around this, right? So, yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. Someone in our RaceSpot TV chat says AI strategy is used in real life, but how,
it is.
But yeah, I think again same question still applies, right? They have a cost cap, which will impact how much you can spend on your simulations, right? So there is still inadvertently a restriction in place. Well, ethically, Reese, which side of the fence do you stand on?
Look, I am the son of an artist, so I'm already kind of iffy about AI being used in the art space. Yeah, I kind of fall on the side of please let's leave it up to the humans. I understand that AI can be a very powerful tool, and there are a lot of great applications for it. But in a competition sense, in sim racing, I want to see what people can do, not necessarily what computers can do, though technology can definitely assist.
I am well and truly on board with that. Unfortunately, I think falling off the board in today's race is the second and final of the running Williams Esports AMG cars. Let's take a look at what happened, and it's again in towards the S's, and it's again a car going for a gap that never really exists, and instantly you can tell that car is, as Lando Norris would say, broken.
Yeah, that's a big shame there. Another view of it coming through turns 3 and 4. You see the GTP just going for it there, and a big tap. Fortunately able to recover it on the grass, but I think that did a number on the right rear, unfortunately.
I think it was Fraser Williamson. Indeed it was, in that Movano 04 entry, and you'll just see heading down in towards the complex. It's late. Regardless of my personal opinions on how GTDs often get the short end of the straw, it is just a very late dive. I understand the frustration, the reason why Williamson doesn't want to wait, but it's just resulted in another GTD being, unfortunately, taken out on a flatbed.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Once again, this has been a part of multi-class racing since time immemorial. The faster cars tend to be able to work around different racing lines a little bit better, because, you know, the prototypes, they have more downforce, they have a bit more grip in general. They can alter their line in the middle of a corner if they need to. They can take a compromised line through a corner and still be equally fast. The GTs, despite the downforce they produce, do not have that luxury.
No. GTEs, going back, a few years, that's when we had a little bit more downforce on these GT machines, but by no means were those perfect either, and it was always the balance of the GTs versus prototypes that proved to be a difficult thing for some. I still find it very impressive to go over to the real world as top 3, by the way, very, very close. Williams, Esports, Marla are well and truly in the mix now in the GT3 battle as well. Someone like Ben Keating, who is quote-unquote an amateur driver, right? But is amongst the quickest in a GT3 car, is also amongst the quickest in an LMP2 car, and finds a way during races like the 24 Hours of Daytona race to be able to bounce back and forth between the two.
Yeah, I mean, versatility is a huge part of driving talent as well, isn't it? Being able to adapt to different kinds of cars. I mean, at the end of the day, every car has 4 wheels and a steering wheel and an engine, and that's about it. And the basic approach you take is the same for every single car you drive, but it's those subtleties, those little differences between how the cars handle, how they make their speed as well. If you can get on top of that and put yourself into a good pattern of habits for each individual car, it can turn you into an absolute machine.
Yes, and hopefully not the AI machine that we keep talking about, because I think we provoked a couple of conversations in the chat, so I think that's for sure. And hopefully planted the question in some people's minds, because AI is coming whether we like it or not, so we better get used to the new world. It's really close up towards the front. It's closing in within the top 5 as well. Almost halfway through this race. 5 cars split by 10.5 seconds. Quite remarkable to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Really incredible stuff. I tell you what, the run that this team has been having, really, really crazy. Let's see how the LMP2 draft happens for the 2 of these cars. Both of them getting slipstream off LMP2s. Looks like both of them make their way past without much fuss. Now, is the move going to be made before the chicane? No, it looks like Lorenzo's going to sit behind a little bit. Might cost him a little bit in terms of speed here versus Maxime Briand, but he has to negotiate a GTD through the final corner as well.
It's a shame that we don't get the webcam from the Apex Racing number 3, because it's always great peeking behind the curtain, but it's always increasingly... That's Dean Ledger in the grid and go car. That's out of turn 5, I'm going to assume. And with no rear wing, boom, went an LMP2 car.
That is not how you want the rear end of a Dallara P217 to look. I've commentated races with Steen Ledger in them, and he's certainly a quick driver, but unfortunately not going his way.
And he took a shortcut there to just try and stay out of trouble. I don't think it's necessarily working the way that he would have wanted. Also, another car has just taken a trip back to pit lane on a flatbed, so clearly there's been drama. When it rains, it kind of pours for plenty, and still rear wingless. Unlike for Alex Dunn, whose rear wing pops back into existence when He had his incident earlier on today. Steen Ledger has had to nurse his car all the way back to the lane. And we can take a look at what happened to him. And because turn 5's curb is pretty bad, I'm going to guess he didn't have those magic setup settings.
No, certainly didn't. Got unsettled on the inside curb at the apex of the corner. We'll see it properly here. The car was already sideways by the time he got to the exit curb, so this was probably very unfortunate for Steen Ledger. Didn't lose it on the exit, and the contact with the tyre barrier, it wasn't even that heavy, but it was enough to dislodge the rear wing, which is the main thing. Sometimes it's those infinitesimal differences in speed that can make all the difference.
And because the rear diffuser on this car is where a lot of the downforce gets generated as well, it's a catch-22 where it hurts even more. So a couple more, unfortunately, of the LMP2 runners now finding themselves as potential DNFs. Prototypes finding it increasingly difficult as we work our way closer to the halfway mark of this race. Still, it's about 25 seconds at the front of the GTD class, 13 seconds at the front of the LMP2 class, and while they're still close, it's not as close as these GTPs. Maybe disappointingly to some though, Reese, it is all BMWs currently scored inside of the top 8. The first non-BMW, the Acura for Movano in 9th spot.
Yeah, Movano repping Acura there, and quite nicely too, though Fraser Williamson, as we saw before, was a little over-aggressive a couple of times. That car, though, has escaped any major damage. Aside from that, yeah, it is the BMW show in this GTP class. We do still have one of the VRS Coanda Esports Porsches running, the number 8 car. Pashalis Gerkis at the wheel of that one. And something that I noticed on my end, I didn't mention it on the broadcast because you were on another point, Arjuna, is that one of the pit stops that car took when Gerkis took over the car actually overshot its pit box. So things not going smoothly for Coanda in this one by any stretch of the imagination.
And it's so easy, talking about the brakes earlier, right? It's so easy even in the box to make a mistake like that. And it's,
yeah.
If you shoot too far, sometimes you need to then clumsily get it into reverse gear. It's fortunately easier in the sim than it is in the real world to be able to engage that reverse. And Phil Denez, we once saw him in a BMW Sim GT Cup race where he knew he was going to overshoot his box. So what did he do? Well, he had it in reverse before he was already stationary, and so basically never actually came to a complete stop. It was one of the more heads-up things that I think I've ever seen. I don't think I would ever recommend, though, that you do it, because it is quite scary.
Yeah, and it'll probably also do a number on the gearbox as well.
It's okay. Virtual gearbox.
Of course. But hey, if it comes to the point where drivers do have to look after that stuff in the sim, you'll definitely see a few potential retirements spring up from that. Let's see what happens on that front. This BMW Team Redline car in the lead of the race, just continuing to jet away in front, but not quite, because Vlad Kimichev, despite his massive incident earlier going through turn 3, tell you what, that car has lost none of its pace, and isn't that far away from taking the race lead back, considering the pace he was on the last lap. 2/10 taken out of Chris Lullum.
I think it's remarkable as well, given that it didn't dent the confidence necessarily of Kimichev. It would have been very, very easy to let the head hang, but no, has very much continued to run the tempo and not let Chris Lullum off the hook. Lullum's still in fuel-saving mode, let's not forget, and it gets harder to save the fuel the more the temperatures continue to drop. At the end of lap 238, not even halfway through this one, it is now dipped officially below 30 degrees Celsius on the track itself. You'll also pick up at various points on the track just how much dirt and gravel has been brought on by the drivers, Reese, who have been running the ragged edge of track limits for now 4.5 hours. Not expecting drive-through penalties to be a concern at 50 incident points, but you're definitely seeing the drivers making the track a little bit dirty.
Yeah, also the marbles as well. If you look hard enough, you can see just how many marbles are on the exit of turn 5 in particular. You don't want to go offline through that turn, because that will be a one-way ticket to a spin. This was the location you were alluding to, I think, Arjuna, down at 10A and 10B. Look at the curb here. See how much dirt and dust has been put onto the racetrack by cars cutting the inside of that corner. You're able to cut it just a little bit. Of course, conversely, that means that if you're on the outside going in there, you're in for a wild ride.
Yes, and even in through turn 1, you see on a couple of occasions the drivers are doing similar sort of things, but it's not as egregious. Turn 3 is the other place, just because it is so blind as you climb up through the crest of that complex that you do tend to sometimes find drivers getting slightly caught out. Even our race leaders will find themselves picking up the 1Xs there. It can be very easy, like you were saying. Off tracks at the chicane and at turn 3. Those are the two complexes where you do tend to see them the most. Gap opens back up, by the way. Chris Lullum has found himself a bit of a pocket of clean air once more and stabilizes the margin to Kimichev. Matt Farrow's in the mix. Got to watch behind as well, because Apex Racing team aren't too far away. You do have to just keep in mind, though, that Danny Lorenzo in the second of the Urano BMW M Hybrid V8 is 41 laps into the run and does owe us a pit stop.
Yeah, he does. So does he come in at the end of this lap or the next one? Once again, you see just how much they're using the outside of the entry into 10A and 10B. It looks like he's going to stay out for one more lap here. That's 42 laps completed. The maximum stint length we've seen from GTPs has been 43 laps. So I think this will be an in-lap here for Lorenzo.
Last time we were riding on board, there was definitely plenty of daylight. So the conditions have changed, and he almost seems as though he's ensconced now in the nighttime. I don't know about you, but personally for me, that sort of an adjustment is quite a significant one, because you go from having lots of lights around you, helping to minimize the eye strain from the monitors, to now, well, plenty of strain from the monitors.
Yeah, that's something that I've experienced in doing 24-hour events myself. I remember, I started a stint. I think we were driving a Lamborghini at Daytona a few years ago, and I started my driving stint when the sun was going down, and by the time I got out of the car, like 2-3 hours later, the room was completely dark around me. And I had to spend quite a bit of time adjusting my eyes, as Lorenzo will adjust his tyres back onto the car. Lovely fresh set of rubber going onto that Urano Esports 190 as they take their pit stop.
And the Michelin tyres being put onto the BMW M Hybrid that Lorenzo brings into pit lane. From what I remember, these tyres were all developed initially, in the real world at least, based on simulations, because of course the cars weren't really homologated just yet. And so they were building and developing a single tire for both the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the World Endurance Car Championship, dealing with the fact that some race without tire warmers, some race with tire warmers, range of conditions. Daytona is so cold in January versus, Watkins Glen in the middle of the summer. That's always a scorcher. You've got to imagine that developing a tire for this sort of a race car as well is no easy feat.
Yeah, I know that, especially when the Pirelli tires were introduced to Formula One that were designed to degrade quickly, there are a lot of comparisons being made with European sports car racing and just how hard they could push the tires and for how long too. Like, on an LMP1 car, the tyres were pretty much the same in terms of feeling at the end of a stint. And sometimes they could even double and triple stint tyres. Of course, tyres and fuel were taken separately in that series. So, yeah, I'm really interested in what goes into developing tyres for racing series, because we've gotten so far now with rubber compounds and simulating tyres over stints as well. It's just amazing to think about. We're at the point now where we can design a tyre, conceivably, to run for 4 hours straight at max speed on a track and still have it come out fine?
I still remember last year chatting with someone at Michelin with the job title of Senior Virtual Tire Designer.
Oh wow, what a job.
I remember telling him, you might have one of the coolest job titles in the whole wide world.
Nice.
It was really cool. Michelin as well, really cool partners of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship last year. I can't thank them enough for everything they did to bring that project off of the ground. This, oh, it's tasty, and it's been building. And the fact that Redline are in front means for the first time, the pressure is really more on Urano than on the Redline car in front. Do not forget, live timing and scoring available by heading to timing.racespot.tv. You can follow along with your favorite team and drivers. You can see how long they've been on the track. Relative pace as well, if they've been having any issues with traffic, and most importantly, at least for commentators, just add a /spotters guide onto the end of that spotter guide, excuse me, to correct myself, and you'll be able to see all the wonderful liveries for the drivers here today. 0.3 of a second, the margin at the line. 0.3 of a second splits them after 4 hours and 40 minutes of racing.
And you know what? The lap that time by for Lulham and Kimichev, the difference between them, 0.003 of a second.
Wow.
That's how closely matched these cars are.
And that's less than the time it takes for you to blink your eye. In terms of qualifying, if we had seen that margin between the front, it's basically the difference between running a little bit wide out of a corner and missing the apex by maybe a pixel. If you're Vlad Kimichev, though, I've got to pose the question, Reese. You're slightly behind on fuel right now in terms of the mileage game. Do you sit behind and just save for a little bit and try and equalize things a little bit more on pit lane?
Yeah, I feel like that's what he's trying to do here, because, like, you know, he's obviously drafting up behind Lulham quite aggressively, but he's not going for the move. He's not pulling out of the slipstream at the moment. So I think they are using that opportunity to just save a tiny bit of fuel, and if they can do that incrementally over the next few stints, then maybe that'll work out for them towards the end. Who knows? What I can tell you is that Lulham is very aggressive on the fuel save into the chicane. I've noticed he's lifted off quite drastically the last couple of times I've seen them go through.
I think right now, if you are Lulham, it's probably not bad either way. If you stay in front, you won't be too disappointed, but it's a good run out of turn 5, and Kimichev pulls alongside. Lulham releases the throttle, and it's back to the race lead for Urano. One brief moment dropped them down. Vlad Kimichev reinserts themselves to the very front.
Nicely done, too. Congratulations to Vlad Kimichev for immediately proving me wrong on my strategy prediction. Let's see what Lulham does here in the slipstream. Yeah, look at him. Wow, that's a big lift.
And the consequence of now being in front, Kimichev can't really be saving the same amount of fuel. He's going to be pushing the case without a shadow of a doubt. Just track the progress of the 192 in trying to break the draft of those behind. Keep an eye as well on Dominic Hoffman, who's been trapped behind Pash Gergis. One lap down now, of course, after early pit stop made from Hoffman. It's a very different strategy, of course, for the 190. We'll see how it all plays out.
We will. Big fight between these two cars. Can Hoffman get into... Wow, okay. Looks like Gergis let him go.
I've never seen someone let someone go in through turn 3 as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot to do it, unless there was a mistake for Gergis, but I didn't really see any signs of one. Maybe the Coanda car is once again just playing the long game and deciding, okay, probably time to back off a little bit. Having said that, Gergis had to have a couple of goes at steering into turn 7 there. The car looked a little bit unstable, so maybe they're struggling and just trying to preserve the car for the time being.
Still a long way to go in this race, that is for sure. If you've gotten any damage, we heard from, I forget who it was, one team saying they pitted early just to get a little bit more damage repaired after the start of the race. They compromised themselves then. As Gergis straight down to the lane. Maybe that's why there wasn't too much of a fight put up. Back up towards the front. Let's check back in Lalum's 1 second away, but you can tell if Kimichev hadn't been checked up behind the GTD machine, Sven Haase behind the Ferrari wheel for Grid and Go Esports, that gap could have grown even larger.
Certainly. Lalum just now quietly lapping behind Vlad Kimichev. Sven Haase, meanwhile, what kind of gap is he dealing with to the car ahead here? Alessandro Bico has taken over the Williams Esports Chill Blast car from Sotomuto, and it looks like the gap between those cars is about 24 seconds at the moment. So, still plenty to think about. Meanwhile, you see that the number 71 Team Redline car still involved, potentially, in the battle for the podium, though they are 9 seconds back from the P3 car, who actually, incidentally, is coming into the pits right now. Alejandro Sanchez bringing the 99 in, and he's followed by Balazs Remenyik in the Alpine Esports LMP2, which was running third at the time.
Nice, healthy slide into the box there from Sanchez. Nice and committed without losing too much ground. Important to make sure you maximize on those little bits where the driver can really make the difference. Sanchez seems to be staying in that car as well. Came in 15 odd minutes before the top of an hour. There is a commitment to a splash and dash at the end there. The opposite of what we're expecting from Redline. Vecchio continues to stretch the fuel. Vecchio's teammate Chris Lalum back onto the case of Vlad Kimichev, and you are seeing teams being involved at the front of multiple classes. Redline at the front of GTD and GTP. Williams at the front of all three of the classes. It's fascinating to see how operations that span so many drivers, so many different cars, are able to work together and find similar levels of success.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show how consistent the driver lineups are at these teams. I mean, sim racing has been around long enough that, you know, we do have a good idea of where everyone stands in terms of their pace, and the teams are watching that more intently than anyone else, and they try their best to build the most consistent driver lineup possible for these sprint races and endurance ones too. It looks like the Apex Racing Team 299, Peter Berryman, bringing it into the lane, and from what I can see, he is staying in that car for the moment. But now, for our leaders, Lalum, heavy on the fuel save. He is sticking with Vlad Kimichev, but he's not pressuring him.
He's got to stick with the fuel save for now and trying to take advantage of those moments in traffic to keep the gap close and keep the gap honest. Speaking of pit stops, by the way, Alejandro Sanchez, for the very first time, has actually come out in front of Luca Kita and the Mercedes-AMG Urano number 90. It's by a small margin, yes, but for a while, Luca Kita had been threatening to break away from Sanchez, and now that has very much stabilized back in. Sanchez, someone that saw break onto the scene with MSI Esports in his first campaigns in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. MSI were partnered up with the Apex Racing Team in their technical affiliation. That, of course, introduced Sanchez to the squad. He made the step over, brought along Sal Vitalians with him in late 2022, and both of them have really added a bit of a Spanish flair to the Corby crew that's been going from strength to strength. Urano and Williams were the very first teams that were partnered up with Mercedes when those partnerships were first announced. Apex joined them earlier this year, and it's really interesting to see, Reese, how some of these manufacturers just get more and more committed to the sim racing world.
Absolutely. I think it definitely helps that they have proper brand representation here, in the case of BMW and Mercedes, and they, BMW's case in particular, working very closely with iRacing. I'm seeing a lot of activity in the pits, sorry to pivot away. In the GTP class, it looks like the BS Competition, Williams Esports Fanatec, and the BMW Bank cars are in as well. So that is a proper matchup for these cars in terms of strategy, but it looks like the BMW Bank car went a lap shorter than the other two.
Yeah, so I wonder if that's related to the little bit of contact that Dion Fiallo had. There's going to be Kei Kashube rolling away, though, taking over the responsibilities. Nathan Lewis is going to take over the 18.9. I did see that Nicholas Bowe had punched in a 1:05.9. Wasn't a valid lap because of track limits violation. What could that car have done without the incident in the early stages? I think that's going to be a question that will be lingering in the minds of everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always heartbreaking when you have an incident early on in a long endurance race, and the entire time you're driving with the thought of, oh, if that hadn't happened, how far up the track would we be? Would we be battling for the win at this stage? But at the end of the day, you have to put that to the back of your mind because you still have a race to run.
And a race that 10 minutes away from reaching its halfway mark is seeing the sun continue to drop below the horizon. We're not far away from the headlights being required rather than just iRacing flipping the switch for the field. Here's going to be a look 3 wide with the PGZ BMW. I tell you what, that was a little bit nervy for sure, as the BMW M Team Redline car has BS competition trying to unlap itself. It's 2 laps down, wants to try and get one of those laps back. It's going to have to make sure it does it in a clean and tidy fashion.
And Lullum absolutely stamping on the power out of 10A and 10B, increases the gap between the cars, so I think it's going to be difficult for Nathan Lewis to get that lap back. Of course, the Redline car is fuel saving heavily, but they still have the right to be ahead. Of course, blue flag rules don't really count in sports car racing just due to the nature of it, but you still want to drive as quickly as possible, and it seems like Lullum knows when to get on the power. Let's see what the slipstream is like here down the back stretch, whether or not Lewis can actually get by, and if he does, if Lullum will allow him to pull away a little bit. Remember, that Redline car does want to lose as little time as possible despite their fuel save strat.
It is warm tires versus old tires versus new tires, and then a full fuel load versus a much lighter fuel load. So there are different slight elements going on there that the drivers will be thinking about as well. Sven Haase is going to inherit the lead in the GTD because Alessandro Bico has come into the pit lane. It's 8 minutes before the top of the hour. So Williams Esports Chill Blast aren't as bad off in the fuel splash and dash mix compared to Apex and Urano's 99 and 90, but still Sven Haase, grid and go, slightly better, and we'll have a little less time in the final hour, stationary in the box.
So that pit stop for Williams Esports car was 40.1 seconds. That looks like it's right in the middle of the average pit stop times for that class. Comes back out in what looks like clear air, though he does have Jesse Jones and the Falcon Sim Racing team up ahead of him. Regardless, it looks like he's pretty alone on track at the moment. Shouldn't face too much trouble from the prototypes.
It's ideal, again, to be able to roll back out in somewhat clean air. One brief note is just the fact that, again, it's not a full trip down pit lane. Seems to have been able to save a couple of seconds stationary, so it's not necessarily always full fuel going into that car. The team is aware that they can slightly play around with the fuel load over the course of the run. Jonas Warmeyer in that 192 has come out of pit lane, taken over from Vlad Kimichev, and straight away gotten right back up to speed. Has slotted directly behind the Williams Esports Marla car. Again, 1 lap down, but only on strategy. This is one of the weird things about the lengthy pit stops that we do have, and that for Warmeyer, for Farrow, they're both going to have to be rather patient.
Yeah, patience is the name of the game in an endurance race, as always. You're always thinking about where you're going to be at the end of the race. It's all about just building the blocks. It's like a house of cards, isn't it, Arjuna? And just like a house of cards, it can fall apart in a moment.
And it could be a race where, remember, Vlad Kimichev might have seen that house of cards falling apart in front of his eyes. Off through turn number 1, that moment with the Apex 1 machine. It was only, 15 or so minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly right.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say we can expect in the next few laps the BMW M Team Redline and Williams Esports Marla cars in, but it looks like, I think you were going to mention this car, Marino Sirica in the Williams Esports Razor machine, still leading LMP2 by a long way.
He's going to be staying in that car. Te Kauppinen has been the only other driver that we have actually seen behind the wheel, and pulling off and away. This is what I was saying with Danny Lorenzo, is the fact that there was a distinct lack of ambient light and only the monitors basically illuminating the room. This is a little bit more friendly on the eyes, and, well, race leader still, Moreno Sirica, gets right back out into traffic and, as calm as you'd like, rolls himself up to speed.
Yeah, and once again, maintaining the lead by 10 seconds in LMP2. Matteo Frigerio in the race clutch blue car, still quite a ways back, and looks to me like, they're 8 laps behind on strats there. So I get the feeling it's still going to fall into the hands of Williams Esports for the time being, but it could change on a dime.
Now, we didn't do predictions before the race, so Reese, you have had the benefit of being able to watch on what's been going on, but as your time in the commentary booth unfortunately comes to a close, 3 different classes. I feel like one of those classes I think we can probably agree on. There's a potential winner. The other 2, I mean, do you want to flip a coin? Should I do it for you?
Oh, do it for me, mate. I've done enough endurance races as a driver. I've seen enough endurance races as a commentator to know that nothing is guaranteed at this point of the race.
Absolutely not. But I'm still going to make you pick one winner. You can pick GTP or GTD. I'll let you at least have some flexibility there, but one winner.
All right. At the moment, I think GTD is the easier choice. I would say that the Williams Esports Chill Blast car is best placed at the moment. Can't discount Team Redline 71, though, with their very long-term fuel save.
I think I agree with you. I'm still just worried about Redline as the weather continues to cool off. What will it mean in terms of how much fuel they're going to be able to save? We're not even 5 p.m. and we're now down to 28 degrees Celsius. I think the floor is going to be around 22 degrees Celsius or so maybe another 6 degrees of fall off. That's only more speed, but it's also a big amount of change.
It is, and speaking of change, I've just noticed something happened to the race clutch blue car. Matteo Frigerio was almost stopped on the back straight.
Now,
I don't know what's going on there, but he slowed right down and then slowly got back up to speed.
There have been some technical issues that I have been noting. On rare occasion, nothing that's been like, immediately really super scary. But is this maybe just a culmination of everything? Here's what you were looking at, Reese. It's on the back straight, out of turn number 7, where it looks okay until the car kind of just starts slowing down.
Yeah, and what was a 10-second gap back to the Williams Esports Razor car has ballooned out to over 22 seconds. You see, it almost comes to a complete stop. Off the racing line, which is good, but oh god, that was a close call there. He does get back up to speed though, so maybe something went wrong with the pedals and he had to reset them on the fly? I honestly don't know.
All it means though is that now, suddenly Stanley Deslandes is only 3.5 seconds behind that number 15 machine. And you talked about it as an A and a B driver before. I sometimes feel it's a bit harsh saying it like that, but I think in supercars in particular, given how unique a skill set it is, that is a very fair way to describe it. If Frigerio, if we're talking about the two Frigerios, Matteo might be the B driver, Benjamin is the A driver. And conversely, Stanley Deslandes has kind of seemed like the A driver today, whereas Maxence Godino has been maybe a 10th or so off on the average lap time. It's now in a situation where the B driver is getting the pressure from the A driver behind.
Yeah, would you say that it's fair to, when it comes to endurance races, not so much an A and a B driver, but maybe more of an A and A minus?
Yeah, maybe even A and B is probably fair in some cases. If you put me in a car with, I don't know, pick a name out of a hat, it would definitely be an A and a B driver, but I don't think it's too unfair. Reese, before we let you go though, because halfway through this race we're about to be, I mean, what are your thoughts as we come to a close of what's been a fantastic 2023 calendar of VCO Grand Slams?
Yeah, I think it's been a fantastic run of races, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this race ends. I think I'll be watching it on VOD, though, because I'm definitely going to be going to sleep after this. It's 1:45 in the morning here in Perth, Western Australia, but I've had fun here.
It's time to go get some sleep and then to get charged up for the great Australian race. Thank you so much to Reese Gardiner for joining us once more here on RaceBot TV, and as we say goodbye to Mr. Southpaw himself, we can welcome back in the person that really frustrated me in those first couple of hours. Not because there was bad driving standards, but because Joey Tebben, your bad puns are back in the booth.
Hey guys, Northpaw Racer here.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You've already started with the South and thank you, Reese. Thank you.
He might sue me for that. I might be in financial trouble after this.
You'll be hearing from my solicitor.
Oh, the Australian legal system's definitely not something that you want to mess around with. Joey, I mean, you've been away for a couple of hours. I think the first question that you kind of had to get up to speed with was, what happened to Apex at the front? It's now, of course, a very different picture in the GTP class.
It's a very different picture. BMW M Team Redline, they were kind of in the precipice of the battle for the lead for the longest time, fighting for fourth, third, even second at times. But Arjuna, you let me know there was a pit issue for that Apex Racing team number 298 that was leading for so long with Patrick Wolf and with Owen Carroll, who started that car. Didn't put fuel in the first time around, had to go all the way back around, take fuel again the next time around, and that's what puts them a lap behind the leaders at Redline now, and maybe out of contention with 5 laps to go. Or not 5 laps to go, 5 hours to go. I wish it was 5 laps to go. That would mean it's flown by. But there's two main characters now at the head of the field. The ticker speaks for itself. The 2 on the lead lap separated by 3 seconds. They're going to need something to go horrifically wrong if anybody else wants to win this race.
I mean, it has flown by, but maybe not always for the right reasons, is I think the way to think about it, as the race leader comes on in, 43 laps into the run, and Matt Farrow inherits the race lead by being able to stay out 1 additional lap. Fuel strategy aside, let's go over the rest of some of the GTP stories that we've seen since then. We just were talking about the fact that, Joey, we saw a 1:05.9 out of BS competition just 20 minutes ago or so. If not for their issues in the early stages, of course, Nicholas Bowe was really flying. Who knows where they could have ended up?
You remember in the very early stages, Nicholas Bowe looked like the fastest driver on track. He was flying forward. He was battling with Owen Carroll in the Apex Racing Team GTP in the early stages, but it's all gone a little bit wrong or all went a little bit wrong for him. They all fell back. And it's not the 2 cars up front that I would have picked earlier on. I would not have picked the Williams Esports Pilot number 5 and the Redline number 20 earlier on, but obviously I should have. It makes sense that I should have. They've really played their cards right in the last couple of hours, and they've just elevated themselves over the rest of the field. That is a big statement to put yourself a lap over the rest of the field. Makes your life a lot easier with 5 hours to go.
But where is Walmart going to feed out in comparison? It's Pinto that takes over, the Portuguese driver, back into the number 20. And Walmart is only 3.5 seconds behind. Slight short fill from the Urano 192, yes. Spent about 3 and a bit seconds shorter in the lane compared to Diogo Pinto, but ultimately these are all details that will just all build up to the picture that will culminate in a spectacular final hour. Josh Ladd going to take back over from Matt Farrow. It's new drivers in for the next couple of hours to be trying to push as much as they can. But Joey, the fact that we've still got 4-5 cars within 10 seconds, that is crazy. This GTP class has really been a lot of fun.
It has been a lot of fun. Before I left, we were talking about how did we live without this? Obviously, there were top-level prototypes before on iRacing with LMP1, and even the days before that when you had to work through with the HPD prototypes. But this is prototype racing like we've never seen before, both in the real world and on iRacing, and it's absolutely fantastic. It's mixed together to be a little bit of a BMW challenge up front, but there we go. Redline's jumped him.
Redline's got past Williams, but Williams has got past Urano. Oh, goodness. And now, surely Urano on the back foot, knowing that they will owe us more time in pit lane and are now behind both of their direct rivals. 3 cars split by 1.5 seconds in the back half of the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. On board with Jonas Wallmeyer with the tires up to temperature. Josh Ladd's got to get up to speed as quickly as he can.
Yeah, even with them being on the back foot, you're going to see Jonas Wallmeyer balls to the Wallsmeyer here. He's going to be in the draft, and he wants to get this spot as quickly as he can and to at least get the track position if they're going to be on the back foot strategy-wise. Not able to be late enough on the brakes into the chicane here, but he's got to take advantage of maybe one more lap. The tires are likely up to temperature now for Josh Ladd in that number 5 car. If Jonas Wallmeyer wants to pounce, he needs to do it basically on the next lap, or else he's going to be forced into the dirty air, forced into riding in line, and even more so on the back foot.
Who thought that it could be this close? And we've still got the 4 or 5 hours left to run. It's not far back to Peter Berryman, who is on the same strategy as Wallmeyer. Dominic Hoffman now, I think you can probably count him out in that second Urano entry. 24 laps into the run, 20 seconds or so off of the lead. Unfortunately, Drago, 2 more Apex cars, Movano, and the BMW Bank cars. You can somewhat start to count them out. Not the case for the 3 that now filter onto that back straightaway once more. It's quite close in terms of the core between BMW, M-Team Redline, and the Williams Esports Marla team. Is it fair to say, Joey, they're effectively equal to the end from here? As all!
Oh, there we go.
Josh Ladd gets passed by Jonas Wallmeyer.
Yeah, easy as can be. Didn't even look like Josh Ladd fought that especially hard. I think he was braking a little bit early. He was saving a little bit of fuel there, leaving himself vulnerable. And the 192 used the draft beautifully, closed up just close enough, and they're on 2 slightly different strategies. They're on 2 slightly different trajectories to the end of the race. Right now, Jonas Wallmeyer says we need to push a little bit more. Right now, Josh Ladd and Williams say we need to hold back a little bit more. They did naturally switch over there, but they may very well naturally switch over again as the Grid and Go BMW is in the way a little bit, coming up over the top of the hill there in turn 5. And things could switch back if Ladd is able to push into the braking zone.
I think for the time being, though, this is ideal for Williams. They're in the draft, saving the fuel and hoping that they'll get the helping hand from the Urano 192 to close that margin up towards the front. See how it all plays on out, but you can see that there was a defensive look there from Wallmeyer, an offensive look from Josh Ladd. Cost them a little bit of time as they almost tripped over the pair of each other down through that final corner, and it is a intimidating plunge as well. So much speed being brought, and now carry that momentum up through turn number 1. Punch the power nice and early, and into the opening sector. They'll travel once more. Diogo Pinto's been able to get past some traffic in a quite decent spot, you'd have to say. Wallmeyer's going to benefit and catch them directly out of turn 5 and hopefully not to lose too much of that momentum.
He's really run into some bad luck, though. Every single time he's come through turn 5 over the past couple laps, there's been a BMW parked there. That is not conducive to good momentum. You can get it picked up again through turn 7, though. It's one of the most difficult acceleration zones on the track. It's the tightest corner on the track. It's a little bit less than 90 degrees. You don't necessarily expect that when you're turning into the corner. It's almost impossible to nail that, but Jonas Wallmeyer in the red Urano BMW GTP did exactly that. Kind of parks it in the middle of the road into the chicane, holds Josh Ladd back again. I think he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable right now. He does have control of second place. Can't afford a single mistake, though, and especially can't afford to get held up by another BMW. Looks like it'll be a Ferrari next time that he gets held up by.
Every little instance of traffic here will be something that the drivers need to be thinking ahead. If you're Jonas Wallmeyer, you're not going to get past in through turn 3. Can you spool up the hybrid and get past on the inside? Yes, you can, and Josh Ladd will follow through. Lost a couple of tenths to the race leader, but crucially, not losing track of one another. and we'll keep an eye on them as they try and close back up to Diogo Pinto. Best of the Acuras in the field. Sam Michaels behind the wheel for the Movano CrowdStrike combination 04. Out of that final corner they will go. Just been passed by Keika Shube in that BMW bank car.
We love our Acura watch. The only Acura in the field. Hasn't been the most competitive car in the field, even with the BOP decisions, but Movano, so successful everywhere in sim racing. Successful in the non-Acura in their, I believe their previous win, which was in the Ivra 1,000 kilometers of Sebring. I think they were in the Cadillac then, if my memory serves me correctly, but in the Acura here for Petit Le Mans, probably wishing it was a little bit better, but top 10 out of 15, not going to be too happy for them, but maybe if they can break into the top half of the GTP class, maybe 8th or 9th, right up the road, that would be somewhat more of an accomplishment at the end of the day.
I think for them as well, being the only one of the Acuras, they will be just at least quite happy to be seeing where...
Guaranteed to be top Acura.
Guaranteed to be top Acura, but it also gives them a chance to suss out where it actually lies in race conditions, because ultimately it's a very different kettle of fish being in a test session by yourself and then being able to go out there and build some more data into the mix. And so I don't necessarily think that this is necessarily too bad for them. Of course, they qualified in 10th, they're running in 10th position. The BMW is definitely looking very, very strong. I think that is, without a shadow of a doubt, I think not an understatement. If you're unfamiliar with what that BOP looks like, well, not many changes to talk of. The Acura got a bit of a fuel capacity reduction, as did the Porsche 963, and the Cadillac got a bit of a bump in weight. The only car untouched, the BMW, and well, it seems to be the preferred car for the field that has so much more experience with it. But Joey, it also does seem to be very, very fast.
It is very fast. It's the most known car in the field. This was the first GTP car to be released on iRacing. Is it over a year ago now? Has it been a year yet? It must have been a full year that we've had this car now.
No, because it would have been the December build where we would have got it. So it's coming up on a year, but not far off for sure.
But yeah, we've had this for a while. The Cadillac came out a couple of months ago. And then we got the Acura and the Porsche just a couple of weeks ago now. So there's varying levels of experience with the car, and everybody's still very comfortable with the BMW, and it helps that it's pretty fast. There's a lot of people who like the Cadillac. We may have seen a Cadillac if we saw Hydro Race Geodesic in this top split, but no Cadillacs in the top split. A lot of Cadillacs in the lower splits. I know it's very popular in official racing, just not popular at the highest of high levels, unfortunately.
And I think that will maybe change as we get more experience with the cars, as of course the teams develop the setups, and maybe as they find their own personal preferences as well, because everyone knows that ultimately, yes, you at this level want to be in the fastest car, but you will always be more comfortable in whatever suits your driving style. That's the compromise that you also build into the setups. No setup's going to be dialed in for every single driver. It's all just about figuring out what's the ideal compromise and making sure both drivers can get the most performance out of what they have. Back in LMP2, by the way, we've got a little nice train building for 7th and 8th, the Coffin Dancers, not in their traditional black, stealth black colors. Instead, they're in a particularly purple number. They've got the Apex 1 101 and Mateusz Luczak directly behind them. And these are cars that are one lap down from the leader, yes, but still in contention for top fives.
You want to talk about liveries. Unfortunately, we don't have the usual Coffin Dancers livery, but we do have this Apex 1 livery, which I feel like is a pretty new design. It's a new addition this season, but we've seen it a ton, and it's so classy. I've never seen a more classy livery in my life. It's monochrome, it's black and white, but it looks like a fancy hotel. I feel $1 billion richer when I look at the Apex 1 101.
It's, yeah, Apex 1, relatively new sim racing team as well. They got plenty of talented drivers in their ranks, but I've seen them bounce across various classes. I think this is the first time I've seen their livery on an LMP2 car in particular, which is always interesting to see. They've got Sam Ward and Riccardo Giroli in the Team PGZ and Movano entry still on the same lap as them, so those will be targets. But you'll note that such the pace of the front three runners, Moreno Sarica for Williams Esports Razor, Race Clutch Blue, Matteo Figueroa still on the driving duties there, and Stanley Deslanders for the Apex Racing team, all split by 30 seconds. The Alpine Esports team not too far back either, but lap after lap after lap, Williams Esports Razor do seem to be running an almost flawless race so far.
They are flawless. I feel like I've not been flawless, though, Arjuna, because for all the time I've known the driver of the number 199 right now, I feel like I've been pronouncing his name the French way. I've been calling him Stanley Delon. Have I been wrong this whole time?
I definitely don't think he's from France. I'm pretty sure.
I know he's British, but I don't know if it's... I feel like I might have been pronouncing his name wrong for the last year of my life.
Well, to be fair, I've also been pronouncing Michael Johnny's name wrong, because I've been saying Michael Yanni when I should have been saying Michael Johnny. As long as the drivers don't complain, we're saying their names right as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. That's what we always say. But
yeah.
Stanley, if you're listening, if ART's listening, tell us, because I want to know. Because I want to know if I'm wrong, or if Arjuna's wrong, or if we're both wrong, and it's actually like Stanley Duh or something.
I'm sure I will get a message from either Mark Tranter or Alex Simpson shortly. But to be fair, I don't think Apex have ever sent me a note about pronunciation. Again, they let me say Michael Johnny's name incorrectly for going on 3 years without correcting it. So clearly they nor Michael care too much about it. Assuming the same's probably the case for Stanley as well. 3 BMW still, though, within 3 seconds at the front. Diving out of turn number 3, and then in towards the S's. Coffin Dancer separates Williams Esports Marla, who instantly recognizes, save a little bit of fuel, use the hybrid on the corner exit, and run in towards turn number 6 and try and close that gap down.
It's just galaxy brain driving. You get those little milliseconds of opportunity to save fuel. You get a tiny opportunity to do anything you can to help out the pit strategy, and you have to make that decision in fractions of a second. You see an LMP2 car in front, you have to multiply multiple things in your head, make multiple calculations, and say, I'm going to lift off here a little bit early and activate the hybrid system.
Listen to that.
Listen to that.
The amount of fuel saving that these guys are doing. I mean,
it's an economy run.
It boggles the mind, and they're going to be fighting wheel to wheel while saving fuel as well. I don't know how that's going to work, but good luck. Good luck, drivers.
Good luck. We couldn't do it, and that's something that sometimes gets lost when we watch races like this. This is the top of the top in sim racing. This is not just any split of the iRacing Petit Le Mans. This is the top of the top. These are drivers who can do things we could never imagine. These are drivers who have been at this for years, some even months, but are still just as good as anybody else. And they're doing things that are physically impossible for any other driver. And we can only do so much as commentators to describe it, because they're doing things that we can't do.
We can only try to describe what's happening rather than how they're doing it at the end of the day. Check back in with pit stops in GTD, by the way, because Gianni Vecchio, after making that stop for the Team Redline Ferrari, has actually dropped back quite considerably from the gaggle that they were part of slightly earlier. Of course, Alejandro Sanchez and Luca Kita still find themselves locked in tow on their climb up in towards turn number 3. Vecchio's now a good 13 seconds behind them, 40 seconds off of the leader, 30 seconds off of Sven Haase. Again, remember, Vecchio wants to save a full pit stop, which we suspect is probably about 60 seconds or so in terms of delta. Still trending, I think, a little bit in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it looked pretty safe about 3 hours ago when I left the commentary box for the first time. So if he was able to keep that up, he should be good to be able to eliminate one stop to the end, because he was able to make it to the 1 hour marker a little bit later every time. But did things come undone in the last 3 hours? Have I missed the fall of the red line strategy, and suddenly they haven't quite been as efficient at saving fuel as they once were?
Maybe. Again, remember, we are seeing the conditions drop off. Gets more difficult to save as the grip on the track increases, as the temperature of the track itself drops away, and we've got no cloud cover. And so from here, expect it to probably be a pretty linear drop until the headlights are a necessity and the sun has dropped below the horizon and truly into nighttime running. And this is not like a Daytona where there are stadium lights around the banking to help pave the way. No, drivers will be reliant on their headlights and their headlights alone. The references will be changing, but Joey, a track like this, it's so relentless, the fact that it's so short, all of these drivers will basically know it like the back of their hands.
Yeah, it'll become muscle memory, but unfortunately, muscle memory only serves you so well in sports car racing and multi-class endurance racing, because the track changes every lap. There's a different GTD chicane everywhere. It's a different Road Atlanta every single time you go around. So you can, when you're on your own, you can rely on a little bit of muscle memory in the darkness, but it's the ultimate challenge, especially navigating through that first sector where when you're driving it on your own, you're basically flat out. You're testing the limits of yourself and the track anyway, and suddenly you've got to navigate other cars who also do have headlights, but not rear headlights. They just have brake lights. It's the ultimate challenge, and sun's gonna set in, what, about 3 hours now in virtual standard time?
Something like that.
Something like that, and it's going to be a sprint to the finish, the final hour. Things that look for sure right now. Once that sun goes down, that's when craziness starts to fall. It's not quite Halloween yet, but things are going to look a little bit Werewolves of London.
Looking for a second like Jonas Warmeyer was going to lose a bunch of ground tucked up behind that Apex 1 LMP2 machine, but out of turn 7, has not lost as much time as I thought was going to be impacted. It's great as well that we are being treated to this fight at the front. Too often in iRacing special events, we end up in a situation where not much happens towards the end of the race. And if it does, it's for rather inconsequential positions. Not the case here today. We are fighting for the win, and it's going to come down to strategy and to those being willing to fight wheel to wheel. Only question becomes for Warmeyer, 28 laps into the run, 15 laps away from a pit stop. Is he just going to be content to ride as he is? Which sounds quite boring, Joey, but that's sometimes what you need to do to win races.
It does sound quite boring. He's going to be a little bit frustrated right now because the Falcon Mercedes came at the worst possible opportunity. This Girano BMW has just run into GTD traffic at all the worst times. The red line BMW up front seems to be able to slice through traffic. It reaches every little bit of traffic at just the right time. Meanwhile, Jonas Warmeyer runs into it at the S's, or comes into traffic coming through turn 5. Places where there's no way to get through traffic. You just have to slot in line, hold back for a moment, and wait to be clear before you can keep going. That's why the gap is ballooned up over a second again. That's why Josh Ladd was within touching distance for just a moment. But you can see he is still calm and collected. He's still saving fuel. He still knows there's a long way to go in this race. He's happy to be within the precipice of draft range, the car ahead, but I don't think he's really in 100% fight mode right now. He's still in save mode.
Definitely not. I think we should expect this to start to intensify a little bit more.
He kind of looks like he's going to fall asleep just a little bit.
Hopefully not, because, 4 hours 30 to go. 2-driver lineup, Matt Farrow, Josh Ladd. Ladd's just gotten in, so we expect him to do maybe another stint or two before he hands back over. I think Josh Ladd still has to finish up the race for this car.
I hope he's ready for that. I think that is just, his natural expression. He's in the zone, but it looked like he was leaning his neck a little bit over to the left. Looked like he was getting a little bit tired, but I think he's okay. I imagine.
I can confirm that Matt Farrow started, which I think does typically mean that we are going to see the other driver in a 2-driver combo finish the race. So just keep that in mind. Ladd will get back out one more time. Matt Farrow will be able to push and set up what will be a charge towards the end of this race. Getting checked up behind 2 LMP2 machines is Jonas Warmeyer. Josh Ladd's going to close the margin, but now he'll get trapped behind those very same machines through the fast opening sector. It's only 3 seconds the delta between GTP and LMDH, but Josh Ladd assertively passed one, as now Warmeyer gets stuck behind the other.
As always, it just can't go Jonas Warmeyer's way. He's going to be punching the steering wheel right now, saying, what more do I have to do for this all to cycle out to go my way? But that's sports car racing. That's how it happens sometimes. It just all goes wrong. Oh, and it's all gone wrong for the coffin dancers. It's very, very wrong. That's a damaged car, and that might be the end of the day. Jesse Hiliaho just got behind the wheel, And was that a technical failure, or did
Cold
he hit the wall
tires?
straight out of the pits?
Yeah, well, again, remember the fact that the conditions are dropping off will also mean that they are now having to exit pit lane in a slightly different way. There's a Urano LMDH coming up behind. There's some separation. Oh, big
goodness.
snap. And I tell you what, that Urano car, very lucky to have not gotten tangled up.
Very, very lucky. That was the
Dominic
the
Hoffman.
second Urano BMW, I believe. That was the data group entry. But coming up over the top of the hill, everything looks, perfectly normal. But just a clip of the curb on the inside unsettles the car, I think, a little bit more than Jesse Hiliaho was expecting. Gets back on the throttle too early. Gets very, very oversteery, and at that point, there's no saving it, and there's concrete wall right there. Nothing you can do about it. But things have closed up in GTP. Finally, the traffic is gone. Urano and Williams Esports miles away.
Suddenly, Diogo Pinto's rear view camera filled with the sights of those front nostrils on the M Hybrid V8. Out of turn 7, Hybrid spools up, and Wallmeyer's close enough. Remember, Josh Ladd did not put up any sort of defense for when Wallmeyer went for the move. Urano's a little bit too far back to try the same sort of dive, this time into the chicane. We'll come to the end of lap 283, though. Diogo Pinto's on the end of lap 19 of his run. Wallmeyer at the end of lap 31. It's a very different sort of a picture that both teams are looking at right now.
You know what would make Josh Ladd very happy if Redline and Urano, if Pinto and Wallmeyer decide to race. If they do get close enough to race side by side, it's not going to happen, though, because the Grid and Go LMP2 ends up in the middle of the road. Or not the Grid and Go LMP2, rather, but the middle of the road, parked in the middle of turn 5. Nowhere Wallmeyer could go again. Just as it was looking good, it all falls apart again. And he's got to slot back in line. It was a Team PGZ LMP2, by the way. Same
PGZ.
colors. Mildly confusing. Oh, you're going to make me say PGZ now?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, correct. We're talking English as far as I'm aware.
I'll call him Paguz. I'll do it phonetically.
Well, I realize that we're going to get in trouble because those that are watching this race from one side of the pond will be happy that I'm correcting your pronunciation of Zed. And then the other side of the pond will be not happy with me. So we'll steer hard left away from it and down on towards the pit lane where there are drivers currently, once again, making cycles of pit stops. It's mostly in the LMP2 class. Alpine Esports, Balaslav Gremenic have followed in the sister car race clutch with Matteo Frigero at the wheel with the number 15. And that is not for a normal stop. That is something has happened. Alpine are away, and the 15 might just be parked.
Oh, they're going now, but that extra time smells of a penalty to me, Arjuna. So was there potentially the incident limit reached of
No.
50 well, no, that would be a drive-through, so
Right.
no. But was there a pit lane speeding penalty? That could be what the extra 20 couple seconds were.
That's a good point. We'll spool up the replay, see if that's what it was. But to be fair, I just kind of assume that all these drivers are going to be able to execute pit lane without any issue because they
remember a lot of drivers were doing that trick where you put it in 7th gear in GTP or put it in another gear in LMP2 and not use the pit limiter.
They're so used to doing that, I don't want to say it's normal, but it kind of is. Here we go. Let's take a look and let's listen as well. Let's just listen in. Yes. Because you could hear the realization of the engine as he puts the clutch and brakes on going, oh dang, I'm in some trouble.
And then he puts the pit limiter on at the end just to try and stay safe, but unfortunately it's too late. It's not going to hurt him too much. It is only 25 additional seconds. Still 4.5 hours left to go to make up that, but that's still going to hurt a lot. It's a penalty. It's another setback. It might drop them off the podium, actually, with how close things were.
It will.
That's going to be a fight back for Race Clutch now.
It's Alpine versus Race Clutch. The Alpine program is run by Race Clutch, so it's Race Clutch versus Race Clutch for the final step on the podium. I think Apex will very much cycle up in towards second and break away from Alpine, and now we'll keep an eye on third in that LMP2 class. Lead for the GTP, still split by under a second as they head under the Fox Factory Bridge, down through the final corner, with almost another half hour complete from the clock. 4.5 left to go, and here comes Josh Ladd with some momentum and closing on the back and then instantly saving fuel once more in the chess match that is the strategy here today.
Oh, there's some dicey stuff there with some LMP2 traffic coming down through the S's. Both Urano and Redline are going to make it through cleanly. Josh Ladd, though, for Williams, hangs back in line, can't quite get by. Wallmeyer can't get by the Williams Esports Ferrari now. Still within about 2/10 of Diogo Pinto now, coming through turn 6, coming through turn 7. He's as close as he's been coming onto the back straight. He's going to be well within draft range. Is he close enough to go for a dive, though? Does he want to go for a dive? I still don't think he's quite close enough. He needs to be maybe about 2/10 behind Pinto, maybe even 1.5 if he really wants a solid chance to go for the dive, because for now, he's a little bit too far back, and he's going to have to slot in line again after clearing some more LMP2 traffic.
And give a shout out to Peter Berryman, because even though Berryman's on the same cycle effectively as Wallmeyer, in fact will come into pit lane a couple of laps before the 192 at the very front of the GTP queue. Left side of the screen, your eyes do not deceive you. Peter Berryman is in this front four, and it is indeed a 4-car line that now rises and plunges down through the S's one more time of asking. We've already had 287 complete laps. We are tracking, Joey, for around 520 by the end of this race.
It's a lot of laps, it's a lot of cycles. It's kind of a deceptively short lap at Road Atlanta, just over a minute long. It's one of the shortest road course laps you can have. I think it is the shortest lap you can have in terms of major sports car racing, so it flies by, gets a little bit dizzying, and by the end of this race, everybody's going to have earned that VCO Grand Slam trophy. That giant block of glass. It's going to be well-deserved. It's going to be even more well-deserved. Oh, there it is. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. It's beautiful. Everybody wants it, and I'm very glad to see it being fought on track right now. Only a second separating the top 3 after 5.5 hours. That's why we come to Road Atlanta. This is what we like to see.
And again, I'm just going to ask, where's the commentator's trophy, please?
Can we get one of these made for the commentator's race, potentially, in a couple of months?
This is not a bad idea. Bragging Rights 3, anyone but those Aussies, is coming up on December. Is it the 9th or 10th? I've already forgotten.
I don't know. It's your event. So what they should get one of those VCO Grand Slam trophies that's like a defect from the factory. Maybe drop it on the floor and break it.
Yes. I have a trophy for placing last in a golf charity tournament. It is one of the proudest trophies that I have. Close as well for second in GTD. Not sure where Sven Haase has lost some time to Sanchez, to Kita, but suddenly the Mercedes have latched onto the back of the Ferrari, and even though there is more different strategies here, it all helps. The 99 and the 90 in their own respective strategy battles. They have the Movano Acura, Sam Michaels working around the outside and plunging down into the S's. Still so much going on up towards the front. No more traffic for the time being. They found a pocket of clean air. It's 3 for the lead.
3 for the lead. And 3 in line, pretty much. They're in order right now, I think, of speed in terms of how they've been just on their own. But traffic always spices things up. There is a BMW suddenly on the scene. There was the top 3 separated by a second. It's the top 3 separated by 2/10 of a second now. Still, nothing is broken up. Nobody can break up the Diogo Pinto blockade out front. Wallmeyer needs to be a little bit closer out of turn 7 if he wants a chance to make a move into turn 10. He needs to figure out how to get out of turn 7 better, and he just can't do it.
Remember, we gave Charlie Collins the nickname Chollins earlier today. Well, Diogo Pinto's nickname on his way to the 2022 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Championship was Captain Consistent, and he's doing that once again. All he's got to do is run his lines, and it seems as though he's got enough speed to hold them at bay, at least with the traffic that they're dealing with. Out past Gianni Vecchio in the red line number 71, they will funnel, crucially opening up a bit more of a margin to Pinto. Around the outside, Josh Ladd wasn't lifting. There is no give at this point.
Road Atlanta GTP Rallycross. Welcome Josh Ladd to the new championship. That was terrifying, and I kind of expected that to happen. You saw that the red line GTP very easily got by the red line Ferrari. That's just a coincidence. And then through the final corner, it all goes wrong for Wallmeyer and Ladd. They have a little bit more trouble getting around. That's just how things shook out. There was no deliberateness there. That's just how the two cars ended up, but of course it ended up working beautifully for Redline and ends up making Josh Ladd have a very, very sketchy moment off track. Didn't seem to affect him at all, though. He looked exactly the same.
And unfortunately exactly the same as well. You know, the great thing about having webcams with all these drivers, not just being able to look behind the scenes, but emotion. It's a nice thing, you know?
Yeah, when they show it.
When they show it. Tomorrow, of course, on iRacing Esports Network, as there comes Warmeyer onto pit lane, and Berryman will follow him in, so on cue, they can now work together to maybe try and save each other some time, track their pit stops, but Prodigy Racing League goes oval racing for the very first time, and we've got Eastern and Western conferences, quote-unquote, that we split up the drivers into. Effectively, we have, 5 races tomorrow, Joey, to give away 2 Prodigy passes to send 2 drivers to the Atlanta Motorsports Park in just under 20 days' time to be able to experience what a Radical SR1's all about, to be tested physically, mentally, and everywhere in between to understand, are they capable of going from virtual to real?
I think it's going to be 3 races tomorrow, if I remember correctly.
3 semifinals, and then 1 final for Western Conference, and then just the 1 final for the Eastern.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's 3 semifinals for the Eastern period, because what they did is they basically split the world with Iceland as the prime meridian. So there's the Eastern half, there's the Western half, basically North America versus Europe. And it's going to be very interesting. We're going to see some Europeans with less experience in oval racing. We're going to see a very experienced field of American drivers trying to fight for that Prodigy Pass. There's a lot of drivers in this field today at iRacing Petit Le Mans that have fought for those Prodigy Passes. I don't believe any of the winners so far are in this field, but there's the likes of Michael Romanidis in the field. He didn't win on track just yet. There was Sam Coitert in the field today. Lots of drivers who have been trying to fight for their spot on that E2 Real pipeline, and using the Prodigy Racing League as their way to do it.
Yes, the thing to remember as well is you can't be too tall. Sam Coitert found that out, unfortunately, the hard way. There are, unfortunately, safety restrictions that do come into play there. We are looking forward to tomorrow when what does seem to be a rather interesting grid, some returning from previous Prodigy Racing competitions on some other platforms as well, but returning to iRacing for the very final Prodigy passes before all signals point our way towards the Atlanta Motorsports Park. So with Woolmeyer and Berryman now both having exited the pit lane and now finished a full outlap and gotten themselves back up to speed, the most important thing is they've come out in front of Dominic Hoffman. I do feel like the leading cars, Joey, have been losing some time on track.
Losing a little bit, but this is a dicey moment, I think, for it's a dicey moment for Dominic Hoffman right now, because he's a little bit further back than the other Urano entry. He's had some moments earlier on. There's been some contact, not necessarily with Dominic in the car, but just this car in general. It's been the more bad luck car, but they're still on the fight back. They're maybe not in the fight for the win still, but they started 14th. They started second to last in GTP. They're 9th right now as things have cycled out, maybe even higher in a couple of moments. It's definitely been a drive forward for the Urano Esports Data Group entry. If they can finish in the top half of the field after starting second to last, I think it'll still be a pretty solid accomplishment.
As Peter Berryman gets passed by Dominic Hoffman, I think that's the fuel saving coming into mind for the Apex Racing team number 3. Why don't we go back in time and run through some of the highlights from what has been a, dramatic iRacing Petit Le Mans, to say the very least. Relatively clean on the start, though, if we are being fair. All 44 cars across 3 different classes got through the opening couple of moments safely. After that, though, it started to get a bit more physical. Grid and Goes 002 would be the first to have a big moment of drama. Then at the end of the opening lap, opening cycle of traffic, as Drago Racing tried to come up the inside door and Williams would make contact, and the drama wasn't done. The likes of BS Turner getting bullied, not once, that was by an LMP2, not twice, now by a GTD, but for one final moment as they came over the top of turn number 3. Another LMP2 car would stick its nose up the inside, and that split-liveried BS Turner machine would find itself hard into the wall. some LMP2 cars weren't sure which side to go, and it created some miscommunication. Drago Racing had a bit of a moment trying to pass the Williams Esports GTD machine, and in what's been a rather boring battle for the lead in LMP2, one moment has basically settled the tone of the race. It was a pass from the Williams Esports Razor car. Race Clutch got on through as well on the Apex Racing Team machine that led, and after that, a breakaway would form. Still plenty of pressure for Williams Esports Razor to deal with, including the recovery of VRS Cowander's number 4, which started at the very back of the pack. 3 wide was the norm in the early stages for traffic. It did also result in plenty of aggressive moves. Battle for second really lost time as Owen Carroll broke away for the Apex Racing Team. Marcus Solholm, the cork in the bottle. Nicholas Boo would get past the Drago Racing car, who lost another position as Urano's 192 would swoop on past. And finally the pressure was relieved as Bo would get past in that BS competition machine and then work on closing on forward. BMW M Team Redline may lead now, but it's not been an easy road to get there, including this move up through turns 1, 2, 3, and then finally 4. Diogo Pinto would get the job done with assertiveness. LMP2 has also been matched by GTD in a relative lack of drama for the lead. Alessandro Pico got past Sven Haase at the end of the first hour, and since then, Williams Esports Chill Blast has broken away. Plenty of drama though has befallen GTP's BS competition amongst them, getting spun around by one of the Urano cars, Vlad Kimichev, in his charge to try and go on forward. And in what's been, I think, a bit of a talking point, GTD's down through the S's, having plenty of dive bombs to watch for. The 98 Apex Racing car was not to be so lucky as the 99, which skirted straight on the grass, and Williams, not once but twice, have found themselves, unfortunately, involved in drama through that little bit of a complex. It would...
What a sequence of previews. I'm ready for the movie now.
It would continue, by the way, for some of these drivers. You can see the rear end was just totally gone on that Williams Esports number 53. And then Williams Esports Marla, yes, on a slightly different fuel window to the rest of the field, but got past Ian Janguven, and it was a really nicely executed move, as at the same time, its sister car got pushed wide by a GTP. Oh, there's been so much drama, and we're not even done and dusted just yet, because the S's had plenty more still to show. Urano's 90 getting scared. A lap or two later, it was a slightly different story. The GT3 scaring the GTP. But fortunately, everyone would navigate through that safely. In the last 60 minutes or so, 2 or 3 major talking points. First this, the BMW bank car getting sent up into the path of Urano up at turn 3. But then, for Cowander's recovery drive, a big moment. Dion Fiallo had nowhere to go, and Charlie Collins lost the rear end, and a broken rear suspension would do any chance of Cowander's recovery to put it to bed. The race leader then tried to be too aggressive with traffic. Vlad Kimichev found himself spun around, and while it took a bit of time, they managed to reinsert themselves into the lead, passing Team Redline with confidence, and now 3 cars, once the pit stop cycle is closed, Joey, will be split by less than 3 seconds.
And I am still amazed that Urano got away with that turn 1 moment. The new physics in terms of grass and gravel on iRacing that slow the cars down much faster, that is absolutely what saved the Urano cars. It spun through turn 1. You wouldn't have gotten away with that basically a month ago, but you got to take the physics to your advantage.
And we've also seen, I think, damage model stuff helping as well. Some of these drivers benefiting from a new damage model, but also the endurance changes that iRacing have made to better support some of these longer races and encouraging drivers to stick it out there on the track, despite maybe having slight damage that affects the handling of the car, but maybe doesn't affect the speed too much. Ways for that to be brought back into line. Alejandro Sanchez will come down on towards the pit lane. And with Nicholas Laubish already having made a pit stop, has something happened to Alejandro Sanchez in the Apex Racing Team machine?
Good question. Looking at the times right now.
That is definitely not scheduled.
Is not scheduled. Could that just be counting back from the end of the race, going for a little bit of an early stop, knowing that they can make it to the end from here?
It was a 16.6 second stop.
Yeah. It's a short stop. But maybe that's all they need. Maybe that's just the splash of fuel they calculated out to be able to make it to the end on a certain number of stops, but it looks weird. It does not look normal. I don't know what Apex is cooking up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They'd been out on track for, I think, 3 laps before diving back down in. So was this another case of Apex not getting fuel into the car, potentially? We'll try and get a word and an update from the pit wall. But that's what, of course, dropped Owen Carroll and the potentially GTP contending Apex car from the lead in the early stages and put them in a hole that they have been unable to bounce back from. See a couple of the Apex Racing contingent in the iRacing Esports Network chat. Let us know, no matter where you're watching on VCO Esports, RaceSpot TV, iRacing Esports Network, who you're cheering for, who you think is going to come out on top. We have been, by the way, corrected. I finally went and reopened the RaceSpot TV chat. It is the French way for Mr. Delon. It is half French.
Olivier Delon. Put that in the chat. I don't know if that's a dad or a brother, but that's got to be the family.
It's half French as well, which I think goes to say that clearly Stanley didn't care enough about the previous 2 years of me saying his name incorrectly.
This has become my #1 issue. I'm a one-issue politician, Arjuna. I'm just doing name pronunciations. I do nothing else. That's what I'm here for.
Oh, Jimmy Antunes stop and go for speeding in the pits was what happened for Alejandro Sanchez. And so that would have happened after the first pit stop that they had come down to the lane for. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
And that's the second one of those we've seen in only a couple of minutes. We saw that in LMP2 as well, just a couple of moments ago. So everybody's just trying to get every last tenth on pit entry and stretching it a little bit too far.
So 4 hours and 14 minutes to go. Still 1.6 at the front, but we're waiting for Diogo Pinto to finish 5 more laps and then come down to pit lane and make the picture on the left side of the screen a little bit clearer, because yeah, when the gaps show 1 lap to everybody but second spot, when that's not necessarily the story of the race, it can be quite hard to discern where everyone is. And just a reminder, Peter Berryman is tucked into line behind Dominic Hoffman, doing some fuel saving. So if it is turning into 2 different strategies right now, Joey, where it's Diogo and Josh, Williams and BMW Team Redline on one strategy, Wallmeyer and Berryman, Urano and Apex on the other, Apex are setting themselves up now, potentially, for that final stint.
Yeah, it's still hard to count back right now because there's still going to be at least 4 stints until the end of the race, maybe 5, maybe even 6 if it goes wrong. I couldn't tell you which of the 2 strategies is actually going to come out on top. I'm sure both teams have that calculated out on their sheet. Their strategists have been doing some big work in Excel and Google Sheets. They'll know where they're going to be at the end of the race, but basically everybody else is not privy to how that's going to end up. We have to wait until probably the final pit stop for both teams in about 3 hours time, 3.5 hours time, before we have any idea how these strategies are going to shake up.
It's one of the painful things about commentating on one of these races as well, is you have a sense for where it's going, but in the blink of an eye it could well and truly change, and we are almost now 6 hours complete, 4 hours left to go in this one, and you can tell there is still a nervous energy that lies in the air. Not in the LMP2 class. Let's give a bit of love once again to our dominant leaders right now, Williams Esports Razor, who after a dramatic battle between the Apex Racing team and Williams at the final couple of laps of the Watkins Glen 6 hours powered by VCO, Williams Esports Razor are leaving no doubt about this one as to who is on top.
They've been untouchable ever since we saw that pass in the highlights. They had a couple of bobbles, couple of moments in traffic, but other than that, been absolutely untouchable. Moreno Sarica's done the bulk of the driving. He has been picture perfect. No mistakes out of him. Atte Kalpanen was in the car for basically the entire time I was out of the commentary box. He did a great job as well. But there we see Moreno. I feel like we haven't seen him all day just yet, so it's good to finally see his perspective, and it's good to see that unlike his GTD teammate Sotomuto, he's actually got the edge of his screen turned on.
He doesn't feel the need to save any power right now. I think that's probably what we're feeling.
Maybe he's not paying for He's not paying for electricity in his apartment, and Sota's got to pay that for his rent.
I mean, maybe Italian electricity prices are a bit lower than Japanese electricity prices.
They invented electricity.
I would not be surprised about that, though, you know? Let's go back and cycle through the field, because it's always great to be able to see the encore. A lot louder is the engine for Alessandro Pico in that Williams Esports car. Now, let's not forget that we are about 15 minutes away from the start of the next round of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contender Series. So there are plenty of drivers that have been racing in the first 6 hours of this one, Joey, and now forget all about Road Atlanta, forget about what car they've been competing in. Instead, they need to focus their attention on securing a World Championship license. Alessandro Pico, though, as a result of what was a very impressive 2023 World Championship campaign, doesn't have to worry about that. Instead, he can take over the driving responsibilities, unlike some of the other drivers who are being forced into adjusting their schedule around both races.
It's a good position to have to be locked in, but no pressure, guys. No pressure. Top level of sim racing, trying to qualify for a World Championship license. No pressure at all, especially after 10 hours of racing. You know, it's easy. It's easy when we say it like that.
It's very easy. I'm just trying to remind myself, pull up the points on one of my many other screens that I've got around me for the 2023 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup season, just because I want to remind myself, Alessandro did win a race. In fact, won 2 races. Sprint race at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, and then in the round at the Nordschleife, that's right, he also managed to come out on top, this time with the main race victory. Finished 8th in points. The only people that finished in front of him, Johan Harth, Diogo Pinto, Alejandro Sanchez, Charlie Collins, Zach Campbell, Sebastian Joe, and Jordan Caruso. 7 of the best drivers. And guess who finished directly behind Alessandro? Well, his teammate Moreno Sirica, another one who is not too worried about the fight that is Contender Series, because boy, is it a uncomfortable experience talking to some of those drivers about the nerves, the pressure that they put onto themselves. Alessandro Pico is off on towards the pit lane. We're still waiting for Pinto and Ladd to make their trip off to driver's right side. Pinto completes lap 42, stays out on track.
Still going to be a little while, or not a little while longer, but a couple of laps longer. I'm going to have to call the higher-ups at Porsche Arjuna and see if I can get a wild card entry into the Porsche Esports Super Cup for next season. I want to be the slowest PESC driver of all time.
It's okay. The wonderful thing about the Porsche Esports Super Cup is the fact that every season, without fail, someone finishes with minus points. So as long, Joey, as you stay out of trouble and finish every race, you would not be, statistically, the slowest driver in history.
You know that's not going to happen. You know that's not going to
Well, I'm just being real and saying that you'll probably be quite far behind the rest of the field, so I'm not expecting you to necessarily cause too many dramas.
I wouldn't be able to keep it on the road. I think I'd be leading the incident point championship if I get any credit for that.
No credit for that, unfortunately. You lose points for incident points, I think, is what we're going to have to bring up as a rule. I think Pinto's going to be off to the lane this time by, indeed, right on board as well. Commitment. We've seen multiple drivers get speeding penalties. Diogo Pinto doesn't want to overcommit. Look how early he slowed the car down, even though he's still not using the pit lane limiter.
Not using the pit limiter and not using 7th gear like we saw some other drivers doing, using 1st gear. So clearly just a little bit more comfortable for Diogo Pinto, maybe a little bit safer to not accelerate over the limit. Parks it in the box. And is he still going to be behind the wheel? I don't think he's going to get out. I think he's still got probably a stint or two. Chris Lullum just got out of the car in the previous stop, so Diogo staying behind the wheel. And now it is a painstaking wait while you wait for Peter Berryman in the Apex number 299, while you wait for Jonas Wallmeyer in the Urano number 192. These pit stops feel so much longer when you're just sitting in the pits and every single driver behind on track, which is they were a little bit longer.
And remember, they could be even longer if we did fuel and tires separately instead of combining them and allowing the pit crew to work on fuel while tires are being done. There are different trains of thoughts in the endurance racing world. In the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, it's both at the same time. Certain different series even have rules about whether you're allowed to do donuts heading out of the lane. Of course, these GTPs use their electric power to head out of the box before they run themselves onto the lane. Jonas Wallmeyer heads through turn number 1. Diogo Pinto's not even in sight. That gap, 6 full seconds. Williams Esports Marla next onto the lane as the sun continues to set. Josh Ladd will be staying in as well. Where does that car fare out?
That's going to be the real battle to watch here, but even though things are separated right now, once again, 5 seconds, not that big. It'll come down in traffic, most likely. Things will close back up, and Diogo Pinto right now is just going to try and extend it for as long as he can, naturally on track with no help from traffic to bring things down. Be as fast as possible, as comfortable as possible, and maybe saving as much fuel as possible. Josh Ladd still sitting there, still fidgeting with the wheel. He's ready to go. He's ready to accelerate out and burst out of the pits, but he's still got to sit there for some painstaking further seconds, and it's looking very good for Diogo Pinto and Redline to be able to retake the lead.
I think it is going to be net race lead, but it's a short blast out from where Ladd can jump onto the power, spools up the hybrid, and it's going to be neck and neck off of the lane, but Diogo Pinto back into the race lead for BMW M Team Redline. The most important thing in this pit cycle, at least from my perspective, 1.5 seconds between the top two, and then 3 seconds further back to Jonas Wallmeyer.
It's stratified things just a bit, but we saw things spread out earlier, we saw things come together earlier, and we saw at its best, the top three were separated by about 0.2 of a second at their closest. So we're going to see even more of that, I think, in the near future. You can see a wall of traffic right ahead of that number 20. It's going to be a little bit more trouble for Diogo Pinto before he knows it. And Josh Ladd has to make sure he can find the traffic, get through the traffic a little bit quicker, a little bit more convenient, and could have these top two separated by absolutely nothing before we know it.
We'll get back to GTPs in a few moments' time. Let's circle off and talk about GTDs, because coming to the top of the hour, the crucial mark for where we think drivers are able to cut out a pit stop. We know Redline should be good. Onto the 39th lap is Gianni Vecchio. Gives him a couple more laps before he's off to the lane. Grid and Go Esports, though, leading. They're on the 42nd lap of the run. Joey, I get the distinct feeling that Sven Haas has flown as close to the top of the hour as he could, but he's going to have to make a dive down to the pit lane sooner rather than later.
Is sooner about to be right now? Is he going to take a hard right? No. He's able to go one more lap around. Is he able to go 2 more laps around to get even closer to that hour mark? I don't know, but I do know that I think Sven Haas, other than Gianni Vecchio, he's probably been the best driver in the field at saving fuel in GTD. Did such a good job in those opening stints, was able to extend it to basically the hour mark every time. I don't think he quite got there like Gianni Vecchio did, but he has done a great job at saving fuel. He's done a great job of extending this as long as possible. And if he can get Grid and Go back in the cycle of things to really fight with that red line number 71, that's all he needs to do. Just get him back in the cycle. Doesn't need to do anything crazy. Just needs to get him pitting on the same lap and making it to the end on the same number of stops as Redline.
Pretty sure the team manager at Grid and Go, Kalle Kuhlman, will be delighted with how the 001 has been faring. There were strength in numbers for Grid and Go. And the second GTD entry, Jakub Kilkowski, didn't get very far in the race, unfortunately, only got to turn 6. They had the LMP2. Steen Ledger lost the rear clip of that car and found out that Dallara P217 does need downforce in order to be able to turn. And of course, in the GTP class, they are still potentially on for a top 10 finish, but they're going to have to rely on struggles from those up the road. Remarkably, Sven Haas stretches the legs even further. 43 laps will now be complete, and no matter now when he comes in, Sven Haas will probably leave pit lane after the conclusion of another racing hour.
Correct, and I know it makes you really happy, Arjuna, that there's both a 001 and a 1 in the GTD class.
They're not numbers.
I know you love that.
Fake numbers.
I wish there was an 01 as well. We could have all 3.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that. As the Marla Racing BMW says, I'll let the BMW M Team Redline car slip on through. Series that I'm helping to work with has a rule where you can't have preceding zeros, precisely for the reason that for a casual viewer that maybe doesn't necessarily watch too much racing, they may think 7 and 07, that's the same car. And so we just make it as simple as possible. Someone tried registering with 0 before their number. I said, guys, sorry, I'm going to take the 0 off. They said, that's fine, thanks for letting us know. But before I could actually make the change, Guess what happened?
It broke things?
No, someone tried to register with that number without a 0. So guess what? The rule was in place for a valid reason, Joey.
And I know you have your valid coding computer reasons that leading zeros break things, but I don't know.
It's not break things. It's not valid. It's not correct.
I think it's valid. I think it's creative. It makes the number look better sometimes. I think the 06 is a better number than the 6. That's my number of choice on iRacing.
Are you going to defend dirt racing for the 9K,
yes,
the 9K YZ F2 1.5?
Honestly, my controversial opinion is that it shouldn't even just be numbers. You should be able to have like letters. Imagine the HK or the Apex team could have the ART instead of the number 199. I like that. I hope iRacing adds at least the ability to have letters and numbers.
You know what I would love iRacing to add for the next special event would be the ability for classes to have set number ranges, because I'm of the opinion GTP should be 1 to 99, LMP2 is 101 to 199, and GTD is 199,
That would make
201 to 299. Again, it's just about the casual viewer, making their experience as easy as possible. Because the first time I ever saw dirt racing with their 19s, 19As, 19Bs, 19Cs, 19Ds, I'm just like, it's just the same car. Why don't you pick a different number and be a little bit more creative? Beside the point. Last 4 hours of the race now on the cards, and five GTPs split by 7 seconds.
And by the way, before we get off this, if they do add alphanumeric numbers, I'm going to race the number 10K, because that's the only way I'm going to get that.
I just realized what you were saying there. Yes, or we could come up with a new discipline of racing, Joey. Figure 8 racing. I know you love that.
I do love that. We should, iRacing special event in the future, Demolition Derby, I'm here for it.
With a special force feedback mode where it automatically turns it off when you get hit.
Yeah, we'll pay your hospital fees if
Oh,
your wrists
boy.
get messed up.
That's an expensive insurance policy that you've just crafted there. I will just inform you, I've been keeping an eye on what's been happening with some of these teams. Diogo Pinto out there by himself right now, because Josh Thompson competing for Team Redline in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contender Series, along with Chris Lullum. And so now, Diogo Pinto's got to manage for the next 90-odd minutes by himself as 3 wide off a pit lane. The Falcon Mercedes emerges just as Pinto rises off out of turn number 1. If anything goes wrong in the next hour for Redline, that's it. They're done.
Yeah, they cannot afford even the smallest bobble, even the smallest mistake. So Diogo's got to keep it on track. He's got to make sure to be careful in situations like that where he was 3 wide with GTD traffic. You might see, what did you call Diogo earlier? Captain conservative, captain consistent, or whatever?
Captain
He's
consistent.
He's going to have to be even more consistent than that. He's going to have to get promoted from captain consistent. I don't even know what's above that. He's going to have to be
Major consistent?
Major
General consistent?
Modern Major General consistent. I don't know any synonyms of consistent. That's the problem. So I can't do any alliteration.
That is a good point. Now you've got my thesaurus wheeling away as well. Top 2 have slightly opened up the margin once again to Dominic Hoffman. It swings and roundabouts really with the traffic, depending on where you catch it. We had 44 start. We are now down to 32. The attrition is starting to pick up. We've had 4 of the LMP2s, Coffin Dancers, Grid and Go, Yassim, Rezin, and Reich Energy retiring there. Only VRS Coanda, Esports, Collins, and Guven retiring in the GTP class, while in the GTDs it's 4 of your Mercedes AMG customer cars, 2 Williams Esports entries, 1 Urano, 1 Apex, and then of course Simufy, BS Turner, and Grid and Go, all also mixed up in various modes of shenanigans. Gianni Vecchio brings that car into pit lane, and it is 4 minutes beyond the top of the hour. Vecchio's going to be staying in, you would suspect, and pushing for another hour or 2 before handing over to Steinbratten to the end. In fact, no, correct myself, it's Steinbratten that jumps in, and this is scheduled.
Welcome Ollie Steinbratten back to the car. Redline are in the best position now. They've gone past the hour by multiple laps. By my calculations, there's going to be 1 more stop with probably about 2:56 to go, one more lap with 1:56 to go, one more stop with 56 to go, and that's going to be it. Every single other team is going to have to make one extra stop since they haven't been able to make it to the hour mark. Redline basically have this in the bag, assuming they don't lose a pit stop worth of time on track, because you'll see when everything cycles out, they're going to be about 40 seconds behind Williams Esports Chill Blast in the lead. That's about 20 seconds to the good, but if Ollie Steinbratton loses more time on track, Sotomuto in that #1 Williams Esports Ferrari, he might lose that pit stop gap in terms of time. They have to make sure to stay in that window if they want to win on this strategy.
Got to make sure that you take advantage of what you're presented with now in terms of traffic. There are, as laps go by, less and less of these cycles with which to make a case for the victory, and at least for the time being. It still could go any way. That is the crazy thing about this one. 5 cars separated by 6 or so seconds, only about 10 or so laps away from another pit stop cycle getting underway. Back over in the LMP2s, it's still Moreno Sorica that leads, but as this class starts to get somewhat stretched out from one another, it's right as a pit stop window is beginning. Maxence Godino in the Apex Racing 199 is going to enter as the 13 of the Red Panda Racing team leaves. And of course, the Apex Racing team with 2 victories to start off the VCO Grand Slam schedule. Williams Esports Razor grabbing it at Watkins Glen. There's some bragging rights on the line to close out the year, of course.
And that one shot showed you kind of the difference in teams that we've ended up having in this event. We've obviously got the top of the top in terms of sim racing, best teams in the world, but there's also some, newer teams that we don't necessarily see that often. We saw Red Panda Racing at the head of the shot there. They're 4 laps down right now. Things haven't gone very well for them, but that's basically just a team of drivers who signed up for this event together with no real structure or system, I believe. Carter Hutcherson, the lead driver for that team. I know him. He's one of my teammates at Atomic Racing, which it's a league team. It's not a professional sim racing team, and they're fighting with the best in the world. So even if it hasn't quite gone their way, even if they are 4 laps down, it's still going to be an incredible accomplishment for Red Panda Racing if they're able to make it to the end of 10 hours in the highest level of Petit Le Mans.
Again, the fact that you get the chance to compare yourself against some of these top drivers is so important, and it gives you some confidence. Still one more endurance special event to come, the GT3 only race at Fuji, which will be not too far away. That's coming up on the second weekend of November 10th and 12th, so about a month away. And after that, just 2 more special events before we close out the year. The Winter Derby, the Chili Bowl. Oh, I can't wait for the Chili Bowl. It's always a personal highlight as we break out the midgets inside of the Tulsa Expo Center. Pit stops for the LMP2s will continue, though, as Alpine Race Clutch become the next to dive on towards the lane. Jonas Wohlmeier feeling the pressure increasingly from Peter Berryman behind. These are the 2 cars that are matched on pit stop strategy. Came into the lane at the same exact lap. It's Dominic Kaufman in front that's starting to slowly run away, who is slightly lighter on fuel and only a handful of laps away from a pit stop.
Yeah, he's basically pushing all out right now, Dominic Kaufman, because the fuel strategy is not looking great for them to the end of the race. They're off strategy. They may have to make an extra stop compared to everybody else. So all they can do right now is push, try to get to the lead, try and extend as much as they can, or at least try and put themselves in the best possible position to not lose as much. You see, though, driving into turn 7 there, the sun starting to go down. It's starting to get into the driver's eyes. That's going to be a little bit distracting coming into turn 7 there, the most difficult braking zone in the track. That's just symbolic of the fact that things are changing in this race, Arjuna. The sun's not going down quite yet. It's not behind the trees yet, but you can see things changing. You can almost feel the temperature changing, and you can feel the pressure rising up front.
Oh, there is just so much going on. In some ways, our GTP expansion has come at the cost of the GTD field. Again, remember, that has been the class most hit by attrition. 15 started. Only 8 running of those that started, and the Falcon Sim Racing Mercedes is 2 laps down to the next car in line. So it's been a rather frustrating race for them. Of course, started down at the chicane on the opening lap. As long as you see the sunset, I think you feel pretty optimistic, and I'm slowly feeling as though the momentum is shifting towards the Williams Esports Marla team. Of course, the Williams Esports guys grabbed the victory at Daytona, the very first VCO Grand Slam. It will be rather fitting to close off with a victory as well.
Perfect bookending. Make it a season sandwich for Williams Esports. Just like they made a grid and go sandwich a little bit earlier today. Josh Ladd is all over the back of Diogo Pinto. I don't know if Diogo's saving a little bit or if Captain Consistent is maybe just trying to be a little bit more consistent, because as you said, he can't really afford to bin the car, can't afford to make any mistakes because his teammates are not really there for him right now. And he has Josh Ladd breathing down his neck closer than he's ever been. He's within a 10th, which we haven't seen. Or at least he was within a 10th, which we haven't seen basically for the entirety of this race. He's all over the back of him, but there's the grid and go Ferrari. It was a dream situation for Josh Ladd, and now it's a nightmare. There goes the gap, and here comes Urano to fight for second instead.
And it's Dominic Hoffman all by himself. That's the important thing. Has not really brought the others with him. Has very much been able to take advantage of the lighter fuel load. What has happened, by the way, for the GTD leader, because I saw a bunch of time being dropped. It happened in the opening sector, and I put 2 and 2 together and got very, very scared. Sotomuto is back in control, and I think got a little bit spooked by the oncoming prototypes, but fortunately was able to just steer the car into the grass.
It's Apex 1, the Apex 1 LMP2 coming through, the Coanda Porsche as well. Riding on board with Sotomuto right now, turning in, there's Apex 1, and there's Coanda. I think Sota started to turn in, saw the Coanda Porsche in his mirrors and overcorrected and threw it off the road. It was a difficult choice to make, either keep turning and get punted by a Porsche or turn left and end up off the road. I think he decided that off the road was a little bit better of an option there, and he did recover. He just flicked it off the road a little bit to stay out of the way. It was a smart choice.
I appreciate that there is a considerable delta in speed, but it's again a case of going for a hole that just never existed. Sotomuto's got to turn in at some point. He can't not turn into that corner. And Michael Romanidis maybe being a bit too optimistic, one would argue, with the perception of how a GTD is able to get through that corner. Must say, Sotomuto read that incredibly well, Joey. That could have been a lot more dramatic. It was only because of him that the net result was not too bad.
Yeah, that's a driver who's thinking at a speed that none of us can comprehend. I can only imagine Sotomuto doing anything else, because he's making decisions on the fly at 200 miles per hour that none of us can make. But there goes Dominic Hoffman on Josh Ladd for P2.
And not wanting to wait around, Dominic Hoffman knows maybe 2, maybe 3 laps before we'll see him into pit lane, and he's got to take advantage of the light fuel load that he enjoys for the time being. 40 laps into the run for Hoffman, 16 laps into the run for Pinto. It is a considerable difference between the two of them, and it goes to show just how many still wide open questions there are in terms of the strategy going to the end. Yes, Hoffman is going to need to spend more time in the lane, but Joey, it's undeniable. Fastest car on track right now, Dominic Hoffman.
And we are past halfway now. By our calculations here, it's predicted to be 539 laps to the end of this race. We're on lap 324 right now. I think once we get to lap 339, when we get to 200 laps to go, I think that'll make it possible, I think, to count back and really determine, is Urano on a strategy that may be able to get to the end at the same time as everybody else? Will they have to make an extra stop? But we do have to wait, I think, a couple more laps to make that math easier. They figured it out in the Urano camp right now. They know for sure. But every other team, I think, is questioning where Urano's going to come out.
3 hours, 46 minutes to go. Hoffman will owe us the pit stop in the next handful of laps, as we've been saying. And from there, we will just now wait to see where he feeds out once again. Where in the traffic line does he end up? And is he going to be able to once again push on relatively clean air? I think that's going to be the maybe most important factor of them all, as the top 5 once again get really, really compressed. I am firmly of the opinion, Joey, I would rather be leading than chasing someone down, especially given the traffic that we are dealing with as well. for Dominic Hoffman to be coming into pit lane, I think there's also a benefit that he's not worried about fuel saving. He's just pushing as hard as he can.
Yeah, it's a good thing to be able to do, because all of these drivers, they're very good at being consistent, they're good at being steady, they're good at saving fuel, but racing drivers want to push. Racing drivers want to drive at 100% for all the time they can. And when you get put on a strategy where you are pushing 100% the entire time until the end of the race, there are some drivers who tend to thrive in a situation like that. And I think Dominic Hoffman's one of those. It's still going to be an uphill battle for him. And he's going to need somebody, I think, from the team in his ear telling him, we're off strategy right now. We need you to push, but things are still looking okay. Things might work out in the end. Because you need that little bit of confidence that things will work out in the end. So you're not losing the motivation and thinking you're just going to fight for third. You need to believe that you can still win if you keep pushing for the next 3 and 3/4 of an hour.
Dominic Hoffman does go 1 lap down as a result of the pit stop. It is such a lengthy trip that is part of the pain that you will pay. Hoping, as mentioned earlier, to come out in some clean air. What's happened to Movano 368 LMP2? Oh, it doesn't even lose it over the bumps on turn 5's exit. Does nose the car in towards the wall, but riding on board, I get the feeling we're going to see a car losing the momentum and the pitch a little bit earlier than by the time it bounced over the curbs.
The sun was in the way, which was a little bit distracting, but the thing that really kind of stuck things there was the Movano LMP2 got on the brakes, I think, to avoid the BMW while it was still moving, while the momentum was still shifting, got up onto the curb while the brakes were active, shifted things around, and into the wall it went. But they're very lucky again there, because the new grass is a little bit more realistic, a little bit more sticky. Marshall Hubert there would have had a far more hellacious impact a couple of months ago on the previous grass model, and instead he just gets a little kiss of the tires and a little bit of front end damage, but it could be far worse.
We're talking about the grass model today. In 12 months' time, when we return to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for the 2024 iRacing Petit Le Mans, are we expecting to also be talking about rain and how that plays into everything? Just look at through turn 1, how much grass they've been picking up as they try and just set up on the left as late as they can, and now losing time. Diogo Pinto will see the gap open up. Josh Ladd just avoids running into the Apex 1 LMP2 car. Walmar gets onto the anchors as well. A nervy moment for them all.
Yeah, the Apex 1 LMP2 has not been having a fun time through the S's, and that was the least fun moment of all. Excellent save by Ladd, but there goes Jonas Wallmeyer to the inside in turn 6. Saw the door open, had to go for it, sent it to the inside. Look at Peter Berryman as well. It's a 3-way battle for second now as Apex is back on the scene.
And this is perfect for Redline. The gap grows because Pinto got a great run out of turn 7. Walmar's using the energy to try and compensate for being slightly pinched on the apex of the corner. Berryman with a jink to the inside. Swoops past Josh Ladd, who doesn't even try and cover it off. Realizes that the damage has already been done in terms of time lost, and it's because of contact up into turn 3. Pinto just trying to get on through. The Apex 1 car again has to turn in at some point, and from there, a checkup, saw a pass, and an opportunity presented.
I gotta say, a fantastic save from Josh Ladd there. If we ride on board with him coming down the hill, that steering wheel must have been pointed at least 90 degrees to the right while he tried to correct that. And then you see him lifting off early with the Falcon Mercedes up ahead. That was scary stuff from Jonas Wallmeyer, but he saw the door open, he went for it. If that door closed, that would have been a 150 mile per hour plane crash going into turn 6.
That, again, gets us excited for a moment. Let's jump on board with Josh Ladd. And it looks a lot more calm than it has any right to do so. We'll take another look at it from not the onboard perspective, but instead from the look up above, because you'll just see how close they all are. We'll go European style, super slow-mo. Can see the Apex 1 car trying to come back onto the track, and there's only a couple of inches between the 101 and the Williams Esports number 5.
If you take a screenshot of when we were riding on board there, that wheel was pointed 90 degrees to the right. This is not a dirt super late model. This is a GTP car, and you're not meant to be turning that way. You're really not. You're not meant to be turning that way to left-hand corner. It was An absolutely fantastic save from Josh Ladd. Well done. Even if they don't win the race, that's going to be the save of the race so far. If he's still breathing right now. He may have been scared to death by that. He may just be riding on autopilot right now.
And it, again, presented the opportunity for Jonas Wallmeyer, who didn't need the second invitation. Berryman took advantage as well. Is Josh Ladd just going to be content to ride in line and save a little bit of fuel for the time being? That would be my assumption, but you never know with drivers of this caliber. They've already closed a little bit on that gap to Diogo Pinto, who might have taken advantage of this chaos to save a little bit of fuel once more. There has been a lot going on, just by the way. That was not the only replay that we probably need to divert our attention towards, as yet another lap comes to an end. Have we seen enough 3 wide, Joey?
Of course not. There's never too much 3 wide.
Here we go. Almost 4 wide they would have loved to try. It is 3 Apex Racing cars as well. And Maxence Scudino just runs himself a little bit wide, but fortunately not into too much drama.
They're all thinking right now, guys, we're supposed to be teammates. We're supposed to be teammates. Why are we running 3 wide?
Oh, what's happened to Dominic Hoffman? Sorry, Joey, as we're looking at this replay. Hoffman's taking the tow back to pit lane, and one of the 2 bullets in the gun for Urano Esports has come unstuck.
Into turn 1. Did he clip the grass? That is an equipment failure. That's not what we like to see. The steering wheel goes hard to the left through a right-hand corner. Nothing Dominic Hoffman could have done there. We're riding on board with them, and you're going to see as we drive through turn 1, something is going to go horrifically wrong. Everything looks perfectly normal, driving in a straight line.
Oh no! He clips the grass!
He did clip the grass. It looked so aggressive that I thought it was an equipment failure, but he did clip the grass.
Dominic Hoffman, what have you done? Oh, an uncharacteristic mistake. And at a crucial time as well, when we thought this Urano car was still in the mix. One more look at it. And we've been talking about the flick to the left that they're all doing. That is the undoing of Hoffman. The replays don't stop, Joey. Dion Fiallo, the BMW bank car, in more drama once more.
Oh, that door was very much not open on the Drago LMP2 there. And there's just a parking lot behind as everybody has to check up. But that is such a shame for Dominic Hoffman. The reason I thought it was an equipment failure is because we've seen people clipping that grass all day long. They've been spitting up grass, but he got that little bit too far to the left, clipped it just enough that the coefficients of friction were too different between the grass and the asphalt, tried to overcorrected it, and there's nothing you can do at turn 1 at Road Atlanta. It's a plane crash at that point, and you can't stop.
It has meant that Peter Berryman, through all of those replays that we finally can get out of, is now second, hunting down Diogo Pinto. Urano dropped to 3rd, Williams dropped to 4th, but still 4 cars split by 2.5 seconds. Waiting now for Berryman and Wallmeyer to come down to the pit lane, probably not this time but within 3 laps. Sun continues to set. The sun also gets in the eye line increasingly for the drivers at various points around the track. But most importantly, Joey, in terms of track temperature, a tangible impact in the grip available.
If you want to know what that temperature is in Atlanta degrees, 71 degrees Fahrenheit is the ambient temperature, and then track temp would be 75 degrees Fahrenheit, so it is definitely cooling down. We're still not quite to real fall temps, but we are to perfect racetrack temperatures. Below 80 degrees starts to get absolutely perfect for the drivers. They want to see track temps in the 70s, maybe even in the 60s as the sun starts to go down. It's going to get faster. It's going to be very comfortable. It's going to be less comfortable, though, once it starts to get fully dark in just over an hour's time, probably.
Here we go. Pit stops underway. It's Berryman, Wallmeyer. Once again, in synchrony, locked down in step, trundling down the lane. Berryman and Wallmeyer will owe relative on fuel to Redline and Williams about 17 laps. Not sure what that means in terms of pit stop time, but Joey, it sounds big.
Sounds very big. It does not sound make-upable. I'm going to use that word again. Going to be a driver change for Urano, I think. Vlad Kimichev getting back behind the wheel, so very well done by Jonas Wallmeyer. Good service from him, and now Vlad Kimichev is going to take us through the next couple of hours. Apex is out. Team BMW Bank is out as well at the head of the train, down off the jacks. Last couple of drops of fuel are in. And I'm reminded, Arjuna, the third car in line there, the second Urano car, they're getting repairs. The car's still in the pits. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it back out, but they're going to try.
They may try, but I think at this point maybe Dominic Hoffman and company just watching the replay and thinking about what could have been. They'll be frustrated for sure, but we will see them back in action in the BMW M Sim Cup in a week's time. Dominic Hoffman, one of the points leaders and championship favorites at this point, fighting for more than $50,000 in virtual BMW competition. Kimichev leads Brient off of the pit lane. The two split by just over a second, and coming out in front of the Drago racing car. Back out onto track, and now with the impetus to get themselves warmed up, because they have got the crucial job. Joey, they're driving into the night.
The final stage, final third now, if my math serves me correctly. So you got to be in position. You've got to have your eggs in a row. I think I mixed my metaphors there, but you've got to be ready. You've got to have your strategy to the end of the race, and I think everybody does have. They have everything mapped out. Everybody knows where things are going to go. Everybody knows when the stops are going to come. They know who's still going to get into the car. But also, you may know all of that, it may all come undone. There's always the wild cards that come in. There's the driver clipping the grass and throwing it into the wall in turn one like Dominic Hoffman. There's traffic not going your way. There's getting a little bit loose and throwing it off the road somewhere else. Anything can change as the sun starts to set and the track starts to change. Everything looks pretty straightforward from here, but we know that that very easily cannot be what we say in about an hour's time.
Now when we can jump back towards the front where it's going to close again as Pinto loses ground. The Urano GTD just stifles the momentum in through the opening sector, and instantly Josh Ladd back on the case and back into the sight line, onto the clutch. Pinto will roll, saving that fuel crucially, and then heading out of that crucial turn 7 and launching for a dash in towards the next chicane. Josh Ladd doesn't look tired, which is a good thing. That's the one thing that I'm keeping an eye out for on these cameras, Joey, is the fact that two driver lineups mean drivers don't really get a chance to step away. Yes, they will, get the chance when they're not in the rig to be mentally a little bit more relaxed, but you're always thinking about how can I help my teammate? What happens if my teammate has an issue? I need to be ready to go and jump in.
Yeah, you've got to have a supply of snacks maybe over to your left that you can select when you're out of the car for just 90 minutes or so. You want to keep the energy levels up. You don't want to have to leave in case something does go wrong and you have to drop into the car at the last moment. It's just like in real life endurance racing where you can take a break, you can step away for just a moment, but you can't step away for too long, because if things go wrong, you're going to be needed and somebody's going to come knocking and say, where are you? We need you right now. And you can't be 20 miles away when that happens.
No,
Have you been able to eat today, Arjuna? Are you going on a 10-hour hunger strike?
Oh, I'm on a 10-hour hunger strike. Don't you worry about that. The fortunate thing is I got a few minutes. Honestly, the worst part about 10 hours, do you know what it is?
Having to use your voice for 10 hours?
Honestly, no. Surprisingly, it's holding up quite well. We haven't had to shout too much, fortunately, but A, it's the fact that people have to listen to my voice for 10 hours. I do feel a little bit guilty about that. But B...
Ladder?
No, it's not that. It's the headphones. I wear Sennheiser HMD 26s. These are
ear sweat.
These are standards, but ear sweat I don't think is actually too bad, because I have the air conditioning cranked up to the max because we're having a heat wave here in California. It's just the fact that the headphones, they're on ear, so they clamp down, and they're just not comfortable to wear for 10 hours straight. Especially
your head's going to be a couple inches narrower at the end of this. This is going to be clamped shut.
Well, I had to wear it for 4 hours last night. Then I have to wear it tomorrow with you for the Prodigy Racing League. A couple more hours with Ferrari Esports tomorrow. Basically, my head's getting shrunk by the headset right now.
This is just you having to atone for your sins for not liking leading zeros.
This is just correct, though. Leading zeros are fake numbers. That is not a number anymore. It becomes a string, a text string.
A string. And now you're going past my level of knowledge. We're gonna have to go to the Fields Medal. That's the Nobel Prize for mathematics. Lewis McGlade has already won it for the McGlade Rule of 6.
Oh, has he?
I don't think you're going to be winning it for the leading zeros theory. I think I'm on the leading zeros side for this one.
It's all right. I write my rule books, so as once was told to me by another series organizer, we are the judge, the jury, the legislation, and the executioner. So you're welcome is basically how to interact with race control.
That means I'm getting executed at the end of this broadcast.
Yes, for the puns mainly. Everything else has been okay. Paddy Wolf brings the Apex Racing 298 down to pit lane. That now means that we are 10 laps away from seeing Pinto and Ladd probably making their trips down towards the lane. 10 laps, about, 12, 15 minutes. So those drivers are going to be coming in 3 hours and 15 minutes or so before the end of the race. I'm trying to work backwards, Joey, because I still feel like there's a splash and dash in the mix there for those two at the front.
I think you're probably right, but how can they minimize that? Do they want to take it early? You might not even get a splash and dash, though, if everything falls apart in traffic here. This is terrifying stuff for Josh Ladd. Past the Drago Racing LMP2 through turn 1. He's got a lap down Urano Esports, number 192, who will cycle around once Williams Esports comes in a little bit, but it's dicey stuff. It's trying to keep it on track. The cool, calm, and collected Josh Ladd is being given some of the biggest challenges of anybody right now, whether it's 3 wide to turn 1, whether it's trying to chase down Diogo Pinto. He does not have an easy job. He's probably got the hardest job of anybody in this race right now.
They all are battling with the elements as well, those changing conditions as the sightlines move around, the sun sets, and of course the references disappear as we head off in towards the night. Here's the momentum from Josh Ladd down the hill in towards the chicane, clears himself of the LMP2 traffic. You can see relatively similar in terms of top-end terminal velocity. It's more just speed through the corners, how much aero performance they have, as well as that hybrid spool off the corners that really makes the difference across both of those classes. While they continue to keep it close up towards the front, as ever, eyes and strategies focused on towards GTD, where 3 cars are split by 36 seconds, but 3 cars all on wildly different strategies.
And again, we simply don't know which one's going to be the winner at the end of it all. But that Team Redline 71, Ollie Steinbraten, ever since he's gotten behind the wheel, he's done a fantastic job of actually bringing down the gap. He's been faster than Sotomuto, and that gap that was once 40 seconds between first and third, it's now only 36 seconds. That's within the extra pit stop. So, Ollie Steinbraten, if he can bring that number 71 car to the 3-hour mark, to the 2-hour mark, to the 1-hour mark, just like his teammate Johnny Vecchio did, Redline may very well be the favorites to win this race. Grid and Go, they need to save a little bit more. They need to save, I think, an extra lap per stint if they want to align themselves with Redline. I don't know if they'll be able to do that. They're so far off. A 3-lap difference isn't the biggest difference in the world, but it's big enough that I don't think it's possible to save 3 laps of fuel to even things out unless you're going absolutely insane on the fuel save and losing a ton of time.
Not at this point, right? You're too late. You're too committed to the strategy that you're on. And so if you had thought about saving fuel slightly earlier, then maybe that could have been the case. I do feel like the Grid and Go car slightly responded to Redline. It was pushing a bit more aggressively on strategy in the first stint, trying to keep close to Williams Esports, and from there slightly settled back a little bit more. Not the traditional sort of a strategy battle that we've seen. Sven Haase jumps in to say they're good on fuel. Interesting. And confidence as well.
Very interesting. It's going to have to be a long final stint, though, I think. Unless they're able to do stints that are just long enough that they can do, like, an hour and 1 minute, an hour and 1 minute, an hour and 1 minute to make it to the end. It's close. I believe Sven Haase. I believe him more than I believe myself, but it's still close. It's going to be difficult.
It's definitely going to be difficult. Still curious as to who's going to come out on top in GTD. Increasingly more and more confident that LMP2 is somewhat locked in right now, as Ate Kaupinen in the Williams Esports Razor front end that you're not going to miss. You could see that bright green from outer space. Can also see just how much every bounce over the curb is shaking Ate's rig.
I always love to see Atte Kaupinen because it's the most fun name to say in sim racing. You can never be sad when you're saying the name Atte Kaupinen, and he's gonna be very happy in the lead right now. He's Again, not showing it. He's got the sim racer look on himself, but he's in control. He doesn't need to be showing too much emotion. He's corporate, he's collected, and he's doing his job.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Diogo Pinto's gotten in some trouble. Fortunately, still leads, but an LMP2 car is no longer on the track at the expense of Diogo Pinto. Here's the look at the replay in towards the S's section, and to be fair, there is a whole bunch of netcode between the two. But again, it's about the decision-making to go for that move at that point in time.
Yeah, Diogo's been very aggressive through the S's. That's the Team PGZ LMP2, I believe the 124 up ahead. Takes a peek, takes a punt, and there's a wall. Yeah, it may not have happened in an ideal world, but even if that collision didn't happen there with a little bit of latency between the two of them, it very well could have happened further on down the S's, because they would have had to run side by side in a place where it's almost impossible to run side by side. You can understand Diogo getting aggressive. He is in the lead of the race. He wants to make sure that gap is as big as possible, but there's going to be some unhappy LMP2 cars that have been a victim of this number 20, unfortunately.
You make it sound like Diogo has ran roughshod over the field, which, to be fair, I don't think is necessarily the case. But
the murder plow, or whatever that,
we'll give,
the killdozer.
We'll give Diogo a new nickname, from Captain Consistent to something about consistently...
Sergeant Steady.
Yeah, there you go. We'll find another way to flip that metaphor around. But yeah, it's just, again, I think the fact that these GTPs are so much quicker than a GTD, which makes me think about how crazy it was when we used to run LMP1s and GTLMs and GTEs next to each other, because the delta was probably pretty similar there as well. 1.4 between Redline and Williams up towards the front, and while they continue to keep each other honest, three cars locked in a fight. For 8th position, the sole Acura leads, Williams Esports Fanatec and the Team BMW Bank.
Woo, Acura mention, we see him again. You should be thankful though, Arjuna. We talk about speed differences. You should be thankful that unlike in real life, we don't have to deal with LMP3 cars here.
Yes, we don't need to add dentists into the mix, mainly also because we're already at the point where we've only got, a maximum of 15 cars in the class, 14 in the LMP2, so add another class in and we'd have 10 cars racing in each class. It's nice to have a little bit more numbers. It's also nice to get this really interesting camera shot looking at the driver, at the hands being worked as well, but also the BMW Bank car that continues to close in conjunction with Williams Esports Fanatec.
And how much has gone wrong for Team BMW Bank today? When we rolled through the highlights there, I feel like they were in 3 separate incidents, and I don't think any of them were of their own doing, but they're still out there trucking. Still trucking for potentially a finish in the top half of the field if they can get by Movano and maybe even catch the Apex 297 in 7th. Very much a possibility of recovery for Team BMW Bank. I also, for the longest time, thought that Team BMW Bank was a team called Bank, sponsored by BMW. But no, BMW has its own bank. It's called BMW Bank. I thought this until about a year ago.
Yes, this is the financial services arm of BMW, and they've, of course, partnered up with one of the BMW official sim racing teams, PS Competition, to enter what is a rather dark and gloomy black and monochrome sort of a livery, but it's become one of the...
Still a zebra. It's just a reverse zebra.
It is definitely a zebra, and it's become one of the iconic looks for the team as well, in conjunction with the Marla as well as the BS Turner liveries, so it is always good to see. The thing that is always confusing, though, and I'm just going to circle back to this, even though there's no real point, Williams Esports Marla, you look at that and you go, okay, Marla's in the name. Therefore, if I see the Marla Racing Team car, that must therefore be the same team, right, Joey? No, you're wrong.
Just making it difficult for us.
It's the love triangle. Williams, Marla, BS Competition. Yeah. No one can decide who loves whom the most.
I guess we can't complain though. We're getting all the support from Mala, so I'll give them a go by on this one. They can have whatever they want. They can confuse us as much as they want.
You're quite generous. I don't know about. I don't know if
You're welcome, Mala. I'll take a check in the mail.
I'm not feeling so sympathetic. Although I will say, Mala, of course, part of a lot of the push for electrification in the. I believe in the GTP class. Of course, the hybrid units are all spec, and so come from a standard supplier. The manufacturers integrate them into the powertrain of their car, and So great to have Marla's support in sim racing, and not just in sim racing. They partnered up with the guys at BS Competition, Beitske Visser, as well as Arthur Camera, have been going off and doing some excursions in the real world, all centered around being eco-friendly, driving weird and unique cars as efficiently as you can, I guess is the best way to say it, and can follow that adventure all on social media. Speaking of efficiency, 40 laps into the run for Diogo Pinto. Joey, surely only a couple of laps away from that fuel tank needing filling again.
You would think, surely, but we'll see how far he's able to stretch it, and will Josh Ladd actually be able to do anything now that he's caught Pinto again? Can Josh Ladd finally take the race lead on track like he's been trying to do so many times? It's not going to go his way through the chicane, though, because he's got the Apex 1 LMP2 up ahead of him. Out of the corner, he's going to be able to get by, but he's going to get blocked a little bit. He's going to have to go around the outside as Apex 1 comes in, and there's 8/10 separating the top two once again. But you do have to imagine that both of these guys are going to be coming in very, very soon in a couple of laps' time. Josh Ladd has been saving a little bit of fuel. We've seen how early he's been lifting off into the chicane at turn 10 at times. Has that saved enough fuel to potentially make up a second gap in the pits and jump the number 20 Redline BMW in the pits? Well, he's certainly going to hope for that in a couple of laps' time. I don't know how likely it is.
Really looking forward to next weekend's season finale of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, of the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup, and indeed the entire season of IMSA sanctioned competitions. Of course, we've got the focus on the 10-hour race, but you've got IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge that will come to a close as well, and in the TCR GT4 combination, going to be curious to see how all the drivers get on, and you might even see a couple of familiar faces from the world of sim racing competing. And I would encourage you to pay attention to the news coming out of the state of the sport late in the preparations as we build towards another year of IMSA Esports competition. Alpine, by the way, we had been keeping an eye on after Race Clutch had a lengthy stop where we think there was potentially a speeding penalty. Race Clutch's number 15 dropped behind Alpine, and now the sister car only 1.5 seconds clear in the fight for third spot.
An inter-team rivalry here. Which Race Clutch car will come out on top? Will it be the Race Clutch red car? Or I did it. I did Race Clutch red. It's Race Clutch blue, but it is red. Or will it be the Alpine Esports car run by Race Clutch who comes out on top? Right now, Arjuna, I'm hoping it's the Alpine Esports one, because I'm still mad that Race Clutch blue is red. I'm still never going to get over that.
Well, the other thing to be mad about is the blue on that car is LMP2 IMSA blue. It's not Race Clutch blue.
Even the rear wing end plates?
Yeah, no, that's standard IMSA stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing red, literally.
Let's see, let's go to, I'll take Kalpanen. Yeah, blue on the
right.
end plates. Who did anyone not put the blue? That's probably a better game to very quick. Oh, boo!
There's the black. There's the black on Apex.
Shaking my head.
What about the red Panda car?
That was all white.
I feel like that's like all. No, that is blue.
That would be. This is because that's no paint scheme was submitted, so it's just a white iRacing default with the IMSA decal layer just applied directly on top of it.
I like it though. It's clean, and I was being slick there, Arjuna, because I just got a message from the other driver of this car, Carter Hutcherson. He said they're doing their best out there. They are not not professional sim racers like the rest of the field. Carter is he's working a 9 to 5 and actually trying to qualify for an Ironman this year. He's trying to qualify for a triathlon, and his teammate Gilles Hubin, who's behind the wheel right now, is working on his master's degree right now. So they've both got other things to do, but they're doing this in the meantime and doing a solid job of it.
Staying out of trouble a little bit better than Nicholas Laubish seems to be able to do. That's not the first time we've seen the avoiding action down through the S's for the number 90 Urano Esports car, and one of what is now just 8 remaining GTD contenders. The GTD class started strong at 15 and has been whittled down and in short order. Diogo Pinto into pit lane. Josh Ladd 1 lap longer as expected. The BMW M Team Redline driver finds his way towards the marks one more time. Remember, Chris Lullum still on Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contenders Series duties. That means that after Diogo Pinto first got into this car, all the way back on lap 264, he is going to do more than 110 laps in a row, going for another 40 plus here on track.
You know, only Sergeant Steady could do it. I've been trying to think of other ones, and the only thing circling around in my head is General Good, and that's no good. That is no good.
And also, that's a little bit too close to Goodyear Tire. I feel it's a
little bit too close to General Grievous too.
But that's not a bad thing. General Grievous? Are you kidding me? Oh, what a comparison to have.
Is he like the little, like, angry guy?
No.
I haven't seen any of the Star Wars movies.
Oh, well, you're exposing yourself here now on RaceBot TV.
Salacious Crumb, is that who I'm thinking of?
No, he's the... General Grievous is the robot with multiple arms who can wield multiple lightsabers and just, like, rotate them around in a force field that you can't penetrate. Yeah, he's a scary dude. Do not want to mess with...
you could be making that up and I would have no idea.
I mean, I could be, but would I ever lie to you, Joey? I mean, let's be real.
Not
yes,
today.
I would. Let's go back, though, and as we get ready to close on the final 3 hours of this iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO, very quickly grab just a look at some of the replays of the last hour or so. This was a scary moment for the race leader in the GTD classes. Sotomuto took avoiding action. Then as Urano carved their way up through the field, the 190. Dominic Hoffman behind the wheel continued to charge on forward, all while Redline led the way, and then with a moment, Apex 1 got shoved wide. Josh Ladd checked up, Dominic Hoffman and the 192 of Vlad Kimichev checked up as well. And then a deep surprise was about to be sent. The 192, like a bat out of hell, would jink to the inside and slide on through to grab that position away. Apex Racing would try and do so as well, and Peter Berryman in that number 3 machine would eventually start to get in on the fun. But Apex weren't having it all fun. 3 wide amongst 3 different classes for the Corby crew. Max Scudino shoved off into the grass all by himself. Fortunately, the damage could have been a little bit more painful. It could have been like this. The BMW bank car deep under the brakes into the chicane. Drago Racing nowhere to go. And clouds built up, and unfortunately, a couple of cars really getting the worst of that. PGZ have had a eventful couple of moments. First for Marlon Ducek, the spin around and the snap into the wall cost big damage. And we would see more drama for them later. More significant, though, uncharacteristic mistake for Dominic Hoffman, touching the grass and spinning on out. Mentioned the dramas for PGZ. Diogo Pinto trying to look up the inside and unfortunately causing a bit of drama. That's a look at just some of what's happened in the last hour, because Joey, business has definitely picked up.
And speaking of the business, things have switched around between Williams Esports and Redline. Josh Ladd in the 5 over the course of the pit cycle has jumped Diogo Pinto in that Redline BMW. The balance has changed. The order has changed. Urano are in the lead right now. They've got to stop again soon. But between these two in this battle, it's the other way around to what we've seen for the last 3 hours or so.
Apex are there as well, but on a very different strategy, and have now lost about 5 seconds to Kimichev and Urano on that same strategy. If you are Berryman, if you're Brient, Berryman, the rest of that Apex crew, I feel like the main thing that you can do right now, Joey, is try and cost the BMW M Team Redline and the Williams Esports Marla cars just a little bit of time right now, because it is looking very, very comfortable for them, at least for the time being, as Brient's going to get past Pinto up the inside.
I was worried he wasn't going to get it slowed down there, but he did, so well done by Maxime Briant there, getting it slowed down, getting through the Falcon Mercedes that I feel like has kind of been at inconvenient places every time these leaders have caught it through no fault of their own. It's just been how things have shaken out, but Maxime Briant pushing now to actually get up to Matt Farrow, who's behind the wheel of the number 5. Now Josh Ladd is finally getting out of the car. He gets to have a little bit of a break, and Matt Farrow back in for likely the next hour or two. How consistent can he be? How good is he going to be under pressure compared to Josh Ladd, especially considering they're going to be fighting for second right now, and he's got a very hungry driver in a very, very off-strategy situation who's going to want to pass him as soon as possible.
We don't have a look on board with Matt Farrow like we do with Josh Ladd, so we can't quite see what the look is behind the wheel. You know what we can do, which I always find maybe more interesting than seeing what the look of focus is for a driver that's actually driving? What's a driver doing that's not driving?
Well, he actually just got kicked out of the session. Right after he got out of the car, his internet kicked him out due to packet loss. So he's, I think, just trying to get back into the session right now.
And that's one of those things as well, where sometimes it's, the driver just trying to get out of the session and go and do something else for a couple of hours before they're back into the car. Just look how he slumped in the seat, though. We keep talking about how fatiguing the laps here are, just how frenetic a stint can be. He does look a little bit drained. Doesn't look tired, don't get me wrong. He'll get back in that car and be ready to go, but it takes a toll, that's for sure.
Can't blame him. I mean, he doesn't look too sweaty on the outside, but you do burn calories doing sim racing. You do burn energy, and especially when you are fighting for a race win at the top level, it takes a lot out of you. You can only imagine. If you see Josh Ladd, taking a little bit of a rest, leaning back in his chair for a moment, probably grabbing some snacks or something to give himself some energy. Imagine if you or I or any normal human was doing this, we'd be out of here. We'd be asleep or dead after that level of stress.
It's always fun as well seeing how some of these drivers are able to drive and type at the same time. Sean Campbell, as an example, will regularly be competing and jump into a YouTube chat just to feed us a little bit of info. It's not normal, I think that is for sure, but they all find their different ways of making it work. Sota Muto brings the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 1 in from the lead of the GTD class for what will be the third to final pit stop. We'll get the penultimate pit stop next time by, and then the final pit stop with... No, we won't, because there is a splash and dash to be served here, isn't there?
For Sota Muto and Williams Esports Chill Blast, yes. But I have to calculate this. How long is a stop going to be for them that is just a splash for 10 minutes of fuel?
They may
it's
not...
going to be 22 seconds on the lane, plus a couple seconds.
They probably won't do a splash in the traditional sense. You can see the pit stop time there, Joey, 35 seconds. When they're not doing a driver change, they have the ability to put less fuel in and, well, even when they do a driver change, maybe slightly short fuel the car and make the stint slightly shorter, but equalize each of the pit stop times.
That's going to be the question that they're going to be facing. Do they split those final 2 stints directly in half? Or do they maybe try and shorten the final stint? Because you could get away with a very, very short final stop. But how does that cycle out? How do you calculate that? Are you going to end up in the wrong place on track if you come in too early and end up in traffic? The Williams Esports strategists, they're going to have a very difficult game on their hands because they have the most difficult thing to figure out right now. If the 001 and the number 71, if Redline and Grid and Go can both make it to the end on the same number of stops, Williams Esports are going to be the odd ones out against all odds, and they're going to have to figure out how to jump back forward. How are they going to end up in the lead if they have to make up 1 pit stop?
So are we going to get 2 full hours of nighttime running, or is it going to be a little bit less than that? Sun continues to dip below the horizon. It's in through turns 5, turn 7, where that sun, the glare, is really at its worst, and 2 of the most important complexes as well, to be able to have a good successful lap around. Pinto so committed to the clutches. Brient up the inside of Matt Farrow, and with contact, the Frenchman barged out wide. Here comes Diogo Pinto to 3rd position. Matt Farrow holds on to the spot, but it got physical in the fight for 2nd.
It's getting physical on the front straight. A little bit of contact. Pinto's going to try and go around the outside in turn 1. That's not going to happen, though. He's going to try and switch it back. We've seen him be aggressive into the S's, but Captain consistent, Sergeant steady, backs out of it this time. Slots back in line. Knows it's not worth the risk to run side by side through there. They're going to slot back in line for the moment, but there were a lot of dicey moments, and all of those have brought the number 696 for Drago Racing into the fray as well.
And Jaden Laydick out of nowhere, the young Australian, has inserted himself into the mix, and all of this as Vlad Kimichev, now 10 seconds clear at the front. Fighting's great to watch. It's even better if you're trying to pull away. And the race leader looks very comfortable right now. Again, Kimichev, Brient, and Laydick. The Apex, Urano, and Drago cars are all on very similar strategies. It's Williams and Redline, 2nd and 3rd, the 2 that are on the slight fuel-saving strategy and trying something different. I mean, Joey, we need to take a look at what happened. Talk us through from your perspective. Let's move to the inside.
It was a big dive from Maxime Briand, but he did get it slowed down, and then he tried to switch it back in the second part of that chicane at turn 10A. And there may have been a little bit of contact on exit, a little bit of latency, got oversteer, couldn't get back on the throttle, and that ends up losing him an absolute ton of time. He would have been wishing, though, that Pinto and Faro could have actually gone side by side up through the S's there. That would have brought him even more back in. But trying to go around the outside in turn one very rarely works out, especially when you're not entirely alongside, and Pinto just couldn't make it stick.
Has this one sequence of the race, Joey, just handed Urano a way back in? I think you and I have been both pretty aligned that the strategy is not necessarily favoring Urano or Apex right now, but 11 seconds is a margin that Urano can now build off on as the strategy continues to cycle.
It's a good margin. I think it's only about half of what they really need. It's not going to be enough, as there's another switch around. That's Maxime Briand actually getting by Diogo Pinto. Maybe a little bit of revenge in a way. Diogo wasn't really involved in the side-by-side previously, but Maxime Briand back up ahead. Diogo Pinto falling back. If these guys continue to fight, maybe expand this gap to 20 seconds to Urano, then they might start thinking, we might have a chance in here. If we can expand that just a little bit more, maybe eliminate a pit stop time, so if our strategy is the wrong one, we can still even things out. That would make them very happy. But right now, things are actually coming down. Williams Esports is within 9 seconds now.
Couple of gaps to keep an eye on, so we will cycle through the field. 8th once again. Acura takes center stage for a second, but Fraser Williamson dives off to the lane, leaves Jaden Munoz and the BMW bank cars to filter to the line onto the 361st lap that they will fight, and somehow these two are within 0.3 of a second. There are 4 cars within 2 seconds, 2nd through 5th positions, and LMP2 finally, inter-team rivalry commence. It's Alpine against Race Clutch.
That's what we like to see. We like to see families getting angry at each other. We like to see the warfare, and they have found each other. They've got some GTP traffic coming through. They've got, of course, the Falcon Mercedes up ahead. Who else could possibly be ahead of this battle? And they make it through in turn 1. Race Clutch blue. That's Diogo Pinto coming through. Very scary. Peter Zuba still behind the wheel of the leading car, the Alpine Race Clutch conglomerate. And then Benjamin Fergaro back behind the wheel of the actual Race Clutch blue-red car. That's not confusing at all. You're going to see them right next to each other as soon as Diogo Pinto gets through. And I'm excited to see an all-out battle between teammates here, if the team allows them to do it.
That was Drago Racing looking to the inside as Jaden Ladick tries to make sure that he does not lose ground, because Matt Farrow's broken away from Maxime Briand in that little sequence that we have also just been keeping an eye on. There is so much going on. And now with 3 hours or so left to go, Joey, your time in the comms booth is almost drawn to a close. Those first couple of hours flew on past. These most recent couple of hours have definitely flown on past as well. Sun hasn't quite set, but it's time for you to get off the fence. Who comes out on top in the GTP?
It's time for my sun to set. In GTP, I don't want to curse anybody. Like I said earlier, I'm going to put all my ducks in one basket, like somebody mentioned in the chat, and I'm going to say that Williams Esports Mala get it done. I think they're going to be on the strategy to win. I think Matt Farrow's doing a great job right now. That jump in the pits over red line was really critical for them. I think in 3 hours' time they're going to be the winners, but I could be wrong. I will be wrong. I'll say that much.
Still a long way to go. Let's be honest. I think LMP2 were pretty comfortable. We don't want to jinx anything there with a large margin between Williams Esports Racer and the Apex Racing team. So we'll skip on down.
You never know. Red Panda could still win an LMP2. They could still do it.
You're trying, but GTD. Grid and Go, Redline, and Williams Esports Chill Blast. It's really between them, isn't it?
It is. It's a question of which strategy is going to win out at the end. Right now, it looks very, very simple that Grid and Go and Redline are going to be able to make it to the end as they are. This is the order they're going to be after the final pit stop for everybody, we think. But is that actually going to be the case? Does Grid and Go actually have the fuel to make it to the end? Nicholas Rubelar behind the wheel right now. Can he keep saving the fuel to be able to make it to the end safely on 2 more stops? We know Ola Steinbraten and Redline, they're going to be able to do that. But will that cycle out to them winning this race? I don't know. Will Redline be able to catch them? I'm not able to make a choice in this class, but I'm going to say Grid and Go just because why not?
Remember, the lap times are coming down as the temperature continues to drop, but it will start to rise up again as visibility takes a bit of a nosedive of its own. Rubilar's on the 44th lap. Is it going to be this one? If he comes in on this lap with a full trip down pit lane taking just over 70-odd seconds, he is still technically just within the top of the hour, but he's going to be able to punch out one more lap. It's looking good for Grid and Go.
It's looking absolutely perfect for Grid and Go. I was exhibiting a little bit of bias because Nicholas Rubilar is our old Precision Racing League buddy on Tuesday nights on RaceSpot TV, but there's no bias required. Him and Sven Hasse have done an incredible job of saving fuel to put themselves on equal footing with Redline, who look to be the only team who are going to be able to pull this off. And now Grid and Go are in the top position, and they have a comfortable 12-second gap over Redline to hold on to for 3 more hours.
Is this the breakout for Grid and Go? The final of the VCO Grand Slams. 11 seconds, 12 seconds to Ole Steinbrat and Sotomuto. Still trying to hunt them down on slightly fresher tyres. Ante Kalpinen brings in the Williams Esports Razor entry to the lane. And again, had a full lap lead before bringing this car on in. Joey, it's been a thrill at times. It's been painful at times as well with some of your puns. Been great to have you for the final VCO Grand Slam. And we will say goodbye to you for now with just over 3 hours left to run. And welcome in to the commentary booth for the very first time today, Mr. Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, you've been a busy commentator of your own today, but now jumping in, sun setting, Petit Le Mans. How are you feeling about the situation that you jump into?
Yeah, feeling good. I've already commentated for 4 hours at this circuit, not on this race, but on a different one. So I'm pretty well warmed up, I would say. Just getting my head around this race, really. And what for me, it sort of kind of defined the modern day iRacing special event. The fact that it's not possible to make a mistake. It's not possible to even miss an apex ever. You've got to do everything absolutely perfect to win one of these days. The days are long gone where you could have any sort of problem and still win. It's just been absolutely remarkable.
It has, and you and I were on the broadcast team last year for the inaugural IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, and we saw that safety cars add that extra element for the teams to be thinking about. Even the lack of safety cars, as in having them in the back of your mind but not having them actually used in the race for lack of circumstance, changes the way that teams think about it, and so it's definitely been something to keep an eye on. Nicholas Rubilar in the Grid and Go 001 is going to leave the pit lane with a 41.7 second stop, so cramming in as much fuel into that car as possible. And now back out onto track, and crucially in a bunch of clean air as well. The GTP traffic will filter on through, and then Rubilar can filter into the rhythm. This is also, we've been saying this over the last half an hour, 45 minutes, Ewan, the most important stint in many ways, because the track's adapting, the track's changing as the conditions move around, and you need a driver that is comfortable racing into the night.
Yeah, if I was, I mean, obviously I would race a special event quite differently to these drivers. However, if I was in charge of a team, you would ideally put someone in for the last 3 hours maybe in GTD, just so that they get that sort of sunset and into the darkness. You don't really want someone doing this while it's, adjusting. But I mean, all of these drivers are so good anyway that I don't think it really matters. Because, for example, Rubilar has just stayed in that 001, and I'd imagine he's not going to the end unless he's doing a really large stint. I'd imagine Sven Hasse will finish that car off, But yeah, they're clearly happy to change throughout the sunset. But if it was me, I'd want to be in from now until the end, really, because the sun is starting to set. It will become difficult soon, and then it will be dark around here. And it does get quite dark around here. I know it's a short lap and whatever, but there aren't many lights and stuff. It's not very well lit for the darkness period. But then again, it doesn't last very long either. So it's going to be an important part to this race, but maybe not the defining part. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to change with these cars, to be honest, especially in GTP, where I know you were talking about earlier about the daytime setup versus the nighttime setup.
Yeah, I don't think we really have an answer there in terms of who has got a better car. The only thing that I can promise you is that they're pushing now. Vlad Kimichev had just punched in the fastest lap for that car the previous time by 106.107. We are tantalizingly close. In effectively golden hour right now to the optimal conditions for racing, and you can see in terms of the weather itself, 24 degrees on the track. It is continuing to drop as we near 7 p.m. virtual standard time. Kimichev is a bit of ground behind the Grid and Go Esports GTP. That is the final running of the GTP cars, because let's not forget Dominic Hoffman and Veras Coanda Esports, the 2 retirements in this 15 car class. And it's been a pretty clean race for them, albeit their actions have maybe intimidated a lot of the GTDs, Ewan, because 15 of them started, only 8 of them still running.
Yeah, it says a lot once again about what I was talking about earlier. You can't afford to lose even time in traffic. I know it's a multi-class race and you've got to accept, or we used to say, you've got to accept that and you've got to bide your time, but it's not really the case anymore. That as soon as somebody pushes and makes a move that is, you know, slightly questionable in traffic, then you've got to do it as well, because you've got to keep up. And you know, if you're not making these moves, then you are going to fall behind. So it has meant that a lot of the GTDs, unfortunately, have just become you know, in the wall as a result of that. But as I said earlier, it's a result of the modern day iRacing special event, in my opinion. The level that you have to be at and the consistency that you have to win one of these just means that they're so aggressive in traffic now, even over the course of 10 hours, and that has been reflected in the GTD retirements list. And the fact, of course, again, that it's not likely people will go off the road means that people don't often return from damage in special events these days either. I know it was not always, people wouldn't always return from damage anyway back in a long time ago, but sometimes they would. Now you almost never see anybody soldiering on with sort of, you know, 10 laps more down. You know, they just retire from the race, which is fair enough, and it does give us what, a 3/4 of the field we started with, pretty much.
It's been slightly changing as well, with the fact that now the cars can be repaired a little bit more effectively than what we had before. But yeah, you're right, the endurance racing spirit, sometimes something that we always say and remark on when we do see it, because it often it does not take the center stage for what we at the very top level of sim racing would see. That's not to say in the other splits. So again, remember, there's something like 30 different iRacing Petit Le Mans underway right now. Every different race has got its own little stories, own little history to talk about. Ewan, I know you are slowly getting more into the world of driving in iRacing. You did your very first special event earlier this year.
I did, yeah. I took part in the Spa 24 this year with well, Lewis and Cam, who are part of RaceBot. You may hear them at some time, and Enzo Fazzi as well, who some of you may know. And yeah, we did all right. I think we finished 6th or 7th or something, despite Lewis crashing.
That Lewis McClay, 2-time Simi Award winner, but can't drive a car.
Not a 2-time Simi Award-winning driver. So no, he was actually very good. That was literally the only thing he did. I was talking earlier about, you know, not missing any apexes. That was him basically. Apart from that crash, he actually drove very, very well. Other than that, so I can't blame him too much. But anyway, yeah, it's a great thing, and that's how I feel with these special events. Really, I mean, it's very sometimes difficult to watch with these top split because they're so good, and the chance of them actually making a mistake is sometimes so low that you think, well, what's going to change here? I mean, that's not the situation we have in this particular race. It's still really up in the air. But in some races, you're thinking, what is going to change from now until the end? But it's those other splits. You know, further down, it's about everyone participating, everyone getting a chance to race in a split that will be competitive for you, and that more often than not does happen.
And we just get to talk about this top split, but yeah, I firmly believe that the iRacing special events are the place where, if you want to experience what Petit Le Mans is like, if you want to experience what the Daytona 500 is, so it's slightly different as well, right? Something out of the comfort zone for maybe traditional road races. These are all things that you can do courtesy of the special events. If you're wondering what the prizes are for today, well, VCO Grand Slam, slightly different than your normal iRacing special event because, well, it's not just the bragging rights, the iRating that the drivers are looking for. Oh goodness. Oh, Johnny Vecchioma's just got ran off the road at the final corner by Maxime Briand. Both of them able to avoid that in time. But it's all in their quest, Ewan, for the VCO Grand Slam trophy.
And you can see what they're willing to do for it as well. really close into the final corner there. There was sort of I don't want to say miscommunication, but almost a non-agreement between them. Vecchio was kind of like, well, are you going to do this or not? Am I giving you room or not? And Brian wasn't quite sure, well, are you giving me room or not then? Because they couldn't quite agree on what was going on there through the final corner. In the end, it was just very close to disaster. But yeah, VCO Grand Slam event, once again, of course, second year in a row, I believe. We had a great finish to last year's race, by the way, and it looks like we're going to have a very similar one involving Williams again, which is somewhat ironic. But yeah, it's the second time I've had GTPs at Petit Le Mans in iRacing, and VCO Grand Slam again. It's sort of heightened the stakes, if you like.
Second time we've had GTPs in iRacing. Boy, Ewan, you're rewriting history. Let's not forget that the GTPs only joined us, unfortunately, in December of 2022, just before VCO Pro Sim Infinity. So, yeah, you're revisionist history here, Ewan.
I've rewrote history in my brain as well. That's crazy.
To be fair, Joey did have the same comment where he was like, well, the car's been out for more than 12 months. I was like, no, it's not. It only came out in December of last year.
Now that you say that, it does make sense. But when I picture last year's race in my head, I'm like, there was definitely the BMW there.
You know what it was?
Right.
You know what it was? We had been teased that the car was coming at this point. We hadn't actually gotten our hands on it yet. But we knew it was coming, and it was just around the horizon. Quick update on strategy, by the way. Vlad Kimichev has made his pit stop and is now back out on track and still on the leading lap. That's a crucial thing as well, because sometimes pitting here, Ewan, puts you one lap down.
Yeah, it's not a very long lap round here. What we're doing, 107s, 106s sometimes. Owen Carroll did a very fast last lap, 6.4, but you can lose a lap very easily around here. That does make me question a little bit about what's going to happen to this Urano, because I've sort of written them off earlier on in the race, and I was sort of, going between Williams and Redline instead, and thinking, well, it's really between those two. But that Urano car on the alternate strategy is just making me wonder a little bit. Of course, they're on the different strategy along with Apex and the other Drago Racing as well, who are also pitting a little bit differently to Williams and Redline. But that Urano car is the only one that's making me wonder, well, maybe the other strategy could prevail here, because they had about a quarter of a minute when they came in.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The strategy is always so wide open. You can never be guaranteed on anything until the very end because of the moving pieces that are still at play. And so that's why everyone will still have a sliver of optimism no matter where you are in the field. Briant comes down to the pit lane, by the way, in that Apex Racing Team machine. And I am very curious, look rearwards, from Gianni Vecchio's perspective.
He didn't want that to happen, did he? You could see, if you just look to the curb to the right-hand side of that shot there, he was not running, wide to open out that final corner as you would do if you were on your own. He was just edging towards the middle slightly. I'm not sure whether to just slightly discourage him or to block him entirely, but it certainly worked anyway. And thankfully they both can continue on. But there was some mind games going on there into the final corner.
It's one of those things, right, where at this level of racing, when people are introduced to multi-class, what's the first thing they're told? Run your line if you're the slower class and let the faster class pass you. That rule doesn't apply when you get to this level, Ewan, because you've got to sometimes be proactive in slamming the door shut to not let a car come through. But you could tell there, Gianni Vecchio was half on the side of, I'm not letting the GTP come through at the final corner. Half on the side of, oh, I need to be careful, because if I shut the door and the GTP still tries to come on through, it's only ending badly for me.
But you've got to be careful with saying things like, you can block the prototype or whatever, because people will hear that and think, oh, well,
but you can.
Well, yeah, but you've got to do the right moment. It's not like every time, because that's going to be a nightmare. You are going to get hit at some point.
Yes. You've
got to sort of pick and choose your moment. You can't block it all the time. I mean, into that corner in that situation, Vecchio is obviously very experienced, knows what he's doing, and so does Brian, in fairness, to not just do it anyway, and eventually was discouraged by Vecchio just drifting to the middle of the road. But you can't defend from every prototype when it suits you every single time, because it will end in disaster at some point. But not even that. It's just not. It's not quick to do that. Sometimes sometimes it is possible to keep the prototype behind you, but you don't really want to, because that will just slow everybody down. So you've got to pick and choose your moments. This, as you say, it's what happens when you get to the very top split and things like that. Don't go doing that in split 20 or whatever you're doing. If you're just watching this as a fan, don't start doing that against it's a very it's sort of a very intricate thing that you do learn when you're at this kind of level.
It's like a snake dance, isn't it? It's kind of like something like that. And I always tell this story. I was competing in the Sports Car Open Series back when it was LMP1, LMP2, and GTE. I was in the LMP2 class. Back when it was the HPD, the open cockpit version.
Nice.
Loved that car. It was a lot of fun. And it was a race at Barcelona, so it probably would have been 3rd or 4th round of the season. Everyone at that point, you kind of know who to watch for and who you can trust, right? Because you've done 3 or 4 races already that season, and you get the sense for who's pushing the limit, who's being a bit more respectful. But for the final sector at Barcelona, it's not known for being spacious, right? It's known for being tight.
But not back then, no.
No, this was the original. This is the current version that we've got now, basically.
Oh, really? Okay.
The only difference would have been, I'm not that old, Ewan. The only difference would have been that we have the old turn 9 before the slight recomplex changing, and it was the old bad chicane. But
that's what I mean, yeah.
But beside the point, LMP1, LMP2, GTE, all interacting at the same time. It's not a very fun experience, as you can imagine. And Paddy Wolf in an LMP1 car, I don't even remember what he did to irritate me. But he irritated me so much to the point where I said on my stream, next time Patrick Wolf comes around, he's not making it out of the corner, or something to that effect. For the record, next time Paddy Wolf came around my outside, he made it through the corner. I was just very, very irritated with him. The reason why I still remember this story, though, Ewan, amongst all the other times I've gotten mad at drivers on track, is because of the message I got from Paddy Wolf later on that day with a clip to me getting very angry with him and saying, it wasn't a mean message or anything, it was kind of just a, hello.
Yes. These things do happen. It's what makes it different to a special event as well, to be fair, because you don't get to have that learning of other people, although a lot of these will probably know each other quite well by this point, because they've all been around for a while. But yeah, that's the kind of interaction you do get in a championship. And yeah, that interaction between LMP1, LMP2 and GTE was an interesting one, especially at final sector Barcelona. Why on earth were you using the HPD, though, is what I want to know at that point, because that was not that long ago.
Because that was because in terms of a second prototype class, you were either left with the HPD, or have you ever driven the Daytona prototype that we have on iRacing?
No, but I would have thought the Dallara was out by that point, wasn't it?
No, this was pre-Dallara. This is 2019.
Oh, wow.
This is 2019, 2018. I'm an
okay.
My sim racing driving days are well in the rearview mirror. But the one thing that I do remember from my time in sim racing? I guess I'm still in sim racing, but rule number 1, the only rule in sim racing, or racing, you know what's happening here.
Oh dear. Don't hit your teammate. And that's the Urano car I was talking about maybe being in contention as a result of their different strategy, but they've just hit their teammate.
And you can't say this is on the GTD in any sense, because the GTP comes in, the GTD runs its own speed, and Vlad Kimichev slightly compromises the Urano 192's races again.
That is an awkward day afterwards for them. He's so far back as well, isn't he? He's so far back. I have a feeling that he may not have done that if that was anyone other than his teammate there. I have a feeling that, they're my teammates, they'll just let me through. But you've got to remember that his teammates are in a race as well for a podium place, possibly in GTD. We'll see how that goes. But they've got to remember that they are in a race of their own as well. That was such a long way back. Such a long way back. You've just got to wait through there, really. I know it's frustrating because you'll probably end up waiting through turn 7 as well before you get onto the back straight, but goodness me, that was a long way back.
Swings and roundabouts of traffic. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and I agree with you that I think it was the realization that it was a teammate that instigated maybe a bit more of an optimistic look. Be curious what the debrief is like between the team after that. Owen Carroll brings in a car that for the vast majority of the opening hour led, and until a technical issue prevented them from putting fuel into the car, was still in contention. Carroll sits and waits with the Michelin tires being thrown onto the car, full tank of fuel, the VP Racing fuel being added in as well, but it's all while Vlad Kimichev, even with that mistake, is going to cycle back in front of Owen Carroll. Vlad Kimichev was, what, 20 seconds or so in front of Maxime Brient at one point, 30-odd minutes ago. That gap's now down to about 12 seconds. That's the visual and mathematical impact of one decision in traffic.
Yeah, and to be fair to Kimichev, the fact that he's still on the lead lap says a lot about his pace over the last hour or two, because he is often the top two have just found themselves on the lead lap, and that's it. But Kimichev is still there, but yeah, the gap is a lot smaller now to Apex Racing Team, who take up 3 of the next 4 slots, by the way. Drago Racing, the only other car inside the top 5 at the moment. You can see them about 5 seconds back from Briant, actually a bit more than that. But yeah, it's a disaster for Kimichev, really. I was really thinking that they could get into this race on the alternate strategy, being the sort of leaders of the other strategy, if you like, trying to go up against Williams and Redline, who I do generally think will come out on top eventually, but that's not going to help Urano's cause by any means. They're now over a minute back.
And is that's not the first silly mistake that Vlad Kimichev has made. I hope he won't mind me saying that, but there was that moment as well where Urano lost the lead all by themselves. We'll see if we can grab a look at that replay potentially for those that are just joining us for the very first time and maybe have only seen the replay of the most recent moment of drama. But yeah, it's not uncharacteristic, I think, is maybe the more concerning thing. This came probably a good 2-3 hours ago at this point now, as we take a look into turn 1. It was on the inside of an LMP2 car, not necessarily where you think it's going to happen, Ewan.
No, I mean, you got to remember, and sometimes it is easy to forget, the LMP2s are actually really fast in the first sector. They're quite light. They can chuck it into turn 1 especially. There's almost no braking zone there, which you'd normally use to help you get through on traffic. And yeah, that kind of mistake can happen. But once again, it just goes back to that amount of urgency that you've got in these races, the sort of belief that you cannot lose any time ever. There's some truth in it, really, because the pace is just so phenomenal, and the aggression in traffic is just so high from everybody that if you're not doing it, then you are going to lose time. So I do understand it, but it does lead to these mistakes, and unfortunately the GTP's mistakes are not often the ones who suffer from their own mistakes. It's sometimes other classes. Thankfully that time it wasn't.
Yeah, I think that's the part there. I've kind of developed a reputation amongst some of the drivers for being quite harsh on prototypes, but it's because of that reason. The fact that most often it's the prototypes that are in control of the situation, and at the same time they're usually the ones that get away relatively scot-free. We've had Urano Esports Data Group and VRS Kawanda retired, but Urano's 190, Hoffman made the mistake by himself. VRS Kawanda, Collins made a small bobble, and Dion Fiallo was running directly behind, and the BMW bank car had nowhere to go. Those were just effectively self-mistakes that resulted in the retirement of the car. In the case of GTD, Grid and Go Esports, BS Turner, Simufy, Mercedes AMG, Mercedes Williams, Mercedes Urano, Mercedes Williams. All of those cars can basically attribute their death to interaction with the faster GTP traffic, and so that's going to be something to keep in mind. It's also, though, just something to keep in mind, you, and how, for the very first time, it's not just balance of performance that we're talking about with sports cars, we're talking about it with the prototypes too.
Yeah, we are, and it's certainly had a big bearing on this race. Unfortunately, no Cadillacs in the top split here this year. Only a couple of Porsches from Coanda and one Acura as well from Movano, which is I've really loved listening to, by the way. That Acura sounds amazing. But there's the BOP, the BMW, by far and away the most popular. It's somewhat I don't know what to call it, but a throwback almost. I don't know how much you can call it a throwback to like 9 months ago, but back when it was the only GGP on the system, it was obviously everywhere because it was the only one. Now it's sort of come full circle that even now we've got the 4, the Acura and Porsche is almost nowhere to be seen despite being so new.
I think the thing is as well, right, is the Cadillac, we did see a few of them at Watkins Glen, but I did get the sense that the adjustment added to that car in terms of weight slightly took away any sort of viability that it had. And at the same time, Porsche, we saw with VRS Kawanda, they've clearly got 1 lap speed, but they are even fuel saving, several laps shorter than the rest of the field, and so that's where the fuel capacity reduction hits them even harder. BMW just seems like a bit easier of a car to manage, and of course they have so much experience with setups that it's a bit of a natural fit for the rest of the field. I don't disagree with you, by the way. This Acura, the AR-06, does sound spectacular.
It's amazing. It really is amazing. I absolutely loved listening to this so far. And it's not really a sense I've got from real life, actually. I don't know if I've just been ignoring it or not registering it, but it's really prominent in iRating, and I think it's a great sound. So, yeah, fair play for that one. And the Porsche, by the way, sounds pretty good as well. That's another new car. And the Cadillac. So, they all do. Other than that, well, I guess I'm just used to the BMW by this point. But yeah, they all sound absolutely fantastic. I'm so pleased that the GTPs have got such early take-up from iRacing this time around. The DPIs never made it. The LMP ones made it quite late in sports car, top-level sports car. But the GTPs have come so early, and it's so good to have it. 4 different manufacturers. Hopefully for Daytona we can, have a nice balance and a nice spread of them across the field.
I think the thing as well, right, is with DPI, it's probably a good thing that we didn't get that, because it was a specification that was not shoehorned in, because it was definitely a progression from the original Daytona prototypes, but it was still sussing out manufacturer interest and trying to get them to the table. And it's with this generation of shared hypercar and LMDH regulations where the manufacturers are very much bought in, and of course IMSA very much understanding the power of sim racing, not just for esports competitions like the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which will return on November 5th for its first round here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but of course as well with official competitions for anyone to be able to join. There is now every 2 weeks the IMSA Endurance Series on iRacing, 2.4-hour races, a bit more palatable of an endurance race if you want to find something with multi-class racing to go down the rabbit hole of. You say you're a little bit more, maybe accustomed to the BMW's engine noise, but we are going to cycle through BMW, Porsche, and Acura, the 3 that we've got in the field today, and Ewan will have to pick which one we think sounds the best.
Well, it's going to be tricky, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, we'll find out and have a listen. I mean, yeah, you're right though about IMSA. Just quickly, have you noticed the amount of take-up and sort? I've never known IMSA so popular, to be honest. I've been watching it for quite a while, and I've never known it quite so popular. And so yeah, it really does work, having the sort of take-up in sim racing, people able to drive the cars that they can see in real life. Yeah, it really does work.
If anyone down at Speedway headquarters is listening, you know where to go if you need any help. But this is the Porsche 963, an engine that has seen its lineage actually derive from some other classic Porsches as well. This is a car that originally I think actually sees its origins come from the 918 Spider engine, and of course the experience then gained through the 919 program to pair up a hybrid motor as well, all building to what does sound quite good. I heard this car without any hybrid electric gubbins working last weekend. I heard the same for the 919, and I will just say, without any of the hybrid accoutrements of sound, they both actually don't sound that great, but that was only in contrast, Ewan, because they had the Porsche 911 RSR and the original Porsche RS Spider. That sounded just amazing. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's they're very different sounds, certainly to the 919. The 919, by the way, was actually like one of my favourite cars of all time. Yes. So I can't really say that it sounded bad at all. In fact, it probably was. The version you get in iRacing, not quite the 2017 version. I didn't quite like that as much, but 2015-16 version of that car was absolutely brilliant. So I can't hear, but I can totally hear the similarity, even when in iRacing I can. Now that you said it, it does remind me a little bit of that sound that we used to get with that car back in the day when it was retired 6 years ago now. Would you believe it?
6 years ago. It is truly crazy. If you do love a Porsche RS Spider, by the way, just a reminder that Peter Mackay has literally written the book on the RS Spider. Will be out available later this year, so definitely keep an eye on what I think to many people that yellow Penske Porsche livery, a very distinctive and iconic car to many. This BMW M Hybrid V8, I mean, it's in the name. It's It's a hybrid, it's a V8, it's a twin turbo. An engine that is, I believe, derived from the DTM Class 1 engine that was raced going from 2017. So a car that actually has this engine with, again, a lot of lineage and experience that the team at BMW would have been able to work with. Owen Carroll almost runs into the back of the Alpine Esports LMP2 car, but you say you've become accustomed to this one, and it doesn't sound that bad.
Oh no, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it's been around for nearly a year, so you do get somewhat used to it, and yeah, now that we've got the Acura especially and the Cadillac, I'm starting to feel like this is being bumped down the list in terms of rating, but yeah, this is just so much better, isn't it? The Movado sim racing car. I've been so surprised by the Acura since it came to iRacing. I really have.
Acura, by the way. Honda and Acura, not necessarily a brand that we've seen too committed with sim racing, and I feel like as well the reception that they have had on social media to the arrival of this car has been unprecedented, and I'm looking forward to seeing more activations from the American team at Acura, maybe more as well with Honda moving forward, because let's not forget we've got the touring cars in the mix as well. You could have a multi-class race with the GTPs and touring cars. That's asking for plenty of chaos. This, of course, is a bespoke 2.4-litre twin turbocharged V6. It's the only one of the three that we can hear in today's iRacing Petit Le Mans. That's actually purpose-built for this generation of prototype racers. Part of the reasoning for a brand new engine, Ewan, was compactness, packaging. They wanted to be able to pair this with the spec hybrid unit that everyone at the IMSA paddock is using, and I've got to say that for a brand new engine, A, it's been quite reliable, and B, it does sound fantastic.
Very reliable for a new engine. I think they had, and very reliable from early on. I think they had two on the podium at Daytona this year, or two in the top four anway.
Well, we can ignore one of those cars.
Well, what? I'm going to count them both, just because of the just only on reliability grounds. But yeah, two in the top four certainly at Daytona, and that was very early on in the sort of process where it really did feel like a very new category. And obviously for Sebring in the WC, I know Acura don't do that, but that race also felt very unreliable because of everyone was sort of getting to know the cars. It does feel like 9 months on or whatever it is now, 8 months on, that everyone's got significantly more reliable in the hypercar and GTP classes, and it's more about speed these days rather than reliability, because that Daytona race especially was a lot about reliability that BMW and Porsche really didn't have, but now that they're up there in most races. BMW still have their problems from time to time, but sometimes that's not always reliable. In fact, it's very rarely reliability rated, actually. They just keep falling off recently.
And it goes to show that, Porsche did what? They said 36,000 miles at Sebring alone in testing to try and shake the car up, literally. You can only find so many of those gremlins in testing. Race conditions will often bring about more little issues to work through. The Acura, by the way, probably does sound the best, Ewan, for one simple reason. You know what that is?
Naturally aspirated?
No, it is a turbo.
Okay.
But it's the only one of the engines, from what I understand, that revs up to the maximum allowed RPM for an engine in the category, 10,000 RPM. It's not the same as the Formula One engines that used to be, 20,000 RPM, screaming and living in your head. You could not get them out of your head once it had burrowed its way on in. But it does sound spectacular.
That may well be a significant reason in it, to be fair, now that I think about it. But it's kind of it is a unique sound, isn't it? Because the revs have to be kept so low that it's sort of it just sounds efficient, doesn't it? Really, when you've got the hybrid on board. It was the same in the LMP1 hybrid days as well. They just sound very efficient. They're sort of low stated sometimes, even though the Acura does sound fairly loud. But they just sound very efficient and just very futuristic, somewhat.
Sound is, energy, and so if you are, it's counterintuitive, right? But if you're expelling energy as sound, that's potentially energy as power that you're then losing, right? So I guess that's maybe a compromise to make. I also find it intriguing that we said that the Porsche and BMW engines have a lot of history, right? DTM, going back to the RS Spider in Porsche's case. Acura with a brand new engine, they were able to do some really interesting things as well, like 3D printing their exhaust outlets and unique things that maybe 10 years ago when you're designing an engine you weren't necessarily even thinking about as an option. Things that now are a reality, and we'll be curious to see how the ARX06 evolves as well over time, because these are cars that have limited development from after their homologation is done, and ultimately it's the marginal improvements that they will all be trying to find. As the Williams Esports Marla car heads off down to the pit lane, it's getting quite dark now, Ewan. It's not fully dark, but it's almost there.
It is quite dark now out on the circuit, and Williams are going to be followed by Redline into the pit lane as well. But we're almost there pretty much. I'm actually surprised it's not fully dark by this time, actually, in October, but there we are. We're still just getting there. Going to be under the cover of full darkness by the end of this race. Up on the jacks for the both of them once again. You imagine Williams are going to get out ahead of Redline at the end of this to the tune of about 5 seconds or more, because they were just beginning to stretch out that margin just slightly as they went into the pits there. They were just extending the margin, and now they've just got to sort of hope that their strategy is the right one, because at the moment they've certainly got the advantage of all the drivers and teams who are on their strategy.
So where is Vlad Kimichev in comparison? Just heading out of the final corner. Don't think we're going to necessarily see Pinto or Farrow emerge in front, although having said that, Matt Farrow should be coming to an end of the pit stop cycle and releases himself from the limiter. It's going to be close, but not as close as maybe he was expecting. The Frenchman Maxime Briant's going to head up out of turn number 1 and emerge in front of Pinto, but behind the Williams Esports Marla car. And what was once a 20-second margin has been cut down to 7 seconds as the pit stop cycle comes to a close. All because of one moment with Vlad Kimichev making a move on his teammate.
Absolutely, and he'll be really ruining that error now as well, with still 2 hours 25 to go. He's got about 20 laps left on this stint as Kimichev, and then he'll be into the pit lane. And with this only 7 second gap, I just don't see a way that this strategy really works for the moment, because even if they do come out like this in the final stint, the final stop for Williams will be so much shorter that surely they'd save those 7 seconds that they're currently behind anyway, wouldn't they? So I don't know if I see the way that Urano can win at the moment, but that could just be because we're still 2.4 hours almost exactly away from the end of this race. But for the moment, I'm not quite seeing it for Urano anymore.
I think I agree with you. I do also feel as though we are going to see the first repeat winner in this GTP class in the VCO Grand Slams. Williams Esports won at Daytona. Sebring was all about the Urano Esports show. Watkins Glen was all about BMW M Team Redline. Yes, with the assistance of some strategy and issues, but ultimately the 1-2 for Redline showed that they had speed in their BMW M Hybrid V8. And with the Apex Racing team seemingly just a little bit too far behind, either Williams, Urano, or Redline still very much in contention to grab a second GTP victory. We can go say hello once again to Ate Kalpinen before he gets too lonely in the Williams Esports Razor car. Finds himself a full lap in front of Stanley as that's onto the grass, and a little bit scary for a second there. That full lap in front of the Apex Racing 199, but can't afford to relax just yet.
I love how you backtrack from saying Stanley Delon's name there. But,
I just realised that I was about to say it the wrong way, yes.
I mean, to be fair, I didn't know it was half French either. And I'm sort of glad I didn't, because I wouldn't, even though I can speak a very minimal amount of French, I wouldn't know where to start with that name. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad we figured it out anyway at this point. Maybe approximately a year or two later than we should have, but never mind. It's fine. I think though this race kind of is sort of a culmination of all the special events in some ways of iRacing this year, because for me, Williams Esports have been by far and away the best special events team of the year, right from Daytona, right at the start of the season, and right the way throughout as well. and they're leading 2 categories at the very end of the season as well here at Petit Le Mans. They've just had a really great season of special events racing, and if you were to give sort of if there was an award for, I don't know, most races won or whatever, or even just best performances, even if results don't show for it, there's got to be Williams, surely, with the amount of times they've been leading or the amount of times they've won big events. It's been, I don't know, I don't remember the last time a team in 1 year has been this dominant, actually, for a very long time.
Redline 2021 probably springs to mind. Some of the performances they had, not just in VCO Grand Slams, but across of the board. The thing with Williams, of course, big name, not just in terms of the team itself, but how many drivers they have as well. That always means that they can compete in multiple classes, something that several other teams just cannot compete. That's something that Williams always know. They can have 2, 3, 4 cars potentially showing up strong in every single class as the sun has continued to set. By no means has that made the traffic interactions any easier, as Jimmy Antunes found out in the Apex Racing Team Mercedes.
Well, I'm glad once again that he's survived that, but it may well be down significantly to the new grass, to be honest, the way he didn't go flying into the wall there. Just a slight bit of contact on the way in towards this right-hander again, causing a huge save, and in the end the grass helping him slightly to keep it on the straight and narrow, but hopefully he hasn't got too much damage, because even less contact, actually. I think it put the other Williams car out, didn't it? The other Mercedes, Daniel Lafuente.
Yep.
It really wasn't a lot of contact that put them out of the race.
It just takes getting shoved off the line as well, and if you bounce awkwardly over the curb, you're spat off into the tyre wall on the inside or outside, depending on which side you look off the track, and that's definitely a major thing. We talk about 4 Grand Slams, the 4 IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup races that we replicate here in the VCO Grand Slams. You've got, of course, Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Petit Le Mans here at Road Atlanta. We know that you would like to repave part of Sebring, but out of those 4 races, not just the track, take into account length of race, the way it plays out as well, which one's your favorite?
That is a difficult. By the way, I don't want to repave Sebring, but
no, we know you do. Don't worry.
No, I definitely don't. It's the only interesting part of that whole race, because as you know, I don't like it. But to be honest, I know this is going to sound like, as we see another replay of more contact again. It's almost like watching. It's not like we're watching new replays anymore. Sometimes it's just old ones being played again. Obviously not, but it's just happening a lot. I know this is going to sound like I'm just sucking up to this race because we're doing it right now, but I think I do prefer this one maybe over all. Certainly in real life, if we take the real life counterparts, I would prefer this one just because of the circuit. I find the most interesting by quite some way, and I think it provides good racing, especially in. Obviously, I did another race at Road Atlanta earlier today, and it's very interesting around here. It always is in multi-class traffic around this circuit. So it's going to sound kind of odd because we are doing it right now, but probably this one.
I think I agree with you, to be fair. It's of all the iRacing special events, this is actually, I think, my favorite. I love the diversity that we have, but there's just something about this one. It flies on past, and it doesn't feel like a traditional sort of an endurance race. It definitely does drag on in some ways, but it's I think just by virtue of the fact that laps are so short and you don't get a chance to breathe, it goes by very quickly, and you end the race wishing for more Road Atlanta, whereas Daytona, it feels like the opposite. You do 24 hours of racing there, all the practice before, and you're like, let me leave and never come back here until we come back for next year's 24 and do it all again. At least that's my personal opinion. 3 cars at the front, now split by 10 seconds. Diogo Pinto's lost a whole bunch of time to Matt Farrow, who is, of course, on the same strategy as that number 20, Urano Apex. They're on matching strategies as well. 10 seconds splits the two of them. Sun's starting to set. I think we're starting to see that some teams are better in the night than others.
Maybe that is coming into effect now. I think it might well be for Redline, because they have gone from leading the race earlier to falling away a little bit now. Although Urano's pace is still really good at this stage in the race. They're back up to 10 seconds in the front now, so that's got to be a concern for the others as well, as there's a bit of a skipping past of traffic having to be done. It's a pretty bit. It's a lead that could be restored by Urano. You know, I'm not saying it could be done by the end of this stint because there's not that long to go of it, but you know, over the course of the day, they could continue to stretch out seconds over Williams and Redline and the other contenders here, and maybe get back into this. But they really can't afford another mistake like they had not so long ago.
And of course, all it takes is one moment in traffic. Might not even be your own issue that causes drama. We've seen already once, as the sun has been setting, Williams Esports in that race lead have had the issue. Just another look at more drama for them down through the S's, as that big old little hip check that sees them take the avoiding action, much like what we saw from Jimmy Antunes. But it's worrying. You've got to be on your toes to the very end, and if I'm a team manager, if I'm a team spotter right now, no matter what position my car is in, whether we're pushing hard trying to hunt someone down, whether we're content at the front with a 50-second margin like Williams Esports Razor in the LMP2 class, there's one instruction: focus and don't let yourself slip.
Yeah, and sometimes in GTD as well, I know this is not sort of the morally correct thing to do, but do what Sotomuto did not so long ago and just dive out the way anyway, if you know it's going to be really bad, because it's that stage in the race now where you do want to get to the end, and especially if your position is relatively safe, then you really don't want to be getting in contact with the GTPs. That's obviously not a good way to go about every lap with these GTPs in every race, but sometimes it may be necessary just to do that. So you've got to think about that as well. But we are getting down towards the end. If it's possible, then the aggression will be turned up even more, and the speed is going to be turned up even more, because at the moment people will be scrambling to find ways to keep up with Urano.
Yeah, that's the thing. The gap's starting to build. Once again, Vlad Kimichev is flying, and maybe for Maxime Briand in the Apex number 3, there is going to be the call from the radio. Let's see if we can get forward and bridge that gap. 106.368 for Vlad Kimichev. Track score 106.7 for Matt Farrow. So not a big delta between the two of them. The big delta is the fact that we're 10 laps away from seeing Kimichev down to the lane, which will mean working backwards. Probably coming in around 2 hours to go, means that with the fuel windows being around 45 minutes, including that stop, Ewan, there are 3 more stops left for that Urano 192.
Yes, because they are on lap. They're about 10 laps away from their next stop, so that does make sense. Yeah, that does make sense. They're not going to do it on 2. Well, no.
No.
Okay, no, definitely not.
Because they come in with 2 hours to go, come back in with an hour and 15 minutes to go, and then come back in again with 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's 2 more.
No, that's I was
sorry.
Including that one. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we're talking about different things, but getting to the same conclusion.
Yes, basically, yes. Framing the question slightly different.
Okay,
definitely.
sorry.
Vince Cusi, by the way, tries to put this into numbers. 23-lap pit stop difference between Urano and Williams means 50 litres less refuel needed. Now, 50 litres less in a car that has about 100 and something litres of fuel is about half a tank.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said earlier on, with the 7-second gap, I was like, well, where are Urano going to find this time? Because half a tank is not, well, obviously I didn't know the calculations, but half a tank is not going to take 7 seconds. That's obviously a lot less, so Williams will be out in front. But as Vlad Kimichev begins to stretch out this margin, you just hope that Williams are aware, and I'm sure they are, that they're just aware of the situation and don't let Kimichev go too far. Because it would be easy to look over the shoulder and think, well, we've got nearly 10 seconds over Redline now. We're clearly faster than them. Surely we're in the ideal place to win this race. And in some ways they are. But they've just got to make sure Kimichev is kept on a leash and doesn't go too far, because his gap has nearly doubled.
Oh, as Briant's gotten in front of Matt Farrow, did wonder when the call would come through. Not sure if that was defended hard. But ultimately, swap around with 12.5 seconds now. The gap between first and second at the timing line. Take a look at what happened in towards the chicane. It is a move from deep, but to be fair to Matt Farrow, he recognized that maybe Kimichev was building the advantage. Let's see if Briant can close the gap.
Well, I don't know if he'll be any more used to in terms of closing this gap, because Urano just looks so strong in the nighttime hours. Unfortunately, Redline really don't. Apex has for me, done all right in the day and all right in the night. They don't seem to have had any wild fluctuations, but Urano certainly are gaining speed at the moment. There's the last laps, and there's another really quick one from Kimichev, nearly half a second faster than Brion, and a full second ahead of Faro, who did, of course, give over that place, so that will have cost him some time. But even so, Kimichev is just flying at the moment, and it seems almost impossible a few laps ago when he hit his teammate, let's not forget at the start of this stint, that he was ever going to win this race. Just thought, you know, their slim chances have just gone to none, but they're fighting their way back in this race, not with anything clever other than brute force, really.
I think really you've got to wonder if every team can say this, to be fair, but if you are in the camp for Urano Esports, well, looking back on the drama that you've had, without a couple of moments here and there, what could this race have been? That will be, I think, a really interesting thing to go back and reflect on.
Yeah, I mean, you showed me 2 spins already over the course of... it's 2 spins into turn 1 with Apex 1, and then into... where was it? Into turn 6, wasn't it, with his teammates? So, couple of, you know, if you touch up those seconds lost, then, you know, the gap doubles at least at the front of the field right now. So, that you've got to take that into consideration. That will frustrate Urano a little bit. And then, of course, you've got to factor in the fact that they lost their other bullet in the gun, if you like, earlier on with Hoffman as well. That was a mistake that was uncharacteristic and could have been avoided. So maybe they would have had double the chance of winning a race, maybe a double podium or whatever it would have been. So there is reason to be slightly frustrated with some of this and how difficult it has been in the end. It maybe didn't need to be this difficult, but they're leading at the moment, and that's all that matters, really. And they do still have a decent chance of winning.
Still looking decent. Go back in time to just a few moments ago where Stanley Deslond on the outside of the second VRS Coanda car, the sole remaining survivor for the purple and orange and second place in class. Well, unfortunately, Stanley goes around, fortunately, without incurring more damage to that car.
That was a very close moment. I feel like they could have both fit through there, but just the margins weren't quite right. And thankfully it wasn't a huge moment, and they do still have a fairly decent margin over third place. It's nearly half a minute back to race clutch at the moment, although there's obviously different strategies going on and stuff back there, but they won't have been holding their breath on catching Williams anyway in the lead, so it's not too much of an important one. As long as they didn't get any damage, they'll be fine.
Yeah, and we didn't really see that as the race clutch car in third gets passed by our Urano race leader. Race Clutch have gotten up into third once more and pulled away from the Alpine Esports number 35. Remember, Alpine Esports powered by Race Clutch, sister teams there. But Race Clutch, after a speeding and penalty infraction, have been trying to claw their way back into contention. If the Apex Racing 199 slips up again, well, they're going to be right back into a fight for second spot. Yeah,
they will be. So that's what they've got to keep hoping for at this stage. And the front end of the LMP2 field is stacked with talent as well. You've got Alpine Esports only 13 seconds further back from that, then PGZ to round out the top 5, Movano, Apex 1, Drago Racing. You know, some still some top teams remaining in this LMP2 field, even if it does kind of get forgotten about as the middle child, if you like, in these races these days. Now that the GTPs are here, they are still very much a factor. Still some great teams involved within them, but it's Williams who hold a striking advantage over the rest at the moment.
Let's go and cycle through some of the webcams that we've got today, being provided by the teams very kindly, because it gives us an insight to what's happening for those driving. But maybe more interestingly, I feel, what's happening for those that are not driving. Sota Muto's watching Alessandro Bico in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car try and get its way back up to the lead, still waiting for Grid and Go and Redline to make their trips down to pit lane. Sota's been grabbing a quick snack, seems to be looking off and analyzing some data. Oh, and gives us a little bit of a wave as well. Looks quite happy, I think.
I think so. By the way, it's when I say middle of the night, I really mean it. Because it's, what, 9:30 here in the UK. They're probably 9 hours ahead or something. It's like, well, it might even be turning into morning now, 6:30 or something. So this has been, if there couldn't have been a more unideal split for him to do, but everyone else is doing it, so he has got to as well. And yeah, it's a real long night for him.
It's 5 in the morning in Japan, just by the way. So you say middle of the night, I say it's about to be the morning.
That's yeah. Well, I didn't quite realise quite how late we were now. That is morning. But I'm taking the factor in that he's probably been up for the entire race.
True.
And that started at what, 10 p.m. for him or something, 11 p.m.
Something around there. By contrast, Alessandro Bico probably had a bit more of a restful morning and slept in and then got ready to go. By this token, if Alessandro Bico's doing this stint, we do tend to see GTD double stint be the norm. Bico will do one stint now, one more stint, and then there is a bit of a choice. Do you put Sota in? Do you keep Bico in?
It's a difficult decision to make, really, because, well, personally, I don't think so, because I would leave whoever is in there in, because there will be a lot less than an hour to go. Well, I said a lot less, a little bit less than an hour to go. And I don't personally think it's too worth it, but in that case, why is... Well, I mean, if I was Sota Mucho, I would be asleep if I wasn't getting in again. So maybe he is getting in.
No, you can't go to sleep, Ewan. Because what happens if Alessandro Bico's pedal fails?
That's true. That is very true.
At this level of sim racing, unfortunately, it is much like a real 24-hour race in that the drivers are allowed to go away from the seat to get some sleep. But that's about the extent of the rest that you better believe that they are going to get, and it's why we are always so impressed by the commitment that we see from them. We'll continue to jump through the field, by the way, because it's always good. Stanley Deslond in the Apex Racing Team facility. Oh, he's got the tongue going, the sim racer lean, and he's talking as well. Oh, the triumvirate.
Yes, he is working away at the wheel. Quite a lot of wheel work, actually, into the chicane on that lap. But yeah, I mean, it's, by the way, in terms of keeping somebody around the driver to take over or whatever, by the way, that's a good idea at any level of sim racing, not just at this level, to be fair. It's a good idea anywhere, because if you do leave someone on their own and they do have a problem, then what are you going to do? You're going to lose hours if you're not careful. So it's a good idea wherever you are. But yeah, I'm somewhat surprised by the amount of wheel work that Deslond is having to enforce on this LMP2. Seems to be a bit of a sort of ragged driving style. Well, it's clearly effective, but it does look like he's putting a lot of wheel work in.
It does, but it's also, I think, just how you drive this car. You know, trying to get the car turned and then pointed in a straight line to get the power down, and so just always managing the momentum. Pit lane looks very dark, I must say, and it greets Vlad Kimichev with less than 5 minutes to go before we reach 2 hours to run. Kimichev going to sit there, get the full tank of fuel. Where is Peter Berryman? Peter Berryman's already come out of pit lane, back into that number 3. And with the cool conditions that we've got now, Ewan, you have to think that the undercut's going to work quite well. Not just to potentially get you onto some newer tyres, but also because once the other car has come out of pit lane, it's got to warm its tyres back up, and you might have a chance to make a pass happen there. Not going to happen, though, for Vlad Kimichev and Peter Berryman, as Vlad Kimichev is already off and away from pit lane.
That's quite impressive, actually, for him to be so far in front again. By the way, Vince Cursi has been doing some calculations for us, and he's been testing things. Says that 50 litres of fuel takes about 20 seconds. So Williams would gain, in that case, if the normal pit stop's 50, then that's about 24 seconds. So that's the kind of gap that Kimichev's looking at for the moment, based on his numbers. So I'll take that for the moment as what we're looking at.
We say never trust a commentator's math. Do we trust chat's math?
Well, I don't know about Vince's, but
Vince in particular, yeah, I agree.
He's not having a chance to prove himself or disprove himself yet. At least in front of me.
Yeah, the problem is, Ewan, that he, of course, keeps talking about the truth that is Ewan O'Pavey and your opinions.
That's that name can't happen. But yes, he does enjoy that.
It is a great nickname, isn't it?
No, it's not. That can't that can't be a common theme. I've already got one fake first name. I can't have a second.
What's your fake first name?
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought we were talking about Cutie Patootie.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
We will steer directly back into the skid because 8 seconds the margin between Rubilar and Vecchio. Now these are two cars that we do think are good in terms of the fuel saving. They have done the hard work already and now should be able to push. 8 seconds for Vecchio and Steinbraten to close. They were the most aggressive of the fuel savers early. But at the same time, the fact that they qualified at the very back of the field, Ewan, has left them with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it has, and it's left them on a very different trajectory to Williams here. So we believe that they've all got 2 stops remaining in GTD, all of the top 3 anyway, the 3 contenders, I'll call them. Obviously taking a risk of discounting everyone else, but the top 3, if you like. But Williams' final pit stop will be a lot shorter than the other 2's, which will be pretty much full stops both times. Full up stops as long as Grid and go one more lap here, which I think they should do. But yeah, I just think Williams' final pit stop is going to be so much shorter that they could end up with a big advantage. Around. Well, I'll say that it could be about 20 seconds shorter, and that's exactly how far they are off Grid and go at the moment. So it could actually be quite close.
I think it is going to be quite close. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it's going to shake on out. Oh. GTP, GTD looking great, LMP2, Williams Esports domination, Ante Kauppinen still breaking away at the very front. Last time by was actually closed on slightly by the Apex Racing 199, but it's by the smallest of margins. It's really neither here nor there. We have had 416 laps completed. We will reach 8 hours down with 418 laps officially in the books, and potentially a 2-hour dash where strategy finally converges and the drivers have got to let themselves loose just that little bit. Pinto with a 106.609 last time by was only 300ths off of Matt Farrow, but those are the types of margins, Ewan, that now from this point forward you cannot afford.
No, you can't afford anything from here. And to be fair, you can't have done the whole race, but certainly not now. In the final 2 hours of this, it's getting very serious as the darkness begins to fall. And it's almost as if Redline have sort of realised that and have begun to bring the gap back down. It was a danger of going over 10 seconds at 1.2 Williams, but they brought it below 9 now. And maybe the theories about their setup not being so optimised for the night time is starting to fall away from me a little bit, because they are having a bit of a resurgence here with 2 hours to go, and they're only 8.5 seconds away now.
Again, they pitted on the same identical lap. They shouldn't need different amounts of fuel. They should be pretty lockstep in terms of when we plan to see them down on pit lane. It's about execution from this point forward. We are now 8 hours into the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO in the nighttime here in Brazelton, Georgia. The final 2 hours begin now. Williams Esports Marla increasingly being closed on, and traffic increasingly playing a factor as well. The 44 started, we've still got 30 of the machines out there and circulating. And some drivers jumping into the car to push to the checkered flag. Grid and Go Esports in their Ferrari, the 001 into pit lane. Rubilar out, Sven Haase jumps in.
Yeah, so he'll be taking the car to the end. As Sven said in the YouTube chat earlier, by the way, it's not that much of a problem for them to get into the car as it's absolutely dark like this, or as it's absolutely light, but it's through that changeover, and that's exactly what Rubilar just went through for Grid and Go. He took the car through that phase in the race, and now it's up to Haase in the darkness to get the job done from here, and he might well be able to. It's so close between themselves and Williams, based on that maths we did previously, that we really could have this stage in the race where it's a right battle to the end. And I mean, we just didn't get that last year. We got a great got a great LMP2 battle towards the end of last year's race, but not a great GTD one. It was settled by Apex Racing team from quite far out, but this time it could be close between the top 2, maybe 3.
Still a long way to go, and it's 10 hours is an endurance race. We do want to reiterate that, but it does feel like a bit of a sprint now to the very end. What are they fighting for in the final VCO Grand Slam? The final physical trophy on the line in these iRacing special events. That's the prize on offer to be shipped to every single winner in this top split across of all the classes. It's a nice little memento to put up on the shelf. And Ewan, ultimately, these special events, you talked about Williams, right? And the performance that we've seen from them consistently over the year, for years, iRacing special events, the only rewards that you got were the iRating and the bragging rights. No longer. It's a great way to reward all the effort that the teams put in for these events.
Yeah, sometimes it does go unnoticed for special events, the effort that goes in, but this makes sure that it certainly doesn't. It sort of just adds that little bit of an edge if ever you needed it. For that, every one of these drivers will absolutely want to win. So it's just, yeah, raising the stakes once again and making these races even more important than they already were. And yeah, fantastic to have them on board for another year of Grand Slams.
And it's the 4th of the years as well. Next year will be year 5. Boy, how time is flying. VCO continues just to be so interested in partnering up with the VCO community, and there's plenty of ideas coming. Stay tuned on social media for some of those exciting things. Vecchio Redline into the pit lane and will re-emerge, I think, just behind Grid and Go Esports and Sven Haase. And while one Redline car is coming out of pit lane, the other one, Diogo Pinto, still about 20 laps away from needing to return to the lane. It's now 5.5 seconds at the front. Redline are starting to close.
They are really making inroads now. The gap's almost halved over the course of this stint as it was edging towards 10. We're at 5.5 now, although he's in a lot of traffic as Diogo Pinto here, and not all of it is slower class either. One of the GTPs in his way at the moment, which is even less ideal than having an LMP2 in the way, really, as he goes and passes the leader of LMP2. That could become a problem, but the fact that it's come down to 6 seconds is great news for Redline, who are putting the hat back in the ring, if you like, for the final 2 hours.
Yeah, they've put their hand out and asked, please, can we be a part of the fight? And right now they are being given an opportunity to close back on in. And don't need a second invitation. You're watching the 2023 Petit Le Mans, iRating Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO. The final of our VCO Grand Slams. Wall-to-wall coverage, uninterrupted on RaceSpot TV. I'm going to take a few moments here, step aside, try and figure out what's going on in the strategy battle. And while we do so, we'll let you see some of the newest things that have come to the world of iRacing in the last couple of months, and some things coming on the very soon horizon. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV, VCO Esports, and to the iRacing Esports Network for the final hour and 50 minutes of the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans powered by VCO. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to have your company in the night hours. Alongside me is Ewan O'Leary as we get ready to see what in two classes is expected to be a strategy battle. In one class, an expected domination drive to the very end. BMW M Team Redline have gotten within 5 seconds of the leaders after 8 hours of racing, Ewan. It's remarkable to see.
Yeah, the race that we've seen so far has been absolutely remarkable. The situation that we've got is almost unprecedented, really, although it is becoming somewhat more common in iRacing special events these days. But doesn't make it any less interesting at the moment. Still an hour 45 and we don't really know who's going to win the race. We don't even know which strategy is going to prevail just yet. That's how up in the air it is at the moment. Normally we at least know that much, but we don't even know which strategy is prevailing for now.
If you're joining us just now or just rejoined us, let's give you a bit of a recap starting with your GTPs. Your eyes do not deceive you, by the way. Yes, +1 lap across the board for most of the class, but that's mostly because if you look at the stint lengths for most of the drivers, there's of course a big discrepancy. Williams Esports Mahler, BMW M Team Redline, they're the ones extending the stints as long as possible. They will be into pit lane in about 7 laps time, and from there it should potentially be just 1 extra pit stop, but we will have to wait and see. Urano, Apex, Drago, they're all in a similar sort of ballpark, along with the 2nd and 3rd Apex Racing Team machines. But out of the 15 that took the green, only Urano Esports Data Group and the VRS Coanda Esports cars have retired in this prototype class. It's a similar sort of story as well if you talk about the LMP2s, in that we've had strategy to very much determine the race. Williams Esports Razor have dominated in speed, in fuel mileage, in everything. 1 lap clear and still about 7 laps away from a pit stop behind. You can see a couple of extra retirements, most recently Coffin Dancers, Grid and Go Esports, Yassim Razin and the Reich Energy teams. And last but not least, in what has been, in my opinion, the one where the strategy's always been the most intriguing, it was Team Redline that right from lap 1 showed their intent to save some fuel, but Grid and Go Esports made sure to cover off that strategy as well. They were trying to push initially, but in the last middle part of the race, Ewan, it has settled down in between Grid and Go and Team Redline to between 4 seconds between them. And Williams Esports Chill Blast, the car that will do 1 extra stop, is pushing as fast as it can.
Yeah, and it will be making its final stop first as well, so it's, its final stop last. So it will be shorter than the rest, but we're going to have a real great idea as to where they're going to come out at the end of these teams' next final pit stops, which are going to come, their final pit stop is going to be before Williams, and so we're going to have a good indication of where they'll be in relation to Williams. I think if the number 1 car comes out ahead of them both, then they will go on to win. If they have to go and overtake them, then it becomes a different story. But even so, it's going to be a nail-biter right to the end. I think the current order is making it look like Urano is quite close, but I'm not entirely convinced they will be, because they're on Williams' strategy and they're already nearly a minute behind them, so I can't see them getting involved even for a podium place.
No, 100% right. Luca Keita's had handful of issues, as has the other couple of drivers in that number 90 machine as well. It's not all Luca's fault. That's not the way that I necessarily meant it. He's just the one that happens to be wheeling it through the night for the time being. We can take a look on board with Luca Keita as well. There's a cone over his head. Is that a warning for the other drivers, or is that a warning for him?
It's quite well placed, isn't it? To be directly above his head. But, well, maybe it is a warning for the others. Or maybe he's just trying to be extra obvious when people are trying to come past him.
The
so they don't hit him.
Is what it is.
Just to make sure that it can be seen. I don't know. I don't know why that's in his house, to be honest, among all the other things that look quite professional and good.
I'm assuming that it's got some significance, because you notice that it's not a regular cone. There's some silver thing at the very bottom base of it.
You don't just think he stole it after a night out.
I mean, he could have and then slapped some electrical tape on it trying to make it look fancy, but the number of trophies in the background as well, you could tell that Lucas brings plenty of experience with him. The only problem is that we don't see the track map anymore. We saw a picture of Imola earlier on at the start of the race. It's not disappeared. The camera's just moved because of, I guess, how much his rig's been shaking around.
Possibly. I guess it's possible. Although it's not a problem. It's not a problem that I envisage, to be honest. I guess it depends what kind of setup he's got and how much everything's moving around. But anyway, yeah, it's entirely possible, I suppose. As we go on board with another of the GTPs, and see a very dark setup here, to be honest. Too dark for me.
Yes,
is what I would describe this as.
Ewan is preaching to the choir. This is not good for your eyes.
Well, no, it's not good for my driving either.
Oh,
just
that
at the
too,
time.
okay.
Never mind long-term eye health. That's not good for short-term driving either.
Oh, I wasn't even talking long-term. I was just thinking short-term comfort because, like,
okay.
I find that driving like this, it puts a lot of strain on my eyes to be focusing in on a monitor, you know, which is providing all the light in effect for the room. And look how much it's changing as well. Bits of red, as I guess the red rev lights are flashing up on the screen. And it's an intense experience right now, that's for sure. And, well, clambering over the curbs as well. Just look at how they launch it in through the S's. They're not trying to take that as a sequence of corners. They're trying to straight line it.
And look at the vibration on the camera as well that he gets through that as well. It's becoming more and more physical, isn't it, sim racing? And fitness is becoming more and more of a key role in that. And the camera shaking there was almost an indication of it.
That's my excuse. That it's a physical thing now.
It's a good one to use. You're not that physically unfit. You can't use that excuse.
I'm not. Okay. As a formerly fat person, I was 120 kilograms. What's that in the wrong units?
I don't know, but I work in kilograms as well, so it's fine.
That's why I said it in kilograms to you, because I knew it would be. Man, typing is hard when you're this tired and distracted. 265 pounds. Do you want to guess how many kilograms I weigh now, Ewan?
Or a fraction of that.
I'll let you
I
guess.
Saw you quite recently.
I'm not that offended. It's fine.
It's a dangerous game, that, isn't it? Guessing someone's weight. Under 80k.
Right on the money, right about there. So 175 pounds. So I've been big and I've been small. I'm definitely still as unfit as I was when I was fat.
There is a difference between being unhealthy and physically fit.
Exactly.
There's a middle ground. Sorry. There's a middle ground, yeah. And I have been in it my entire life as well.
Oh, okay, so I've at least matched up with you. The problem is, the idea of driving a race car sounds very, very fun. The idea of getting fit to drive a race car, decidedly less fun.
Well, yeah, it's a bit easier to get physically fit when you've got an actual goal in mind, I would say. But even so, it doesn't make it any less sort of physically painful. It's just strenuous, sorry. It is still difficult. But yeah, it's a very different prospect, isn't it? The first step is just being sort of healthy, and then you've got to sort of get yourself to be strong, and that's a very different prospect. Well, and it's becoming more of a factor.
Well, yeah,
in sim racing.
You and I, when we were in person, got to meet together. The crazy thing was we were in a place that was too warm for drivers to go out and do physical exercise together, which is something that they do. Moritz Lohner, Yuri Kastorp, handful of others have led sim racer runs. Definitely not many of those, but they've led a few of them, that's for sure. In where we went, there was a surprising number of people, Ewan, that went to the gym. It's not just physical health that is becoming increasingly prioritized, though, from big teams. It's also mental health as well, because that is how you can focus for so long behind the wheel in a race, but also the hours that you need to spend practicing as well.
But those two things are easier to manage, or your mind is easier to keep sort of focused and whatever if you are physically fit as well. The days are gone where you can just be a very unhealthy sim racer because you just sat down all day just driving. You've got to be physically fit as well, because it is easier to keep your mind focused as well, especially the longer the events get. It is scientifically proven that it's helpful to be at the very least just healthy, because you'll be able to keep your sort of mental focus a bit easier, as that's a very near disaster moment, and it's fine because of slightly because of the new grass, but everyone got away with it.
That's the race leader, isn't it? That's the Williams Esports Marla car that does slightly force a hole that wasn't necessarily open. Alpine Esports and Balashar Gremenic doing a good job to hold on there. But you can tell that red line is closing, Ewan. The gap is under 4 seconds.
Yeah, and that incident there may be a result of that, realising that the gap is coming down so much as Pinto is really beginning to push now. And Farrow could be getting a little bit concerned about that and starting to make moves that maybe he wouldn't have done otherwise. So that's an interesting sort of change in this fight, although Pinto's losing a lot of time because he's into the pit lane. First time in a while they've pitted on separate laps, actually.
Yeah, and that's interesting. Once again, it's Williams that are able to grab one more lap of fuel out of the tank compared to Pinto. Maybe this is also recognition for Diogo that coming in at this point, 43 laps in, they're still going to need a splash and dash, if I do the math correctly, but there's always a question mark about that. Pinto's also going to get out, and this is crucial. Chris Lullum finally takes over. Diogo's been left in that car for an awful long while, Ewan, as Chris Lullum was focused on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contender Series. Now he's focused on trying to grab a second VCO Grand Slam of 2023 for Team Redline.
And he's got a decent chance of doing so as well. I think it's going to be difficult, obviously, with Kimachev and Farrow and with Urano and Williams to contend with, but Lullum is the man to do it, and over the last 2 stints, that's exactly what he's got to do. So Farrow is now into the pit lane, not long after Team Redline. Somewhat surprised they actually went a lap long. I think it was Williams going a lap longer, wasn't it, rather than Redline going short. I think 43 laps has been the norm. That was 44 for Williams. But might be the other way around.
No, I think you're right in that Williams have done a lot of 44s. It was the last stint where they went short to match the Redline team, wasn't it?
Okay, so yeah, they've just gone back to what they've gone a lap further anyway. This time round, and Josh Ladd has got in at the wheel as well, so a change there, and I think that's the best thing for Williams as well. You're talking about earlier with Reese about minor differences between drivers. I think there's a minor difference between Josh Ladd and Matt Farrow. Maybe I'd fancy Ladd a little bit more over the final hour and a half of a race like this to just close it out.
Chris Lullum closed out the victory for Redline at was it Watkins Glen, where we saw the BMW M Team Redline grab the victory, so expect him to be pretty comfortable in this position. I would just wonder, how tired is he going to be? Josh Ladd rolls off and away, Lullum's out of the final corner. We'll say that's still looking very, very relaxed as Josh Ladd. Does not look as though he has just departed out onto track to be fighting for the final VCO Grand Slam of the year. Margin stable, 5.5 seconds between Williams Esport Bala and the BMW M Team Redline.
And there wasn't a difference in terms of pit stop time, but there was certainly a difference on the in-lap, I guess, or out-lap maybe. 2 seconds in favour of Williams there. It's now 5.5 seconds as opposed to about 3.5 as it was getting down to as Pinto got towards the end of his stint. There's no difference between stop time or pit lane time, so it's all come out on the circuit, has it not?
It has, but sorry, I got very scared for a second because I just realised that Alessandro Bico has come into pit lane. Was this a scheduled stop?
No.
Right.
Yes, I think so.
Oh, okay. I got he is the one that is the most off kilter compared to Vecchio and Haase, who've been making life easy by going to the top of the hour. So, Bico now in the draft of Vecchio. It's 5 seconds that split these top 3. But of course, with that window still favouring, I think, at least for the time being, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car.
And that pit stop for Bico was a little bit shorter, so 41 seconds was kind of a full stop for Haase and Vecchio on that last time around. But this time, Bico only stopped for 36 seconds down on pit lane, so clearly they've underfueled by 5 seconds because they know that they're going to have a splash towards the end. They're sort of maximising that effect as much as they can. I presume what they did was just fuel up until the tyres were done and then just went at the end of that. At a real stab in the dark, that's what I guess they would have done there. So that's 5 seconds saved. That still leaves them with, what was it we worked out earlier, about 19-20 seconds still in hand for them, and they're well within that in terms of the gap to the race leader.
I think this is shaping up quite nicely. The LMP2 car flings it up the inside of number 1 machine. Builds up the speed once again. Alessandro Bico. will bring that car to the checkered flag, you'd feel as well, with the timing of the pit stops that we've seen. Probably not enough time to get the driver swap done as well. There's Johnny Vecchio, and just at the very front of the shot, Sven Haase rolling through this back straightaway, trying to get into that draft. 4 seconds, 5 seconds behind to second and third, with now 90 minutes left to go. Still feel as though, with Biko doing a considerable amount of fuel saving, that all of these drivers are recognizing that it's going to be one on the pit lane itself.
And also, don't do that at home either, by the way. Cut in front of a GT when you're in a prototype like that. I know they understand the differences between the braking distances, and that Urano car did just about do the right thing, but don't do that at home, because you will be rear-ended if you're in a prototype on that occasion. But yeah, we're getting towards that stage in the race where strategy is starting to be worked out now, really. 90 minutes remaining. And Williams, yeah, in my opinion, have got it in hand in GTD. In GTP, it's still anyone's guess for me. I really don't know.
Urano's pushing hard right now. Pushing very, very hard. Apex Racing Team Peter Berryman not able to close the margin up just yet. And of course, Berryman took a little less fuel than the Urano 192 did. So I think there is still potentially a bit of an open window there. It's between Lullum and Ladd, the two drivers out of pit lane, where Lullum lost a bit of time in traffic on the exit of turn 5. But at least so far, in terms of both drivers out of pit lane, they've gotten up to speed relatively quickly.
They have, and that's, by the way, for Redline, is not a car hounding it for position, which is important. It's just one of the lap cars, so that alleviates some of the pressure, and Lullum can try and start to bring that gap back down again to Ladd, although that's up to 6 seconds now between the two. Redline 25 seconds off Urano at the moment. Are they going to be able to close that in towards the end? It's a very difficult equation to work out here, and I'm still not sure which way this race is going to go at all, just for the moment. But Urano are leading at least right now. That's what I do know. And after that, it's really anybody's guess. It's giving me a bit of a headache, to be honest, trying to work this out.
That's the thing. I've been sat here riveted for 8.5 hours, and I still don't feel like I have a true understanding for the exact situation each of these drivers is going to find themselves in. I feel like I've got a sense for who I favor, but I don't feel like I have any sort of certainty, at least just yet. Biko is still 1.2 off the back of Johnny Vecchio's team Redline Ferrari. Ferrari has definitely looked strong as they run 1, 2, and 3. We're going to then see Mercedes probably pop into 4th and 5th, but after the Mahler racing car heads down to the lane. Oscar Rene, the sole surviving BMW in the field, after Team PGZ became the most recent retiree about 15 laps ago. But definitely looks, Ewan, like the Ferrari has been the choice of steed for today's race.
And how good did it look as well, by the way? Absolutely fantastic. I've got to say, best looking Ferrari in GT3 I think ever, which I know is a big statement, but I'm going to go with it, because I think it's absolutely fantastic. And once again, great that we have it in iRacing as well. That the new sports car rating sort of stuff being released in iRacing is sort of so up to date and current that I don't think I can remember a period quite like it in iRacing with sports car racing, especially. I know in other forms of racing, obviously, there's been eras where everything's been very up to date all the time, and that's all great. But in sports car racing, sometimes it's been lacking. But recently, it's been fantastic with the GTPs, and getting this GT3 added so quickly has been great. Not least because it looks great as well.
It's got the extra headlights on the front with the Redline configuration compared to Williams. I guess part of the increased, I don't even know the right way to put it, the frequency with which we get cars, the delay between them coming out in the real world and then joining us in the sim. I guess part of that as well is just the relationship with NASCAR as well, right? Let's not forget IMSA is owned by the team at NASCAR, and continuing collaboration with the likes of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series now going on for more than a decade. The fact that iRacing has officially just announced that it has acquired the license for the NASCAR Sim console game, so it's going to be very exciting to see what the studio at Monster Games is going to be able to do. We've already seen a bit of a preview of their efforts with the World of Outlaws title that's been very highly received. So I think it's a natural evolution of everything that's happening. And I mean, the relationship is at a point, right, Ewan, where for a second consecutive year, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion crowned, well, live at the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
Absolutely, that's a fantastic thing to see. Sim champions being recognised in the real world on a scale and a stage like that is just fantastic, and it has been going on for a couple of years, and it's really wonderful to see once again. And as you say, that relationship between NASCAR and iRacing has really helped them stay up to date throughout many years now. I mean, that series, under obviously various names, of course, but that series in essence has been around for what, approaching 10 years, if not 10 years by now. And so it's just shown now that the relationship between NASCAR and iRacing and the two sort of go hand in hand by this point. It's great to see.
Yeah, is Vecchio getting pushed out wide and sliding on through. Alessandro Bico to second, and Williams Esports didn't even need to break a sweat to get back in front of the 71.
Yeah, it's very wide from Vecchio there. Not that he could have done a lot, but Bico goes straight through. That's one of the easiest passes that he will be making all day long. And Vecchio will be especially disappointed about that, because prior to that as well, he was catching stint on stint the Grid and Go Esports car. Of course, that started with driver before him in the red line car. But even so, it's big disappointment for them to lose out so easily to the Williams car, because now Williams not only are ahead of them, but they've got a shorter stop to come as well.
Yeah, that is such a crushing blow as well after doing all of that hard work. For Gianni Vecchio, it's just part and parcel, I think, of being the slowest class. That's something that some drivers will have a very firm preference on, whether they like to be the slower class, be willing to let the faster class make decisions about their own fate, or if they feel the need to be in control, and if they can only be in the fastest class available. Because ultimately, Ewan, there are people that find themselves going to either side of that equation.
Yeah, it's a debate, I suppose. But yeah, Vecchio's still running third at the very least, and still not that far away from Bico. I mean, he's got the space to fall back behind. I suppose it is going to be a podium for Redline here today for the car on your screen, but it may not be the win. Bico is certainly putting his hand up for that one, and looking like he's going to be able to take that one in GTD, and just wonder whether it's going to be a triple win for Williams at the end of the day. Urano's still looking quick, but the further I go on with this race, I'm not sure Urano can actually win it overall. They're 8 laps or so away from a stop. That's going to leave them with one more at the end of this one, and where's that going to put them afterwards? Because Williams and Redline, for my money, have only got one stop left.
I think right now it is looking good for Williams Esports Marla, especially given they are pulling away from Chris Lullum. That gap up to 8 seconds between third and fourth positions for the time being. It might still be net first and second come an hour and 24 minutes from now. Sun has well and truly dipped below the horizon and has yeeted itself from the track, and so you jump on board with these drivers and you see nothing but the headlights illuminating the way. The great thing about Road Atlanta maybe, though, is because it is such a small track and a short track, you get the reflections from other drivers' headlights, but also you're just kind of naturally as well, you always have enough light to see where you're going.
Yeah, you are accustomed to where you're going around here. There's always so many laps, it's not like you just forget where you're going around here. It's pretty easy to figure your way through. And yeah, it's not the worst circuit in the world for the lighting, but even so, it's also a factor in these races. The fact that it does get dark is something that you have to think about, and it is something you have to practice as well over the course of these races. When you're preparing for Petit Le Mans or whatever it is, you do have to practice driving at the night if you are going to be driving. And that was a fatal mistake, by the way, I made when we were doing the Spa 24. I didn't quite realise I was going to be getting in during the sunrise. So first of all, the track conditions and the lighting was changing like I've never seen in my life, and also I hadn't practiced. So
Nice.
it was the perfect recipe for a very nervous first 5 laps or so. But these guys are more professional than that.
Did you take anyone with you?
Oh, I didn't take anyone out.
There
I
you
didn't
go.
even spin or crash
Oh,
or anything.
nice.
I was just very slow. That's the only problem.
That's okay. First step is being able to survive a full race stint, survive a full race, and then you can slowly work on actually being fast. You know, that's maybe the less important part of the picture. Pit stops gonna begin once again, though. By the way, for the GTPs, Apex Racing, Danny Shivishabo only going 37 laps. Just puts into context what Williams Esports Marla and BMW M Team Redline have been doing with the 43 and the 44 lap runs.
Yeah, very long runs, and there's always the argument to be made about pushing the whole way through or saving throughout, but it does seem like the strategy of saving has paid off on this occasion, as the number 3 Apex Racing Team car also comes in from second place. Peter Berryman now going to open up that margin at the front, so that Vlad Kimichev will now lead by nearly 23 seconds at the front of the field. There he is up on the jacks, Berryman making his stop as well. So who's next to come in? Patrick Wolf probably will be in pretty soon. So will Kai Kashubi in the BMW Bank car, and Kenneth Gulbranson as well in the other Williams car, probably in soon, along of course with Vlad Kimichev, who we can't forget about in the lead.
He should be in the next couple of laps, you would think. Now in 21 minutes to go means it's basically split now into 2 40-minute dashes, and that's more than enough for less than a full tank of fuel for the next 2 pit stops that these drivers will work their way on through. Around the outside on some LMP2 traffic goes the former iRacing World Champion Diogo Pinto, the Portuguese driver in the tow of the PGZ Delara P217. 3 wide down the back straightaway, with Alessandro Bico and Gianni Vecchio trying to use each other now as a bit of drafting assistance. The GTD traffic has not really been splintered up too much, because those drivers find themselves still within 4 odd seconds of the grid and go car piloted by Sven Haase. It's still advantage to Williams, you would think. They do look like they have the chance to match Redline's feat in 2021 to win all 3 classes at the iRacing Petit Le Mans.
It does seem like it's going that way for now in GTD anyway. Just less than 4 seconds between 1 and 2, and the amount of fuel that Williams won't have to take, the amount shorter that it will have to be, is going to be considerable compared to the grid and go and redline cars. It's going to be really quite considerable. So it's really in to be fair, I thought it was a lot more in the balance earlier on, but now it really isn't anymore. It's a lot more sure for Williams, I think, but you just never know what's going to happen. With these races where you are on different strategies, you spend so long actually away from the car you're fighting that you almost don't trust that they're not going to find a bit of speed when you're not with them, and you won't be able to go with them at the time, and you sort of never trust it at that stage. So until they're out in the lead at the end of the final stint, and they know for sure what margin they have to conserve to the end, then it will begin to sink in a little bit. But for now, certainly I would be having a lack of belief of the situation that you're in, because it's a strange feeling to feel like you're first when you are in second.
I think I very much know what you mean. These drivers are hopefully all being talked through these next portions of the race. Engineers, spotters, fellow drivers. It's all very important information that can be brought together to get the most out of the car. Vecchio's going to just stay in line and tuck back in as pit stops underway. BMW Bank follow in the race leaders Urano Hiking Media as Vlad Kimichev comes down onto pit road.
So lap or 2 after most of the Apex cars, the likes of Peter Berryman and so on, and Shivishabo as well. Vlad Kimichev is into the pit lane, so Josh Lab will take over the race lead by about 9.5 seconds, and Jonas Vormeyer is going to get in for the final 2 stints of the race. Wasn't especially expecting to see a driver change there, but I guess Kimichev has been in for a while.
Yeah, I guess it's now just for this little push to the end, right? Having someone as fresh as possible in. See how it plays out, if it is a wise decision, but
yeah,
drops off the jack and Jackson gets ready to roll.
if there's anyone who knows how to win an iRacing special event, then Jonas Willmeyer's up on the list of people who know. Didn't he win almost every one in 2021?
I feel like, that when I talked about the red line, was it with you? I think it was you were talking about Williams having a great year. Red lines 2021 is basically the only other thing that I could potentially put up there in comparison. Willmeyer off and away. Peter Berryman not out of the final corner just yet means that Willmeyer is going to emerge net on track in 4th position, and 12 seconds in front of the Apex Racing Team car. Keeps the gap pretty steady to those behind, as Gianni Vecchio's just been involved in something.
Oh, it's at turn 5. There's such a difficult corner here at Road Atlanta. So many bumps through there, and so many things can go wrong as well if you've got a prototype behind you. I just hope that there wasn't anyone else involved in this, but I feel like there may have been. Oh, he was kind of on his own. He was following a couple of cars, not only Bico but another prototype which was making its way through on the both of them. I just got completely foxed by it, really.
Watch the onboard over the shoulder look from Vecchio, as you can see the GTP just releases the pressure a little bit, and Vecchio on the right hand side. It's just the way the car clattered over the curb, unsettled it and sent it around. Vecchio's lost a crucial couple of seconds and is now out of the drafting range. Bico has brought the gap down, 4 and a bit seconds when he passed Vecchio, 2.8 at the line.
Well, that is going to be disappointing for Redline, as if the earlier incident wasn't enough up at the top of the hill at turn 3. That will be almost a nail in the coffin for Redline, almost as if to confirm their 3rd place in this race for GTD. They shouldn't lose that podium, but also the chances of them getting into the top 2 is diminishing with every lap now as well. Not that they had any designs on beating Williams, I don't think, anymore, but even so, they're certainly, that's been confirmed now, nearly 5 seconds behind. Big disappointment, really. Two pretty rare mistakes, really, in 2 laps. Well, not 2 laps, sorry, in quick succession, I should say. Not 2 laps.
It happens. That's the level that we are at. Small mistakes get punished, and if you're not perfect, there's someone else that very well could be. 75 minutes left on the clock. We're not at the point where drivers in GTD could pit to make it to the end, and so therefore Sven Haas at 33 laps into the window is going to be looking for at least another 10 laps, and all the while 4/10 last time by that Alessandro Bico chopped off of the lead. 001 out of the final corner, dives towards the line, punches in a 118 something. My timing screen has just updated and completely decided to give me no information. All I know is for sure, gap behind now 2.75 seconds.
Yes, it's not getting any bigger, unfortunately, that gap back to 2nd place. My timing screen is showing you did a 3 seconds, 0.7.
Yes, that's the same
that's
that
not
mine
possible.
said. I was like, wow, quickest lap of Road Atlanta I've ever seen.
Yeah, get this, Bico did a 9/10 lap. How about that? That's even more impressive. Obviously, that's not real. But yes, it's not going the right way for Hauser at the moment. But how could you expect it to be? There's still going to be that. There's still going to be that sort of mindset for Hauser that they can't quite open the taps fully on that car yet, because they are still going to be worried about fuel ever so slightly. Bico and Williams have gone with the strategy of just going all out so far, and it has worked out generally.
Still, though, with the conditions being what they are, the grip is pretty optimal. Just look at that, 22 degrees on the track, clear skies still, 8:30 p.m. virtual standard time. Nothing to worry about in terms of weather, and I don't think I'm not too fussed about a lack of rain this year. I'm looking forward to when we add rain to the iRacing Petit Le Mans, but at least right now it's so finely poised. I want to see how these strategies that have been playing out for almost 9 hours all now settle in at the end.
Yeah, I think we are getting an even clearer picture of how that's going to happen in GTD and GTP now as well, with the time ticking down. It's a strange sort of contrast, though, between the 2 classes, because if you look at GTD, we've seen Williams going all out all day long and succeeding relatively in that, compared to GridandGo.com Esports and Team Redline, who have been conserving relative to them, and the more stops have paid off for Williams in that category. but the less stops for Williams in the GTP category have paid off, the slightly more conservative one, and the ones who have been pushing all day long have fallen a little bit further behind, like Urano. So it's a strange contrast that the team have gone with two different directions in the two different classes, and it has paid off both times, which is, you could say, lucky or just very good strategy.
I think it's a little bit of both, you know. Half of done, half of one, half of the other, and that's kind of what you need in a race like this. You can be as quick as you'd like, but ultimately you need a little bit of luck to swing in your direction as well, because racing doesn't give luck away for free. Sometimes you just need to hope that it's on your side for one particular race. I think Maxence Godino's brought down the Apex Racing 199, so this will be penultimate stop for them. It's going to be about a 40-minute fuel window in the LMP2 machine, so expect to see them come in with about 30-odd minutes left in the race to begin the pit stop window at the very front of the LMP2 class. Back over to GTPs, where it's 11 seconds between Williams Esports Marla, the BMW M Team Redline. Last lap, it was 0.6 quicker by Lolland, but at least for the time being, Josh Ladd, the most comfortable of them all.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Redline really found the pace towards the end of their last stint, because they were really homing in on Matt Farrow at the front of the race. Diego Pinto was very, very quick, but at the start of this stint and throughout the first half of this stint now, pretty much, we're what, 20 laps in, put 21 laps in almost exactly now for Josh Ladd, halfway through, and all they've been doing is losing time so far. So is it a low fuel thing in these conditions for Redline where they're really benefiting from, or is there something else going on here? Is the battle between Ladd and Lulham going more in the favour of Williams than the battle between Farrow and Pinto was? I'm not really sure, because right now the gap is just ballooning and it's nearly 12 seconds now.
It's just continuing to build. Lulham, of course, on double duty, having to switch over from a Porsche 911 Cup car over into a BMW M Hybrid V8. That's by no means an easy adjustment to make, and I wonder if that's part of the challenge that currently we're seeing that driver have to adapt to. As Kenneth Gulbranson is in pit lane, it promotes Nicholas Boo and Sam Michaels up into 8th and 9th positions, and the sole Acura in the field still on the hunt and hoping to try and solidify a good top 10 finish.
And it looks like that's exactly what it's going to be. A lap down, and they should only stay one lap down. They do have the opportunity actually to challenge BS competition, I would say. Their final stop will be slightly longer than that of Nicholas Boo in the BS competition car for Movano, but there's an outside chance they can catch them. I say outside, it's only 1.4 seconds, isn't it? So it's not a big gap at all, and maybe that will be a fight we can see a little bit later on. But yeah, they will have to take that little bit more fuel on board at the very last stop of the day. Will the Acura, everyone's favourite car, or at least mine, from this field.
I think it is definitely collecting some fans, and like I was saying, the reaction on social media has been amazing to see. Just how many people have been enjoying it, and yeah, HPD, Honda Motorsport, have very much been a part of the conversation as well. Just keeping an eye on LMP2, because now Race Clutch have come into the pit lane as well. They have built up the buffer to their sister Alpine Esports car, and so as Matteo Frigero jumps into the box, it all comes as behind them it is going to be Peter Zuba that has just, I think, come down on towards the pit lane. Great to see, or rather left the pit lane, opposite way around. It is great to see, though, the Alpine Esports colors out there, and you're a little bit more familiar commentating on them on some other platforms with the likes of Colin Spork, their team manager Jürgen van Bergen, but Race Clutch has got plenty of quick drivers, and in an LMP2 car showing what they can do.
Yeah, it's slightly weird seeing Race Clutch and Alpine Esports going up against one another, and then mentioning Colin Spork, because of course he's driven for both. But yes, it's good to see Alpine Esports out there again, out there on the circuit, and doing well once again, really, in this race, back in the top 5 again. In what I mentioned earlier, it's a very competitive LMP2 field that sometimes gets left behind, really, when you get the 3-class format back again. The middle class, like LMP2 on this occasion, does get forgotten about from time to time, but it's a good field once again. Alpine Esports more than holding their own within this as well. They make their way out for their penultimate stint now of the race with an hour 8 remaining. That was their outlap and they're doing more than all right. I'd just like to see a more sort of Alpine distinctive livery, if that makes any sense. It doesn't scream Alpine for me at the moment.
We'll need to zoom in on it. It is pretty Alpine in my mind. But here's Paddy Wolf onto the lane, of course, a car that was formerly leading at one point. If not for a technical issue, they would have felt that maybe the track position would still be on their side, but still looking like it will be a decent finish for them to close out the year. Now, I know it's dark, but that is just the Alpine livery. Isn't that legitimately the LMP2 car they run in the real world?
I feel like it's a bit too dark blue, although it could just be dark.
It is very dark. It does not help the case.
We'll get the Mercedes to shine a light on it a bit. Well, it's made it all yellow, hasn't it? That's not helpful.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to keep wondering. I'm kind of thinking back to the sort of mid-2010s sort of Alpine livery. You know, when they ran that, well, they used to call it an Alpine, but it wasn't. It was that open cockpit LMP2.
Yes.
If you remember whatever that was. They called it an Alpine, but I think it was an Orica or something. And they just sort of rebranded it. And that was sort of that's the kind of thing I mean, really. I guess they have got a bit darker blue in F1, haven't they?
Yes.
With that livery.
Well, no, and the LMP2 machines as well. And the works, hypercar machines. They're pretty blue. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just not a shade I'm a massive fan of. Unfortunately, I prefer a bit more brightness in the livery than that. Yeah. Yes. Well, I don't mind the Arnage cars sometimes, and you lot don't. Okay, well, don't like them sometimes.
We're talking about the Arnage competition Brabham Esports livery, to be clear, because Arnage competition have a great pink livery. Love a pink car, but pink and then British Racing green. Sorry, no, that's not necessarily my favourite combo in the world.
That's so polite. That's not what you told me.
Yeah, I'm on broadcast. I can't say what I said to you in private. Get in trouble.
No, I like your livery, by the way, Arnage and Brabham.
If Mike Yao wants to send me a message, I'll tell him what I think about the livery. It's just I don't like it very much. In towards the chicane, two Apex Racing cars now running locked in line. Paddy Wolf in front of Danny Chivichabo. I mean, I've gotten called out for my opinions on this Apex Racing team livery as well. So let's go find another car that's not going to get me in trouble, perhaps. Let's go back over to GTD, where it's 2.3 seconds to be exact between Alessandro Bico and Sven Haase. That gap is being held quite honest. Sven Haase, 41 laps into the run, just needs to get 3-4 laps more before coming down to the lane for the final time today.
Yeah, Haase's doing a good job with this now in terms of holding the gap. He's only let it go up to 2.3 in the last 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes even, and that gap was only, 2.5 at the start of those 15, so he's done a good job. And Gianni Vecchio's done a good job to recover as well, actually, here in this one. 3 seconds as he brought down the gap. It was 7.5 after his half spin at turn 5, now back to 4.5. That shows a bit of a turn on of speed, and I just wonder whether he sacrificed a bit of fuel to do that, because he did have a couple of laps in hand over grid and go. I wonder if he sacrificed those.
Would it be the worst thing in the world to compromise a little bit, because 2 laps more of fuel Vecchio probably has in the car, maybe 2 laps that he can burn and just come in on the same lap as grid and go. It might end up being about damage limitation, working through turn 3 crucially with no traffic. It's just so nice when you can work through this part of the lap with no one to worry about, hit your marks and then try and straight line as much as possible, diving down to the bottom of the S's, clamber over the curb on the right hand side, and be careful with track limits, but it's one of the places where drivers do push the limits as much as they possibly can. Mentioned that Paddy Wolf's come out of pit lane just in front of Danny Chivichabo, but the Drago Racing 696 is in the mix too.
It's pretty congested around here in this part of the order, really. It's a real train here, and great to see Drago Racing doing so well here, by the way. If you sort of look at this field, I looked at it earlier on, saw sort of a top 6 or 7 who were really in contention for this race, and I kind of wanted to pick Drago Racing to go and steal this, because it does feel like there's, the real stalwart teams of special events like Williams and Redline, Urano and Apex are all up here. And then you've got Drago Racing, who aren't often up here in this kind of company in a big special event like this in GTP. But Jaden Laydick's been doing a fantastic job here tonight, driving really well once again. Someone's found him a team, going back to the team name he had earlier on in the season, where he needed one. And it's fantastic to see him doing so well once again, really taking it to the other teams on a stage where they don't always in this space.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? This is a newer team. Established drivers, yes, but an organization trying to click and work together, and so it's been continual steps up. That victory in the 24-hour Esports series in the Ferrari 296 this last weekend, that was a major step. And of course this past Thursday, excuse me, Przemysław Lemonek winning in the Dallara IRO 1. World Championship winner now for Lemonek, World Championship winner for Drago. See what they can do with that for the rest of this year, and then building off on to what will be a busy 2024 for them without a shadow of a doubt. It is crazy viewing to say that we are, less than 3 months away from 2024.
Don't even begin.
Oh,
Oh dear, we are. Time is flying, quite literally. And we say this every year, really, don't we? So it's not like it's a big surprise as Williams make their way out from their penultimate stop of the day. Does that mean no? Well,
no,
everyone's got one more stop, doesn't it? Really?
yeah.
So I was going to say, are they going to lose out? I don't even think it would matter, even if they did. Even if Apex could make one less stop, I don't think it would even matter.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of lead they've got. A minute still.
Williams genuinely are on the cusp of finishing this race 1 lap clear of the rest of the field on merit. Now, of course, 1 lap in a multi-class race can sometimes be a bit confusing depending on where the overall leader is relative to your class leader, but you can see that gap. It is more than 60 seconds currently in the LMP2. It is effectively the distance of the straight that splits first from second. There's Max Scudino into the chicane where Moreno Sorica will enter in, well, about 10 seconds time.
Yeah, it's not a big gap at all in terms of the track space, but it is in terms of the 1 and 2, if you see what I mean. A minute still between them. Yeah, I mean, whether you lap the field or not is sort of, well, the results don't always reflect whether you lap the field or not when you're not the top class in a multi-class race. In GTP, it will obviously say and give an accurate reflection of the race, but in LMP2 and GTD, it won't really here today. The chances are, though, Williams will be scored a lap ahead of the rest of the field by the end of today, and at least one of the categories, and that category likely to be LMP2.
Let's go back over to GTD, though, just for a moment, because Alessandro Bico into the draft of Sven Haase. Get the Jaws music queued up, because there is now, I think, probably a lot of stress going on for every single one of these drivers. Sven Haase knows full pit stop probably coming in a couple of laps time. Alessandro Bico knows that he's already been out there for 26 laps after taking a slightly reduced pit stop last time by. It's still advantage Williams, yes. Red lines closing. It's anyone's game in these 3 Ferrari 296.
They did take a slightly shorter stop last time around, but they didn't take all of their shortening of stops that they're going to take throughout the final stops of this race. So that's the thing you've got to remember with Williams at the moment. Now, does Sven Haase come down pit lane this time? Yes, is the answer to that. Gianni Vecchio is going to carry on for at least one more. You'd expect him to get a few more laps out of this one, and then the waiting game in GTD is going to be about how much longer Williams can take this and how much they can shorten their last stop.
And so the Grid and Go Ferrari will track the time on the left-hand side and just keep an eye on where it peels out, and if it is into some clean air. 5th in the GTP, still 2 Apex Racing cars in front of Jaden Leidig, but passing past the Falcon Mercedes. Oh, fortunately, Leidig goes the long way around and only loses time. The Mercedes peels its way off on towards the pit lane as well. Moreno Sorica's looking nice and calm, at least for the time being. I would really like to see how his teammate Ate Kauppinen is looking. Not in control of the machine for the final hour and hoping things stay relatively drama-free. There's the Ferrari, 41 seconds stationary, and now off and away.
So that's another full stop, isn't it? And that's what we expected from Grid and Go. Another bit of a weave of the tyres there from Sven Haase to try and get things up to temperature before they get out there, and that is going to be a slight concern with the temperatures dipping to the low 20s now in the evening. But Haase will be out again. Will he see the lead again, though, in this race? I find that somewhat unlikely.
I think I on your wavelength. Gianni Vecchio should be into the lane as well, and indeed there comes the red line Ferrari to make its final stop of the day. Just wait for Alessandro Bico now, and we will get a good picture for how the GTDs have been shaken up after 9 hours of strategy and now one final push to the very end. The crazy thing about this iRacing Petit Le Mans is the fact that 9 hours ago, it was still as close as this. There's been a couple of breakaways here and there, but by no means, outside of Williams Esports Razor in the LMP2 class, has anyone been allowed to dominate proceedings. Let's take a look at some of the replays as we head off into the final hour and begin all the way back when there was sunlight. Down through the Fox Factory Bridge and to the line, all 44 machines would begin safely. It would be after that that the drama would begin, but initially on the race start, everyone recognizing they needed to stay clean and stay out of trouble. First signs, of course, came in the multi-class madness. 3 wide with Drago's LMP2 trying to get up the inside of Dorr, and Williams was not going to end well for one of the Mercedes AMG entries. BS Turner in 3 corners had 3 different bits of contact, the worst of it down through the S's, and then stricken on the racing line, worrying for Reina Talvar. Kawanda started at the back. Charlie Collins carved his way through the field and past Jaden Munoz in the Williams Esports Fanatec car. It was a sign of the speed that 963 was carrying, but ultimately the story at the start for the GTPs was Apex 1 and 2, but second place Marcus Solholm, the cork in the bottle, as they all got checked up behind the Marlow Racing Team car. Solholm held on. Drago went from second provisionally for a moment down to 5th in the blink of an eye. It was all just about finally being able to break the pressure, and Nicholas Boo in the BS competition, number 89, would be the first to get on through. GTD was relatively tame, apart from this. Alessandro Bico forcing his way past Sven Haase. Those two now into the end and still battling, albeit this time on the strategy. The first bit of GTP chaos came, well, amongst itself. Urano, that 192 that's still in contention for the win. Vlad Kimichev behind the wheel would have a little bit of contact first with the BMW bank car, and then with the 98 Apex Racing Mercedes. Alex Dunn would lose the rear wing, and instantly the day would be done. And then self-drama between the teammates. Williams Esports Razor would take out the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports GTD, and unfortunately for the 53 of Vasilios Belitsiotis, that car was not in a drivable state. We still haven't even got to the halfway mark of the replays. We hadn't even got past the first hour or so, because that was Williams Esports Razor being pushed wide by their teammates in the GTP, and then all 3 classes would come together. GTP on LMP2, on GTD chaos. The charge for VRS Coanda would come to an end. Charlie Collins lost the rear end, Dion Fiallo had nowhere to go, and the rear suspension would be broken. But it wasn't the craziest moment in those couple of laps. That was the net race leader, the 192, going for the inside in a place that was never realistically a passing opportunity. It would take 30 minutes or so, and eventually Kimichev would atone for the mistake and get past Diogo Pinto and re-establish Urano at the front as we reached the halfway mark of the race. By this time, the field had thinned out. It did not stop drivers from having to take avoiding action, including the race-leading GTD, and you see just how aggressive they were being. Urano, Williams, as well as Redline all fighting and fighting through the traffic. Apex 1 in the LMP2 got a bit of a hip check, ran into the path of the oncoming Josh Ladd, and fortunately everyone got on the brakes in the nick of time. But then the door was opened, and here's the chance. Don't need to invite Urano twice. And Josh Ladd, Matt Farrow said, you know what, if you want to lead the conga line, we'll let you go on through. Peter Berryman in the Apex Racing team, number 3, would try and get through as well. One Urano car running well, one Urano car making an uncharacteristic mistake, and Dominic Hoffman smashing himself into the wall, all while the fighting just continued between Williams, Redline, and the Urano cars up towards the very front. Again, the 192 would get involved in drama, this time with its sister GT3. Kimichev again being a little bit overly optimistic Sotomuto again having to get out of the way of the oncoming traffic, and as the night has continued to set, it's all been about the strategy, all being about staying out of trouble, and most recently Gianni Vecchio bundled out wide, and taking advantage of that, Williams Esports Chill Blast slid up into the second place in the GTD class. Right on cue as the replays come to a close, Ewan O'Leary, Williams Esports Chill Blast down on the pit lane.
And they're taking ages. They are taking absolutely ages. GridandGo.com Esports are miles in front. Redliner second by a mile. Even Urano have got a shot of a podium now. Something must have happened to Alessandro Bico, because first of all, there's no reason for him to come in this early. I can't see that he's run out of fuel at this stage. And second of all, he's just sat there now. He's not even counting in the pit box. That the timer's not even counting at the moment. So don't know what's happened to him. They're out of contention, surely.
You're right. And we can go straight to the replay machine and queue up some more drama. Alessandro Bico already seems to be a little bit... Something didn't seem right in through turn one, just the way the car was moving around. Let's see if we can dial this up down through the S's. And it's again, third time unlucky. We just saw two different instances of Sotomuto getting very, very fortunate. Alessandro Bico could do nothing.
Well, I'm not sure anyone could have done anything about that. I mean, look at that. That's quite ridiculous, really. Bico very, very unlucky. But there was there was space down the inside there, just about, I suppose. But it's been happening all day long, and I suspect that Bico thought he'd left enough room as well, in all honesty. But there we are, clipped ever so slightly, clipped in the wrong way, and that's day ruined for Williams. Any hopes of a 3-class win gone for them?
What a shame. It's heartbreaking as well, because Bico and Sotomuto had not put a foot wrong, and I mean that. Every little thing that we saw from them in those highlights was trying to stay out of other people's way. I cannot recall a moment where either of them put themselves in danger. It now comes down to Grid and Go and Redline. 2.5 seconds splits them. We're watching a 3-car train, 5th, 6th and 7th positions, but between Haase and Vecchio, it will be decided on the track.
And to be honest, money has got to go on Vecchio at the moment, because after that spin, he's gained 5 seconds, well, half spin, I should say, at turn 5. He's gained about 5 seconds to the GridandGo.com Esports car, and the gap now only 2.2. So over the course of the last 20 minutes or so, that's really come down again, and he's right involved again. You'd think as well, looking at this, that Urano would also be in contention. They're not. They still have a stop to make, of course. It will be about those front two and the front two only.
Take a look at the battle for the GTD lead as well, as they work their way in through that Esses complex again. Again, third time unlucky for poor Sotomuto and Alessandro Bico. And there was a nervy moment behind Paddy Wolf, Danny Chivichabo and Jaden Ladick as they went 3 abreast with the Falcon Mercedes, who is a couple of laps down and just trying to salvage a result from this race. Final 50 minutes, Alejandro Sanchez into the pit lane. I think from here, every GTP is only a couple of laps away from being able to come down to pit lane and making it to the end.
Yep. Well, they better hope so, because Redline will be in soon. They're on lap 42 of their stint, but I think they will be safe in terms of coming in now and making it to the end as well. They will be running pretty dry on fuel towards the end, or at the very least they'll have to take a full stop here and fill the tank up right to the top at the next pit stop, the final pit stop, which is coming up here in a couple of moments' time. Williams, though, have kept them nicely at arm's length now. 12 seconds between 1 and 2 in GTP. That's a very nice margin for Williams to hold, and one that I did not think they'd have after the end of the last stint.
Exactly right. It seems as though Diogo Pinto was on a charge, and Chris Lullen maybe just showing a bit of fatigue after the amount of racing that he's been doing. Speaking of racing, Danny Chivichabo slides up the inside wheel to wheel on his teammate. Paddy Wolf doesn't fight it, now has to worry about Jaden Ladick trying to join as well, and into turn number 1, take advantage. Paddy Wolf got a very bad run out of the corner. It has allowed Jaden Ladick to look to the outside, but as they funnel in through the compression of turn 1, Paddy Wolf holds on to 6th.
Yeah, it's difficult when you've got two of the same team right in front of you because they will just give each other slipstream, and Ladyk's going to find that very difficult. I think he's going to have to do something in the pit stops, although they are significantly further away for the other Apex cars than they are for him. It's going to be between himself and Civisabo really for this sixth place. I think the 298 should be able to get away because their pit stop is still a very long way away, more than 20 laps until that car will have to come into pit lane. So Ledick has really got to focus on that car, and for my money there's little point really trying to get involved here because it's only going to cost everybody time, and I can't see him getting through with the two in front right now just sort of slipstreaming off of each other.
Not just yet. Chris Lulham's onto the lane. 42 laps in that stint will leave him probably with another 42 or so laps to run. There comes number 20, BMW M Team Redline machine. After the victory earlier this year in one of our other Grand Slams, the 6 Hours of the Glen, it's once again Lulham and Pinto teamed up in that official BMW M Team car, and now up on the jacks getting tyres for the very final time today.
So one more set of tyres and a full tank of fuel as well for Lulham. Same will be for Josh Ladd. Is this going to be the set of tyres, though, that carries him to Petit Le Mans victory in 47 minutes' time? I do find it hard to see. At the end of the last stint, to be honest, I would have had Redline as favourites to win, actually, the way they were closing in. And the gap was only 3.5 seconds, but they extended by 2 in the pit stops, and then it's extended by nearly 7 over the course of the remainder of the stint. Josh Ladd's done a very good job to get it back to comfortable again, comfortable-ish for Williams.
And into pit lane, right on cue. 1 lap later, Josh Ladd, as calm as you'd like. Also seems as though he's, for a second, trying to take off his headset. Like, oh, let me get this headset off. I'm almost done. But into the box, and now we'll wait and wait and wait. Jonas Warmar should circle around and inherit the race lead for the time being. 27 laps into the stint. Warmar, Berryman, both owe us pit stops, and just the transit time down the lane itself here is going on almost 20, 30 full seconds for Warmar and Berryman. The strategy call has just not worked out the way that they would have wanted, and it goes to the point that you've been making somewhat repeatedly, and correctly, Ewan, that these special events have changed in nature, right? They're no longer, it feels at times, about endurance racing. It is about sprints, and at this level, no safety cars. You make a mistake on 1 lap, you better hope you get that time gifted back to you on the subsequent laps.
I can't believe you're suggesting I repeat myself. That's a wild accusation.
Never. No. Never. Oh.
But no, I've never done that. What do you mean? But no, it is the way they're raced. It is with 3/4 of an hour to go. We're sort of seeing the I guess rewards of that as well. It does create the. On the one hand, it's sort of I do sort of miss the style of races where you could come back from problems and you would see these recoveries. But on the other hand, it is great to see these kind of races as well, where the absolute every 10th is just taken out of your race time, and you're just absolute maximum for 10 whole hours, and even over 24-hour races these days that they're somewhat doing that, especially at Spa. It was a particularly intense pace at that edition this year. So it's just what happens these days, and we're seeing the rewards of that now. 30 seconds is the gap between Vollmeyer and Ladd. That's still not really enough for Urano at the moment.
No, it's not. The thing about Spa as well is we have seen some various series in recent memory do things like minimum pit stop times. It's a great idea. It's fantastic. We don't need to talk any more about that. It's a fantastic idea. Drago Racing and now Paddy Wolf continuing to battle. Danny Chivisciabo has a lighter car than Patrick Wolf, who came in 19 laps ago to the 32 laps ago for Chivisciabo. Ladyk's on the same strategy as the 297, the first now of the Apex machines. That's something that Ewan was pointing out. And Ladyk will be slightly frustrated here to get stuck behind someone who's technically, he's not fighting.
Yeah, and you would sort of suggest that maybe it's intentional, but probably not, really. It's just stuff like this keeps happening, I would imagine. The traffic keeps separating them out a little bit, and it makes life very, very difficult for the Apex car to do anything anyway. But it's just a sort of silver lining, if you like, that it's holding Ladyk back at the moment, and it's securing them that 6th position. That does mean that Apex should have 3 cars in the top 6 by the end of this race, which would be a fantastic achievement for them. I think what they've got to try and avoid is the 3 in the top 6, but also none on the podium, which is also a very large possibility in 45 minutes.
So much going on. Leidic to the inside. Got the LMP2 traffic, in front of them. That will slightly compromise them out in through turn 1. Switchback attempted. Leidic's placed his car perfectly. And you don't necessarily want to go side by side. They'll give each other room. The Williams Esports Razor car says, please go on through without costing me any sort of risk to my race. And now it's Leidic 3 seconds or so behind Shivi Shabo.
That's a textbook cutback there from Jaden Leidic, just going wide into the first part, getting that late apex through the second part of the chicane, making sure that you've got the run to get the inside for the final corner, because once you're on the outside there, it's a long way round. There's no advantage to it in terms of corner speed and the exit that you get from there. And so Leidic got through. What a fantastic move it was as well. The only problem he's got is the fact that Patrick Wolf is still right behind him and might be about to take that position back over again. I think he even flashed the lights as well to the rear end of the BMW. Leidic does seem to have the straight line speed to hang on to this though.
See if that's maybe a slight difference in terms of setup. You'd assume that they're all relatively in the same setup window, but you never know. If they make slight adjustments the night before a race, they can always rework what they have underneath them. Over to the GTDs. Let's go and talk about Sven Haase versus Gianni Vecchio. It's a tussle that we've seen so many times before, but this time it's in the gridandgo.com esports colors and the Team Redline colors, both in a Ferrari. And Vecchio's brought the gap down into within drafting range. And I think you said that earlier, about an hour ago, Gianni Vecchio, not even an hour ago, a couple of laps ago, after getting pushed out wide, Vecchio had built that gap back up. The problem is, Sven Haase seems to have responded.
Well, slightly, but the damage is done, in my opinion. You know, he's not got him at arm's length anymore. He's got him very much within his range. And I know that there's going to be no dive bombs from this kind of distance, but once you can see someone like that, and once you can almost go and reach out and touch them, the damage is kind of already done, in my opinion. So he might be holding him at this margin, but the pressure is on him so much here, and the optimism now for Redline will be so high all of a sudden after the low of half an hour ago, that it doesn't really matter what Haas is doing at the moment. It's more about what Vecchio's doing, and right now he's doing enough to keep him at this distance, but maybe even showing that he can push on and close in again. So now they've got the motivation for the race win all over again. Vecchio all of a sudden has got the motivation and probably the belief as well that he is fast enough to go and win this now.
I think he is fast enough to win it as well. That's the reality. I mentioned Joey had suggested that we should get him an invitational entry into the next season of the Porsche Esports Super Cup, and I told him that you still wouldn't be the worst, because there always inevitably is someone who ends up with negative points. Unfortunately, 2023, that was Gianni Vecchio. Had broken his tailbone before round number 1, suffered through the pain to somehow sit in the rig and try and grind out a result. Was not a great idea, let's be honest. Tried it again for round 2, also not a great idea. And from then, the tone for the season had been set. We didn't see Gianni for the rest of it. Negative points. We're not going to see him back in the Porsche Esports Super Cup next year. It doesn't mean that Gianni's not a very quick driver. He's been having fun on the red line Twitch with the likes of Verstappen and company, showing us today just how talented he still is.
Yeah, he still is. Sorry, I was going to jump in there and say, didn't he have a broken bone?
Yes. Oh, no, don't worry. I was going to get there.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you included that, because otherwise that would have just been hard.
Imagine broken tailbone in a sim rig.
Oh, yeah. Well, imagine broken tailbone at all. We can't sit down comfortably. That must be just torture.
Can you lie down comfortably?
Oh, maybe, but
we might have to ask Gianni about it.
Yeah, I mean maybe, because you're not quite resting on it as much, but it's unimaginable, really.
It does not sound good, does it?
No, it does not sound good. Thankfully, I've never broken any bone at all.
Me
just
too.
To rub that one in further. Well, you can tell we're sim racers. We haven't left the house.
You know, have we just commentators cursed each other? Oh goodness!
Yeah, mate, I'm gonna step outside tomorrow. I'm gonna fall down the stairs when I go to leave the house. But anyway, let's hope not. So he seems to be back to full fitness now. Anyway, I need to say, once again, showing how talented he is. Once again, certainly hasn't lost any of that talent. And in my opinion, anyway, this is maybe this is sort of a sort of uninformed sort of blanket judgment, but I think Vecchio suits these kind of races a bit more anyway. These sort of GT3 longer races, endurance races where got a very long time in the car, just bash out the relentless pace for ages. You know, he was a big part of some Spa 24-hour winning teams in the past and other special events that Redline have won, and I think he suits this a little bit better anyways. You know, not many drivers will have been able to come back from the stint he had just gone to be able to produce something like this, to bring the gap down for a race win all over again.
I think as well, Road Atlanta does seem to suit him. Again, I had mentioned earlier that Johnny in the Porsche 24 driven by Redline GTE car entry back when we had the 911 RSR would often have to suffer through some BOPs that often left the Porsche not just uncompetitive, but painfully uncompetitive. And so I think it was probably quite nice for him to be able to grab the victory here in 2021 when Redline grabbed the podium rather than win all 3 of the classes. That was rather uncomfortable though, and it's just one of those giving moments. That battle for GTPs was raging around Gianni. He had to give up a couple of tenths, but didn't flash the lights, didn't get too flustered, just settled back into the task at hand.
That's exactly what you got to do, because there's multiple flusterings over a course of a lap, if you want to put it that way. With the prototypes coming through, there's still a lot of them out on the circuit, still in the race at the moment. 22 prototypes still running, as one of them, Jonas Wilmar, comes in from the lead of the race.
And that's an important stop, because it means that now Josh Ladd and Chris Lullen will inherit the overall lead of the race, and from here we are expecting no one to need an additional stop of those in contention. Ladd and Lullen will still be saving fuel, yes, but ultimately they should have enough capacity in the tank to get them to the very end. There's Walmar still waiting to be released as Josh Ladd passes one of the LMP2 cars. It's the Red Panda Racing number 13. Up and away through turn number 1. Walmar still coming off of the jacks and waiting for the fuel to go in.
Yeah, Lulham's going to get through as a result as well. Will Vormar finish on the podium though? Patrick Wolf still has a pit stop to make, so he will go through, and so does Dion Fialo in the BMW bank car, so it doesn't matter him falling behind them. It matters if he falls behind Peter Berryman. Is that going to happen or not? Probably not, I would say. Vormar is already off the jacks at the moment and should be on his way by this point, and he is out ahead of Berryman, so it should be third for Urano. As long as Patrick Wolf comes in, and he should do, because he's only got about 10 laps of fuel left on board. But unfortunately for unfortunately for Vollmeyer, he's over half a minute behind Josh Ladd. Any designs on actually winning this race have come too late for Urano, and to be fair, I think even without Kimichev's 2 spins, they might have been struggling anyway.
Well, if you put it all together, it wasn't just the 2 spins, right? There's so many different things this Urano car has been involved in. I could hypothetically say that there is about at least 10 seconds of loss, if not more, but yeah, 33 seconds is the margin. We'll have to just keep an eye on how it will shape up come the closing stages of the race. You mentioned Dion Fialo. Something seems to have happened to the Team BMW bank car. Let's take a look at what happened. Turn 6, cambered in corner, clatters over the curves and all sorts of out of sorts, loses the rear end, and watch the rejoin, Dion.
Oh. Yeah, well, didn't quite watch the rejoin. Thankfully, the LMP2 was very switched on and avoided that. But even so, that doesn't mean it was a good rejoin. To be honest with you, I'm surprised that hasn't happened more often. The spin, not the rejoin. I'm surprised that hasn't happened more often today, because every time we've been on board with someone through turn 6 today, I've thought, oh my goodness, they're going to crash. Because they go through there with such speed, and they get up on that curb so much as well on the left-hand side there, that I'm surprised the braking performance that they still have, and to be honest, I've been here 2.5 hours now. I'm shocked that's the first time I've seen that happen.
We haven't seen it too much, yeah. No, honestly, I guess drivers have so much experience at Road Atlanta, right? It gets used quite a lot, so I guess they understand just how much they can push the issue there. And Dion Fialo, the first one to get caught out, bit of an interesting case as well, given his experience in prototype cars over the years. Josh Ladd, Chris Lullen, now under 10 seconds the margin, slowly coming down, but it's coming a bit too late for the BMW M Team Redline car. Again, these drivers are still having to save fuel though, which is probably a good thing. I always find, and sometimes I tell myself, that if I've been saving fuel and finished my final pit stop, I should keep running my fuel saving pace, because you've gotten accustomed to driving like that. And you can still hear the clutch being used, but I wonder if this is not just because of being safe and maintaining the rhythm. They did come in quite early.
They did, more than 45 minutes from the end. If as long as they don't need a splash, then they will be fine. But it is going to be about making it to the end from here. Williams have lost a bit of time as well. It's hard to believe that Williams have more fuel saving to do than Redline, because of the way that pit stops worked earlier on, and the fact that Redline came in before Williams did for the final time. Oh dear, as Coanda's difficult day has continued there, I'm afraid, with contact with Luca Kita, who's still running third in GTD. But yeah, Williams still fuel saving. It's only 7.7 seconds the gap for the lead now.
That was unfortunate there, but for Julian Sonnen in the special event debut for the VRS Coanda squad, has not been there's been some positives to take, I would guess, although they are going to be the last of the finishing GTP contenders. Just see the margins to the rest of the field as the final 30 minutes are only a couple of moments away. 7.3. Whoa, getting nervous again. And a reminder, we've got to keep our eyes not just on the prototypes, but the GTDs as well, are reminding us just how exciting they always are.
Yeah, they are going right to the end in GTD as well. Just under a second between 1 and 2. Grid and Go Esports and Team Redline. By the way, in last year's race in GTD, the gap was 2 laps between Apex Racing Team and the rest of the field. Now, I know that one of those laps was because of where the leader was, but one of those laps was a legitimate lap that they got over the field. It's a very different story this year. Very, very different story.
How do you feel, Ewan? Are you up for the challenge of the 2024 iRacing Petit Le Mans?
Depends what I'm doing that weekend. I would have been up for it this year if I wasn't commentating and doing other things, to be fair. So I'm up for any special event, but it just doesn't often work out very well.
Just need to make sure you're not double booked on broadcast for a weekend. I think that's what we need to make sure that we do. Get a Race Spot commentator's car out there. Everyone will know to stay as far away from it as possible.
We'll paint it bright yellow in Racebook colours.
I mean, if Lewis McLeod is behind the wheel, you've got to be especially scared. I did see that he jumped into the YouTube chat. So, hello, Lewis. We've definitely not thrown you under the bus already today. But don't go back and scroll through the timeline.
He wouldn't have known if you hadn't have said that.
That's fine. I want Lewis to know.
Oh no! Oh dear. Well, I'll have to suffer the repercussions of that later.
Now, what did you probably said something. I didn't. See, this is why.
Well, you weren't on the team. That's why you were doing 12 hours of commentating or whatever it was that weekend, or maybe more.
Okay, no, but I did kind of say a few comments about Lewis McLeod behind the wheel. Not necessarily something you'd want, but. Now I'm throwing myself under the bus. Let's, again, swift diversion away from the topic. Looking directly on board from Gianni Vecchio, who's brought the gap down even closer. It's now under 0.4 of a second. 30 minutes to go. I feel like both drivers still have a touch of fuel saving that they will be thinking about. Gianni Vecchio maybe let the taps loose a little bit to bring the gap in and get directly into the draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Redline are just a little bit more comfortable on fuel maybe, or whether Grid and Go is comfortable as well at this stage, but it's long stints, of course. Big dive from one of the GTPs there down in towards the final chicane. That was Drago Racing and Jaden Ladick once again. Now there's going to be another GTP between them as they go around the final turn. Thankfully it got just ahead of the Grid and Go car before it had to just drift out to the curb, but Sven Haase still leads the way. Half an hour to go. It's going to be a great battle between them. For now, nothing has really happened in terms of on-track battle between them. It's just been a closing of the margin, and now they're there. Vecchio's just waiting for the moment, and now is not it, clearly.
Final 30 minutes, 9.5 hours complete. The final VCO Grand Slam still poised finally. GTD, half a second between the top two, and interestingly, maybe it was traffic that was costing Josh Ladd a whole bunch of time. Chris Lullum now 8 seconds adrift once again, with the status quo re-established.
Yeah, it is stabilising in the overall race lead. You could say that for GTD as well. Haase has at least stemmed the tide as to which Vecchio has been closing, but he is starting to get into that slipstream of the Ferrari in front, starting to close in and make ominous gains on the back of the yellow and black car in front. Not close enough though, or greenish yellow, down in towards the chicane. Not quite close enough that time, but it's getting a smaller gap each lap.
Oh, you got the
Oh,
GTP's up the inside. Haase slightly offline. They've got the Apex LMP2 car that I think is going to mean Vecchio can't take advantage of that. But one of these moments might be all that it takes for this lead to swap around. It's growing even larger at the front of GTP right now. GTD's where all the action is, despite 15 entering, only 6 still left on the track.
this is going to be high-stakes stuff between these two as well. If ever there's two drivers who are not going to want to give up the Petit Le Mans victory at all, it's Sven Haase and Johnny Vecchio. This is going to go right to the end, and it's going to be a very bitter battle between the two as well. But hopefully a great one for the final half hour. It's a long, long time for Haase to just soak up this pressure and continue to deflect the attacks and the attempts from the red line Ferrari behind. They'll be the first of them surely this time around. Maybe he's still not close enough.
In towards the chicane, just running nice and calmly. Looks to the inside for a moment, just a little bit too far back to have a send. Oh, yeah, you're right. If there were any two drivers to queue for a battle like this right now, could you make it any more intriguing for all of those watching on in the Twitch chats and Discord brigading? Johnny Vecchio versus Sven Haase, two that have tangled so many times before, and it's just getting closer and closer up through turn number one. Haase's just looking a little bit slow right now.
He is, and I think he's still lifting off. I think he's still a little bit concerned about the fuel game at the moment, because Redline pitted a couple of laps after, of course. I don't think Vecchio's very worried about fuel. If he was earlier, he's certainly not now, although there was a slight lift off on the way in towards the final chicane. If there are any concerns, then he'll make sure that those are alleviated before he starts making these moves, and he'll alleviate those concerns while in the slipstream of the 001 just in front, up in front of him. Haase hasn't got anyone to slipstream off of, and I feel like it's one of those races where if Haase loses the track position, then it's gone for good.
It might come down to a last lap desperation send. Does Johnny Vecchio have the patience to wait for that? There's going to be something that happens. It's not this lap as much as Vecchio wants it. Another half-hearted look. But all the while, the pressure's building. Haase's starting to make a couple of mistakes.
If he was a little bit more convinced of himself there, Vecchio, he could have gone for the move. But I think he saw Haase lifting off. Thought, well, I could have gone down the inside there, sort of made that jig to the inside, but by the time he'd done all that thought process, it was too late by that point and had to tuck back in line again. If he was thinking about making that move a bit earlier, then he might have been able to do it. Of course, there is an aspect of patience in this, but also the battle could be split apart by a prototype. They've got to remember that. Vecchio's got to remember that he might not be behind Haase like this the entire time, so he's got to pick and choose his moments and make sure that the prototypes don't get between them.
25 minutes to go. How many laps does that mean? Less than 25, that's for sure. And was that a mistake from Haase on the grass between turns 6 and 7? Bit of a bobble. Don't know if Vecchio's got a good enough run out of turn 7 to be able to look in towards turn 10, but it's the closest that he's been. Getting closer, and Haase's forced to cover the inside. Still 25 minutes to go, and Vecchio down the long way around. Door slam shut on him. Bit of a reactionary move there from the grid and go Ferrari.
A little bit, just pulled in front of him slightly in the braking zone there, and this is exactly the problem. Prototypes getting between them. Thankfully this time it's not going to matter too much to Vecchio, but there are the first jabs thrown, if you like. Haase there showing his intent immediately to block Vecchio in as much as he can. It's going to be a difficult pass if he's going to do it at all.
I felt that was about to be the moment that decided the race. The craziest thing about all of this, if these two tangle, they've still got a 63-second buffer behind to Luca Kita, who has come down the pit lane for the final time. The fuel mileage has given these cars so much room to play with, and Vecchio trying to still find a way on through. Bumpers make contact in through turn 6, and Haase's a little bit tight. Here comes the run once more.
And there, that was so wide from Haase. This is surely the moment now for Vecchio. It's going to be 3 wide, surely not 4 wide, as the prototypes will filter their way through without too many problems. One of the Williams cars on the grass making their way through. It's a drag race between them on the way down towards the chicane.
Who blinks first? 2 egos that surely won't want to back out, but Haase does so. Haase slots back into line. 24 minutes still to run. It's not done just yet, but Redline lead again.
They do. How long for? Haase is in behind, and I wonder whether he's decided that this is a chance for him to maybe save those last bits of fuel. Let's use the slipstream a little bit here, and then try and re-overtake in the last 23 minutes or so. But Vecchio has come with such a head of steam over the course of the last hour that it's almost difficult to see anybody returning from this and coming back at Vecchio. He's absolutely on a mission.
He has been so committed, has been so willing to force that car to do things that Sven Haase has been a little bit more reluctant to do, at least so far. Is this about fuel? Because again, Sven Haase came in 1 lap, maybe 1 crucial lap earlier than the red line Ferrari.
That is the crucial lap, and that's maybe what's had a bit of a bearing on this battle so far, in all honesty. I think Haase is still lifting off by a fair amount into some of these corners, and that is affecting him a little bit. Now there's a lot of prototypes behind. The gap is more than a second. I think they're going to get split apart in this chicane.
If they get split apart, surely it's done. Surely Haase doesn't have enough fuel to hold on. It just needs 1 moment for Vecchio to get some help. It doesn't come. Under the Fox Factory Bridge once more they will go. It's poised so finely. Vecchio now has the benefit of the clean air in front. Let's see what he can do with it at the end of the 27th lap on this stint. His drivers still have got to find 22 more minutes, about 10 more laps of fuel. That shouldn't be too hard a task, given they've been going almost 44 laps on occasion.
I think they'll be fine, but Haase has still got that in his back of his mind, and I don't think he's got the speed anyway. There is the current stint lengths for the 2 of them. It's 28 laps complete for Haase. Still with the amount of time we have remaining, that is going to be still a stretch for him over the course of this stint, but he probably has been saving for the last 40 minutes now, or 35 minutes or so now, so he should be all right, surely, by the end of this, you would imagine so. Let's see, though. 3/4 of a second. It's going in Redline's favour all over again.
Sven is missing some crucial apexes. Vince Cusi's just picked up on it as well. These are those margins at this level. Haase and Vecchio, both amongst the best. Haase, I believe, has the highest iRating now of any active iRacing driver with 10,602. But the pressure has just bubbled in a way that Gianni Vecchio has been able to respond just that little bit better, and now tries to break away at the front. A team that broke away early doors though, Ewan, and never looked back. Williams Esports Razor into the lane for the very final time.
And not only are they into the pit lane, but they are in the last of the main LMP2 contenders as well. So they've not only been the quickest, but also the most ideal strategy as well. So it should be a lap as they run as well, and not quite. Apex just made it out there, but they're only a couple of seconds in front here, aren't they? They just went over the top of the hill. I think that was them in the taillights. It's not a big gap at all on the road. There they are. So that's what an advantage Williams have had. They've had the pace advantage and the strategic advantage as well to take this by more than a minute. It might well be scored as a lap when they finish this race in 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, I think it will be. I get the sense that right now, Moreno Sorica, along with Ate Kalpanen, about to make it a double LMP2 victory at this race after the Mahler Racing team grabbed the victory 12 months ago. But most importantly, it will be back-to-back victories as well in this LMP2 category to close out our VCO Grand Slams after Apex Racing team took the first 2 at Daytona and Sebring. It was not to be over at Watkins Glen, and Williams Esports Razor have carried on that momentum, carried on that form. 1:17.474 last time by for Gianni Vecchio. 1:17.997 for Sven Haase. It's almost half a second off the pace. Gianni Vecchio has gone.
He has gone, and he might be gone for good here. Goodness, as the Movano Acura goes sliding down the inside there. through the S's. There's just not a lot that Haase can do. Unless he can find a second wind here in the last 20 minutes, you just can't see where this is going to come from. And once again, it's only drivers like Vecchio can do something like that. Put Haase under so much pressure, make him make those couple of mistakes, then make the move and then pull away. It takes a special kind of driver to be able to do that at this level, with so much on the line here at Petit Le Mans. A victory on the line here this evening at this great event, and it looks like Vecchio is going to almost single-handedly win this for Redline. I know obviously other drivers involved, but even so, the effect that Vecchio has had on this result at the end of the race has been quite phenomenal. It's not over yet, but it's going the right way for Team Redline.
I think you're right. I think Ollie Steinbraten should take plenty of the credit, but ultimately Johnny Vecchio brought the gap back down, won the battle on track wheel-to-wheel Sven Haase, and now is breaking away. And if I can read my screen correctly now, it is very, very small, so apologies if I'm slightly wrong, but Sven Haase, Team Redline have done going on about 460 something laps. Johnny Vecchio has done about 300 of those. Ollie Steinbraten only has done 137. Johnny Vecchio, I think, can be very proud with his efforts here today.
Yeah, that's a significant proportion of the... I'd be slightly concerned about the drive time there. Wouldn't you? 137 laps? How many stints is that? Is that 3? You'd be all right, actually.
Yeah, so the way it works, again, is you take the race distance, divide it by 2, divide that by 4, and that's the minimum number of laps that every driver on the car has to complete. So if you're going to do around 500 laps, that means that the minimum that you've got to do is, well, about, what? Never trust a commentator's math. 60-ish?
I thought it was more strenuous than that.
Oh, no, it's definitely less strenuous than people think. That's the thing.
Okay. Oh, right, okay. Maybe we did our calculations for Spa wrong. Anyway, that's a different conversation. Okay, well, then in that case, that'd be absolutely fine. But the point stands, doesn't it, really? Vecchio's done a lot of the driving. And especially towards the end of the race as well, the night driving that he's done has been so effective in terms of bringing the outcome that they will have wanted at the end of the day, that you know, you've got to take your hat off to him. And I'm not saying Sven Haase hasn't done the same, because he certainly has over the course of the last 2 hours here, but Vecchio has just put on a real... And I really thought they were out of it when they had that half spin into the gravel at turn 5. I really thought that was it. I thought neither of them had a chance with Williams, to be fair, but Vecchio was able to pick himself back up again, get back going, and put on a drive like this. It's been phenomenal, really.
I've really enjoyed the fact as well that Redline, this is going to be the story that we say at the end. Redline have gone from the back to the front. They did not qualify, they qualified, but not well. Not a representative lap time coming on in. What a charge it's been. Drago Racing trying to charge their way on forward past the 297. Danny Chivisciabo trying to cover off Jaden Ladick. Will be able to prevent the undercut, the switchback as they funnel through the final corner with 16 minutes still left to go. These drivers 1 lap down, fighting for 6th spot.
It's a good fight between these. Thought Ladick would actually come out ahead of Chivisciabo, actually, but I guess that was never really going to happen with the way that last stint was developing. That's the last battle really inside the top 10 in the GTPs now. Still a lot of traffic for them to negotiate just up in front, with the Coanda Porsche being one of them, which is going to be a real problem. And LMP2 as well, that's going to get Ladick very, very close. I think he'll be able to get 6th by the end here. It's just a case of finding your way past.
Off of the corner, can't run too far out wide. If you straddle the curb and get too far out, grass digs in and you very much lose some momentum. That's what Chivisciabo will be wanting to try and prevent from up above as they pass one of the race clutch contingent in towards that chicane. You couldn't tell that it's the middle of the night for Danny Chivisciabo as they pass the GTD leader, Team Redline and Johnny Vecchio. It looks plenty bright behind him right now.
Is it middle of the night? I thought he was only a couple of hours ahead of me, is he?
What time is it for you?
He's nearly down the inside. It's only 11:30.
Oh, okay.
It's not that bad.
I thought it was later for you too.
No, it's fine. Although I would be here regardless. But anyway, yeah, it's no, it's not that bad, and I'm presuming he's an hour ahead. So yeah, half past midnight. It's not too bad, especially for a Saturday. It's absolutely fine. Don't think he'll be too tired just yet.
No, not yet. I wonder how we feel at the end of this one. I did see a comment that Vince Cusi says 57 required laps. It says in iRacing. I wasn't too far off. I did the calculation by myself. I'm also going to send Vince Cusi a picture of my view so he can try and read what's on my screen, so he can see just how fun it is to try and figure out information while you're also producing a broadcast. I will say though, this is also genuinely been one of those races. 44 started, 28 still running, which makes it sound like attrition was very high, but you look back to some of the other special events that we've had this year, and it's definitely not been the same sort of a race as the iRacing Nürburgring 24 was.
Well, that's to be expected, really. I know Road Atlanta is a difficult circuit in its own right in terms of just driving on your own, but Nürburgring is a level above that, and it's from about nearly 2.5 times as long. So I'm not particularly surprised that it doesn't have quite the same attrition rate, and thankfully it has close battles towards the end as well, which Nürburgring didn't quite have for us, unfortunately. But that's to be expected, really, at that particular event. It's more about survival, a lot of that race, but it just carry forward some of the same characteristics of not feeling like you really can't give up any amount of time, and that's been the case here tonight with this one. And 13 minutes to go, still the same as we saw with that dive down the inside the Urano car into turn 3. Still, aggression is very high.
12 and a bit minutes to go. Josh Ladd still 9.5 seconds clear at the front of the field. That GTP battle that we thought might materialize in the closing hour has not been, well, not ever been close enough to be a material possibility, I would say. Josh Ladd has kept this race just beyond the clutches of Chris Lullum and the rest of the BMW M Team Redline squad. And it's another car that didn't qualify well. Team Redline qualified at the back of GTD. Williams Esports Marla started back in 9th spot and definitely did not have things their own way, Ewan, for the vast majority of the first half of the race. It was on the strategy that that Redline inserted themselves up towards the front.
Yeah, it was. It's a good way to do it as well, really. If you're starting down the back, I do feel like while you're making your way through the field, you can save a bit of fuel here and there while you're in the pack early on here. So there is a silver lining to it, but it doesn't make the achievement any less impressive. You've still got to do the work of getting through on all the others, and they have done, Redline. So a fair play to them for that. But in the end, it looks like they're going to come up short in GTP at least. Chris Lullum has brought that gap down a little bit, but not enough. Josh Ladd is holding this at now 9 seconds, and it looks fairly secure as long as he can make it to the end. 11 minutes to go. He's already done 31 laps. He should be fine. I don't think this stint's even going to be 40 laps long, as he seems to be shaking himself awake there.
I was about to say, is that just me, or am I also starting to fall asleep slightly watching the calm, sedate nature of Josh Ladd with all 3 of his monitors turned on? We saw Sotomuto earlier today with the triple screens, but then the left and the right monitors apparently turned off to save electricity. It was an interesting setup, and as we were saying, whatever works for drivers is what they need to use, and they will always find themselves the most comfortable way of going fast. Moreno Sarica is only a couple of seconds off the back of the Apex Racing 199 and Stanley Desland. We'll see if they are going to officially finish this race 1 lap faster than everybody else.
They may well do. It happened to the Apex Racing team to the tune of 2 laps last year in the GTD category. It may well happen this time around as a result of that, cause it may well happen as a result of just pure pace anyway here for Moreno Sarica. I wonder how much they'll actually want to manage that, or whether they are literally not caring one bit, and whether we're making it into something more than they are at the end of this. That wouldn't surprise me, in all honesty. But it would be a nice achievement for them to have. They're just not going to risk everything for it.
I feel like, yeah, that's the thing. They're not risking anything. There was a period after the pit cycle where Moreno Sarica was losing some time and allowing other cars to go on past. But in the last 5 laps, it's closed back, or rather grown back up, I should say. to now almost 70 full seconds. The number 199, the blue light from the Apex Racing Team driver, the distinctive blue light as well. Now, I will say, regretfully, 9 hours and 50 minutes without talking about additions to what I would love to see on the iRacing special event calendar. We've got 10 minutes to change that. We also managed to get 9 hours and 50 minutes, Ewan, without Wet Toast popping into RaceSpot TV's chat.
We did. Unfortunately, he's there, isn't he? He's done it again. Well, another special event polluted by Vince Cousy at the end of the day. But yeah, we're still not sure what on earth he's going on about, but he is going on about it. So we'll leave him to it.
Well, Wet Toast, we might have had a brainwave that Wet Toast might be French toast. So, you know, I guess I see the logic
Never
there.
had French toast. So
Have
I
you
don't
never had French toast?
Of course not.
Just go to France.
I've very not often been to France. Has it got eggs on it or something?
It
French
does,
toast?
yes.
Oh, okay, that's why I don't have it. I can't have it. I'm not allowed.
Oh, are you not an eggs eater?
I'm allergic to eggs, so well, eggs like that anyway. So I can't.
Allergic to eggs. Lesson learned. Next time I want to poison you and O'Leary, I know exactly what to give him.
Crack an egg on my.
Crack an egg on your head. It's just.
It doesn't quite work like that before people start cracking eggs on my head. But yes, I won't be trying any French toast anytime soon, or any wet toast.
I mean, that sounds, honestly, I'm glad for you that you don't have to try Wet Toast, because I don't think anyone should be forced to try Wet Toast. Josh Ladd slides past the Falcon livery Jesse Jones powered 44 for Door Esports. That car was involved in incidents in the first couple of stages of traffic, has stayed out there. We talked about endurance racing spirit earlier today and how maybe we don't see too much of that. Falcon Sim Racing have shown a bit of that.
Yeah, by the way, I've nearly gotten through a whole broadcast without saying I like the Falcon Sim Racing livery, so I'm going to break that also with 7 minutes to go. I like that livery still. I know it's still the same, but it's still great. And here they are. I guess you're about to show me, them getting into contact with someone, which is great. But anyway, yes. Sorry, I had to get it in at some point. So with 7 minutes to go, I'll anything else we've been holding off from saying so far?
Which
Surely
liveries
not.
do we love? Which team managers are listening so we can get some free T-shirts? I don't know. What T-shirts do you want to add to the collection, Ewan?
Any really?
Any? Oh, you're not being very picky right now.
Yeah.
Who don't I have in the collection? Williams Esports. I don't have a Williams Esports shirt in my collection, so you know what? Let's fix that. I would love a Drago Racing shirt. Who else is in this field that we can ask T-shirts from? I've got my Apex Racing shirt, so I'm delighted now. I don't need to ask them. Kawanda, Grid and Go, Mivano, Redline. The list goes on and on. Who wants to give me? Who wants to put clothes on me for all my meetings so that people can see how much of a sim racer I am?
Yeah, I know your bias as well. To buy your bias.
No bias here, just facts.
That's unofficial. but yeah, I mean, I don't have any shirts. I've got a BMW hat that I'm sure you've got as well.
Yes.
But that's it. That's the only sim racing material I have. So that's why I'm not being very picky, because I can't be.
Yeah, I left Wrenchbolt Reunion this past weekend with more stuff than actually fit in the boot of my car, the trunk of my car. And I don't have a Urano t-shirt either. Thank you, Lewis McLeod, for pointing that one out. It was quite crazy thinking about all the different things that motorsports people will put around their houses. Drago almost find themselves running off into the grass with 5 minutes to go. It's not all just fun and games here in the comms booth. We are keeping track of Leidik and Shivi Shabo as they continue just to run around for the time being. I think one of the coolest things, of course, that I've seen in sim racing, of course, the trophy that is up for grabs today is pretty cool. If VCO wants to send that in my direction, they have my
win first.
They've got my address, so they know where to send it, Ewan. But I also quite love the custom die-cast that some teams have done. I can't pull up any pictures of that right now, unfortunately. But George Simmons is a wizard, and there's plenty of other people that have brought some interesting things to life.
I can't pretend to know what that means, really, but But yeah.
Have you not seen George Simmons' custom diecasts?
What does that mean?
Custom model cars.
Oh, no, I haven't. No. I've never heard them called that before either. But anyway, no, that's not something. I don't really interest myself in them. I don't know why. It's
I'll send you some pictures. It's really
okay.
Well, you're part of the MC Esports Michelin Global Championship last year. The Apex Racing team. What did they do to celebrate their championship win? They got a custom model of the Porsche 911 that made its way to series history.
I do have a recollection of that. Yeah.
There you go. Now
somewhat.
The memory.
So there we are. Yeah, it takes a while to kick in, but it's in there somewhere.
It's been a long day here at Road Atlanta for the both of us.
Well, relatively so, yeah. I'd say longer for you. You've done more commentary. Even though I've been here for a longer space of time, if that makes any sense. I've done less talking, so I've got less reason to be tired.
Well, what are you saying? Do I talk too much, Ewan? I'm offended.
Well, no. It's your job to talk for 10 hours. So no, I wouldn't say so.
I'm just trying to throw Ewan under the bus. People aren't happy about the fact that we're talking about T-shirts with 4 minutes to go. So let's recap things, Ewan. We'll watch some highlights of the race afterwards as well, just to kind of cycle through what a dramatic race that has been. But 10 hours. Go back 4 hours, and we had 6 cars split by 6 seconds in the GTP class. It's been a miraculous race in so many different ways.
It wasn't. Finally now it has spread out, but this is about the first stint where we've really seen that, maybe the last couple as well, where things have started to sort of shape themselves to what we thought was going to happen, as, by the way, we get 3 laps to go here for Josh Ladd. It's finally gotten into sort of a normal looking field as we get towards the end here, but for so long the field in GTP was so close. In the end it was fluctuating in GTD. There was late drama with Williams Esports losing the race after contacts on the run down the hill in the final hour, or just as we got onto the final hour. Then Johnny Vecchio's miraculous drive to get up into the lead ahead of Sven Haase in that great battle with 20 minutes to go. And of course Williams Esports domination in LMP2 as well. It's been such a race that's been so different from many others in so many ways, but has a familiar feel at the end, at least, with some familiar winners once again. And finally, it has calmed down in these final 20 minutes. Everything has been resolved for the last quarter of an hour or so, really.
Yeah, at least everything important. These are drivers just trying to battle to be the first car 1 lap down in effect. With 2 minutes to go, as Ewan mentioned, 3 laps taken by your race leader last time at the line. Also, just call out for those watching on the iRacing Esports Network, and make sure you make an effort to go and follow VCO Esports, whether it's on Twitch or on social media. This Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, exclusive episode of the VCO Esports Studio live with recently retired eNASCAR driver for more than a decade, Michael Conti, stops by the show. It's going to be really fun to talk with him. And hopefully no internet issues a week from our first attempt, and what was shaping up to be a really fun little chat. He will dive into some of the history and some of the opinions, unshackled from now being a World Championship competitor. 1 more lap to go at the line for Josh Ladd from Chris Lullum. Night lights are very much set down here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. 44 started this race. 28 are still out there and finishing, and as we've said so many times before you, and more than 25 different Petit Le Mans happening across so many different splits here on the iRacing platform. Every different split has its own stories and its own winners to celebrate after today.
Yeah, and you can call yourself an iRacing Petit Le Mans winner, whichever split you're in. Doesn't have to be in the top one. You won't get a trophy from VCO, but you will be able to call yourself a Petit Le Mans winner, so you know, you can enjoy that as we begin the final lap. I've been talking all day about the sort of aggression in traffic and the fact that, you know, you can't lose any time in traffic if you're one of these drivers, but Josh Ladd is finally now taking it a little bit easy in traffic. He is going to go around the Vulcan car here on the run down the hill, but with no risk at all. He is losing a bit of time to Chris Lullum, but he realises now that the race win is within reach, and he doesn't have to use all of that aggression and all of that traffic assertiveness that he has been over the course of the race so far. The time ticks away. He does now know that surely without a mistake he's going to win this, but the gap is going to be small by the end. It's going to go down in the history books as a very close iRacing Petit Le Mans.
And ultimately it was a very close iRacing Petit Le Mans, right? The margin at the end doesn't show the story that we got to get here, and all the different twists and turns with strategy, with drama, with traffic, and all the things in between. What a wild year of VCO Grand Slams that we've had, and finally a repeat winner in the GTPs. They were on top to start on the high banks, and it's Williams Esports that come across the line to win the 2023 iRacing Petit Le Mans, powered by VCO, and we'll wait to see the double victory. Williams Esports Razor will come to the line as well, but Johnny Vecchio in the meantime for the GTDs will celebrate as Team Redline outlast all in the GTD class.
Team Redline winning in the end against all odds in some ways. An hour and a half ago, they were certainly not the favourites to win. They were probably third favourites to win this race an hour and a half ago, but they are now champions in GTD.
And you can see the pump of the fist, the smile, the relief for Josh Ladd. Moreno Sarica's thrilled as well. Double delight for Williams Esports, and it was a full lap the margin in the LMP2 class. You, I think, were quite right in saying, Ewan, Williams Esports have been the most consistent in 2023 across the special events, and now capping off the year with 2 VCO Grand Slam trophies heading the way of the team.
Yeah, not only a great day just in general for Williams Esports with GTP and LMP2 victory, but what a great year in 2023 as far as iRacing special events go. Winning from Daytona to Road Atlanta, that's exactly what you want in a year. You all, of course, want a good start or a good finish to a year, but to go right from the start through to the finish with getting great results, winning big events like this, that's what you absolutely dream of, and that's what Williams Esports have realised as a dream here in 2023, mirroring only being bettered, I should say, only by maybe Team Redline a couple of years ago, or maybe you have to go further back than that to find a team to match them as well over the course of a special event season. What a year they've had, winning from January to October, capped off with a double win at Petit Le Mans.
And now, we've still got some special events to come, but we can be very excited about 2024 and doing this all over again. Here's a look at the race results in GTP first. 524 laps later, it's only 6 seconds the margin between Josh Ladd and Chris Lullum, the two on the alternate strategy that made it work. Williams Esports Marlin, BMW M Team Redline will be thrilled with that, while Urano Esports Hiking Media will grab the podium, be slightly disappointed with the end result. Ultimately, the pace was there, just not the result to maybe show for it. The Apex Racing Trio, 4th, 5th and 6th after Paddy Wolf and Owen Carroll led for the majority of the first hour or so. Technical issues would drop them back as a result, and Danny Shivishabo would come across the line in 6th. The first car, 1 lap down. Jaden Ladick 7th in front of the Nathan Lewis-driven BS competition car at the line. Dion Fiallo, Fraser Williamson, the rest of the top 10. Only one non-BMW to talk about there as well, and that was the Acura in the CrowdStrike-Movano partnership. On the second page, Kenneth Gulbranson for the Williams Esports Fanatec car did finish along with Strike Matter and Julian Sonnen for VRS Coanda Esports. Retirements include, unfortunately, Urano Esports Data Group Dominic Hoffman making an uncharacteristic mistake, and Charlie Collins as well after a bobble out of turn 5 and being taken out, unfortunately no fault of them, their own, for Dion Fiallo. 1 lap clear for Moreno Sarica. Williams Esports Razor make it not just double delight here at the iRacing Petit Le Mans, backing up the victory from last year as well in this LMP2 category in the Marlow Racing liveried car. 1 lap clear, the second VCO Grand Slam of the year. Deslandes for the Apex Racing Team 2nd, with Fragero 3rd for Race Clutch, Alpine Esports, Team PGZ, Apex 1, then the Movano, Drago and Red Panda cars all making it to the line. The 124, Jorge Garcia, PGZ, LMP2 was the most recent of the retirees, while Coffin Dancers, Grid and Go Esports, the Yassin Rezin, Reich Energy cars, the 14 LMP2s, not everyone unfortunately making it to the end. Even less of the GTDs though would see the finish, but Gianni Vecchio with the biggest smile of them all, 5 seconds clear of Sven Haas at the line. Once again, fuel mileage proving to be the deciding factor with those two cars breaking away. It could have been a bit more interesting if things had played out maybe differently for Alessandro Bico in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, but it was not to be. Mercedes-AMG Urano grabbed the final step of the podium in front of the Mercedes-AMG Apex Racing team, while Felix Kornbach and then the Falcon Sim Racing cars, the final 2 across the line. Then into the used car lot, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Team PGZ, and then a multitude of Mercedes-AMG cars, Williams, Urano and Apex alike, Simify, BS Turner, and gridandgo.com, the final other cars to unfortunately get taken out through the course of a rather eventful 10 hours of racing. You can see the fastest lap as well did go to Paddy Wolf when the night lights were illuminating the path. Unfortunately, it was not a race-winning fastest lap. We are just waiting to see if we will get the opportunity to chat to a couple of the drivers. Oh, Ewan, some closing thoughts right now, though, as we get ready to wrap things up.
Yeah, another great race, another great edition of Petit Le Mans, arguably the best of the VCO Grand Slam events, as we've certainly pledged our admiration for. It's just delivered again. Two close finishes there in GTP and GTD. On another day, GTP would have really been fought over on circuit. I don't think Redline quite had the speed in the darkness. There were periods where they were a little bit quick in the darkness, but wasn't for sustained long enough. Williams were able to hold on to the advantage that they held throughout that, and Redline just couldn't get close enough, unfortunately, to make a battle of it, but they certainly did in GTD, getting ahead in the end of the Grid and Go Esports.com car. And you've got to put your hearts out to the number 1 Williams car. They're getting taken out with an hour to go on the run down the hill through the S's. They were sure on for a win there in GTD, but instead we got a fight for that race win in 20 minutes to go or so, and it was great to watch. But yeah, a great race and a great end to the VCO Grand Slam for 2023.
Getting word from Williams Esports Marla that we will get Josh Ladd in a few moments' time, so we'll sit around and keep you company for a couple more minutes on RaceSpot TV, the iRacing Esports Network, and VCO Esports before we wrap things up and say goodbye. While we wait, let's look on forward. Not to the iRacing Petit Le Mans, because that's what we've had today. No, instead, Ewan, it's the Crandon Championship. Short course racing. You got your first taste of it in the iRacing Off-Road Championship Series earlier this year. It's wild, it's unpredictable, and it's the next iRacing special event.
Yeah, I can't pretend to know exactly what the format is of that, but yeah, I actually really enjoyed doing the short track racing earlier on this season. At the World Championship, it was very entertaining. Very different style of racing, I think it's fair to say. Very crazy style of racing as well, but very entertaining nevertheless as well. But yeah, it's the next of special events, and there's actually a lot of. In case you're not a dirt fan like me, there is actually a lot of. It's somewhat surprising how many dirt special events there are over the course of the year as well. If you want to check out on iRacing. Absolutely,
there's a look at the schedule. Next up, after Crandon, the SCCA runoffs, which you can also catch here live on the iRacing Esports Network. And in fact, every single race on this iRacing special event calendar can be caught here on iRacing's Twitch. Let's see if we can grab a chat with potentially one of our drivers after, I'm sure, what was a pretty tough race for them all. Josh Ladd in the Williams Esports Marla car brought the number 5 car across the line. And Josh, talk us through 10 quite tough hours for your team. Started back in 9th, was definitely not an easy rise to see the checkered flag first.
Yeah, it was probably my worst qualifying in a special event ever. So yeah, we definitely weren't expecting that. Matt did a great job at the start to stay out the chaos, which is all it is in this race. At the start, we got stuck behind the Porsches for a bit, which wasn't ideal, but then as the race sort of died down, we could just show our pace, and we knew basically it was only going to be between us and Redline with the strategy we were on with the fuel saving. So it was just a case of staying as close to them as possible, and we had a lap in hand earlier, so we could sort of overcut them every single stop, and then we overcut them, and Matt did a great job to get a massive gap, and then I could just sort of bring it to the end from there. But it was a very intense race, I think. Not really many tenths left on the table.
Talk to us about the understanding, the feeling that you have with this car, because of course the BMW M Hybrid, the longest lasting so far of the GTPs on iRacing, all the teams have such a database to work off of information, and in this race you guys seem to have a good car across of the entire run and were able to outlast people on strategy, something I'm guessing you had figured out before the green flag even dropped.
Yeah, we were really, we practiced for ages with this fuel saving. We never even considered doing what the other guys were doing, actually, which is, we were very surprised to see what they were doing. Just with the traffic, it's very easy to save fuel anyway. And yeah, I mean, me and Matt, we've generally been, you know, one of, if not the fastest car in every GTP event, be that BMW Sim Car or special event. It's just something sort of come up where, well, I mean, in the last special event, Watkins 6L, I just crashed by myself out of a lead battle. So it's good to bounce back from that, because that was quite tough, actually, you know, to crash out for lead, basically.
Well, 2 victories in the GTP VCO Grand Slams for Williams, the double victory to close things out. Congratulations, Joss, on a great drive today. Can't wait to see you back in 2024.
Cheers, guys.
Josh Ladd, the Williams Esports number 5 Williams Esports Marla car, comes across the line at the front of the GTP class and getting some redemption, it feels, after a tough 2023. Gianni Vecchio from last to first. I'm sure that's how you plan things out, right, Gianni?
Yeah, you have to give yourself some challenges at some point. No, but I was pretty lucky how that turned out, to be honest.
Talk to us about, well, the first hour of the race, because there were plenty of GTD cars getting involved in multi-class issues. You were able to stay out of those sort of situations. What was the key to doing that?
I mean, it would help if I would get a quali lap done without off-track. That would help, certainly. But nah, the start was a bit chaotic. Instead of being a pack, the GTD field spread out quite early. Like, there was some shunts. I almost got taken out twice as well. That was quite a miracle how we didn't die there. But I don't know. It was just like keeping that down. Obviously, don't just keep it to the tactic. Like, save the fuel, save the tires, and yeah, just keep it to the game plan that we had. I mean, the game plan was obviously not to start last, but we had to make something out of it at least.
Talk to us about this brand new Ferrari 296 GT3. Seemed like it was the maybe stronger car today, but between you, Sven, and the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, you all seemed pretty equal. How's this car compared to some of the other GT3s that we've seen you competing in?
I think it's pretty similar to all the new ones that we have. I think it's very similar to the BMW in terms of feeling-wise. Obviously, you can't really compare it to a Lambo because it's just not the same type of engine where it's placed in the car. But I think it's a really nice car. Drives really well. I mean, it could need some horsepower more because compared to a Mercedes, we are just going nowhere. But no, I like it a lot. It's a very nice car to drive. And what makes it even better is, like, since Thierry from Moylan drives the car in real life with the red line colors, to have the same car in the sim now with the same livery, that is really cool to see. Yeah.
Always great to see those collaborations between real and virtual. Gianni, see a big smile on your face. Congratulations. Go off and enjoy this. Another iRacing special event added to the bag for Team Redline.
Thank you. By the way, 1 second. I want to... 2 people need immense props. That is, first of all, Mark Elkerman. He knows me for 8 years and he kicked my ass the whole race because I was pretty down on motivation early on. And Ole for making sure that I don't kill myself because I made so many mistakes as well. So these 2 guys need some props before we go. Other than that, good night, everybody.
300 laps plus for Gianni Vecchio on his way to another iRacing special event win. Oh, it was always great to chat to the drivers, smiles on their faces, and ready to enjoy that one. But Ewan, it's time for us to wrap things up. And yeah, next time we're racing in the special events, we're of course at Crandon. Next time we're endurance racing, though, it's in the shadow of Mount Fuji. Second week of November, we break the GT3 cars out for one final time in 2023.
Yeah, no Suzuka this time around for the long race around there, which is actually one of the most engaging races that I commentated on last year. Actually, I think it was last year. Yeah, it must have been. And there's different tyre strategies going on. It was a very engaging race, but it's at Fuji this time around. Different prospects entirely, but it's the final hurrah, if you like, for road racing. I think it's the final tarmac special event of any kind. I think the NASCAR finale is before it. I know it's oval, it's very different, but it's still on tarmac, so I'm counting it. And mainly because they're the only 2 that I drive, but anyway. So it'll be nice to have that final run out for the endurance racing season, but the VCO Grand Slam is complete, and we turn our attention towards 2024 now, and Daytona will be upon us before we know it.
Oh, it will indeed, and the next of the VCO Grand Slam surely to be even bigger and better than the rest. Before we say goodbye, Oh, it's been an incredible journey. Couldn't have done it without you, the VCO community, and the team behind the scenes. ATVO Timing 71 providing all of our broadcast solutions in conjunction with Dougie Beard providing our TV cameras. The VCO content team that's been churning away behind the scenes, Joshua Chin, Danny Elgube, and of course the man himself, Florian Hasper. Our team at RaceSpot. This is just the team for today. Daytona, 24 hours. It was a much larger team. The entire of our VCO Grand Slams comes to you courtesy of the group collective effort. For myself, Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Joey Tebben, Reese Gardner, and Ewan O'Leary, thank you so much for joining us for 10 hours of uninterrupted wall-to-wall coverage. What a final VCO Grand Slam! Into the night we went, 3 different classes of competition. And it was only the LMP2 class that maybe did not deliver the excitement. GTP and GTD, as ever, brought the fun, and it came at the expense of some. We'll see you next time here on RaceSpot TV, the iRacing Esports Network, and on VCO Esports. But for now, so long and goodbye from Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta.